Chapter 1. Do you want the light pink blush or this warmer blush? I ask, holding up both options. Lily doesn't open her eyes. I don't understand why I need to look pretty too. I answer my question for her. Pink, probably. It will look better on your complexion, not too harsh. My sister sighs. Fine. Lily and I sit on the floor in front of my wooden mirror, which leans against the wall, lacking proper feet. I dust the pink blush onto her prominent cheekbones with one of my bigger brushes. How about a lip color? Celeste, I know you're nervous about the beta sun, but dolling me up isn't going to change whether or not he's your mate. I know, but this is distracting. Since I woke up this morning, I haven't felt as calm as I do right now, so don't make me lose it. I pick a random lip color and pop off its tin lid, but when I bring the rosy color to Lily's lips with my finger, she opens her eyes and ducks. Hold on, she says and lowers my hand. I know Mom is making a big deal of it, but she's not making a big deal of it. It is a big deal. I'm already 21, I say, my shoulders sinking, and with Dad's promotion and me being the eldest child, they need to make a good match. After the beta's son turns 18, his father is going to step down, and he'll be the only unmated man in our pack who's holding a worthy enough title. I just don't like seeing you like this, no matter how Mom justifies it. I know in my heart that no one deserves to be mated to our next beta more than you, and you will be mated to him, but there are no buts. This is my only option. Lily peers to the ground, her caramel hair draping. Our family's reputation shouldn't depend on something that's out of your control. This is why I don't want to mate. This is why I want to run away and never deal with Mom's impossible expectations. Not every girl can just find out she's mated to a beta the second she turns 18. Run away? What are you talking about? Never say that. Her voice dwindles as she fiddles with my strewn about makeup. It's the truth. If you ran away, the family would be heartbroken, destroyed. She mutters, destroyed? Come on. Mom doesn't love me as much as she loves you. I'm sorry you feel that way. It's not true, but I stand and uncrease my carefully chosen outfit, a dress I usually wouldn't wear for an evening in the house. But if you leave, just know I'll have to come after you and drag you back home kicking, screaming, whatever. You wouldn't last a night on unclaimed land, she refutes, also standing. Not with the rogues, the wilderness, and, well, who knows what. Probably horrible things like everyone says. If it were safe out there, we would go out there, but you know the rules. You're right. I probably wouldn't, so don't make me go. Okay. I won't. I place my hands on my hips. Let's wait downstairs with Mom and Dad. The future beta should be 18 soon. The day's almost over. Imagine he was born a minute before midnight. They'll fall asleep and miss the show. Mom said he was born just after dinner. Lily makes a skeptical face. How does she know that? She has her ways. Now come on. I grab Lily's hand and lead her out of my bedroom and into the hall. Together, we descend the staircase and join our parents in the living room. Dad is sitting on the couch, paging through the PAX guard information, tired after being shifted all day, while Mom paces in front of him. She settles at the sight of me dressed and prettied. How are you feeling, Celeste? Fine, I chirp and sit on the empty living chair. Lily walks past Mom to the love seat adjacent to the couch. Mom glances at her and then asks me, you aren't experiencing any abnormal feelings, are you? Any smells or tingles or fluttering? My stomach hasn't stopped fluttering all day. Mom exhales. According to his aunt, he should be of age any second. She notices my goddess pendant is crooked, so she signals this by straightening her own imaginary pendant. I rectified my crooked necklace by laying the moonstone in the center of my chest and turning the clasp to the back. Mom thought wearing such a pendant would show the beta where my priorities lie. Why don't you sit down? Lily suggests to her. Mom waves her hand dismissively. She hasn't spoken of anything but the future beta's birthday all week. It's my job to procure a match with him, and I worry so much over it that I begin mumbling to the goddess to make me his mate. It isn't a greedy prayer. I can't let my family down. An unmarried girl my age is increasingly seen as a burden by the year. Celeste? Anything? My anxiety resurrects in full force because it's taking too long and the mysterious feelings aren't tingling. Just as I beckon my chair to swallow me whole, Lily gasps and places her hand over her heart, gathering everyone's attention. My nails dig into the upholstery. Lily? Mom questions. What is it? Lily's mouth opens and she stutters. I don't. I think. My heart hammers. Lily is hardly of age, but she is, and even if she's only been 18 for a month, it's all the goddess needs. Mom's eyes widen, and she clings to her side, dropping onto the love seat and grabbing Lily's arm. Do you feel it? Is it the mate bond? Lily says nothing, her words are lost, but she looks at me with an apology forming on her face. I rise. It is, isn't it? Mom turns to Dad. Go outside. Wait for him. Dad pushes up from the couch and places his papers on the table before him. He studies Lily and then turns to me. His judgment is evident, silent yet heartbreaking. He touches Lily's shoulder affectionately as he passes her, and then he lets himself out through the front door just beyond the living room. Mom peers at me but can't meet my eye, so she rubs Lily's back instead and tells her, this is good news. Don't worry. How about a scent? Do you smell him? I turn my back. Celeste, give Lily the necklace. My feet drag to a halt, and my hands rise to the clasp with jittering fingers. It takes a second to work the clasp open, but once I get it, I hand Lily the pendant. Mom helps her put it on while giving her a summary of every hopeful and supportive thing she's uttered to me this past week. Suddenly, I'm not here. I head into the kitchen and through the back door, unable to watch her nurture my sister. The night isn't so cold in the summer season, but the wind molds my dress to my body and blows up its skirt. I hurry along the sides of the house and stop at the corner connecting to the front. Dad waits some steps from the door with his arms crossed, kicking the dirt under his shoes and monitoring the horizon. No moon tonight. I wait as long as it takes, and when someone finally appears, I withdraw further into the shadows and watch like a ghost. My father meets the strange visitor, and the house lights unmask the man as our soon-to-be beta. My expression wavers, both ashamed and upset, because not a twitch of the mate bond ignites inside of me. Why would the goddess mate with my sister before me? Why would she make me look so incapable and undesirable? Light casts on the ground as the front door opens. My father only speaks to our beta momentarily before Mom comes out with Lily in her grasp. I've done everything Mom's asked of me, fought to be her perfect daughter since the moment of my birth, and now she can't even look at me. Tears well and drip down my cheeks. Lily is the beta's mate. She's securing our family's name. The moment the beta takes Lily's hand, I thrust myself away and rush the way I came. The ground is wet from this morning's rainfall. Still, I step carelessly into pockets of mud, not caring about my shoes, dress, or any pretty thing. I head for the tree line behind the house and repeatedly glance back at my home, its warm yellow windows glowing like a haven at night, yet I feel unwelcome. I kick off my shoes and join the forest. Mom always warned Lily and me to stay far from the pack border. Unclaimed land is rogue-ridden and lawless, yet I shift, tear my dress, and run straight for it. I've never left our pack, never stepped past the border, yet I feel an encumbering need to make my own decision for once. My small blonde wolf sprints past the border and into the unknown, running on an endless amount of energy that propels me forward and in no other direction. When my muscles strain, I push harder. When howling sounds from the mountains, I grit my teeth and ignore them. If I stay, I'll only be pitted while everyone congratulates Lily, and I don't want to be my parents' mateless, disregarded embarrassment, a dreaded topic at family gatherings, condemned to a demoralizing reputation all my own. I flee with no destination but cover plenty of ground. Pride fills my wolf until the scents of others reach my nose. A large wolf appears beside me, matching my pace with pounding steps. I look at it repeatedly, and another wolf joins me on my other side, guards. The two males dash ahead of me and compel me to a skidding stop. I trip and tumble on the forest floor, catching a potent yet strange scent as the guards surround me. One barks, a demand to shift, yet all I can focus on is the scent and its growing effect on me until the wolves leer from above and bare their teeth. My stomach rumbles and churns under a worn and tattered men's shirt. Dust and grime cling to the fabric, both from myself and its previous owners. It initially stunk, but my senses are muddled by the metallic dampness all around and the mysterious scent that has yet to falter. The cell's barred window is my only indication of the time. It has yet to reveal daylight, though my arrest has felt like days. I tell myself the scent is nothing, no one. The mere thought of another mating disappointment is too much to bear. The rogue man beside me rattles his chains. The guards cuffed him to the wall, but not me. You better prepare, he says, always talking. I have one thing coming because I hurt one of them, but even trespassing receives a punishment. Any other alpha would let a trespasser go with a warning, but Draven won't. You made a big mistake coming here. I didn't mean to, I mutter as I draw in the dirt on the floor with my fingertip. It was an accident. I've already said that. I'm gonna get it. I probably won't leave his territory ever again. He's the ruthless kind. Not many left like him, but they protect that sort of reputation. It works, doesn't it? I mean, we're the only fools in here. I glance at the rogue. Probably because the alpha took care of the others already. He nods, slightly frantic. You're right. I should have known. But the alpha won't care if what you did was an accident or not. There's no point in begging. Do you know what'll happen to me for trespassing? He can't. He can't make my sentence as bad as yours, right? The alpha can do whatever he wants, the rogue muses. But no, it won't be the same punishment as mine. He might keep you here until your family pays for your freedom, or he'll make you work for it yourself. Doing what? Labor, most likely. Though you don't look very capable of that work. I sigh. That's fine. I'd rather work for my freedom than have my family know I'm here. His chains drag against the stone floor. Your family doesn't want you? I left. I sink into my spot. I don't plan on going back anytime soon, especially if my mate is here like I think he is. Maybe is. I don't know. Why'd you run? They hurt you. I shake my head. I just had to get out and be somewhere else. For once. Whatever your punishment is, accept it, the rogue advises. Don't challenge Draven. Don't even look in his eyes. Hopefully, you're mated to one of his men. It's the only thing that could save you from him. I rest my head against the wall and slide my knees to my chest. The rogue quiets, surely contemplating his doomed fate further, so I delve into thought too. I wonder if anyone has realized I've left, or if they have yet to see past Lily and her glorious mate. I want my parents to want me, to miss me, but now that Lily has done my duty, I'm obsolete. Our cell is quiet for some time, but I jump when a door further down the hall opens with a sharp screech. The rogue stirs and crawls as close to the bars as his chains will allow so he can see who's heading our way. A guard appears and unlocks the door. The alpha is arriving, the guard says, entering the cell to unchain the rogue from the wall. My heart picks up its pace. The guard takes the rogue by his chains and wrangles him to his feet before guiding him from the cell. And then the cell door closes. I ask, what about me? I told you I think I smell my mate, but no one is. The guard acknowledges me uninterested. Enough already. If you sense your mate, where is he? Huh? Lying isn't going to help you. Obviously, I don't know where he is, but I'm not lying. The guard ignores me and relocks the door. He takes the rogue down the hall and out of sight, so I rest back against the wall, wrapping my arms around my legs and touching my forehead to my knees. The sun is beginning to rise now, casting a subtle glow over the small prison. I wait alone for a guard to collect me and bring me to Alpha Draven to receive my fate, but my chest begins aching so intensely that I forget about my impending punishment. I rub circles against the ache with the heel of my palm until it progresses into something undeniable. As though the breath in my chest is condensing, a strange, painless pressure builds, warm and exciting. The goddess is mating me. I release my legs and scramble from the filthy floor, clinging to the bars and shouting, hello, into the hall. Hello. I call again, but no guard seems to hear me. I become restless, frustrated that my very special moment is being thwarted by cell bars. I smack my hand into them and the bars don't move. Goddess Sake. The screech of the door reinvigorates me. I latch the bars and say, please. You have to listen. My mate is here, and he won't find me if I'm. My thought escapes me as a powerful scent permeates my cell. A man steps in front of me and looks through the bars, stealing any possible plea from my throat. I breathe in as I discover the details of his face in the darkness of the hall. He must be the Alpha's prized guard, as he's much bigger than the others around, and whatever examination I do to him is equally matched. Will you listen to me for just a minute? Please. Go on, he says, his voice enticing. If you're about to take me to Alpha Draven, you should know I trespassed on accident, alone, but I think I'm being mated. Maybe you could talk to the Alpha and help me get out of here. He's gonna make me. What will he make you do? My heart rattles. The scent, becoming so powerful, fogs my senses. Is it him? Is this guard my mate? If he is, why is he only toying with me rather than trying to help me? From the sound of it, he's almost entertained. There's no need to reason with him, the guard says. Why not? He asserts, I'm the Alpha. My face falls and my hands slip from the cell bars. All at once, everything is made clear. Alpha Draven opens my cell as I stand unmoving. I watch him turn the lock and drag the barred door open, and I feel our mate bond establish throughout my body like a rewiring of my nerves. I step away from the opening without realizing it. He's my mate. He's Alpha Draven, tall, muscular, and handsome. An Alpha. My heart cramps, and I thoughtlessly long to reach out and touch him, his arms, broad shoulders, and striking face, but I fist my hands instead. Our bond floods my chest, yet my lungs burn for air. Chapter 2. You can come out, Alpha Draven says. You aren't being punished. I hesitate before slowly leaving the cell, and I flinch when he shuts it behind me, clanging the bars. I face him and run my hands down my legs, pulling on my frayed shirt to make it even a hair longer. How long have you been here? Through the night, I tell him, avoiding his eyes like the rogue said to. Alpha Draven sighs somewhat regretfully. What's your name? Celeste. And this. He touches the sleeve of my shirt, and I watch his fingers on the fabric. The men who brought me here gave it to me. I didn't have clothes, I explain, timidly. Excuse me. I've never spoken to an Alpha, let alone one like you. Like me. An Alpha with your reputation, I say. Are you afraid? Before he came here, I was. But now it's strange because the mate bond makes me feel conflicting things. It doesn't want me to fear him. I chose to say no, yet it fails to sound compelling. Come. I'm taking you to clean up. Alpha Draven heads the way he came. I watch him for a moment before reinforcing my sense of bravery and catching up. I slip through the door at the hall's end as it draws closed behind him, not wanting to discover what happens if I defy him. The Alpha peers over his broad shoulder as we walk through a dimly lit room reeking of wolfsbane with nothing but a metal chair in the middle of it. Before he had the job he has now, my father would sometimes come home with the unmistakable scent on his clothes. Mom hated it, said it lingered. The Alpha opens a second door to the outside. The morning breeze immediately sweeps through my bare legs and knotted hair, blowing his scent into me. Under the brightening sky, my mate looks even more divine, devilishly so. I pick at my nails as my feelings battle with one another. Is it right or wrong to be drawn to him? Being bonded to a man like Alpha Draven should not be celebrated, but to deny the goddess's pairing would be morally wrong. I trail a few steps behind him and study his walk, the way his back moves under his shirt, and the shine of his soft, slightly waved brown hair. My hands grow clammy. He's dangerous, and I'm not sure he can be trusted. I walk in the grass beside the path to protect the soles of my bare feet, looking and feeling wild, unkempt, exactly how Mom would hate me to be. Alpha Draven peers back again, so I ask, should I call you by your first name, or should I call you Alpha? I nearly hear his smile. You can call me Theo. Theo. I chew my lip. Okay. Do you belong to a pack? Of course, I'm not rogue. I didn't think you were, he mutters, talking into the space ahead. Which one? Are you going to send me back? No. Then what are you going to do with me? He glances a third time. I said you aren't being chastised. Do you not want to bathe? Eat? Nervous, my throat swells, and the Alpha turns away. Numerous stone paths wind through the forest and its clearings. The one he takes me down leads to a 3-story house nestled among towering trees. The house looks older than the ones at home, and it's adorned with ornate wood detailing and steep, pitched roofs. Two circular turrets pierce through the canopy, one located at the front of the house and another at the back, distinguished by their cone-shaped tops. The house is hauntingly beautiful and well-kept, and the Alpha takes me inside. He opens the door and holds it for me, so I go in and shuffle to the side, out of his way. I keep my arms flush with my body as though touching anything will change his mind about dismissing my punishment. He closes the door and faces me. I hear voices coming from further in the house. He acknowledges them with a side eye and then says, "Come with me." The Alpha takes me up the staircase in the hall ahead. I frown as my dirty feet touch every step, but follow his orders without rebuttal. This is the safest way to act. He brings me through a plainly decorated bedroom and to the door of the bathroom inside it. I peek in and then look at him. He eyes my bare legs, causing my skin to tingle. Clothes will be left on the bed, and breakfast will be prepared for you while you wash. I nod once like the guards my father commands, and I pull again on the shirt's hem. The Alpha's gaze tends to expose its subjects with no empathy or shame. He looks around the room, then at me, and then he leaves. I hear the bedroom door shut at once, so I turn and find myself alone. Alpha Draven Theo has yet to acknowledge our bond, and because of this, an air of uncertainty settles around me. I rub up and down my arms and go into the bathroom. I don't know what an alpha expects when he meets his mate, especially an alpha like him, but as I look at myself in the mirror, I can't help but assume an alpha's mate isn't like me. I stroke my tousled hair and prod at my face's tired, dull skin. My hands are filthy, my clothes are in decent rags, and I must smell bad despite the bond's natural lure. No wonder he keeps stealing emotionless glances at me. I'm horrendous. I turn on the shower and drop the disgusting shirt to the floor, utterly embarrassed. I scrub myself clean and wash my hair, and when I leave the bathroom wrapped in a towel, I find a neat stack of clothes on the end of the bed. The thought of the Alpha coming in and leaving the clothes while I was showering sparks our newly established bond, but surely he has people to do these things for him. The clothes fit slightly oversized, but at least they're women's clothes and not stained and torn like the shirt the guards threw at me. The growling in my stomach resumes, so I exit the bedroom and quietly walk downstairs. My hand glides along the staircase railing as I listen for the voices I heard before, but they've fallen silent. The only sounds in the house are muffled bangs, bumps, and sharp taps like those on glass. I follow the noises down the center hallway to its end, where a kitchen lies to the left. Two women are working inside, one cleaning a pot in the sink and another filling a plate with food. Both pause at the sight of me. Without Theo around, I loosen a little. "Sorry, do you know where the Alpha is?" I ask. The taller woman, maybe a couple of years younger than the other as well, takes the now full plate of food and walks it to the small table in front of the kitchen counter. She places it at one of the 4 seats and says, "Celeste, yes? The Alpha isn't here now, but please sit down and eat. We've heard you had a long night." I break from the entry and take my place at the table. "Anything to drink? Water? Tea? Water, please." "Thank you." The woman goes to fill me a glass as the other dries her hands on a small towel. The sun has almost entirely risen, and finally, I feel I'm able to relax a bit. I'm given my glass of water, and I smile up at her. My breakfast is a handsome serving of roasted potatoes, carrots, and even slices of steak. It's an unusual breakfast, but very appetizing. I eat the meat first. As I finish chewing, I ask, "Do you know where he is?" "He could be anywhere, I'm afraid. He's a busy man." "Oh, of course." I pause, but quickly think to ask, "Do you know when he'll be back?" The woman who served me takes over the dishes while the other pours herself a mug of tea. "Soon, I'm sure," the older says, and then sips her steaming drink. "This is a beautiful pack house. Does anyone else live here besides the Alpha?" The sipping woman sets her mug down. "You have a lot of questions." "Of course she does," the taller says, whips her with the hand towel, and answers me. "Sometimes the Alpha's sister comes and stays, but she's mated and living at another pack, so it isn't often. They don't live here, but his men, the beta and such, are usually around." I nod and resume eating, not wanting to bother them with too many questions, but I feel more comfortable asking them instead of Theo. Once I'm finished and my plate is clean, a final question comes to mind, and I risk asking it. Are there any rules I should follow? Rules? Yes, the taller says. Plenty of pack rules, probably more than you're used to. Are there house rules? Like dictating where I'm allowed to go or what I'm allowed to do, I clarify. Oh, well, it isn't our place to tell the Alpha's mate what she can and can't do. This answer is of little help. Regardless of the bond, I don't feel like his mate. I feel like a prisoner who he's forced to accommodate, but he told these women about our bond. Perhaps that's a good sign. She comes and collects my dishes, and I admit, I don't know much about being an Alpha's mate. Heavy footsteps sound from the hallway. I stiffen and straighten my back as Theo appears at the archway into the kitchen. The taller woman greets him. Good evening, Alpha, and the other nods. Good evening, he says, and my chest becomes tight. He takes a few steps to the table and stands beside me, holding the back of my chair. He bends a little at the hips, lays his other hand flat on the table, and looks down at me. Have you eaten? Our closeness triggers my mate bond symptoms, goosebumps, restlessness, curiosity, and a flighty thought to lean into him. I press my feet into the floor to ensure I'm still on the ground. Yes, I answer, not meeting his eye. Would you like to rest now? I rise from my seat and turn toward him. He straightens. Where should I? Whichever bedroom you want, he says, referring to the ones upstairs. Will we talk later then? He eyes the houseworkers and then tells me we will. Thank you for breakfast, I say to the woman. Good night. Good night, the taller chimes despite the time of day. I turn to the Alpha but shy away and move past, escaping the tension in the kitchen to find air to breathe that's unaltered by a scent. I hurry up the steps and examine the upstairs, seeing one pair of double doors, the master bedroom. My feet carry me backwards to the opposite side of the house. I close myself in the farthest bedroom and stand in the darkness with my palms against the shut door. My breath becomes heavier. The mate bond is impossible to avoid. Theo isn't in front of me any longer, but the anxiety and giddiness churning in my gut don't end. I wake suddenly from a nightmare and see the bedroom dimly lit by the moon. I move the blankets off of me and sit upright. Everything seems still, silent. My nightmare fades from my memory, but I remember one unavoidable detail, Theo. A flurry of dreams and nightmares fills my head as I continuously put myself to sleep. My sprint from my home territory and sleepless arrest make it easy to nod off again and again. There isn't anything to do until morning, but if I stay up with my thoughts, I'm not sure what conclusions I'll come to. Should I escape and run home, where I'm an indefinite disappointment, but where I'm undoubtedly safe? Or should I indulge in the goddess's match? When the sun rears its head for the second time on this territory, I decide I'm done hiding from reality. The mattress shifts as I slide off the bed. I crack open the bedroom door and listen for any sounds that someone else might be awake. Instead, I notice a trunk sitting next to my door, so I pull it as quietly as possible into the bedroom. I undo the latches and find more clothes and toiletries, including a hairbrush and toothbrush, and even unearth a pair of shoes. The clothes, like before, fit a little big, but the shoes will work with thick socks, and the toiletries are especially appreciated. I organize everything, change into clean clothes, and freshen up in the bathroom attached to the bedroom. More daylight shines through the canopy, so I wander downstairs, now hearing someone in the kitchen. Thankfully, it's one of the women from last night, the older, quieter one, yet it's still a pleasure to see a familiar face. I walk in and she notices me. It's rather early. Couldn't sleep. I slept a lot, I say, and stand at the counter. Do you know when the Alpha usually wakes up? He's already up and out of the house. Really? She starts putting clean dishes in the glass pane cabinets. He's a busy man. Right, I murmur. And it's always like this? As long as I've been here. Perhaps that's a good thing. I retreat but pause before stepping out of sight. I'm sorry, I forgot to ask your names yesterday before It's Maud, and the woman I was with yesterday morning, her name is Elise. I smile, nod, and excuse myself so Maud isn't bothered by my presence as she works. With the front door at the end of the hall ahead, I decide to go outside and explore the pack in the daytime, anxious that Theo will show up here. As I expected, the paths, forest, and houses are in a different order than they were before, but I could hardly focus on my whereabouts while my newly discovered mate moved ahead of me. My mate wasn't supposed to find me covered in dirt behind bars. I was meant to be in my living room, sitting peacefully, washed and effortlessly perfect, while my father escorted him inside. The goddess has given me a serious match, and I'm failing her. If my own mother knew the state in which my alpha mate found me, she would have turned red hot and burst into 1,000 pieces. But it isn't solely about their expectations, the goddess and my mother, because I regret it for myself too. I take one of the wider paths, willing to go wherever it leads, and I try to mark what I see in my memory for when it's time to return. Most of the pack member houses line paths that branch off from this one, and the only people on the paths at this hour are men, all moving in the same direction. I note the way they divert and continue in my chosen direction. Strangely, I catch sight of something familiar, even in the daylight, the building the guards brought me to and where Theo took me from. I walk towards it and scope the exterior, spotting my cell's high-up, barred window. When I approach the other side of the building, a man leaning next to its heavy metal door calls, "Hey, it isn't safe here. Non-guards don't come this way." I move closer. "I'm sorry. I didn't know. I was here just last night and—" "I know," he says, rigid. "You're the Alpha's mate. You were held here for trespassing and now the guys who locked you up had to pay for it." "What do you mean?" He looks past me as though someone might catch us speaking. "They've been exiled from the pack and left rogue." My brow furrows. The Alpha did that? Who else would? Now move along. The guard is right, no one else would. No one else has the authority. This is Theo's land, these are his men, and I am now another one of his assets. His Luna. It isn't something to romanticize feeling like someone's possession, but the mate bond preens at the thought of being his. Again, curiosity strikes. What does a man who controls everything want to do with me? I suck in a breath, do as the guard demands, and quickly retrace my steps to the path. Everywhere I look, I'm worried Theo's standing there, watching me, but even if I evade him now, I'm promised to see him soon enough at the pack house. Chapter 3. It's wrong to doubt the moon goddess, but as I make my way to the pack house, I can't help but question her purpose for mating me and Theo. The rogue I was locked up with was right. The Alpha does not give punishments lightly, and I fear my hesitations with our bond are deserved. Even so, the pull in my heart isn't deterred. Somewhere far inside of me, mind, body, and soul, his claim has been etched, and it coaxes my admiration. The front door is still unlocked when I arrive back, so I let myself in and shut it behind me. I step out of my shoes and go directly upstairs, but my attention snags on the master's double doors, and I swing around the railing post towards them. I stop and stare and simultaneously listen for Maud in the kitchen. She must be drinking tea because I don't hear anyone working. Lily was right when she said there were reasons we can't venture past the border freely. Horrible things are rumored to occupy the world beyond my home territory. As a child, I imagined unclaimed land to be riddled with beasts worse than the most vicious rogue, giant shadows that loom over the fiercest warriors, and landscapes so harsh that not even the strongest of wolves can traverse them. At school, children loved to whisper about unclaimed land, insisting it had no moon or daring each other to run onto it, even for a second. But I found none of those things to be true. What I did find is Alpha Draven, and perhaps my home Alpha's reason for securing his border isn't to protect us from dubious monsters, it's to protect us from leaders like Draven. And that behind two measly doors is his bedroom. And I am his mate. I reach for one of the handles and open the door slightly, creating just enough space to call Theo. No one is inside. It seems masochistic to do so, but I push the door further until I see most of the room. My fingers pick at one another, so I ball them into fists. His scent wafts out and wraps around me, and I let it reel me in, trespassing again. My steps are short and cautious at first, my adrenaline spikes and my heart thunders, but my fear gradually soothes, and I reckon the soothing is an effect of Theo's scent. How ironic, I think. His bedroom is masculine in its color palette yet soft and comfortable in its textures. I run my fingertips along the end of the bed as though they're dipping into a pool of water. It feels like everywhere I go, I shouldn't be there, but I should belong in my mate's bedroom. I want to belong with my mate in his pack, yet Theo seems far from loving, and I feel no more welcome here than I did the night I left home. The women who work in the pack house are kind, but it's obvious I'm an outsider. As expected, our bond persists within me. But what if my surge of new feelings isn't returned? Does he feel our bond as strongly as I do? I'm afraid he doesn't. By the way, my cellmate described him. I should be surprised that he even has a heart to link to mine. Conflicted, I stride to one of the elegantly framed windows and gaze out at the forest, yearning for clarity as I sneak about like a mouse on a trap-ridden floor. Footsteps ascending the stairs drive my heart into my throat. Submerging myself in his scent rendered me blind to his return, but my realization comes too late. I hurry to the bedroom doors on the balls of my feet and draw the open door closed behind me, but it's pointless. When the door latches into place and I look at the stairs, Theo is there staring like a judge of the dead. I release the door handle as my arms break out in goosebumps. I'm sorry, I breathe. Are you? Yes, I shouldn't have gone in. Why did you? He questions, even-tempered yet maintaining a formidable aura. Is there something you need? No, sheepish, I repeat, I'm sorry, hoping he'll let me off, even if it's out of pity, but Theo eyes me as though I have something hidden behind my back. Thankfully, he settles. Right. I step away from the door, and, before he questions me again, I change the subject. I should see my family, tell them I'm mated. He exhales, glancing at the bedroom doors. You came from the east. Did you belong to Rowan? I nod. Then I can't send you. My brow furrows. But, even so, you shouldn't be far. You could go into heat. My cheeks flush bright red. Heat is something Mom has been sprinkling into our conversations about matehood for years. I avert my gaze and try to leave for the spare room, but Theo moves in front of me. My blush worsens. If you want to see your family, they have to come here, he says. What if they can't? Then there's nothing I can do. I scoff, but quickly regret it. Thankfully, Theo doesn't find this a punishable offense, and he moves past me, going into the master bedroom and shutting the door behind him. So much for talking later. Now in the hall alone, I cower in the spare room, still flustered by his mention of heat. A mate is supposed to bring lifelong security and love, but I'm more uncertain of my future than ever before. I'm teetering between my family and the goddess, but I'm told my family is out of reach, and even if I choose the goddess and her match for me, Theo's commitment is far from promised. How could this be fate? None of this feels as though it was meant to be. I wash my hands and splash my face with cool water as the sink fills with water. I twist the crystal knobs to shut off the faucet, and I notice the cursive D carved into the metal that the crystal surrounds. I change my clothes, braid my honey-colored hair, tear out the braids, and braid it another way. By the sound of his footsteps, Theo is in and out of the pack house, and I listen like I'm hiding in the walls. My boredom starts to consume me, so I leave the bedroom later in the day while he's gone and venture to the kitchen, where someone tends to be. I grin at the sight of Elise. Hi. She looks up from an open notebook on the counter. Celeste, I should call you Luna, shouldn't I? No, call me Celeste. I won't know who you're talking to if you don't. It's a lot to adapt to, I'm sure. I couldn't imagine suddenly being mated to an alpha, gaining a title, living somewhere else. I follow her gaze to the window across the kitchen. She promptly taps her fingers on the notebook's pages and looks at them with a stiff smile. Actually, I could, she adds. I drift closer to the other side of the counter. Without all the fine details, it does sound like a dream come true. Of course. It's never as simple as it seems, is it? Alphas are frustrating and difficult like all other men, if you don't mind me saying that. Not at all. It's really nice to hear someone else say what I'm thinking. Then I'll commend you for being so open-minded. Alpha Draven isn't an easy one. What does your family think of the match? They don't know yet, but hopefully soon I can visit and tell them. I'm sure they'll be proud. An alpha is an alpha, after all. I run my bottom lip through my teeth. Do you think they might, I dunno, not like him? Elise asks, do they know about him as an alpha? My parents, maybe, but I'm not sure. We don't talk about other packs, alphas, and those kinds of conflicts at home. If we doubt our alpha's ability to protect us, that's disrespectful? Yeah, I get it. These men and their egos. Personally, and I'll only say this because we're the only people in the house, I believe a female alpha might be a nice change of pace. Women can have the blood, can't they? My smile resurfaces. Maybe one day it will happen. Elise reflects my grin. I lean over the counter and ask, "What are you reading?" "Oh, these are just recipes. I'll be starting dinner soon." "I'd be happy to help," I offer. I cook all the time at home. Who am I to refuse my Luna's help, right? "Have you filleted a salmon?" I hold my breath for a second, so she says, "There's a salad too." Elise takes out a whole fish, and I watch as she slices it. Usually, the fish I cook have already been beheaded and deboned by the pack's butcher, so I ask, "Where did you learn this?" "My father was the previous Alpha's cook." "He worked for Theo's father?" "Yeah. My father worked in the pack house when I was growing up, so I was always hanging out here or at the gardens where my mom works. Eventually, I was tall enough to stand at the counter, so I started to help. My father retired and presented me to replace him, and now it's been 5 years. "And you're happy here?" She shrugs. "I like the work. It comes naturally to me." And even though Alpha Draven is all intimidating out there, in the pack house, he's pretty reasonable. "Are you mated?" "If you don't mind me." "Not yet, surprisingly, considering I'm 25, but it's fine. My mate will come when she comes." As Elise cooks the salmon fillets on the stove, I piece together the salad and set the table in the dining room, creating a place setting at the head of the table and the chair to its left, as Elise has specified. The glassware is heavy and painstakingly precise, and the silverware shines as if it has been polished just this morning. Everything in this house is pristine, and I'm in awe of the work Elise and Maud must put in to keep it so. As I'm placing the final touches on the table, I hear the front door open and close, only to be followed by footsteps upstairs, Theo's footsteps. His mention of me in heat suddenly jostles to the front of my mind. I return to the kitchen and stare into the salad bowl. I wonder what heat feels like, why it's so necessary for me to be near Theo when it happens. I know it has to do with the bond and that it is a serious, intimate, physical thing, but Mom danced around the details during her explanations. "Table ready?" Elise asks. I spin around and see her plating. "Yeah, it's ready. I might not have everything in the right places, but that's fine. If the Alpha mentions it, you just tell him you helped out." A breathy laugh weakens my stone face. "I will, don't worry." Truthfully, the thought of owning my mistakes in front of him makes me panic. "Here, carry these in. The Alpha will be down any minute." I take the plates from Elise and bring them into the dining room. As I'm setting them down, Theo descends the staircase and passes by, stopping once he sees me standing off to the side. He eyes my setup and comes around the table. "Helping?" he questions. I nod. Elise appears in the smaller doorway, which connects the kitchen to the dining room via a butler's pantry. "The usual pairing to drink?" she asks. I can. "Please, you've done enough." "Sit down," she tells me. "I'll get the wine." Theo takes his seat, so I lower into the other and scoop myself in with a stiff spine. "Now will be a good time to talk," he says, and I feel as though I'm finally receiving my reprimand for 2 accounts of trespassing. "I didn't mean to overstep earlier. I'm having a hard time figuring out where I should and shouldn't be," I say. "I understand, but you aren't in trouble." "Still?" Theo asks, "Do you want to be?" "No, of course not. That's not what I meant." I pause and explain. I was told for a long time how things are when people are mated, but so far, this situation is not at all like what I was told. "And you say I'm not in trouble, but I can't see my family or, well, go home at all, and that doesn't make sense." Elise delivers a bottle of white wine and 2 wine glasses, and the conversation pauses. She pours one and places it next to Theo's plate, and then she fills the second and gives it to me. Never having had wine before, I survey it. "Call if you need anything," Elise says and vanishes again. "Why did you leave your home pack?" Theo asks. I swallow and improvise, because my mate wasn't there, and I'm getting too old to be unmated. Slight confusion shows on his face. "How old are you?" 21. Theo looks somewhat amused. So you want to search for your mate on your own? Yes, I suppose I did. More words are on the tip of my tongue, but I hold myself back. However, there is no withholding from Theo. With his elbows on the table, he says, "There seems to be more you want to say." I adjust in my seat. Well, I just want to understand why you are the way you are when it comes to us being mated. It's still very new, but it's like you don't like it. Like you won't acknowledge it unless you have to. Is it something that has to be admitted if we both feel it and know it exists? His answer is far from what I want to hear. I contend with his heavy stare, not wanting to be the first to concede, but the heat growing on my face and the threat of upset urge me to give in. Alphas and their egos, Elise said. So, the problem must be me. I push my chair out, about to get up. The pressure of his look, presence, and scent are all pushing down on me, and it's far too heavy, but Theo grabs my forearm and keeps me in place. Our mate bond stirs with pleasure. You mentioned heat like it's a chore, I fire, talking fiercely about something so unfamiliar to me. Sit down. You said I'm not in trouble. You aren't. I'm not? My bottom lip quivers as I stare at him and then at his hand. He lets go. You're my mate, Celeste. You're mine. Do you want to hear more? No, I breathe even though it isn't true. Nothing has sounded as alluring as his claim. I stand and leave the dining room without another word as his cycle in my thoughts endlessly. Chapter 4. What would Mom or Lily think of this? Would they think I'm crazy for staying this long and indulging in this matehood at all? It feels indulgent, like too much of Theo will eventually hurt me, but could I leave if I wanted to? I don't think I want to, even after our unsuccessful dinner talk, because giving up and going home isn't putting me in any better of a situation. There's no point in returning to my parents, mateless, let alone with a lost opportunity to be a Luna. My mother will fall to her knees and beg the goddess to return me to the stars. So I'll stay for now and hope Theo's heart thaws enough to feel our bond, really feel it in the way mates are meant to. I don't emerge from the spare room until late in the morning, but when I do, Theo's scent is in the air. I go down the staircase and catch him heading through the hall towards the door. He looks back and sees me on the stairs. Coerced somewhat by our bond, I ask, "Where are you going?" He says plainly, "The fields." What are the fields? Where men and guards learn how to defend the territory. So the fields are Draven's training grounds. Seeing how Theo's willing to answer, I continue questioning him. Is that where you usually are? I'm at the fields, at the edge of the territory, the cells, here in the house, many places. We won't make any progress if I spend all day hiding from him, so I ask, well, can I come with you to the fields? Women don't go to the fields at this time. Oh, I tilt my chin down, of course. Last night, though provoked, he said I was his, but he doesn't seem keen to try and figure out our matehood as I do. Perhaps I ruined it from the start by arriving in such a disheveled state. Maybe he wants a Luna of alpha blood like himself. Theo crosses his arms. I assume he's someone who doesn't tend to change his mind, but oddly enough, he says slowly, "You can come. You don't have to. Just pay attention." Most people there are shifted. I hesitate before coming the rest of the way downstairs. I stay one step behind him and wiggle into my shoes in the entryway. He holds the door for me, and then we're off along the path, but unlike our first walk, I place myself beside him and not behind him. He guides me down the same large path I took previously, but switches to the conjoining path on the left that was popular yesterday morning. Since our talk last night didn't last very long, I'll try to keep this conversation going. I need to know more about Theo if I'm going to decide which place, here or home, is the lesser evil. I think this pack is bigger than Rowan, I comment. I can feel Theo's eyes on me as I take in the scenery. He says it is. I give him my attention. When did you replace your father as Alpha? 9 years ago. You must have been young. 17. How come you took over so young? I ask. Because I had to. Sensing a sensitive subject, I try to think of something else to ask, but suddenly Theo says, "I don't think you like how I lead." Oh, who am I to tell an Alpha how to lead his pack? You're mated to an Alpha. I glance at him. Just the mere mention of our matehood provokes my blush, so I just as quickly look away. Well, I was held in a cell for hours with no food or water, and all I did was accidentally cross your border. The men who brought you and haven't dealt with a female trespasser, we don't get many, so they treated you as they would a man or a rogue, he explains. Woman, guard, rogue, whoever, they're all people, and exiling the guards seems a bit extreme, I argue. It's not that simple. The rogue you were held with, he did something wrong, didn't he? I owe nothing to rogues who trespass and cause problems on my territory, and the exiled guards could have had it worse. They likely went to the nearest pack, which happens to be Rowan's. What would have happened to me if I wasn't your mate? I ask. I would have released you with a warning. I say nothing. Do you not believe me? He questions. And if I was a man? Are my answers not horrible enough for you? I wait, again walking in silence, and soon Theo says, men have to earn their freedom. I roll my lips together and look outward. I don't know what makes a good alpha, and I don't mean to interrogate you. I just want to know who my mate is regardless of the things I've heard, regardless of my assumptions and fear. Fear. He shakes his head. You aren't afraid of me, Celeste. If you were, you wouldn't have gone into my bedroom or asked to come with me here. As long as we're bonded, you'll never be afraid of me. In your head, shifted or not, you know I'm who protects you now. I dig my nails into my palms as the bond riles. Maybe you're right. I'm not afraid that you'll make me pay for trespassing, or that you'll exile me, or put me in danger, but there are other things to be afraid of. What? He asks, but I don't dare to disclose such personal anxieties. You don't want to tell me? No. He steps in front of me, and I halt for a second, realizing he's turning onto the fields. He glances over his shoulder and says, this way. I follow after. The fields are an ample open space surrounded by trees and featuring a building on the far side. Wolves occupy the majority of the space, while a few unshifted people observe from the perimeters. I watch as the shifted men tackle and snap at each other, and I move closer to Theo. Never having seen so many sparring wolves, it's like a battlefield. My dad occasionally trains guards for Alpha Rowan, but he never allows me or Lily anywhere near his work. They aren't hurting each other, are they? I ask. They only get hurt if they aren't following protocol. One pair nearby tumbles and growls so fiercely that I gasp under my breath. They look so angry. They're supposed to take training seriously. Theo takes me along one side of the field until we reach a specific person monitoring and shouting corrections at a group of wolves. The man, long-haired, tan-skinned, and well-conditioned, notices Theo and strays from his group. Theo says, Corbin, this is Celeste, my mate. Corbin's face lights. Oh, Corbin is my beta, Theo tells me. I was there when you first came to the pack house, but he wouldn't let us meet you, his beta says, seemingly to Theo's disapproval. I'm glad he's come around to it. Corbin offers his hand, and I shake it. It's nice to meet you. My sister is actually mated to the new beta of my home pack. Corbin makes a face. Your parents must be proud. One daughter mated to a beta and the other an alpha. I hope my daughters are as lucky. You have daughters? 2, 5, and 3, with another baby on the way. I smile. I'm sure they'll do well. Is your mate far along? Painfully so. She's dying to meet you. Ever since I told her Theo found his mate, she's been way too curious about it. I would love to meet her. I'm sure you would after he's kept you locked away, Corbin says and grabs Theo's shoulder. Have you forgiven yourself for that yet? Theo mutters, all right, signaling he's had enough. Are you shifting? Corbin asks him. Before he can answer, I say, I want to see your wolf. I've never seen an alpha wolf up close. Corbin squeezes his shoulder and then drops his hand. Your decision has been made for you. Theo exhales with his hands on his hips. He scans the field and then says, I better get to it. Corbin and I watch him walk off toward the building. Careful where you look, Corbin warns. Some of these guys aren't used to women on the field, and they shift wherever they please. Thanks. I'm glad he's found you. It's good to hear someone tell him what to do for once. I didn't mean to tell him what to do. He waves me off. Don't worry about it. He'll do it either way. He can't help it. Really? Happens with matehood. Right about now, he's realizing he'll do anything to please you. I stifle a laugh. I find that hard to believe. You'll see. I think about Corbin's claims as a pair of sparing wolves moves toward us. I watch with morbid curiosity until Corbin says, there he is. Near the building where Theo went emerges the most enormous wolf I've seen. Its coat is dark brown and lustrous in the sunlight, and it walks untouched among the surrounding mayhem. The mate bond tugs in my chest, triggering the recurring, fluttery feeling in my belly. Corbin suddenly moves me backwards. Amidst my distraction, the sparring wolves veer too close. Surprised, I stumble and almost fall to my backside, but Corbin keeps hold of me and brings me to my feet. "Whoa, gotta keep an eye out," he says. "You alright?" "Yeah, sorry." A little distracted? I catch my breath. Just a little. Oh. Corbin steps forward, and I see Theo approaching. He calls, "We're fine. Don't worry." I tilt my head back as Theo comes right up to us. He stops and looks down at me, seeming even larger. "Come on, show her your teeth," Corbin directs. Theo's wolf huffs at him. As a lethal alpha wolf, I oddly find him less intimidating. I reach out and touch his coat, letting my fingers sink into the dense, soft hairs. The bond magnifies, so I let go. He looks at me closely and watches my hand draw away. His wolf backs up and then turns to push the fighting wolves farther from me. Theo's right. Technically, even as a beast, not the most minor tremble or inkling of fear rises within me. Lily spoke of alphas like him as reasons to stay inside borders, and the imprisoned rogue gave me many examples of why everyone should fear Theo's wrath, but my mate tells me he won't hurt me, and I believe him. He claims he's my protector, and I feel safe. The goddess is on my shoulder, whispering into my ear, "You're his," and my heart cramps with yearning. I blink and breathe and see everything again, all of the wolves snarling, wrestling, and training at his command. I fan myself lightly on my neck. Though it's summer, the day didn't feel particularly hot until now. I shift my weight from one foot to the other and continue fanning until his beta asks, "Are you alright?" "Oh yeah," I brush it off and half smile. "Just a bit warm." "It can be hot in the sun." I nod, still smiling, but my mouth flattens when the mate bond reacts without being evoked. Theo is across the field now, not paying us any mind until my gaze seems to alert him. He looks through the pairs of wolves right at me, and I mutter, "Actually, I don't feel very well. I think I'm going to walk to the pack house." "I can take you there if you don't know the way," Corbin offers. I decline, saying, "No worries. I know it, but I hope to see you again soon, and your mate also. I'll tell Theo you've gone to the house. I'm sure he'll come check on you. Make sure you're alright. Tell him I'm fine. It's really nothing. Just a headache. From the sun," I add. I start before Corbin can object, and I make sure to wave goodbye and smile again before finally turning my back. With a notion of heat in my head from Theo's comment yesterday, I helplessly cling to the possibility while simultaneously praying it isn't true. I'm not ready to endure such a mysterious thing, not after the chaos of the past few days. I join the path and peer at the field one last time, making sure Theo is still shifted amongst the sparring wolves, but my heart only races harder when I see he is not. Chapter 6. "Mom? Can I come in?" I ask with a gentle tone. She eyes me from head to toe and then steps to the side so I can enter. Once I'm in, she shuts the door with a nerve-wracking thud. "Where on earth have you been?" I was this close, she almost touches her thumb and pointer finger together, to having guards search the entire pack and beyond for you. I left. I went on unclaimed land and what? Went rogue. Goddess Celeste, I can't believe your behavior right now. All of this just because your sister was mated to the beta and not you? How could you leave your sister right when she finds her mate? You know how nervous she was. No, that's not why, and I didn't go rogue. I ended up crossing onto Draven territory and found my mate there. That's where I've been. You found your mate? Yes. Mom throws her arms up. Where is he then? He couldn't come with me. He couldn't come with you to meet your parents? Have you met his parents? I shift my weight to my other foot. No. So you've been living with a man at the Draven pack, and I don't get to meet him? She questions, blatantly unimpressed. I drop my chin and struggle to piece together the right explanation, but I don't think any excuse will satisfy her. Right, she scoffs. Your father will love to hear this. Where's Lily? She's on her way here to prepare for her and the beta's congratulatory celebration tonight. She's been here every day going about things the right way. I'm sure she'll love to hear about your big adventure. I nod and force a tight smile. I'll be in my room. There are some things I want to pack and bring back with me. So you're living there now? Under Alpha Draven? Perfect. His name from her mouth tweaks my nerves. Why wouldn't I? Lily is gone and moved in with the beta, hasn't she? We know the beta. We know Lily's alright, she defends. Well, I'm here now telling you I'm alright. Are you at least going to give me his name? My words catch in my throat. His name is Theo. My mother's expression is still. My neck heats as I wait for her response, praying she doesn't know more about Alpha Draven than I think. She says, What? I just can't believe this is how things turned out with you. Running away, risking your life, hiding your mate. I'm not hiding him. He couldn't come, I repeat, teetering into anger. You've said nothing about his rank. Okay, I surrender. I'll be waiting for Lily and packing upstairs. Mom questions, how long are you staying? I'm leaving tonight, don't worry. I head for the stairs. You won't have to look at your low ranking, disappointment of a daughter for long. Dear goddess, she mutters and walks the other way into the kitchen. I inhale through my nose and fill my lungs completely as I yearn to scream and argue and tell her exactly what's happened, and if Theo's reputation makes her angrier, perfect. But I can't. Theo's made that very clear. Instead, I bottle up my rage and go to my room, where I'm likely to find peace. I shut the door and rest against it, contemplating whether or not I should run back to Draven territory right this second. I walk to my closet instead and sort through my clothes. Regardless of the time I leave, I still want to take a few of my belongings with me. In a pile on my bed, I gather my jeans, my undergarments, my favorite sweater, and my favorite shirt, along with a nice dress that isn't as modest as my birthday dress. On top of the clothes, I place a framed picture of me and Lily as little girls. Hopefully, the glass doesn't crack on the way back. I fit everything into the canvas bag hanging on my desk chair, and just as I'm sliding in the framed photograph, my bedroom door swings open. Lily rushes to me, and I immediately stop to hug her when she squeezes me hard. When I told you I wanted to run away, you weren't supposed to steal the idea, she scolds over my shoulder. Where did you go? Mom didn't tell you? Lily releases me, and I catch sight of our family's moonstone pendant necklace around her. All she said was that you're upstairs. Lily, Mom calls. You can talk to Celeste after you come look at your decorations. I told her I would. It's fine, I assure her. I'll come with you. Tonight's a special night. Lily scrunches her face. I know. I was excited before, but now that you're here, it couldn't get any better. You're coming to the party, right? Mom won't be angry once everyone is here, and you have to meet Ben. Yeah, I'm staying, I improvise. I wouldn't miss it. She grabs my hand and tows me out of my bedroom. Alpha Rowan is coming with the Luna tonight, so Mom is trying to make everything perfect. Of course she is. You have to help me decide on the decorations. I don't have a clue what looks good. Lily brings me downstairs and out the back door. A white tent has been pegged into the ground, and Mom scurries underneath it, gesturing at Lily to hurry and come over. I trail behind. Lily's changed. A few days ago, Mom was precious, and she's already worried about party decorations. Mom explains the party setup in great detail, from the music to the food to the white linen fabric draping from the roof of the tent. After each one of Mom's questions, Lily looks to me, and I offer an answer. Mom unenthusiastically accepts Lily's decision when Lily agrees with me. At the end of it, Mom says, that seems to be all for now. Can I talk with Celeste then? Yes, I suppose, but remember you need ample time to get ready. Lily nods and then brings me under the tent. We sit at one of the tables, and I say, you were mated even though you didn't want to be. I was worried you wouldn't be excited for tonight, but from the looks of it, you've had a change of heart. After meeting Ben, I was sort of conflicted because he's so understanding and kind and happy. I mean, how could I be miserable when he's so excited to be mated to me? He's really helped me embrace the change. I smile. It's a relief to hear that. I can't wait for you two to meet, she gushes. I'm going to come to the party, and I'm going to meet the beta, but I can't stay too long. I have to travel back. Her expression shifts. Back where? I thought you said you were staying. Only for the day. When I left after you were mated, I ran through unclaimed land and accidentally trespassed on Draven territory. You went that far? What happened? It's fine. Everything turned out fine. I found my mate there. Lily leans towards me. You what? How could you not say anything? Celeste, that's great. I'm so relieved to hear that, honestly. I can't believe it. This totally makes up for you running off. Good, I'm glad. I smile, though the truth is scratching at the back of my head. Goddess, I thought you were mad at me. No, not at all. What's his name? What's he like? What does he do? She asks all in one breath. Well, I watch my hands as they tangle in my lap. It's a little complicated. What do you mean? I'm not supposed to say who he is, I admit. Why? Her voice drops when she asks, is something wrong? You have to tell me. The truth is on the tip of my tongue, and I so badly want to say it even if it's just once and never again. If I do, you have to promise me you won't tell anyone, not even Mom and Dad, I insist. Not Mom. No. No one. Promise. Okay, I do, I promise. Just tell me, she urges. Lily has to know. She's the person I want to tell most, not for praise or acceptance, but because she's my sister, a bond as permanent and fathomless as the mate bond. I press my lips together and then admit, it's Alpha Draven. Well, I call him Theo. The Alpha? Alpha Draven is your mate. I nod, my stomach hurting in anticipation. Wow. You're a Luna. Yeah, I guess, but I don't really know what I'm doing. What's the Alpha like? Do you get along? She asks. I shrug. We're adjusting. It's a lot to adjust to. Have you? Lily, time to go get ready. Mom shouts at us from the back door. And don't wear the blue dress. The white one we got yesterday is much nicer. Lily turns back, torn. It's okay. Tonight's your night, so go make yourself even more beautiful. We can talk more later. Are you sure? I nod. You're her favorite now, but remember to put yourself first, okay? You would be her favorite if she knew you were mated to an alpha. She won't know. For how long? I don't know. Lily. Mom calls again. I'm coming, she yells back. Together, we head inside and Mom rushes Lily out the door, so I disappear upstairs while Mom is distracted, not wanting another argument to break out between us. I pick something to wear tonight, a simple knee-length dress, and I shower beforehand as well. It feels good to tell someone what's truly going on with me. Even if it's just a small piece, and I trust that Lily will keep my secret for as long as I need. I peer out my bedroom window on the back side of the house and see the final touches being installed for the celebration, like lights hanging from the top of the tent and flower arrangements set on the white cloth-covered tables. This is all the proper way, as Mom puts it. A girl feels the mate bond. Her mate comes and finds her. They meet each other's families, and everyone celebrates together. I've been doing everything the wrong way. When guests start to arrive, I go out back and wait for Lily. She comes with the beta not long after and is debriefed by Mom before she can join the party, but once she's free, she brings the beta directly to me with a beaming grin. Ben, this is my sister, Celeste, Lily says. Celeste, this is Ben. Ben opens his arm for a hug, so I hug him and pat his back twice before releasing him. He has a charming smile, and he doesn't look much younger than us. It's nice to finally meet you, he tells me. Lily's been talking about you a lot. Mostly worried rambling, she discloses, but now you're here and safe and everything is good again. I glance at the tops of the trees where the sun set over half an hour ago. It's so nice to meet you too, but you know how I said I have to leave early. Already? Lily pouts. But the celebration's just begun. I know. I wish I could stay, but I can't run through unclaimed land too late at night, I fib, unable to mention the men waiting for me with the beta present. Lily turns to her mate, and I watch him give her a particular look. Lily's face was then covered with doubt. Celeste, you can't leave yet, she says, not meeting my eye. The beta looks across the party to where Alpha Rowan is with his Luna. The Luna is distracted, but Alpha Rowan stares at me, making my palms clammy. I grab my sister's hand and question Lily. Her lips downturn. I'm sorry. I didn't think it was a big deal if I told Ben because he'd keep the secret, but suddenly he was saying all this stuff about Alpha Draven and I. I let go of her. Alpha Rowan would like a word, Ben says. You can't leave. I tremble in the face of another arrest. Luna's loyalty is to her mate regardless of who her previous alpha is, but Ben doesn't look at me like I'm a Luna. He's given me an order, Lily's sister, the runaway. Theo and his men are too far to endorse my fresh title, so I fortify my composure and follow Lily and the beta into the house, constantly glancing back at the forest. Chapter 7. The beta holds the back door open for me and Lily as we enter my parents' house. With everyone outside, he takes us into the living room and motions for us to sit. Lily does so readily, but I wait near the coffee table with my arms crossed. Please sit, Celeste. I give Lily a grim look. The alpha is coming. You can't be disrespectful, she warns. I clench my jaw and drop beside her just as Alpha Rowan sets foot in our quaint living room alone. He first acknowledges his beta, silent yet discerned, and then faces Lily and me. I adjust on my cushion, always having felt apprehensive about such a scenario. As children, when we misbehaved, Mom would threaten us with meetings similar to this one. So, Celeste, I hear Alpha Draven is your mate, the alpha starts. I want to counter that he isn't just my mate. He's my alpha now, not you, but I avert my attention to my lap. The beta says, this will go a lot smoother if you're willing to clarify what's true. Just say whatever it is you want to say about it, because I have to go. People are waiting for me, I tell them. Alpha Rowan says, regarding your safety, I believe you would be better off if you didn't return to Draven territory, and I say this with your well-being in mind. Alpha Draven is not someone I recommend involving yourself with. But I have to go back. No, you don't, Lily protests. You need to listen to the alpha and stay. Lily, Alpha. I turn and see my parents entering the living room. Caught off guard, I stand from the couch. Has something happened? Mom asks with a kinder voice than usual. If one of my girls did anything to. I requested your presence because it came to my attention that your daughter Celeste is mated to Alpha Draven. Mom's head snaps to me with a blinkless stare. She's what? Celeste, is that true? I open my mouth, yet nothing comes out. It's true, Lily says. She told me earlier, and now the alpha thinks she shouldn't return to him, but Celeste isn't listening. He's dangerous. Then she'll stay, Mom tells Alpha Rowan. What? No, I reject. Excuse her, Alpha. She's not thinking clearly. Obviously, the mate bond is skewing her ability to be rational about this. That's not. What do you think, dear? Mom asks Dad. She can't be with someone like that. Shouldn't she remain here as the alpha says? Dad clears his throat and then mutters as the alpha says, yes. Draven is a threat to us. She can't be near him. I move around the table in front of me and head for the hall. Celeste, where are you going? To the washroom, I grumble and shut the bathroom door a touch too hard behind me. With a wall to isolate me, I let my frustrations teeter into upset. I bury my face in my hands and run them up over my head, smoothing my hair. Come on, I mutter under my breath. Come on, Celeste. There's a window on the top half of the wall above the toilet. I drop the seat cover and climb onto it to open the pane and contemplate heaving myself out, but when I slide the glass open, I catch sight of a guard wolf patrolling the perimeter of the house. They're here with the alpha. A knock raps on the door. I step down and open it only to find Lily on the other side. She pushes her way in and closes the door behind her. How could you? I asked you not to tell anyone, you promised, I accuse. Theo told me not to say anything, but I thought you were different than them. Now I'm in trouble. Listen to yourself, Celeste. He's dangerous. Thank goddess, I told Ben. All of this is for your safety. I scoff. I told him not thinking much of it. I thought it was good news, but apparently Alpha Draven is a bad man who has a bad history with our pack, she explains. He isn't someone you should be mated to. He's treated me fine, given me no reason to stay away from him, I argue, glossing over important details. You've only been with him for a few days, you don't know. Extremely irritated yet again, I push past Lily and leave her behind in the washroom, but she catches the door before it shuts. She follows closely behind me into the living room. Want what's best for her, but this is over my head. What should we do? Mom asks the alpha. Nothing, I answer. He's my mate. The goddess paired us. The Alpha sighs. She'll be more secure at the pack house than here. Whatever you think is necessary. My head starts to ache as they talk around me. Lily comes out from behind me and says, Celeste can stay with me and Ben, so she doesn't have to be alone. I should be with her. I should be with my mate, I murmur, concluding that here is definitely the greater evil. That is very sweet of you, Lily, Mom praises. Could that work, Alpha? Celeste staying with her sister and the beta. I'll position guards to watch over the house for the first week or so in case Draven retaliates, but if he crosses onto my territory, he'll be brought to me first. Weak. My mate bond strains in my chest. Mom advises Lily, why don't you and the beta go and enjoy the rest of the celebration, HM? But come on, Lily. The beta interrupts, holding out his hand. Lily hesitates before stepping up and taking it. She looks back at me, and I watch her until she and her mate are out of sight. How could you not tell me the truth? Mom interrogates the second Lily is gone. You lied to my face earlier, and now look, your sister's party is almost ruined. She turns to the Alpha and says, I'm truly sorry for all this trouble, and I'm sure Celeste is as well. We're all beyond grateful for your help. The Alpha nods. Everyone can continue to enjoy the party. I have enough wolves monitoring the area. I can't help but notice Alpha Rowan's subtle glance at me when he says the last part. He heads out of the room, and Dad walks with him while Mom stays behind. I brace for further reprimanding, but she merely shakes her head and leaves as well. I wait alone in the living room for a moment, fighting my impulse to scream, and then I storm upstairs to my bedroom. It's been too long since sunset. Theo's men must have gone back to tell him something is wrong, but what if he's mad at me? What if he thinks I've chosen to stay? I sit on the edge of my bed and try to steady my quickening breaths. I lie against my pillow to further calm myself because I'm spinning out of control, but before I know it, Mom is calling Celeste. I check my clock, which must be wrong, and then scramble off my bed and peer outside at the tent. Almost everyone has gone home. Celeste. I can't go with Lily and the beta, where wolves will guard me every hour of the day. I go to the door, jerk it open, and yell back, I want to stay here. Incoherent muttering sounds from the bottom of the staircase. I wait with my head stuck in the hall, but footsteps drum up the stairs, and Lily appears. She comes towards me and backs me into my room. Have you packed anything? She asks, then spots my canvas bag. She takes it and opens it up. You need more than this. I'm not going. I want to go back to my mate. Lily ignores me, opens my dresser drawers, and starts taking things out. Imagine if they were doing this to you, I say. Imagine if you were being kept from Ben. Ben isn't a heartless person, she defends and takes another bag from my closet. Ben doesn't harm people or scare people or attack other packs. Alpha Draven does. I shake my head. He isn't like that. She looks me dead in my eyes. Are you sure? There isn't a doubt in your head that Alpha Draven could be dangerous. He isn't like that with me. She stuffs more clothes into the second bag and loops them on her arm. Come on. Doubting I have the speed to outrun Alpha Rowan's circling guards, I follow Lily downstairs, where my parents and the beta are waiting. The guards will accompany us to the house, the beta tells my sister. And that's to keep me safe, not to keep me put? I question. Let's just go, Lily says. She hugs Mom and Dad goodbye. Thank you for the celebration. It was really beautiful. You're welcome, dear. You and Celeste stay safe. Listen to the beta. Lily nods. I will, don't worry. We'll be fine. In the beta's house, I sit on a spare bed in the dark until Lily comes in and turns on the lamp by the door. She closes the curtains over both windows on either side of the bed and then stops in front of me. Don't you want to change and put on something more comfortable to sleep in? I stare at the wall as I have been unmoving for over an hour. I'm sorry this is happening. You don't deserve this, she says softly and touches my knee. Then talk to your mate and stop this. Please just try to understand where we're coming from. I close my eyes. He isn't going to hurt me. After everything I've heard, I don't believe that, she dismisses. You haven't even met him. Lily ambles to the door and holds its handle. I'm here for you when you're ready. I bend at the waist and cover my face with my hands while she closes the door particularly slowly to ensure it doesn't make too much noise. Guards patrol the exterior of the beta's house. I don't need to look outside to confirm. For different scents drift through the cracked windows, cycling in the same order. I lie back with my legs dangling off the side of the mattress, and I fixate on the ceiling while my mind wanders to Theo. Tears well in my eyes and glide down my temples, joining the roots of my hair or sliding in the crevices of my ears. Theo and I didn't start ideally, but he didn't treat me like this, locking me in a house and telling me it's for my own good. I had some control, something I'll never have here. I remain like a weeping corpse for what feels like hours until a bead of light sprouts in my chest and steadily blooms the bond. I palm the neckline of my dress and push upright. With no desire to wait, I slide off the bed and rush to the door. I head into the hall and down the enclosed stairwell, but descend upon the beta and two other guards in the main room of the house. They're standing between the kitchen and the living room, and the beta turns to look at me from his seat on the backrest of the couch. I take the final step cautiously. What is it? One of the men questions me, but the beta does not need to. His eyes pierce through me. He stands and mutters, "He's here," while striding to the door. The beta leaves his house while the two remaining men turn to me. Unfortunately, they don't go with him, so I plant myself against the wall next to the stairs. Footsteps sound through the ceiling, and Lily comes down the stairs in her pajamas. She glances at me and then asks the guards, "Where's Ben?" "He's gone to the Alpha." "Draven is here," one answers and stares accusingly at me. The other says, "If Draven's smart, he won't be violent. He'll go with the Alpha and listen to what he says." "Why can't I see him?" I ask. The guard continues with a grin. The Alpha is probably telling Draven that his mate doesn't want to go with him. I push off the wall and aim for the door, but the smiley guard grabs my arm and yanks me away. Lily leaves the stairs and shouts, "Let go of her." "And what? Have her run out after him? Why don't you go back upstairs and wait for the beta to come home?" The bond flourishes more. It nearly bursts through my ribs. "You can't speak to me like..." Lily jumps with the rest of us when a formidable bang rams into the front door and cracks it down its middle. The guard opposite me looks to his comrade and then reluctantly opens the splintered door. From my spot, I see a hump of tan fur lying motionless on the doorstep. Lily moves back. The guard lifts his chin and stares at something in the night, and by the scent blowing into the house, I know it's my mate. "Theo!" I yell before my holder slaps his hand over my mouth and coils around me. I writhe to get away from him. "Let her go," the other guard says suddenly, not turning away from the open door. "But we..." A guttural, daunting growl steals his voice. "Just let her go." The man releases me, and without thinking, I run past the frightened guard and climb over the motionless wolf on the porch. Lily calls after me, shouting my name, but the moment I see Theo's wolf, I'm possessed. I sprint to him, and he lowers to the ground. I pull myself up and onto his back, and I wrap my arms around his neck, breathing deeply and holding tight. Without delay, he launches into the trees. Chapter 8. The field is barren in the middle of the night. I gaze out at it, picturing the havoc of sparing wolves, but I prefer it this way, the quiet, serene way. I wander onto the field from the lone building, finding dirt patches in the grass caused by hundreds of claws tearing it up. Crickets still chirp and sing all around, and to the far left, I spot bright speckles of fireflies. Theo emerges from the building, human and clothed. "Let's go." By his flat tone, I can already determine his disappointment. I walk too many paces behind him, feeling like whatever slight familiarity we had has regressed to the rigid uncertainty of the night we met. We cross the field in silence and join the path to the pack house. I tread between speaking and staying quiet until we connect to the main pathway. Finally, I say, "I'm sorry." Theo doesn't respond right away. He leaves me to stew in my assumptions until he asks, still hard-toned, "What did you do?" I didn't tell my parents anything, but when I saw my sister, it was difficult to. I run my tongue across my teeth. I told her the truth that we're mated, but I didn't expect her to say anything to anyone. I made it very clear she couldn't, but she told her mate. "They're beta?" "Yes. He's Rowan's beta," I confirm, defeated. Theo sinks back into silence, so I stare at my feet the rest of the way to the pack house. Theo opens the door for me and watches me closely as I move past him to go inside. Few lights are on, only a lamp or two in separate rooms, but it's bright enough to see the stairs ahead. I take off my shoes and go to the staircase, holding the railing post and hesitating. My sister's betrayal, my family's disapproval, and now Theo's discontent all weigh on me, dragging me to the floor, but I think I can hold myself together long enough to make it to the spare room. I wet my bottom lip and say, "Good night." The second I turn my back, Theo demands, "No. Stay." The severity of his voice threatens to split me in two, right down the middle, with a detour to break my heart. He's angrier than I thought. I look anywhere but at him. Theo's face arouses too many painful, hasty conclusions. I just wanted to tell her, only her. She's the only one that matters, I mutter and wipe my welling tear before it falls. Does that change what I asked of you? Does that make it suddenly safe to tell the truth? I whisper no. Theo crosses his arms and nearly faces away, as though the sight of me is now spoiled. He's looking at me through metal bars again. My lip quivers. Too quickly, the question slips off my tongue. Why did you wait so long to come find me? I caught your scent the moment I crossed your territory. Theo looks at me. Goddess, just say it. Say the truth. You ignored my scent the night I came here because you don't want a mate or you just don't want me. You don't know what you're talking about. My tears fall with no time to catch them. I'm never enough. Not for my parents or the beta, and apparently not. The beta? Rowan's beta? He questions. I wipe my face with my fingers. Never mind. It's stupid. All of this is. Were you with Rowan's beta? No. He's my sister's. I didn't even care at all about him, but my mom wanted me to be his mate. I wasn't, so I left. You ran from home because you weren't mated to him. My mouth dries. Yes. Theo nods and then walks towards the kitchen, so I go after him, saying, if you're angry with me because I told my sister, fine, I understand that. But you can't be mad at me because of Rowan's beta. You told me you left to look for your mate, not because you lost the man you hoped to be mated to, he says and turns into the kitchen, switching on one of the dimmer lights. I was looking for my mate by leaving. I knew he wasn't mine, so I left. I meant it when I said there was no possibility for my matehood at Rowan. Theo slows at the kitchen counter. You didn't leave because you were hurt? He turns, and I linger in the archway as my arms unconsciously wrap around my torso. I disappointed my parents. That upset me. I don't care about Ben. How could I? Theo straightens his arms to the countertop and leans against it. He takes a heavy breath, appearing somewhat overwhelmed, a thing I assumed was impossible. Our mate bond tries to tug me closer to him, to help him comfort himself, but I stay still. It's all right, Celeste, he decides. Go on to bed. I'm not angry, you aren't in trouble. First, I want to question him. Does this mean he is or isn't upset about any of it, my reason for fleeing home or revealing our bond? I don't believe him. I can see how this isn't true just by looking at him. I glance behind me down the hallway, not wanting to leave. Instead, I step into the kitchen. Theo. He lifts. I understand why you left, and I'll deal with Alpha Rowan. I nod, but still find myself unwilling to go. I move a little closer. You were right. I shouldn't have said anything. It was for my safety, and I put myself in danger. Theo faces me. I'm sorry. I know, he says. It's okay, Celeste. I hear you. It isn't your fault. Things are going to change around here. He doesn't want to argue, just as I don't, and his talk of change makes me wonder if it will be good changes or bad. Is he going to be more strict with me? Am I going to have rules now that he thinks he can't trust me? Okay, I mumble. I'll see you tomorrow then. He nods. I itch to say more to remain with him, but I'll try to pacify the bond through other means, so I make my way out of the kitchen and upstairs. We should stop now while we're reasonable. Before I left for Rowan, I was too cautious here. I snuck about and forced myself to open up, so, in this way, it felt good to voice my anxieties out in the open, and talking honestly seems to have shifted something within Theo, and I can only hope it's for the better. However, I've still caused a giant mess with my family and Alpha Rowan, and Theo is left to deal with the consequences. Maybe the night Lily was mated, I should have run east instead of west. In the morning, I leave the spare room after a bone-chilling shower, but even the freezing water can't rectify hours of tossing and turning and trying to sleep. My sister and parents may as well have been shouting in my ears all night long. I tie my hair into a bun as I trudge from step to step down the stairs, but I slow even more when Theo's voice reaches my ear. In the living room with an archway ahead, Theo says, he wants me held responsible for my trespassing and actions, and knowing how thick-skulled he isn't going to drop it. Actions? More than one? It's because he knows his pack is as good as gone, someone else says, and I believe it's Corbin. Once Rowan is gone, we're going to swoop in and pick them dry. All of his people will be forced to disperse to surrounding packs, and we'll strip the territory for all it's worth, becoming one of the largest packs on the continent. We're the closest to him. No one can beat us there. Then if Rowan wants to start a war and die sooner rather than later, by all means, let him. War? I swing around the railing post and creep into the kitchen, my head cramming with even more worries. Maud leans against the counter with a mug in hand and her arms crossed. She looks at me. Good morning. Anything to eat? Drink? Coffee? Tea? I'm here till 3. Breakfast would be... I stop myself at the sound of approaching, Theo-sized footsteps. I need a minute, actually, I say, and escape through the butler's pantry. When Theo enters the kitchen, I sneak through the dining room and into the hall. We ended our argument in a strange place, but with all night to pick apart my confessions, I settled on the fact that some of the things I said during our spat were too revealing. Particularly, I feel embarrassed about my rant regarding my fear that he doesn't want me and that I'm not good enough for anyone at all. I round the staircase to wait for Theo from upstairs, but someone from behind me speaks. I turn and see a boy close to my age. He wears a content, half smile. You're Theo's mate, right? Celeste? The Luna, he asks. I bend over the banister, glancing down the hall to check for Theo before I say, yeah. It's nice to meet you. Should I call you Luna or call me Celeste? Well, I'm Dan, Theo's third. Or Gamma. Some people say third, some say Gamma. I think Gamma is a northern thing, but personally, I think it sounds wrong. I'll say third then, I assure him and turn back to the stairs. Great. Actually, I heard about what happened when you came here, and I just wanted to apologize, but Theo must have done that enough, he says, forcing me to turn again. There's no need, really. I'm past the whole thing. Well, you must have been freaked last night when Alpha Rowan didn't let you come home. The phantom pains of my family ripping away from me pang in my chest yet again. He opens his mouth but holds in his next comment and shifts his attention to the right. Theo emerges from the kitchen, chewing something, and I squeeze the railing. Dan, he notes, and then peers at me on the stairs. I see you've met Celeste. Just now, yeah. There's a letter for you, Theo tells me. It came this morning. For me? I question. To Celeste. From Lily. Please read is written on the front of it. I promptly step off the stairs. Where is it? Over here, he says and takes me through the left living room to a pair of open doors in a short hallway. Just when I think I've seen all of the house, more of it is revealed. Dan, his third, lingers behind, and through the doors I see Corbin sitting in a leather chair in what looks to be a study, with its heavy wood furniture and floor-to-ceiling shelves. Theo hands me an envelope from a large desk, so I take it and turn it over to open it. I head the way I came, but before I leave the room, Theo asks Lily is. I look over my shoulder. My sister. He nods, permitting me to continue on my way. Dan goes into the study when I surface in the hall, but the contents of Lily's message are more important to me than anything they could talk about now that I'm gone. I unfold the handwritten letter, which looks rushed, and read. Celeste, I know everything in you is telling you to be with your mate right now, but I'm so worried you're making decisions only based on the mate bond and not what's best for you. I'm relieved Alpha Draven hasn't done anything to hurt you, but that doesn't mean he never will. I'm sure he hasn't told you about all the horrible things he's done because, if he did, you would be forced to question your relationship. If you won't listen to us, ask him yourself and hopefully he will do you the honor of telling you the truth. The whole family is worried and Mom is praying to the goddess to watch over you. I am too. Please be safe and look out for yourself. We're always here for you. I refold the letter and drop my hand to my side. First, I think of writing back, but I realize everything I want to say has already been said. All of her assumptions about Theo make me want to drag her here so she can meet him and see where I'm coming from, but even if she agreed to it herself, I'm doubtful the beta will allow her. I amble into the kitchen and sit at the small table. Maud waits for a moment before asking, "Still want breakfast?" I place the letter and its envelope on the table and bury my face in my hands, muttering, "Yes, please," and then running my fingers through my hair. Bad news. My family thinks I'm in danger. Maud takes a clean plate and silverware and places them in front of herself. Because of Alpha Draven? I mumble, "Yeah, they think." I don't know that he's going to hurt me. It doesn't matter what I say. They don't hear it. So stop talking to deaf ears. And just leave them? Never talk to them again. What do they want from you? The Alpha is your soulmate. I look at Maud, who matches my irritation. They want me to stay with them at Rowan and never see him again. Easier said than done, she condemns. Maybe you should leave them. Good riddance. Really? But they're all I have. Not anymore. You have a mate, an alpha mate. That's plenty. I sigh. I don't know if I can just cut them off like that. They're all I've known. Maud brings me a mug of tea. When our families fail us, we make new families, chosen families, and if the goddess believes you and your mate belong together, well, that's the only approval you need. Thank you, I murmur and wrap my hand around the warm mug. I want to trust in our bond. It's just felt like one step forward and 2 steps back. I didn't say it would be easy, Maud clarifies. But if you really try, failure is unlikely. I nod and give her a small smile. Now, breakfast, right? Maud chirps and opens the fridge. Feeling anything particular? I'm in a good mood, so go on and make a request. Chapter 9. I come downstairs in the morning to a quiet house, no leadership meetings to eavesdrop on like yesterday. Theo was out of the house most of the day, and I went to bed without a discussion between us. As usual, Maud is the first person I see. She's sitting at the small table in the kitchen reading. She shuts her book at the sight of me. Hungry. Something small would be nice. Toast? Yes. Thank you. I sit in the chair across from her, a drawn-out one. Any requests for dinner? Maud leaves the table and rounds the counter. Elise is wondering. The kitchen's a little sparse, so she's making a trip to the gardens. Ask the Alpha, whatever he wants is fine. She smirks. Funny. I asked him earlier and he said the same thing about you. He did. Oh, before he left, he gave me a note to give to you. It's just on the counter there. She points at the countertop nearest me, located in the opposite corner of the kitchen, where the bread box is. I stand up, swipe the single paper, and sit back down. He's written only a few sentences to tell me Corbin's mate is coming by at noon. The beta's mate is coming to meet me. Should I prepare some refreshments then? I look up from the short message. Refreshments, sure. Thank you. It's been a while since I've cut little finger sandwiches. The men don't appreciate them. They eat them in one bite, but the Alpha's mother likes her afternoon tea. She used to sit by the window with Alexa and try to teach her how to sit, drink, and eat properly, but Alexa was too restless. She couldn't sit still, so she talked and talked until her mother got rid of her. Sorry, Alexa is the Alpha's sister. I thought you would know about her by now. Theo hasn't spoken about his family much, but I remember Elise mentioning that she visits. Occasionally. Surely once she finds out about you, she'll show up. That girl is a know-it-all, mated to an Alpha on the coast, and if she's good at one thing, it's getting what she wants. I ask, do you think she'll like me? Approve of my match with the Alpha. Maud laughs once. Both his sister and mother will be thanking the goddess when he tells them he's mated. You don't think he is already? Alexandra isn't here, is she? The toaster pops. Butter, jam, or peanut butter? Butter's fine. Closer to noon, I freshen up and assist Maud with the snacks, and while we're doing so, Elise shows up before heading to the gardens. She enters the kitchen, placing a bag of her things on the breakfast table. What's going on? She asks and comes to the counter to oversee our work. Maud constructs the different sandwiches, and I cut them into finger-sized rectangles. Beta's mate is coming to meet Celeste. Oh, Elise's brow lifts. Sounds fun. Careful with the sandwiches, she's pregnant. I know, everything is safe, no soft cheeses, Maud assures. So, Celeste, what will it be for dinner? I smile nervously at Elise. Chef's choice. Really? Neither of you want to decide? Is there a reason you and the Alpha seem so, I don't know? Distant? Maud prompts. Distant, unsure, cautious, Elise lists. Is it all that drama with your family and your previous Alpha? We had a bit of an argument the night he brought me back. I know I shouldn't have said a thing about us being mates, but I didn't know how serious the risk of them finding out was. I mean, he said Rowan and Draven have a bad history, but he didn't clarify that I could start a war. War? He said that. Maud questions, pausing her work. I place my last sandwich on the small platter and look at it. I overheard him talking about it with Corbin and Dan yesterday. Apparently, he took action against some of Rowan's men trying to get me back, and Alpha Rowan wants him to pay. What a mess, Maud mutters. Elise says, Alpha Rowan should know better than to hold another Alpha's mate hostage. He's asking for trouble. Well, all that's going on, so Theo's busy, and I don't want to get in his way and make matters worse. You argued, all mates do. Just accept your faults and move forward for the better. He knows I'm sorry, I say, and tweak my sandwich placement. Besides, it didn't end on the worst note. I was honest, and Theo said he understands where I'm coming from and that things around here need to change. That's good, Celeste, Elise encourages. You think so? That it's a good kind of change. Why would he make a change for the worse? Because he's mad at me. I shrug. And changing things between us doesn't help the threat of war. A knock strikes the front door down the main hallway. We all simultaneously turn to face the kitchen entrance. It's the Beta's mate, Maud says. Go on, let her in and sit down. We'll finish this up and bring it in for you. I hurry down the hall and fix my hair before unlocking and opening the door. A young woman around Elise's age is waiting on the doorstep with a jacket laid over her arm. She has long black hair, dark features, pink fingernails, a goddess pendant, and a round, pregnant belly. Her chest inflates at the sight of me. Oh, hi, you must be Celeste. I open the door wide. Yes, it's nice to meet you. Kalila. She steps inside and gives me a big hug. She smells like dessert. It is so nice to finally meet you. The Alpha is keeping you all to himself, isn't he? I smile and close the door when she reels herself back. It seems like that. Kalila stands still and stares at me like my mother did when I showed her what I would wear on the Beta's birthday, but unlike my mother, Kalila seems to approve. Should we sit down? I suggest. Maud and Elise are preparing some snacks for us. Yes, sorry, I just can't believe you're here. She follows me into the living room, which shares a wall with the dining room. The goddess loves to make some of us wait, but for a moment there, I thought maybe the Alpha did something to make the goddess withhold you. He must have righted his wrongs. He must have to have an adorable mate like you. I sit on a living chair while Kalila places herself in the middle of the couch. A coffee table separates us, but with her demeanor, I feel anything but distant. I'm sure the Alpha has brought you around the territory already, but I would love to show you some things he may have missed. There are lovely greenhouses near the gardens. Have you seen them yet? Greenhouses? No, not yet. Not the gardens either. Oh, well, we'll definitely stop there, and the river too. I used to go swimming all the time growing up. So did I with my sister. There was a lake back home that we went to every day during the summers. Then you'll love the river. It's a plan. Just wait for me to pop, and I'll run you all around the pack. I would love that. Maud enters the living room with a slight, courteous grin and a large tray with our sandwiches, cookies, and tea. Hello, Kalila. How are you? She greets as she places the tray on the coffee table. I'm big if you didn't notice. She laughs lightly. Third time around I thought I'd be used to it, but it still feels like I swallowed a whole watermelon. If I get any bigger, my belly's going to rip off. Maud inhales. How many more weeks? 2. Technically, the doctor doesn't want me on my feet too much, but I couldn't stay stuck in my house any longer. Well, we're happy to have you here. If there's anything else the two of you need, please let me know. Thank you, I call to Maud, who's already excused herself. Don't take my complaining too seriously. There are many benefits to being pregnant when you're in our position, more so for Aluna. Oh, how are you finding matehood? How long has it been? A week? Kalila asks, reaching for a small plate and placing 2 sandwiches on it before settling against the couch cushions. Well, this is your moment of bliss. There's nothing like those first few weeks. I take my teacup. So far, matehood has been busy, exciting, full of highs and lows. It's been a lot to adapt to. You haven't been in heat yet, have you? She asks and then bites. My mouth goes stiff, but I sheepishly manage to say I have. Oh, it came quick. I don't like it, losing control like that. Usually the first time or 2 aren't as bad as it gets. It gets worse. Don't worry. It really only gets worse if you're depriving yourself. I reach for a cookie, scrutinizing how my heat's going to get worse. With the missing details of matehood that my mother failed to tell me, I realize Kalila can fill in some gaps. How often does it happen? I ask. I've heard once a month, but personally, I was maybe twice. You know, they say the alpha's woman endures more. I stop chewing. Huh? It's just a rumor, maybe it's not true, I just thought it was funny. I swallow. To be honest, the alpha and I haven't had the easiest time. Well, I was told you were being held in a cell when you met him, which is horrible. Kalila shifts on her cushion. It's not that. I've forgiven him and moved on. I saw my sister and her mate, they're newly mated, a day before I was, and they're so different than the alpha and me. They seem so close and happy so quickly, and that's how I was told it's supposed to be, yet Theo and I. Comparing. You can't do that. Everyone moves at their own pace. Right? I murmur. I'll try not to, and it isn't always hard. Sometimes we understand each other. Theo makes me feel safe, especially after he brought me home from Rowan. I don't know if Corbin told you. He did. It was horrible, but when I caught Theo's scent. I've never had someone care enough about me to do that, to come after me. It meant so much, even if he was mad when he did it. She takes her teacup. I think the 2 of you will be perfectly fine. I think we could even though my family doesn't support us, but Theo doesn't open up easy. He's a tough nut to crack, but if he'll open up to anyone, it'll be his mate. I take a sip of tea, hoping Kalila is right. She grabs the throw pillow from the corner of the couch and stuffs it beside her. So, tell me about this family of yours. Kalila leaves around 3 o'clock when Corbin comes to walk her home. He tells me Theo will be finished with alpha duties in a bit, earlier than usual, so I sit in the kitchen while Elise processes some of the produce she picked up from the gardens. At first, she chats with me for a while, but eventually, she quiets, leaving me to my busy thoughts. Since my talk with her and Maud in the kitchen, and my conversation with Kalila, I've been given plenty to contemplate about my matehood. I stare out the window. At the beginning of this week, I told myself I had to decide whether I should stay with Theo or return home. I know now that leaving Theo isn't an option. I can't. If I go home, Alpha Rowan and my parents will place me under house arrest as they try to brainwash Theo out of my head. Regardless of the threat of brainwashing, my mate bond panics at the mere thought of moving home. It makes my stomach hurt and my heart ache. I cross my arms on the tabletop and rest my head on them. Anything on your mind? Elise asks. I lift my hand and wave her off. Too much. Good things. Complicated things. Will the Alpha be here for dinner? I raise my head and look at her. He'll be done early somehow. That's good. You can talk everything out at the table. She gives a supportive smile. I don't know if I can wait till then. Oh. I push myself completely upright and glance towards the hall. I just need to see him. You're not going into heat, are you? No, I already did. Elise makes a face. Really? She leans over the counter. When? Do you? The sound of the door cuts off my question, and I perk up instead. Is that him? Elise shrugs, amused, and then his scent hits the air, and I eagerly leave my chair. I go to the kitchen archway and peer all the way to the front door, catching sight of him as he heads into the living room. He must be going to his study. I hesitate, unsure whether I should interrupt him. Maybe he isn't done with work just yet. I bite my lip and step slowly, dragging my toes, but I quickly give out and make my way to him. When I find him, He's in front of his desk, looking at a paper in his hand. He lowers it. After talking about him all day, it's a relief to have him here, so maybe I should trust the goddess and take Theo's word that there will be change, good change. How did it go with Kalila? He asks. I stay in the doorway. Really well. It was nice to talk about stuff with her since my sister isn't here. What kind of stuff? He releases the paper and crosses his arms, giving me his complete attention. The pack, our families, our mates, what happened at Rowan. I pause before asking, how are things with Alpha Rowan since that whole ordeal? I overheard you talking to Corbin and Dan about it yesterday, and it doesn't sound good. There's conflict. Rowan says I escalated our situation by taking action against 5 guards, while I think he crossed a boundary first by holding you on his territory. Rowan is denying this, saying you weren't being held against your will and that you were only advised to stay, doing so by your own accord. I shake my head. I was guarded from leaving even before he told me I shouldn't. He got my parents involved and nearly had me stay in his pack house. Theo purses his lip and nods in understanding, obviously irked. Rowan knew what he was doing. I heard you mention war. We don't know what will happen. Is it likely? Theo sighs. Our packs have had issues for a long time. It happens when packs are positioned closely. I'm making it worse, I conclude. You? All on your own? No, they aren't upset with you. They're upset you're mated to me. They're mad at me for staying here. It might feel like it, but they're not blaming you. They believe I'm the bad guy who's corrupting you. You're not corrupting me. Theo glances at the papers on his desk, lifts a page by its corner to look under it, releases it, and then runs his knuckles along the wood. Do you believe that too? I ask, my voice a tad smaller. He holds for a moment before saying, I have faith in the goddess that she wouldn't pair us together if she knew you would suffer. So that's what you believe? Or what you tell yourself to believe? That's what I believe, he tells me while looking me right in my eyes. He then takes the top paper and folds it. There's one more thing I have to do, but I'll be back in an hour or so. Okay, I say as he strides past, holding still for only a moment. I follow behind and stop at the open doors to watch him disappear past the short hallway. Once he's gone, I tell myself we'll have a better opportunity to talk over dinner like Elise said. Chapter 10. I try to put myself to bed not long after Theo misses dinner. Something came up at the last minute before he could return from his hour-long errand, and the pack always comes first. This doesn't bother me. I understand his commitments as Alpha. I wish we had the time alone. I lie under my blankets, hoping for a good night's rest, but only find myself sleepless and wondering about Theo and the things we could have worked through tonight. At some point, I get thirsty and leave my bed. As I head downstairs for a glass of water, I catch Theo's scent potent in the air. I pause at the bottom of the stairs and decide whether or not I'm ready to face him again, yet our mate bond hastily coaxes me onward. Theo is already looking at the entrance to the kitchen when I step into it. He's leaning over the counter with his elbows on the countertop and an almost empty plate between his forearms. Hi, I say as I wander in. Have you eaten? He asks. Earlier, with Elise. He spears his last piece of roast chicken. I planned to be here, but there was a fight at the fields and not for training. People were injured. I settle at the other side of the counter in front of him. Is everyone okay? They will be. I just had to sort some things out, but it took longer than I wanted. It's all right. I'm just glad everyone is fine. Silence settles around us until Theo changes the subject. What did your sister say in that letter I gave you yesterday? The same things my family told me when I was at Rowan. She's worried. I'm in danger. It's not safe. I shouldn't trust you. Theo lets out a short, breathy laugh, judging. What do they think is going to happen to you? I don't know. They just think I'm better off with them. I don't want you going back there. The same thing is going to happen, and taking action against more of them will only make Alpha Rowan more insufferable. Never. I question as though I'm tasting the word in my mouth. It's rotten. Lily hurt me by sharing my secret, but I would never want to see her again. Theo eases a little. I know this is difficult. I'm sorry your family is reacting the way they are, that it has to be this way. I mumble, it doesn't have to be this way. I can't change who I am to them. Even if that's true, and my family never supports our match, we can change how we are with each other like you said, or sort of said. I go to the cabinet where the glasses are kept, letting my hand trail behind me along the edge of the countertop as I come around it. Kalila said the first weeks of matehood are bliss, so should we try harder? Because I don't want to fight like we did the other night or be at odds at all. It's obvious Theo heard me. He's taking his time with his answer, always at my most impatient moments. I take a glass and shut the cabinet door. When I turn around, he asks, "You want to be how normal mates are?" I look at the glass cup. Yeah. I want to trust the goddess, believe she mated us for a reason. And you know how mates usually are? I nod, my insides dropping. You want to sleep in my bed? With you. I meet his hazel eyes. With me. The thought seems almost forbidden, especially after he caught me snooping in his room. I press my lips together and nod again. This was one of the first things I learned when I turned 16. Mates share a house, bedroom, and bed. Forever. All right. Don't you want me with you? I provoke him, wanting more conviction. I don't think you're ready to hear what I want from you, he mutters. Why not? Because of your innocence. My innocence? He turns to me. Why don't you tell me what you did when you went into heat? My grip on the glass is firm. I just went through it. It was fine. There's nothing to say about it. Was it? You didn't do anything to ease the sensations. My cheeks and neck heat simultaneously, so I move, open the fridge, and fill my glass with the pitcher of cold water. I close the door and wait in the small gap of time before I turn back. What's wrong? He prods. You know what you're doing? I accuse and attempt to slip away. You're trying to embarrass me. He blocks me. Embarrass? Celeste, the thought of you alone during that. I don't want to talk about heat, I blurt. Please. Theo lets a tinge of amusement show. But you still want to sleep in my bed? Not if my innocence hinders it. He returns to his plate and scrapes up whatever's left. Don't mistake me, I want you this way. I don't want anyone else near you, he says, and then bites. The bond flares within me, warming my whole body. Then you shouldn't tease me. I'm only doing what I've been told, that intimate things are done only between mates, I explain and hold my glass of water to my chest. You're right, they are, only between us. I look at him directly. You aren't innocent, I say, using his word. No, I'm not. Does that hurt you? I move past him. I don't know. As I reach the archway into the hall, he says, "Sleep in my bed, Celeste." I hold the corner of the wall and use it to turn myself around. What if I don't want to sleep with you anymore? Then I won't be there, but you sleep there. Unsure, I hold my breath. Okay, he urges. I recall the soothing nature of his bedroom from my second account of trespassing, along with the silky colors and bedding. I can tell myself I'm there to get much-needed sleep. My agreement is on the tip of my tongue and, luckily, it slips off. Okay. Fine. I chew my bottom lip all the way down the hallway and up the staircase. Our mate bond is galvanized, more pleased than it ever has been, and it encourages my thoughts about sharing a bed with Theo even though he's given me the room to myself. At the top of the stairs, I look between the two bedrooms with my glass of water supported by both hands. The reality of lying awake in the spare room alone as I helplessly deliberate pushes me from my room and into Theo's. Nothing has changed in his bedroom since my last visit, and I'm glad. I set my water on one of the nightstands and pull the duvet back on that side. Sleeping where he does, engulfed in his scent, is enough to draw me onto the mattress without the push of the mate bond. I slide my legs under the covers and rest against the stack of pillows behind me. The room is dark, but a little light sneaks in through the cracked door. I settle, resettle, and adjust the pillows. Theo's scent diffuses off the bedding, satisfying our bond somewhat, but something is missing. I fold my arms over the edge of the duvet and think intensely for a brief moment before throwing the covers off, getting up and padding out of the bedroom. I go to the kitchen, but Theo is no longer there. The upstairs seem to be empty, so he must be down here. I leave the kitchen and make my way back to the staircase, but I walk past it and head through the living room, which leads to the study. The study light is on. I enter the short hallway and peek through the open door. Theo is there, behind his desk, without his shirt on, holding a short glass of brown liquid filled halfway. He sees me immediately. I break from the doorframe. I'll be there in a minute, he says, and then sips his drink. His assurance hardly registers as his body glares in front of me. Lines of muscle, stray scars, and tattoos hidden under his clothes until now. He looks so strong, so capable. My lungs strain, but I nod and I leave before the mate bond completely takes hold of my body. The rugged image of him stays at the front of my thoughts as I return to the bedroom. He'll come in here like that, won't he? Will he sleep like that, too? I consider running to the spare room to avoid what's coming because a mere glance at him in the study was enough to steal my voice and flush my face. Theo looked like the predatory alpha the chained rogue described, but I want to touch him, run my hands down his front and over his shoulders. I look over my sleep clothes, a matching set of shorts and a button-down shirt from the trunk, and I contemplate how they lay on me. My arms cross over my chest. I shouldn't have been walking around the house like this. Theo enters the bedroom shirtless, and I freeze in my spot on the bed. He eyes me as he walks to the washroom and then disappears into it. I bring my legs up onto the mattress and under the covers, pulling the duvet up to my waist and then a bit higher. The sink runs in the washroom. He'll be out any minute. What should I say? How should I lie? I scoot down so only my head is propped up by the pillows, and I turn onto my side facing away from both the washroom and the other side of the bed, but I soon change my mind, not wanting to appear cold. I continue to shift around, but amid my trials, Theo comes out, and I'm stuck where I am. I watch as he passes the bed and closes the bedroom doors, making the room completely dark. As my eyes adjust, he goes to the free side and brings the duvet back. It didn't take you long to change your mind, he says and gets in bed. Were you waiting for me to? I thought you might. I also thought you might go to your own room. I lie on my other side, facing him and using my arm to support my head, but my eyes watch my fiddling fingers. I meant what I said, that I want us to be like other mates. Theo sighs, winding down. I know. A gap remains between us, one big enough for another person. I cross my ankles. In the dark, my nerves are at bay. Theo can't use his heavy gaze to rattle me. I bite my lip, contemplate his bare chest, and then ask, "Can I come closer?" Theo doesn't answer. Instead, he moves towards me and takes me in his arms, letting me rest against his side as he lies on his back. The mate bond rewards me for touching his skin. It feels right. I place my hand below his chest, wary to move it at first, but I slide it down a little and enjoy the feel of him. In his muscled arm, my mind starts to relax, no more swamping thoughts of my family or war or innocence. I breathe out. My body sinks into the bed and into him. It's dreamlike, all of this. His scent and touch chip at my armor, whittling it away piece by piece. Soon, it digs too far, and things trapped within me release to the surface. My eyes burn and brim with sudden tears, and I sniffle too loudly. Theo's chest moves beneath me. Though I can't see his eyes, I can feel them. Celeste? MHM? What's the matter? I wipe my lash lines so my tears don't fall onto his chest. Nothing. Nothing's wrong. It's probably just the bond. His arm, which lay behind my back, wraps around me, and he brings me closer, keeping a hold of me. After everything that happened at Rowan with my family and my old Alpha, this is nice, that's all. What happened at Rowan? I peer up, seeing an outline of his face. I told my sister I had to leave. I was supposed to meet the guards at sunset, but Rowan's beta said I couldn't because Alpha Rowan wanted to speak with me. That's when I found out my sister told him. They sat me down and the Alpha came in, and then my parents, and everyone was telling me what to do. They insisted what I wanted was wrong. It was so frustrating, and then one of the Alpha's guards said Rowan was going to tell you that I didn't want to come back here. My voice wavers on my last sentence. Theo's hand clamps my arm as he presses me against him. I murmur, I felt so powerless. You're safe here, where you belong, he says and rubs up and down my upper arm. I close my eyes and subside, wanting to relax again. After a minute or two, my tears dry up and my breathing slows. Theo and I remain together in a moment of peace. Slowly, he says, it wasn't because I didn't want to find you. I waited to come to you because I thought you'd be upset and afraid of me, too afraid to stay once I opened the cell. Our conversation on the way to the fields quickly comes to mind, how he said I couldn't be afraid of him because of our bond. I understand now he wasn't just rationalizing with me, but also himself. Okay, I say, and secure my arm across him. Theo's space beside me in bed is empty when I wake up, but it's well into the morning, and I know he has people to advise and a pack to arrange. I lie between the sheets in the lull of his scent and my hazy yet returning memory of the previous night. Even though he holds the highest rank possible and has plenty to offer a partner, Theo worried I would leave out of fear once I was freed. The idea of fearing him sticks in my mind and creates a sore spot because I can't seem to escape it. If I'm not fearing Theo, then someone else is suggesting I should. My sister persistently warned me, both in person and in her letter, about his past and methods of leadership, which I insisted were dramatized or made up, but I know there is a side of Theo I haven't seen, the side that acts against opposing guards, punishes prisoners, and trains ruthless warriors. I know how he can be cold or harsh when he's frustrated with me, but this side of him must be deeper than that. It doesn't concern matehood at all. Theo is a fearsome, daunting man, yet I sleep soundly in his embrace. Chapter 11. In the dining room, Theo and I sit in our usual places as we eat. Elise decided on halibut for dinner since I've been too flighty to make up my mind, but I wonder if that's one of the things Lunas do, run the pack house and choose what's for dinner. I poke at my grilled carrots. Maud mentioned your mother and sister Alexandra the other morning. It made me curious. You haven't spoken about them much. I steal a glance to see his reaction. Can I ask about your family? He clears his throat. You can. Maud said your sister lives on the coast with her alpha mate. She's mated to Alpha Silva. My mother lives at his pack. After my father died, it's been difficult for her to be here. How did he pass? It was during a battle with another pack. The other alpha was younger, and my father had suffered an injury from a previous attack that hadn't finished healing, and that was that. Our beta, Corbin's father, recovered his wolf. He was honored in the moonlight, and I became alpha. I'm sorry, I say. That must have been difficult for you, to lose your father and immediately be made alpha. He sighs and then finishes his drink. When the glass hits the table, he says, I want you to meet them, my sister and mother, so we should visit Silva soon. What do you think? My posture aligns. I think that's a great idea. I would love to meet them. He gestures to my shirt. You've been wearing Alexa's old clothes, but I think it's time we get you a wardrobe that fits better. Alexa is much taller than you. I try to bring some of my clothes from home, but it was all forgotten in the commotion. You'll get new clothes. By the tone of his voice, he must not want my old clothes here, as though Rowan somehow taints them. Besides, the full moon is next week and you'll need something white for the Luna ceremony. Luna ceremony? I didn't know there was such a ceremony. It's small, mostly private, and won't take long. All you have to do is be there. That's all. They'll pour moon water on you. It sounds very traditional. It is. As our dinner nears its end, our sleeping arrangements come to mind, and I wonder if last night's arrangement was a one-time thing. Truthfully, I don't want it to be. I enjoyed being in Theo's bed, maybe a little too much. What is it? He asks after swallowing his last bite. My lips part. Oh, I was just. After last night. Will I be with you again tonight? Theo pushes back his chair and stands. Do you want to be like other mates still? I nod. Then you can bring your things into the master bedroom also. There's no need for them to stay in a guest room. Elise comes in and starts clearing the dining table, so I automatically assist her. I'll reach out to my sister to let her and Alpha Silva know we'll be visiting soon. I'm sure she'll insist we come sooner. I'll be in the study for a bit. Okay, I say, and watch him leave the dining room. Once he's gone, Elise takes the dishes from my hands and asks, is someone finally out of the spare room? I take our glasses and follow her through the butler's pantry into the kitchen. I guess so, yeah. It's kind of nerve-wracking. It's good. You've survived your first argument. Not even the threat of war can stop you now. When you put it like that. This is what you wanted, isn't it? She asks while dumping the dishes into the sink. I know your family isn't happy, but you and the Alpha sound like you're getting along fine, considering he's Alpha Draven. Elise adds, I mean, you're in the bedroom together, and he's taking you to meet the previous Luna, so everything is going well. Except for the war talk. Her head teeters. You're right. But if we only focus on the bad, we'd all be miserable. Besides, now that you're in his bed, maybe you can persuade him to settle with Rowan instead. I give Elise a sarcastic laugh. Now get out of my kitchen and stop helping. Be a proper Luna, won't you? What even is a proper Luna? A woman who drinks tea and eats tiny sandwiches all day. I use my fingers to show her just how small these imaginary sandwiches are. If she's old. I open my mouth, but air catches in my throat. Through the large kitchen window, I spot a wolf passing by. There's a wolf, I say, and automatically point. Did you see it? I round the counter and go to the glass pane. I haven't seen any around the pack house before. It's new, Elise says, not as interested as I am. What is? The wolves guarding the house. They started today. My guess is the alphas being cautious with Rowan. Like Rowan could suddenly attack us? Elise shrugs. Who knows? I'm sure he's strategizing just like Alpha Draven is. You aren't worried? Not really. I'm glad our Alpha's so cautious. Things like attacks rarely happen here, but it's different for you. You have family at Rowan, so for your sake, I hope they settle. The master bedroom is cozy and restful once I turn on the lamps and close the shutters. I go about my nightly routine before Theo comes upstairs, so I don't get in the way. I shared a bathroom with Lily back home, but we were so in tune with each other that we rarely clashed. She had her corner of the sink, and I had mine. In the master bathroom here, there are 2 sinks, a mirror more than large enough for 2 reflections, and a bathtub I could swim in. It's like the room is urging us to be together, a space fit for an Alpha and Luna. I look in the mirror and try to see myself as a Luna. I squint. The bedroom door closes in the other room. I step to the bathroom doorway and see Theo. Hi. He looks over me. Did you bring your things in here? You wanted me to do that tonight? Why not? I drift from the bathroom toward the side of the bed I slept on last night. I don't know. I just wanted to be sure that's what you really want. My mind isn't going to change. Then I will tomorrow. I sit on the bed. Are you sure you want to stay in this room? He asks. Yeah, I'm sure. Theo nods once and then goes into the bathroom, pulling off his shirt halfway, giving me a glimpse of the tattoo on his right shoulder that I must have missed last night. It's common for men to have pack-honoring tattoos, and I've seen some before, but tattoos on Theo are different, the same ink and needle method, but his make me blush. He must be sleeping without a shirt again. I rest against the headboard, and his thoughts on the heat surface among my own, how he's considered what I do alone during the heat, how he likes it. I shut my eyes and rub my hands down my face as though I could wipe it all from my mind. Heat embarrasses me. My mother used to talk about the experience as a gateway into womanhood, and I never had an issue with being a woman, but I don't know how to embrace it. Theo says he knows about heat, what I need, and how to go about it. He isn't innocent, so I feel childish. Shouldn't I know everything about my body, matehood, and intimacy? I wish I could talk to Lily. We're both mated now, and we have the same spotty, motherly knowledge regarding mating. I would do anything to have her here as she was before, when she was Mom's favorite, to feel understood by her again. Theo comes out of the bathroom saying, I want to be prepared if conflicts arise, and Rowan has already made it clear where he stands. He and your family think you belong at Rowan. Theo goes into the closet while I stir over his words. Obscured, he adds, you should learn to defend yourself. Fight. I blurt. Like the men at the fields? Not exactly like that, but I want you to be capable of protecting yourself, at least to some degree. I'm not always with you. I grab at the covers. I don't think I'd be very good at it. My wolf isn't very strong. Are you quick? I haven't tested myself since I was younger. Kids would race after they first shifted, but that was years ago. Theo comes out of the closet in different clothes, stunning me again with his shirtlessness. His body is impressive, even unshifted. I'd be a shrimp compared to him. Tomorrow, I want to take you to the fields. He comes to the free side of the bed. It won't be like sparring. If you really want me to, okay. But please don't expect me to run everyone down. Girls at Rowan stop training their wolves at 18. They do. It's not like there are girls on the fields here. Theo reaches to turn off his lamp. You're right, there aren't many, but they're given the option to as well as a private time slot on the field. How come I haven't seen them? They're on the field around the time I get back to the house, but you can train then if you want. Corbin, Dan, and I are permitted to be there. With only my lamp on, the bedroom dims. That's okay. You don't have to change your schedule. I scoot further down the mattress and settle against my pillows, picturing my wolf repeatedly hitting the ground as I struggle to be a Draven pack member. You don't want to lie with me like last night? He questions with a deep tone, triggering our bond. I turn off my lamp, and the room falls completely dark. Times like these are easier this way. I move next to him, and he opens his arm to me, so I make myself comfortable. It feels as though the previous night is resuming. I place my hand below his chest, accidentally feeling the groove of a scar. My fingers stray a bit farther, and I notice more minor grooves. He must have fought a lot. Why do they think you're so dangerous? I ask. Because my sister spoke in her letter about stuff you've done, but she wasn't very specific. Theo deflates slightly underneath me. Rowan leads differently. I'm not afraid to take action, but he's more modest, acting to please others and fighting to keep his pack numbers up. He wants to be one of the greatest, but he rarely takes risks. Do you think he's changing? Keeping me from leaving seems risky. It was. You're right, he's changing. Is that why you positioned wolves to watch the pack house? I did that because you're here. I adjust a little and Theo exhales. My next question is on the tip of my tongue, but the room grows quieter by the second, and my voice will only seem louder. Finally, I ask anyway. You took action against 5 people when you came to get me. How many have you dealt with overall? Even though I'm not looking, I can feel his gaze as his chin drops to look at me. Why are you asking? Unsure of what to say, I chose, I'm just curious. His hold on me tightens. You don't want to say? I don't know how many, he says. Not expecting this, I hold my breath. You should know I have no morals for anyone who interferes with my pack or my matehood. I part my lips. Theo. His thumb and forefinger pinch my chin and lift it upward. I see his shadowed face and the weight of his words lessens. You're mine, Celeste. Now sleep. I place my head on his shoulder as he settles, and he loosely strokes my hair. My imagination runs wild, picturing Theo shifted, trampling other wolves with his giant brown wolf until I fall asleep. Chapter 12. It rained overnight, and now the field is muddy. I wait on the perimeter near the shifting building and watch the few wolves on the field as they spar and gunk up their coats. One smaller male is thrown to the ground and sent sliding down a mudslide towards the tree line, spraying mud 10 feet around him. We'll find a green patch. I turn and Corbin is suddenly beside me. Theo should be on his way, he says with his arms casually crossed. I was a bit surprised when he said you'd be coming to train. Thought he'd be too afraid of you getting hurt. He said it's only a couple of things, self-defense. Nothing too messy, I hope. You know he's shifting with you. I step forward and face Corbin. He is? Why? You need someone to practice with. I don't want to practice with him, I oppose. His wolf is huge. Corbin's mouth upturns in mirth. Well, he only trusts himself to train with you. You know this doesn't make sense. If I'm learning self-defense, I need to have at least a smidge of a chance to defend myself. He'll go easy, I'm sure. Corbin gestures to the nearest corner of the perimeter. There he is, you can take it up with him yourself. I cross my arms as well. I will. Will you be staying? I'll be giving directions and explanations when necessary. But you're really here for entertainment? I expect to be entertained, sure. Corbin cuts our conversation in perfect timing as Theo reaches us. He asks him, what took so long? Don't worry about it, Theo responds and then looks to me. Are you ready? Oh. I glance at Corbin. Yeah, I think so. You sure? Corbin questions. Well, I just thought. Never mind. It's fine. What is it? Theo asks. She thought practicing the techniques with you would be too difficult. Theo looks at me even though it was Corbin who said it, so I promptly explain, I just thought I would have better chances of doing the moves properly if I had a partner closer to my size. If something happens, who's to say your attacker isn't bigger than you? There's bigger, and then there's sizes that are practically impossible to overcome. You're an alpha wolf. If my attacker is your size, there's no point in fighting. There is, Theo disagrees. Besides, the kinds of self-defense we're teaching you are good responses to a plethora of different scenarios, so you aren't always fighting back. Corbin adds, Odds are, if anyone comes after you, it's not to harm, but to capture. They're going to take me and force me to go back to Rowan? I'm guessing Alpha Rowan has been in communication with your family, considering your sister is also mated to his beta. They'll ask your parents what they want done if given the opportunity, and it can be assumed they'll want you brought home, Theo says. Why don't you go on and shift and we can get started? I gesture to the building. In there. No, he decides. There are men shifting in there. You can shift in the trees. No one will see you. And this is really necessary? I gesture to the field and continue, because I'm stepping out of my comfort zone with all this training stuff. It really isn't my thing. After what happened at Rowan, yes, it's necessary. I don't want you feeling powerless again. Now go on. I frown at Corbin and then march off into the trees behind us. The forest floor is soft under my feet, like a sponge full of water, and the woody, mossy, green smell of everything is magnified tenfold. No matter how intact the spot Corbin chooses is, I know I'm leaving covered in mud. I undress under the cover of the brush and shift quickly, just in case someone else is looking for somewhere private to shift. With nowhere to store my clothes for when I move back, I leave them on a protruding tree root to at least keep them dry. My wolf takes over, and before I venture out, I stretch my spine, leaning forward and then backwards. Whatever training I did from 16 to 18 flew out of my ear the second I no longer had to train. What I do remember is coming home sore and exhausted. I would have been happier in my regular body, swimming at the lake or climbing the apple and cherry trees around the gardens. Lily, on the other hand, would have continued past 18 if they let her because she was a natural with her wolf. Dad was proud of her in a way I had never seen before or since. Celeste. Corbin calls. I make my way through the trees and step into the clearing as my unassuming wolf. Theo and Corbin have made plenty of room for us on the field. All the training pack members around them keep their distance, but I hope it isn't all for me. Theo's wolf paces as Corbin returns to him, but both of them notice me promptly. Theo eyes my wolf, and suddenly I feel like a runt. Great. Corbin guides me with a sweeping hand. Just come right over here. It only takes 3 steps until my paw sloshes into a puddle, painting my blonde foot brown. My head hangs, and I drag my paw like I've stepped on something sharp. All right, Corbin says once I trudge my way to Theo. We aren't going to waste time going over fundamentals. What we're going to do is act out scenarios you could find yourself in if someone from Rowan was trying to take you with them. You probably wouldn't be in your wolf form when this happens, but you're shifted now because shifting is the most important thing when it comes to defending yourself. If you aren't shifted and something happens, first thing you do is shift. Theo peers at me as though he's making sure I'm paying attention. I face him, and he looks at Corbin. Your second objective is to run and get somewhere safe, but if you're unable to run at any moment, your last option is to create space to run by fighting back. When you fight back, you're going to focus on one thing, fighting the attacker and hard. Now I know you weren't keen on practicing with Theo because his wolf is bigger, but a large target means more places to strike, right? If I could talk, I would say that the idea of biting someone makes me sick. I think about the taste of another wolf in my mouth, and I shudder. This should be easy to remember in a chaotic situation, especially since you don't have to deflect any life-threatening strikes to your wolf, but even if they scratch you, hold you down, or bite you, whatever they do, do not shift back. He continues, now Theo is going to approach you like one of Rowan's men might. He's going to try and make you surrender, and you're going to practice getting away from him as though you're not yet able to run. Ideally, you wouldn't want to run unless their wolf is injured. You're in a place where you could easily lose them, or you have enough of a head start. And, you know, when you bite Theo, just don't bite hard, pretend. Theo turns to me, so I do the same. Let's start off going easy so Celeste knows what to expect. He tells Theo and then says to me, Theo will move slower, and he'll try to keep you down, so what I want you to do is strike his legs. In a real altercation, taking out one of the legs is a good way to attack their balance and keep them from catching up to you once you manage to get free. Theo alters his footing, and I naturally step away. It's okay, Celeste. We're going nice and slow, nothing to worry about. Just focus on what I said and go for one of his legs. Corbin gestures to Theo, and at once, my mate is coming towards me, pushing me low to the ground and dominating. He doesn't move much, to give me a chance, I'm sure, so I try to twist around to his nearest leg, but my front legs slide out in front of me as my paws lose traction, and my underside drives into the ground, coating my belly with sludge. Theo steps off of me and walks around to my head. It's all right, Celeste. Just hop on up, Corbin calls. Let's try again. Maybe there's a drier spot we can move to. My chin drops to the mud. I was horrible. It was your first time. I look at Theo as we walk together to the pack house. My first time? I trained for 2 years. 3 years ago, he clarifies. You're just a little stiff. And weak and small and covered in mud. Look at me. It's on my face, in my hair, all over my stomach. You can shower when we get back. I had no right to be on the field with Draven wolves who made me look like a joke. They're thoroughly conditioned, perfectly balanced, and so fast I may as well roll onto my back if one of them charges me. It makes me contemplate the possible war between Draven and Rowan because if these wolves attacked Rowan's territory, there may be nothing left when they're finished. I'm upset with my parents and sister, but I don't want anything to happen to them or their livelihood. As Theo walks next to me, I remember how he, Corbin, and Dan mentioned Alpha Rowan's lack of an heir while they spoke of the war, how they're ready to take action, strip his territory, and let the Rowan pack crumble. It sounded just as unbelievable as the likelihood of a war in the first place, but now guards are watching the house, and I'm learning ways to protect myself. Suddenly, all I can see is the Rowan pack crumbling on top of my family. Theo glances at me. Are you all right? I breathe in. I'm fine, it's just. The war talk is starting to get to me. I'm scared it's actually going to happen. Theo looks ahead. I don't want you to be scared. Nothing is for certain. Then why am I learning 100 ways to escape a theoretical abductor? We're being cautious. I wipe at the streak of dried mud on my chin and flick whatever comes off at the ground. We arrive at the pack house, and I take off my shoes, feeling a bit frustrated, but it may be because my feet are muddy in my socks and the mud is starting to crack against my skin. I cringe. Celeste? Is that you? Elise calls from the kitchen. Go on, Theo says. I have letters to go through, and then I'll shower after you. I give what must be a doe-eyed look because he wants me to use his shower, and I can't help my surprise. Oh, okay. It makes sense if I'm going to be moving my things into the master bedroom, but the shower feels different for some reason. What if he comes into the room while I'm in the shower? What if I forget to close the door completely? My neck heats. Theo leaves for the study, and I detour from the shower to say hello to Elise. She freezes at the sight of me, even though the sink is running and the stove is on. What's all over your face? Dirt from the fields, and it's not just on my face. I'm covered. I was just about to clean up. You went to the fields again? Did you fall down the hill? She asks and shuts off the sink. No, Theo asked me last night to learn some self-defense. After what happened when I visited home, and with the threat of war, he wanted to teach me some things to protect myself. You look like the enemy won. If the enemy is the ground, yes, it won. Will you be going again? I wince at the thought. I understand he's trying to help me, but there's no way I'm humiliating myself in front of other pack members like that ever again. They must have thought I was the most pathetic excuse for a shifter. Hey, she defends, some of us are better off unshifted, and that's nothing to be embarrassed of. I stopped showing up to beginner training when I was newly shifted, and my trainer didn't care. If anything, she was glad. So you're not so good with your wolf either? Elise shakes her head. I was so slow the other kids called me a big hairy turtle. Well, if I had to pick the thing I'm least worst at when shifted, it's running, but apparently I have to bite my attacker's leg first before I can attempt to run away, I dramatize. Gross. Celeste. Theo comes down the hall and enters the kitchen holding an unfolded piece of paper. My sister responded to my message about our visit, and she's decided to visit here first. She's dead set on meeting you sooner. Oh, did she say when? Tomorrow. Tomorrow? Wow, that's as soon as possible. I turn to Elise for her reaction, but she's facing the stove, staring into a pot of boiling water. Are you okay with this? Theo asks. Yeah, of course. I'm excited to meet her. She'll be staying here at the house for 2 nights, but I could also place her. A wooden spoon slips from Elise's hand and clatters on the floor. She picks it up swiftly and sheepishly mutters, "Sorry." "No, she should stay here," I tell him, still focused on Elise. "I'm looking forward to it. I think this will be good." According to Maud, her sister will undoubtedly support our match, so her encouragement should bring us closer together, and hopefully it will also encourage Theo to open up more. I know that if my family had supported us, my blocks in our marriage likely wouldn't exist. Well, I would send a confirmation, but even if I denied her, I think she'd show up anyway. "Sounds like her," Elise says with a tight grin. Okay, my attention lingers on her again. I'm going to wash all this mud off. I leave Theo and Elise in the kitchen and hurry upstairs, eager to feel the hot water beating on my back, even if it's in Theo's shower. However, when I open the master doors, I stop in my tracks. Lined up on the end of the bed are stacks of neatly folded clothes, and not Theo's clothes. They're obviously women's. I stray from the doorway and wander to the bed. There's enough here to create a whole wardrobe, and I pick up the first piece from the closest pile, a simple yet elegant black top with long sleeves and a tie around the waist. I take the following item, a white, short-sleeved shirt. I hold it against my front, and it seems to be my size. Glimpsing my dirty hands, I drop the shirt at once and wash them in the bathroom. The second my hands are clean, I'm hurriedly drying them and dashing back to the bed, overflowing with energy like a little girl. If I came upon such a sight when I was young, I would be enraptured for hours looking through everything. I go to the second pile of clothes on the bed, and I realize the stacks are sorted by type. There's one for shirts, another for sweaters, a collection of pants, a pile of shorts and skirts. And then I see the dresses laid out in a row, partially overlapping one another. My fingers glide over the fabrics. The last dress is eye-catchingly white, so pristine, I can't help but lift it. Small crystals sparkle all over the long skirt as the bedroom lights shine down on the dress, and by its loose structure, I start to wonder if it's a traditional piece. If it is, it must have belonged to someone previously. "Do you like it?" I spin and see Theo at the door. He comes to the bed and looks over the clothes. What is all of this?" "I said I would get you clothes." "This is beyond getting me clothes." "This is. It's all for me." Theo nods. "Where did you find all of this?" "I had Maud collect everything this morning and bring it up while we were at the fields." "That's why she wasn't here." I hold the dress out again and take it in once more before laying it down. Thankfully, I didn't muddy it in my bout of excitement. Is there even room for all of it? I'm sure there is. You can organize it however you want, move whatever you want. I face Theo, still somewhat speechless. This is. I don't think I've seen so many clothes in my life. It's all beautiful. I'm glad you think so. If anything doesn't fit or isn't to your liking, you can let. I interrupt by striding to him and bringing my arms around his ribs. My cheek squashes against his chest, and I breathe, "Thank you." He slowly encircles me despite my streaks of mud. "It's too much." "It isn't," he murmurs and gathers my hair to one side. Our bond seems to wrap its own arms around us, making sure we don't come apart too soon. A homely, snug feeling cascades over me, and after a peaceful moment, I reel myself back. I should shower. Theo gradually releases me. I'll be downstairs. Dan is stopping by to pick up something. Okay. I smile. Theo closes the doors behind him, and the minute I'm alone, I press my hand to my heart. The bond has never felt as full as it does right now. Chapter 13. I stand in the closet staring at my hoard of new clothes, wondering what to wear when Alexa arrives and we have dinner. Theo expects her to get here by late afternoon, and it's already past 5 o'clock, so I figure I'll get ready. Elise and Maud are working together on dinner since Maud already finished preparing a guest room for Alexa and offered to help cook, so I wouldn't have to. Alexa isn't here, so I offered to assist until she is, but Elise insisted they have everything handled. I take out one of the knee-length dresses, but just as quickly hang it back up. A dress is too formal, and, technically, Alexa is family. Instead, I find the black long-sleeve top I remember liking a lot, and I pair it with a pair of wide-leg pants. After I change and fix my hair, I go downstairs and to the kitchen to see how Elise and Maud are coming along. I thought you were getting ready, Elise says the second I come in. I did. I changed my clothes and did my hair and have run out of stuff to do. I lean against the kitchen counter and watch Maud clean vegetables. I'll just sit here and watch. I won't touch anything. You better not. You don't want those nice new clothes getting dirty, Maud says. Speaking of the clothes, Theo said you picked out everything, so thank you. I love it all. Were you surprised? I smile. Very. I still am every time I step in the closet. Did you notice how I hid the undergarments so the Alpha wouldn't see? I thought you'd appreciate that. How did you hide it? Elise asks and starts sharpening her knives. The sound of the gliding blade tickles my ears. I put them in between the folded clothes. It was highly appreciated and all very cute. I never thought I would be picking out another girl's delicates, but there were a lot of good options the day I went to the seamstresses. It was pretty easy. Elise pouts. Every time I go to the seamstresses, everything cute is gone, and they love to tell me about all the good stuff I missed. I haven't gotten anything in months because I don't bother going anymore. I warned the ladies the night before and told them I would be getting clothes for the new Luna. They let me in early, and when I was there, they showed me stuff I'd never seen before, the secret stock. I knew the secret stock was real. Elise shakes her head. It's only for Celeste and Kalila and the other high-ranking women. No offense, Celeste. None taken. I lean forward. But I could just go with you one day, Elise, and I'm sure they'll show you whatever stash you want. She pauses her sharpening. You would? Sure. I shrug. I wonder what else we could get away with if we bring Celeste along, she half-jokes to Maud. You should have had her by your side when you tried to bring that rogue over the border. Maud makes a silencing face, but I'm already questioning you tried to bring a rogue onto the territory? When? Why? Maud mutters, look what you started. A couple of years ago, Maud met this rogue guy when she was traveling between packs. Elise starts to explain, and Maud turns away. They made plans to see each other again, and we're going to meet up on unclaimed land to hang out. Oh. I lean closer. Elise, Maud warns and returns to the counter. She's our Luna. We're supposed to be respectable. It's just Celeste, Elise argues, and when Maud doesn't rebuke, she continues. So Maud got over the border and saw where they were meeting up, you know, the middle of the woods, and was like, no way am I doing anything out here. The rogue thought that was kinda weird because we're shifters, partially animals, but he was doing anything to get lucky, so when Maud wanted him to come back to her house, he decided he would risk sneaking into the pack, knowing it's Draven's. Stupid. Really stupid, Maud agrees. And you were caught? I ask. Maud nods. He was arrested. I used to feel guilty, but he's free now. He worked his way out in like a week, and I never saw him again. But if Celeste was there, I'm sure the guards would have let you go. So what? You're going to make a joke about me doing it again. Maud tells me he was attractive, not just some thieving, grimy rogue. He was worth it. He was, Elise says. Maud pointed him out to me while he was building a house. Too bad he vanished, but like a month later you found John. John. He's my mate, Maud says. And he's better than any rogue. She dries her hands. Everything's clean. Then I'll start boiling the potatoes. Elise and Maud delve back into dinner preparations, so I try to observe without worrying too much about meeting Theo's sister, but I don't have much luck. As Maud remembers her, Alexa can be a drama queen and a know-it-all, so I shouldn't expect her immediate approval. However, the thought of her judgment makes my palms clammy. I want her to like me. 15 minutes past 6 o'clock, the front door opens, and a girl's voice tumbles in. I can't make out the start of it, but I catch. Here now? Where? Theo calls Celeste. Oh my goddess, she's coming, she says with anticipation, like I have a big present for her. My spine snaps straight. She has arrived, Maud mutters to Elise. I head for the hall and poke out of the kitchen archway to see if she's visible in the foyer, but when she moves into view, having the same hair color and prominent bone structure as her brother, she spots me almost immediately. I step into the hall and walk towards Alexa, unsure of how big I should smile. Theo stands beside her, and I feel a touch of relief. Hi, Alexa. I'm Celeste. You are, aren't you? She hugs me quickly. I never thought this day would come. She holds me at arm's length and surveys me like a mother. Theo touches her shoulder and tries to ease her off. Alexa, don't do that. What? She peers at him. I'm just making sure she's real. I'm real, I assure with a buzz of anxiety in my chest. And I'm relieved, she plays. When Theo told me he found his mate, I thought he was making it up so I would stop sending letters encouraging him to look for you, but you found him. How old are you? 20. 21. See, you could have been together 3 years ago if you bothered with something other than the pack. You're just like Brian. Brian? I question. Theo clarifies, Alpha Silva. Brian is always overloading himself trying to do everything and anything for the pack before he cares for his family. You have children? She faces me. Not yet. According to his mother, I was supposed to be pregnant the day after we met, so you can imagine what a joy she is to have around. Theo guides her out of the foyer and to the stairs. Why don't you clean up before dinner like you said you were going to? You still have my clothes, right? I didn't pack a proper bag, only this small thing. She holds up a bag that must carry her essentials. If not, I'll need to go out and get clothes. Your clothes have been brought into the guest room you like. You mean my old bedroom? Yes, your old bedroom. She turns at the bottom of the stairs. I would take you with me, Celeste, if I wasn't going to hop in the shower. I just want to sit down and talk to you, find out everything. Oh, we'll talk plenty while you're here. Tomorrow you're stuck with me all day. All day. She glances at Theo. Finally, someone in this house is making time for me. The goddess has blessed me with the sister I've always wanted. Go on, go get ready. Theo shoos his sister, and she rolls her eyes before heading upstairs. Once she's gone, he says, You look nice. Thank you. I smooth my hands over my front. Alexa seems happy, which is good. I'm glad she's excited about us, that someone is. I should have warned you before, but she'll probably be by your side every hour you aren't sleeping. Even if that were true, it would be fine. I want to spend time with her. Besides, she's only here for 2 nights. You let me know if it becomes too much. Theo, I'll be fine, I insist, and he sighs, side-eyes me, and concedes. Theo leaves me to clean up before dinner, so I return to the kitchen. Maud questions me about Alexa and what I plan to do with her while she's here, but Elise doesn't seem interested. She hardly looks up from the stove. I'd better set the table, Maud says, and Elise nods. Let me help. There's no food involved, so you can't say I'll get dirty. Fine. Grab the glasses. I follow Maud through the butler's pantry, picking up 3 wine glasses along the way. After I place each one beside the plates Maud sets down, she says, Better grab water glasses in case Alexa decides to polish off a bottle. I take 3 regular glasses from the pantry and put them beside each wine glass. So working here while Alexa lived here is why you're so indifferent to her? Was she really that bad? She seems nice, maybe a touch dramatic, but nice nonetheless. For the most part, she's tolerable. It's when something doesn't go her way that she tests me, but I shouldn't be surprised. Daughters of alphas have little to actually complain about. She just tries to make up the difference for some reason. So Elise doesn't like her either? Maud lowers her voice. Actually, they were close when Alexa lived here. I suppose the distance between them when she moved to Silva changed that. I look at the wall where Elise must be standing on the other side. Footsteps descend the stairs, and Theo's scent culminates. Evening, Alpha, Maud says when he enters the dining room. We're almost finished. No rush, he says. Alexa is still getting ready. I stay with Theo while Maud vanishes through the pantry, and I hold the back of my usual seat. Any news about Rowan and the war? A decision hasn't been made. A decision about what? Can I know? We haven't decided how to respond, whether that's by doing nothing at all or attacking or attempting to make an agreement. It's all up in the air, he elaborates. I watch my hands squeeze the wood backrest. Will you let me know if that changes? I will. A second pair of footsteps pads down the staircase, and soon Alexa is peeking into the dining room. There you both are. She brightens. What's for dinner? Steak, mashed potatoes, and roasted vegetables, I recount from watching Elise cook. From what I saw, it all looks really good. Alexa comes to the table and draws out the chair across from mine. Let's sit. Oh, sure. I follow suit, but Theo isn't as quick to appease her. He takes his time settling at the head of the table. Maud reappears with a wine bottle, and as she tends to our empty glasses, Theo tells her, "Grab the scotch for me when you can." "I hope you soften him some," Alexa comments, then sips her wine. "Our mother told me a good Luna brings balance to her mate's life, and Theo's always been a tad too cold." I glance at him, but Theo fixates on the air in front of him, waiting for his much stronger drink, which he usually drinks after dinner. The bond encourages me to touch him, possibly a gentle hand over his, but Alexa distracts me. If you ever need any advice or anything at all regarding your role as Luna, please reach out to me whenever. I'd be happy to show you the ropes. Even while I'm here, I'll tell you as much as I can. Her eyes widen. Speaking of being a Luna, the full moon is coming up, right? That means your Luna ceremony is just around the corner. It's in 4 days, the full moon. You must be excited. Well, I don't know much about it yet, I confess. She asks Theo, "You haven't told her?" "Well, he's mentioned moon water being poured over me. That's the only bad part. I know of a Luna whose ceremony was in the dead of winter, and the water started to freeze the fabric of her dress. When she stood up, it was all bunched at the ends, frozen in place. You're lucky your ceremony is in summer, but hopefully it doesn't rain." "It's okay, I'll already be soaked, right?" "That's a good attitude." She praises me and drinks again. "That will definitely come in handy as you get your footing." Maud comes back with Theo's scotch and a short glass. She leaves both at the edge of the table, and Theo thanks her before cracking the bottle open and pouring his drink. 4 days away, Alexa ponders. "I'm sad I'm going to miss it. I was so close." There's nothing more magical than kneeling under the full moon in a big, beautiful ceremonial dress. "I saw your dress when it was still our mother's. It's breathtaking." "You wouldn't be invited even if you were here," Theo says and lifts his glass to his lips. "Why not?" "It's only me, Celeste, and our officiant." She rolls her eyes. "I'm surprised you'll be there considering." My brow furrows in confusion, and I look to Theo for clarification, but he's too busy staring down Alexa. She notices and waves her hand dismissively. "Anyway, this dinner isn't for you and me to argue. It's for me to get to know Celeste." Maud carries in our dinners, and I watch the pantry entrance because Elise has yet to show her face. "So, Celeste, do you have any siblings?" Theo is ready for bed before me since Alexa kept me in the living room long after dinner to share her experience as a Luna, which furthers my knowledge of my own position less than I expect. Her conversation jumps from her relationship with Alpha Silva to her helping at their gardens to his mother's expectations for grandchildren and an heir for the pack. Alexa finishes off 3 more glasses of wine in addition to the glass she had at dinner. I can only hope my own experiences as a Luna don't cause me to overindulge and drink. I'm already having a hard enough time with the feud between my family and my mate. Theo reads from a packet of papers while I finish up in the bathroom. I come out in a matching set of pajamas, and I sit on what's become my side of the bed as I braid my hair. "You don't need the mirror?" Theo asks. "Oh no," I say with my arms stretched behind my head. I've done it a lot, so it's muscle memory. After I tie it off, Theo feels the single braid. I face him, and it slips out of his hand. "I could braid your hair, it's technically long enough." He smiles and then tosses his papers to his bedside table. "Should I shut off the lights?" I think I'm going to grab a glass of water quickly." I slide off the bed. "I'll be right back." I leave the bedroom, and the hallway is dark. Alexa's door is shut. I make my way down the steps, but pause halfway when I hear voices. From the sound of it, Elise is still here, and then I hear Alexa too. "Sometimes I miss living in this house," Alexa says, slightly muffled by the walls. "We had fun." "Yeah, we did," Elise replies, and then I hear the sound of a glass touching the countertop. The goddess thought otherwise for us, but I would have been happy if we were mated. Things are good with Brian, but I don't know. My mother made the mate bond seem stronger then. I turn around and hurry back to the bedroom, slipping through the doors, not wanting to eavesdrop anymore. I close the ceiling light, leaving only my lamp on. Theo lies in bed. "Change your mind." I go to my side and throw the covers back, climbing in skittishly. "Yeah." Theo welcomes me when I lie against him. Our bond soothes, yet all I can think about is Alexa's words. How could she say such a thing behind her mate's back? The thought of Theo saying something like that to another girl makes my stomach hurt. Theo strokes the top of my head, and I cling to him. Your heart's racing, he says quietly. Sorry. Everything all right? Just nervous about tomorrow, I fib. Don't worry, Alexa isn't hard to please, you'll be fine. Chapter 14. As expected, Theo is out of the house before I wake up. I lie in bed a little longer than usual. Today is a full day of entertaining Alexa, so I take my time, knowing I won't have much of it to myself. Once I'm ready for the day, I go downstairs to look for Alexa, and I find her in the dining room. She's sitting in the same seat she did last night and drinking coffee while reading from a small book with a worn, white cover. Her conversation with Elise replays in my head, as it has many times this morning, but I walk into the room as if I had never heard any of it, and she turns to me while simultaneously closing the book. I thought I heard you coming. She gives me a small, taut smile and then draws her mug closer to her. Don't mind my pajamas. What are you reading? Oh, just some book about conceiving that my mate's mother gave me. Alexa sips her coffee. It's kind of dated and very spiritual, but I like the small pictures. I'm sure my mother has the same one, I kid. Anyway, look at you all dressed and pretty. I should go get changed. Oh, there's no rush. Please, finish your coffee. I sit across from her to prove my point. My mother didn't like me to lounge in my pajamas, so it's become a habit. My mother was the same, so many rules to be a good alpha's daughter. When I left home after I was mated, I decided to throw all her rules out the window rather than bring them with me. Then the goddess did what she does, meddling in our business, and now my mother lives at my pack. Thankfully, she has her own house. Alexa drinks her coffee. But I'm stuck with two mothers who are previous Lunas. I'm sure you can imagine how fun that is. Maud comes through the butler's pantry. Morning, Celeste. I have a letter for you. From who? Your sister. The Alpha left it with me this morning, she says, then turns to Alexa, more coffee or anything else. Oh, no, thank you. Then I'll grab you that letter, Maud says, and returns to the kitchen. That's sweet that your sister and you write letters. It's good to keep in touch, you two sound close. We were very close before I left. Maud comes back with the letter in her hand, and she places it in front of me. Do you want breakfast with that? No, I peer up at her. I'm sure I'll lose my appetite after I read this. I'll be in the kitchen if you change your mind. Alexa watches Maud leave, and then she asks, do you miss her that much? Yes, but, well, last night when I spoke about my family, I left out the fact that they're from Rowan, and they aren't too happy I'm mated to Theo. This letter is probably begging me to come home, just as her last letter did. Oh, she fiddles with her mug. I'm sorry, that must be really difficult. I pick up the envelope. Hopefully I can prove to them that I'm safe and happy here, I just don't know how to do it yet. My mother has selective hearing. But your sister's against it too? She's mated to Rowan's beta, so... Alexa frowns. Oh no. Goddess Celeste, I couldn't imagine my family rejecting my matehood. Why don't I go get ready, and we can spend all day leaving reality behind. I cover the letter with my hands. That sounds good. She grins and stands up. Then I'll get to it. You wait right there, and I'll be right back. My slight smile holds until she disappears into the hallway, and then it slowly slips. I uncover the letter, turn it around, and decide to get it over with so I'm not worrying about what Lily said all day. I unfold the paper, seeing her message. It isn't very long. Celeste, I heard Dad and Ben talking. They said Rowan and Draven are on the brink of war. Ben said there could be an attack at any time and that Dad needs to be prepared. Do you know why this is happening? Is Alpha Draven seeking revenge for Alpha Rowan's decision to protect you here? You didn't respond to my last letter, but I hope you will answer this one. I'm worried about you, Ben, Mom, and Dad. I'm scared of what going to war will mean, and with you living on Draven territory, no matter where anyone attacks, our family gets hurt. If you have any influence over Alpha Draven, try to stop his ideas of attacking, and I'll try to do the same with Ben. I miss you. I exhale and refold the letter, wanting to ask Theo if Lily's fears about the war are warranted, at least from our side. Maybe Alpha Rowan is the one ready to attack, and in that case, Lily's given us a warning, and I need to tell Theo anyway. Once Alexa is done getting ready, we leave the house with plans to explore the pack because, with her expertise, there are many special places she wants to show me, one being the river Kalila mentioned before. As we walk along the main pathway from the house, Alexa asks, "Theo hasn't told you about him as a child, has he?" I glance at her. No. I can't imagine he'd ever want to either. In addition to being an expert on this territory, I'm also an expert on Theo as a child. She deviously rubs her hands together and then clasps them. I have been waiting for the day he's mated, so I can tell his mate all the crap he put me through when we were kids. For one, he locked me in the bathroom using one of the dining chairs while our parents were visiting another pack, and I was stuck for hours because everyone claims not to have heard me calling for help. I grin. Did you get him back? I'm glad you asked. I did to him as he did to me, locked him in his bedroom so he would be late to training. He broke the door, and I was the one blamed. He never got in trouble with our mother at home, but I can't say my treatment was completely unfair. He had to deal with a lot from our father. It makes me glad I wasn't born a boy. Training to become an alpha is brutal, and training with our father. She shakes her head. It changed him. How so? Dad was already working with him before his first shift, but after he turned 16, everything became so serious all of a sudden. Theo was always out of the house with him, too busy to play pranks or do anything for fun. At first, I was happy to have him off my back, but I missed spending time together. He got quiet. He only cared about training his wolf and learning from Dad, but really he had no other choice. He told me he became alpha at 17, I mention. That was a particularly dark time for everyone. Alexa stares off into the distance. But he did what had to be done. I know he can be difficult and fixated on his duties, and I like to poke fun at him. Someone has to remind him his life is about more than leading the pack, but he's a good son, brother, friend. I know he'll be a good mate too. So, can I ask you to be patient with him? It would make me feel a lot better to know you're here looking out for his heart. He does have one. I've seen it occasionally. I tell her with complete sincerity. Even though my family doesn't approve of our bond, I'm dedicated to it. I want to have a long and happy matehood. She breathes out. Good, thank you. Thank you for giving him a chance even with your family problems. Of course. And I see his heart occasionally too. He's not always Alpha Draven. Thank the goddess. If he took you for granted, I would do a lot more than lock him in a bedroom. We come upon the diverting path to the training field. Do you mind if we detour for a second? I wanted to see if Theo is at the field so I could talk to him. It'll be quick. Yeah, let's go. We have plenty of time for my tour. Together, we turn right and head towards the field, seeing others go this way as well. Usually, this path is busy in the early morning, earlier than this, but there must be something going on, which only raises the chance of Theo being here. As the field comes into view, the number of men both shifted and unshifted on it makes Alexa ask, Theo isn't going to war, is he? I look at her but am at a loss for words. There he is, she points out his wolf. Oh, and there's Corbin, I should say hi. Come on, I mutter and descend from the path into the clearing below. Alexa picks up her pace to stay in line with me, and she waves when Corbin notices us. We're the only women, shifted or not, undoubtedly sticking out. Celeste, Alexa, Corbin greets us, separating himself from the hubbub. Theo told me you were visiting. It's good to see you busy as always. She faces me. I've known Corbin since he and Theo were babies together. The two of you could really get our mother going. On a more serious note, I say, I need to speak with Theo. I know he's shifted, but could you get? Corbin twists and shouts, Dan. Get Theo. Celeste needs to talk to him. I spot Dan also unshifted near a group of particularly war-ready wolves. They must be some of Theo's best fighters. Dan takes Corbin's order without hesitation and weaves his way through the field, somehow not being knocked over. So, how many kids do you have now, huh? 4? 5. Our third is on the way. Alexa beams. 3? Goddess, what I would do for one. How's Kalila? She's ready to give birth. She's gone to our wise woman 3 times this week trying to induce labor, but all she comes home with is advice to be patient and the prediction she's having a boy. You have 2 girls, don't you? I inch away from Alexa and Corbin as I watch for Theo. He eventually appears, moving out of the crowd unshifted. People snag him, saying things I can't hear, but he answers each one fleetingly, and then his attention lands on me. I walk towards him. I don't want to interrupt. Did you get your sister's letter? I left it with Maud. I did. We stop, but he promptly moves me closer to the trees, away from the wolves. Her letter is actually why I need to talk to you. She believes our packs are going to attack each other any day, and I don't know what to think of it because you haven't told me anything about attacking Rowan, so I thought maybe Rowan is preparing to attack us. There will be an attack, he says, catching me by surprise. No bystanders will be involved, so you shouldn't worry about your sister or mother or your family home. So you're attacking? He crosses his arms. We are. When? The day isn't set yet, but fairly soon. Were you going to tell me? It was decided just this morning. I haven't had the chance to. Well, it seems everyone knows this war is happening but me. Is everything all right? Alexa calls. I peer back at her and force my voice to be brighter. Yeah, everything's fine. Celeste. I cut him off. We'll talk later, I guess. Alexa and I are going around the pack for a while. He stays put as I leave him and return to Alexa. So, how long are you staying? Corbin asks her. Only until tomorrow. It's a short trip, but Theo tells me he and Celeste are coming to Silva soon. I insert myself in their conversation to say, I'm ready when you are. Oh, that was fast. Alexa makes an expression that's both sad and content, and she tells Corbin, it was so good to see you. Give Kalila my best wishes with the new baby. Good luck with Alpha Silva. Yeah, right, I need it. She turns to me. Now, let's leave the men to battle each other, because we're off to the river. Alexa and I make our way off the field, and I repeatedly look back at Theo as I try to accept that my home pack and my mate will be fighting any day. Lily is right. No matter who's attacking whom, people I care about are going to get hurt. I stand in front of the mirror in the master bathroom, doing nothing but worrying over the impending attack when I should be freshening up for dinner. Even though Alexa is very entertaining, I couldn't stop thinking about it all day. It burrowed in the back of my mind like a rusty nail, constantly bothering me. Tears slip from my eyes. I wipe them lazily until I hear the bedroom doors open, and then I get rid of them, using the backs of my hands to clear my wet cheeks. Theo comes to the open bathroom door, and even though I turn my back to finish, I know he knows. I explain. My dad holds a high rank among Rowan's guards. He'll likely be involved. His scent will be similar to yours, he says gently. I'll look out for him. He'll be fine. I inhale to gather myself, and then I face him. You promise. Unwavering, he says, I promise. He steps towards me, but I make him halt when I move back. Suddenly sad again, I frustratedly murmur, I don't want you going either. Goddess, why did I have to tell Lily? This is all happening because I couldn't just shut up and listen. Celeste, Theo says firmly, this isn't your fault. There's no way to stop it? It's been building for too long. There's been tension between our packs, and not letting you go is the final straw. I can't let him get away with it. There's an unspoken rule that you do not go after another alpha's mate or children. What he did crosses a line. He doesn't want me to have you. Silence settles between us for a moment until I ask, why? I understand my family not wanting us together, but Alpha Rowan. He has his reasons. Theo grabs the door frame as he turns to leave. Finish what you were doing. I'll be in the study before we sit down to eat. Unsatisfied, I compel myself to say, okay. I listen as he closes the bedroom doors behind him, comforted a bit by his promise to protect my dad, but bothered by so many missing details. My palms lie flat on the bathroom counter, and I stare at the floor. Chapter 15. The sun is setting, Maud comments as she works on my hair, standing behind me. I sit still at the vanity built into the bathroom counter between the two sinks. I wasn't sure what hairstyles suited a Luna ceremony. Thankfully, Maud offered to help. He still isn't here, I mutter. You know, I haven't seen a Luna ceremony, but I've read about them. Usually, the idea of dressing up and worshipping under the full moon makes me think we're spiritually stuck in the old days, when everyone was shifted more than not, but the meaning behind the Luna ceremony is kind of refreshing. She goes on to explain, The Luna is modeled in the moon goddess image, covered in white and cut moonstones to reflect the goddess' divine light and purity. Traditionally, a Luna's role in the pack is to keep her people faithful. The Luna was thought to be closer to the goddess than anyone else. The ceremony isn't to instate an Alpha's mate as his Luna, but rather for the Alpha to thank the goddess for giving him a Luna. The Alpha accepts the goddess' gracious gift, and the fated couple is cleansed and blessed. By doing the ceremony, the Alpha is thanking the goddess for you and promising to be good to you. I stare at my reflection. You read that. A few months ago, I managed to get my hands on a book that's a collection of some of the first written accounts of traditional ceremonies. Maud, why do you work here? What? I just think you have wasted talent. You're so smart and always reading about something new. I'm sure the school would love to have you. She scoffs. Me? A teacher? I don't think so. Besides, it's an honor to work in the pack house. The Alpha doesn't just let anyone work here. I know. It's obvious why he'd want you here. You don't do things halfway. You're punctual and honest. You're always willing to help. You're a good problem solver. All right. Enough. What do you want? Nothing. I just think you could do great things, maybe hold a more influential position. Thanks for letting me know. She reaches for some hairpins. I haven't seen the Alpha around the pack house since Alexa left. Elise said he hasn't been back for dinner either. He's busy planning his attack, and apparently it takes all night because I've been sleeping alone. He told me that sometimes he doesn't sleep, but he has to, right? He's just sleeping somewhere else. On the field, I guess. Maud comes to my side. Wherever he's sleeping alone. Don't worry about that. Do you think he doesn't want to do the ceremony? I think he's busy strategizing and preparing for the attack like you said. She steps back. Now look at how nice your hair looks. I turn my head as I admire her handiwork, a romantic half-up, half-down style suited for the bejeweled headpiece I have yet to see. It's beautiful, thank you. It's too bad moon water is going to be dumped all over it. She tweaks the hair on the back of my head. Well, maybe the officiant will pour it gently, just look afraid of the water. I turn to her. Should I put on my dress now or wait for Theo? The officiant will be here after sundown. Maud mulls it over, then decides, put it on now, but you'll have to be careful. If anything gets on the dress, there's no time to remove it. That old fabric is terrible with stains. I'm expecting to be in the laundry underworld after you're done kneeling in the grass and soaking in moon water. She follows me into the bedroom where the ceremonial dress, the white one I received with my other clothes, is laid out on the bed. Putting it on is pretty straightforward. White undergarments, arms through the sleeves. Call me when you're done, and I'll button you in. Maud exits the bedroom, and I take off my regular clothes to adorn the gown that generations of Draven Lunas have worn in the moonlight. The dress fits snugly around my chest and flows down the rest of my body. The sleeves are a fine mesh, bedazzled like the rest of the dress, but the moonstones and crystals are concentrated at the end of the sleeve and disperse upwards towards my shoulder. Everything about the gown is beautiful, ethereal, and dreamy. I run my fingertips softly over the stones falling down my front. I feel like Luna for the first time. I'm ready, I call. Maud peeks in, and then the rest of her comes through the door. Goddess, I've never seen a prettier gown. Come on then. Turn around. I continue to touch the gems as Maud fastens what seems to be 100 white buttons. How does it fit? It fits fine, I feel good. Traditionally, the Luna doesn't wear shoes. The ceremony is on the grass, but the choice is yours. I'll do it traditionally. Maud clasps my shoulders and spins me, swishing the layered skirt. You're totally stuck in there. I nod. Ready to go downstairs? We'll wait for Theo. The officiant should be here any minute. Yeah, let's go. Elise is in the kitchen, snacking on carrot sticks while flipping through her notebook of recipes. I go in to show her the dress, and she tilts her head to the side, her mouth going slack. I smile, and she asks, "Are you kidding, Celeste?" Oh my goodness, you look like the moon goddess herself, and the dress is 1,000,000 times more beautiful than I thought it would be. Maud and I sit in the kitchen at the table. Remember, be careful, she advises. Being with Maud and Elise and seeing their reactions takes me out of my worrisome thoughts, stubborn fears that Theo and I are, for some reason, regressing in our matehood. Elise comes around the counter to sit with us, and she asks, "Is Theo on his way?" "Hopefully." I run my hands down my thighs. "How long do we wait for him before I take the dress off, and we push this to the next full moon?" Maud silently reprimands me, flattening her mouth and focusing her stare. "He's coming." "Okay, he's coming." "Do you know anything else about the ceremony that would make me more prepared?" She adjusts in her chair. "I know alphas and lunas are supposed to wait until after the ceremony before they mate for the first time." Elise looks at me. Now that's something. The bond hardens inside me and sits in my gut like a stone. Really? You didn't just make that up to poke fun at me? No, it's the respectable way. The ceremony cleanses your spirits and blesses your bond, and then you fulfill your bond. Elise cracks a smile. That look on your face is priceless, Celeste. I wish the Alpha were here to see it. The sound of the front door makes Elise slap her hands against the tabletop. She blurts, "The goddess heard me." I get up and go to the archway. Theo is coming down the hall with an older man, whom I assume is our officiant, as he's riddled with goddess symbols, moonstones, and the loose-fitting clothes spiritual guides tend to wear. There's also a large ceramic canister in his hands, the moon water. Theo's wearing a red shirt, which shows the lines defining the top of his chest, as if he hadn't had enough time to button it all the way. He's holding more bejeweled mesh fabric folded with jewelry, and my headpiece resting on top. He stops when he lifts his head from the treasures and sees me. I hold my breath and my hands ball into fists. Maud comes into the hall and gestures to the officiant. "Come with me," she says. "I'll show you where it'll all take place." Maud disappears with the man, going outside where the moon is starting to glow as the sky turns black. Now alone, I ask, "This is all for me to wear?" Theo looks at the jewelry and then brings it to me. He uses his free hand to start separating the pieces, first giving me a heavy moonstone necklace with multiple pendants dangling in a row. I take it and secure it around my neck. As he hands me 2 bracelets, one for each wrist, he says, "You look beautiful." I try to withhold my blush. "I thought maybe you'd changed your mind or gotten too busy to do the ceremony. You want to do it, don't you?" "I do." He holds up the headpiece, a crown with delicate, shimmering chains with moonstone droplets at the ends and delicate metal detailing around the band. Once the bracelets are on, I take the headpiece and carefully place it on the top of my head, nestling it in Maud's styling and having the moonstones fall along my hair. The stones of the 2 front chains rest on my shoulders, so I pinch one between my fingers and admire it. "How long have these been in your family?" "I'm not sure." Theo unfolds the fabric and drapes it over my shoulders like a shawl. "A very long time. It's all breathtaking." He watches me. "It is. Where have you been sleeping?" "I haven't really. I sleep for maybe an hour here and there." "You're planning the attack?" He nods. "I wish you would sleep here," I admit, peering down at the dress and securing the shawl. "You've been distant." "I'm sorry. I thought we were trying to be normal mates." "We are," he says. "I'll try harder." He reaches for my hand and holds it, rubbing his thumb across the top of it. His touch is soft, too soft, like he's trying to make it so. Our bond pacifies regardless. "Are you ready to go outside?" The thought of us fulfilling the bond clouds my judgment now that Maud has told me how this traditionally goes. My heart beats faster. Yeah, I'm ready. Truthfully, I'm not sure. Theo keeps hold of my hand and brings me through the house while I look at him, and my dress, and at him again. Maud holds the back door open for us, and ahead on the grass, I see our ceremony guide waiting with the ceramic canister at his feet. I peer over my shoulder at Maud as she goes inside and shuts the door. I step onto the grass, and it's a cool tickle against the soles of my feet. Our surroundings are calm, the forest behind the house is dark, but the moon is high above the canopy, surrounded by a spatter of stars. My dress looks luminescent under the night sky, and Theo watches, keeping his grasp of me as though the stars will mistake me for one of them and pull me up and away. We stop in front of the guide, and he says, "Under her light, we kneel." All 3 of us kneel at once, and the grass itches my shins. Theo releases my hand, and I regretfully take it back. Moon Goddess, Divine Creator, I present to you this fated pair. Theo, of the Draven Alpha bloodline, has been bestowed his Luna. He claims her to balance his spirit with great thanks. Theo bends forward, places his hands against the grass, and touches his forehead to the ground before promptly lifting back up. Celeste, Luna of this Alpha, Keeper of your light, claims her duty with great thanks. May your spirit shine through her. I do the same as Theo, copying him exactly, and this seems to be correct. The moonstones draping from the crown fall forward, and when I lift, they're cushioned by my hair. You may now face one another. The officiant directs with an all-knowing sense about him, so we do as he says, and I'm faced with my mate. Alpha Draven, praise your Luna, for she encapsulates your goddess. Nurture her soul, for part of it is the goddess. Care for her body, for part of it is the goddess. Be true to her heart, for part of it is the goddess. My lips part when Theo bows to me. His eyes capture mine as he rises. This moment marks the beginning of your matehood, bound as one by her hand. I cleanse your souls to be pure for one another, so may they remain. The guide stands, picking himself up with one foot and then the other. He takes the canister of moon water and comes towards me. Your spirit washes over Celeste, making her anew. I hold my breath and squeeze my eyes shut as he tilts the canister over, and water pours onto my head, streaming down my hair, shoulders, and the front of my dress. The moon water is cold, but I keep my peace on the surface. He then goes to Theo. Your spirit washes over Theo, making him anew, he says, and then pours the rest of the water onto my mate. Theo's waves are weighed down along his forehead, and his shirt clings to his body. The officiant gestures for us to join hands. Theo takes both of mine. I'm too distracted. Hand in hand your light washes over them, and their bond is blessed. Through time, in and out of their bodies, their sacred bond is forever. Their souls belong to one another. Their gratitude to you is great. They offer their thanks. Theo says, "Thank you, goddess." He pulses my hand with a squeeze. I murmur, "Thank you, goddess." The officiant concludes, "May your light shine upon us forever." Theo tells him, "Thank you. It's my pleasure to welcome our new Luna and bless your bond. If either of you ever need guidance or feel far from the goddess, do not hesitate to come to me." Theo nods. The spiritual guide glances at the moon and then proceeds around the house to the path. "Let's dry off," Theo says and rests a hand against my lower back, fluttering my belly as we return inside. He holds the door for me, and I step in, but I turn shortly after, blocking him from going anywhere. Unsure of what Theo wants now that the ceremony is over, my mouth opens to ask honestly, but the words tangle in my throat. I breathe in, a little shaky, and suddenly Theo is closing in on me. My eyes follow his as he draws near, and then my attention falls to his mouth. His large hands caress my head. I slide mine on top of his as my heart thumps into my ribs, but I stay put. His nose brushes mine. I close my eyes, and he kisses me for a gentle moment, but this careful, sweet intimacy triggers our bond and is quickly overcome. His mouth pushes and moves against mine as our bodies become flush with each other's. My heart rejoices, erupting with nervous excitement, and he holds me closer, harder, kisses me more urgently, and I respond, feeling a pull toward this repressed connection. The thought of fulfilling the bond is fleeting. I yearn for this kiss to keep going and going because I'm afraid of how long it might take to happen again. I latch onto Theo's shoulders and lift higher, and my hands wander to his neck and down his chest, gliding over his damp shirt and gripping to hang on. He kisses me deeper. My knees tremble under my dress. Goddess, I think this may force me into heat. A small whimper escapes my throat, and I feel the hallway wall against my back. Theo pulls away. I'm left breathless, and he holds me there. My hazy mind thinks it's to keep me away, but I realize he's keeping himself from me. My breath begins to slow. Theo. Go upstairs, he says and looks me in the eye. He then releases me, and I watch him walk off down the hall. Chapter 16. With my feet damp from the grass and my heart pounding, I rush to the kitchen. Maud? She and Elise are sitting at the table with a mug for each of them. Elise has a small plate of cookies, but she places the cookie in her hand back down when I appear breathless and dripping moon water. Unbutton me. I go to them and turn my back. Hurry. Maud stands at once, her chair screeching against the floor. Is everything okay? She asks, removing the shawl first. I think so. I feel her tugging at the dress as she starts to unfasten each minuscule button. You finished the ceremony, didn't you? Elise questions. We did, he told me to go upstairs. Elise's blue eyes dilate. Oh. I wring my waist as every second feels like a minute passing. Maud tries to work fast, but she starts to struggle. Where is he? I think he went to the study. Maybe for a drink, I don't know. I twist. Is it stuck? Elise gets up. Relax, okay? Were you splashed with moon water or caffeine? I place my hand over my beating chest. He kissed me, and he told me to go upstairs. So, that means, doesn't it? I think aloud. Elise moves to Maud's side. After you get her free, I think it's our cue to leave. Maud continues fussing with the dress. Maybe the Alpha should do this then. With those man hands? Elise shakes her head. These buttons are made for women's fingers. Maud throws her hands down. Well, I'm getting frustrated and it's making me sloppy. Here, let me. Elise takes over and the buttons begin to loosen. I ask, what do I do with the jewelry? Theo didn't get them from the house. I don't know where it's all from. Here, Maud says and unclasps the necklace, working over Elise. Leave it all with me, and I'll keep it safe for the Alpha to put back tomorrow. All the family's jewelry is kept in a secure place just in case another pack targets the house. I take the crown off my head with its chains of moonstones that pull strands of my hair with them, but luckily, nothing is tangled. Maud handles the crown with steady hands as I remove the bracelets and hand them over also. She lays everything neatly on the counter for now. Last one, Elise mutters. Okay, you're free. Just put the gown on the armchair in the bedroom, and I'll grab it tomorrow. She tells Elise, let's go before he comes looking for her. Thank you, I tell them. I'll see you both tomorrow. Maud and Elise go through the front door while I make my way upstairs with the dress's skirt bunched in my arms. Unsure of how much time I have before Theo comes, the second I'm in the bedroom, I wiggle out of the sodden dress, put it on the chair by the dresser, and find pajamas suitable for the night of a Luna ceremony, a shiny thigh-length nightgown. With the nightgown in my grasp, I briskly enter the washroom to ensure everything else about me still looks all right, but my gaze is too concerned with my undergarments. My skin flushes, and I breathe deeper to calm my jittery nerves. Then I meet my eyes. This was going to happen eventually, and the night of my ceremony seems as good a time as any. Perhaps the only way to conquer my uncertainty is to face this head-on. I bring the muted blue nightgown over my head and its lace straps over my shoulders. I swipe my hairbrush and comb the ends of my hair, Maud's styling still intact. My heart beats in my ears, but I ignore it. Theo knows I'm innocent. Maybe my lack of know-how won't be a surprise to him then. I leave the washroom and pace in front of the bed, listening for his footsteps, but the house is silent. After a couple of minutes, I sit on the edge of the mattress with my hands entangling against my fluttering stomach, and I swallow, watching the doors. There's nothing, no one. The house is too quiet, and I realize I may be the only one here. My anxiety lessens, and confusion takes over. I go to the bedroom doors and call into the hallway Theo. There's no response. I stray from the bedroom despite his request and venture downstairs in my nightgown. I make my way to his study and find it empty with the light off. I call again throughout the downstairs Theo. Where could he have gone on the night of my ceremony? My face falls when I consider he might be caught up in attack plans for the third night in a row. Not even the ceremony was enough to give me his attention. Without any contemplation, I run back upstairs, find something to cover myself, a robe hanging in the bathroom, and throw it on. I storm down the stairs, through the foyer, and out the door in search of Theo because he's told me where he usually is, and I'm tired of feeling disappointed every night he doesn't come home. The fields are the closest, so I look there first, wrapping the robe closed and surveying from the path. The only people on the field at this time are a handful of wolves. There's no Theo or Corbin or Dan. I go to the cells next because I know where they are. Lights are on in most pack member houses. Mates and families are together, and few people are out on the paths, yet those who are give me strange or lingering looks. They shouldn't recognize me as their Luna since I haven't been presented to them in any way yet, so hopefully they think I'm nothing more than an angry girl retrieving her mate from somewhere he isn't supposed to be. Unlike the last time I was at the cells, I approach them unafraid. I place myself right in the guard's view and ask, "Is the Alpha here?" The man steps off the wall, no longer daydreaming while staring into the trees. His brow furrows. "No, and please do not come near this building without a guard or proper clearance." I turn my back. Could he be along the border? I don't want to wander so far out in the dark. Until I decide where to go next, I return to the path and walk in the direction I came, but my fire is starting to dim. I'm not sure I should be scouring the territory for Theo when he could really be anywhere. And what if he comes back to the house only to find it empty? My head clouds with conflict. Maybe I should go and wait for him, and if he doesn't show, well, my feet drag. Just as I'm on the brink of forfeiting, his scent is suddenly in the air. I stop and look up the path and then down the path, wrapping the robe tighter. The sounds of crushing leaves and heavy footsteps draw my eyes to the trees lining the right side of the path. From the shadowed brambles emerges his wolf, blending seamlessly into the dark at first, but gradually making shape, and I notice his muzzle is wet. I step off the path. "What are you doing? Where did you go?" I question, even though I'm well aware he can't answer me. "I was waiting for you." Theo's large paws halt, and the wetness around his mouth drips thickly. I now know it's blood. His wolf nods in the direction of the pack house. He's telling me to go. I reach out to try to touch him, but he steps back and nods again. The corners of my lips pull downward. Before I can protest, Theo gives me a firm stare, and then his wolf veers into the trees. That's that. There's no time for anything more. In disbelief, my eyes narrow, and I consider shifting and running after him to demand what's going on, but he wants me to go back. He wants me to be alone in the pack house, in his bedroom, in his bed with no explanation. There's never any explanation. I do as he wants, and I return to the house, but I don't go to the master bedroom. I shut myself in the guest bedroom I slept in before. Even though this act of defiance will go unseen, he won't be coming to explain. He won't be coming home at all. So I lie alone in the room that's now barren of my things, and I beg myself to sleep even though my matehood is slipping through my fingers. What made him change his mind between our kiss in the hall and his leaving the house? What did I do wrong? I look vacantly out the window as I sit at the table in the kitchen, watching the wolves who guard the house as they routinely pass by. They've been doing so for over a week now. Well, Elise says, standing at the counter, maybe something came up? Maybe there was an emergency? He must have been handling something if there was blood on his wolf. Have there been emergencies the other nights too? I face her and Maud. He is Corbin and Dan for a reason. Why couldn't one of them step in? I understand that he's the alpha, but last night wasn't the night to just up and leave me. He hasn't even been here for dinner in 3 days. All he comes here to do is go in the study and change clothes. Elise looks to Maud, and Maud takes a breath. I don't know, Celeste. How was he during the ceremony? He was normal besides being late. I mean, I thought it went really well. I thought that's why he kissed me. But he's an alpha before he's my mate. He probably sees me as another responsibility to juggle, and right now, attacking my home is at the top of his priorities. Apparently the second is taking action in the woods. Maud pats the top of my hand. How about something to eat? You didn't eat enough yesterday. Let me make you breakfast, Elise offers. I don't have much of an appetite. The front door opens on the other side of the house, and my heart squeezes. The three of us simultaneously choose to be silent to hear whether Theo is going to the study, upstairs, or somewhere else. Unexpectedly, he comes our way. My hands slide off the table and drop to my lap. When he appears in the archway, I avert my gaze. He says, "Can we have a moment?" My heart palpitations worsen as Maud and Elise leave the kitchen. Theo comes to the table and sits across from me, so I submit and look. I can't help it, but I wear an expression that's anything but welcoming. Your family wants to see you, specifically your mother and sister. I'm sure to avoid conflict since your father is too involved with Rowan, he says, catching me off guard. Mom and Lily want to see me? He clasps his hands on the tabletop, leaning forward. They want it to be tomorrow on unclaimed land. Rowan's beta and 2 of their men would accompany them, but the meeting itself would be in private. If you want to go, I'll make it work. You can go with 3 guards or switch one for Corbin or Dan if that makes you feel safer. He elaborates despite my lack of a response. I cross my arms. This isn't about the war or an attack? I don't know what they'll say to you, but no, they're claiming it will be a peaceful meeting. The prospect of seeing Lily is a complicated one. I want to know she's okay, but I don't want her to badger me about how she has been since I told her about Theo. And my mother, seeing her can only have consequences. I also consider Lily's letters and how she's pleaded with me to respond, yet I haven't. I sink a little into my shoulders. I want to go, I decide. Theo nods. Okay, is that all you came for? He glances to the side, then sits back. Let's talk about last night. My nerves jump. Well, I was waiting for you. I know. Why did you leave? Theo rolls his shoulders as though he's tweaked his neck. There was a situation. There's always a situation. That's why you have a beta and 3rd. Yes, sometimes I ask Corbin and Dan to take over when I'm unable to, but that wasn't an option last night, he explains. Besides, I wasn't going to kiss you for the first time and then take you upstairs to consummate our bond. My chest pangs. So that's your excuse for leaving? We weren't going to do that, so you'd rather go do whatever you were doing. His face is shrouded with regret. That's not what I meant. I should have stayed, and I'm sorry. With the attack preparations on top of everyday tasks, there's hardly any time left in the day. Something came up, I needed to leave quickly, and I thought if I left, you wouldn't feel pressured to do something you aren't ready to do. I wanted to be with you. He runs a hand over his hair. I was in a difficult situation, and I made the wrong decision. I bite my bottom lip, daring to ask, are you going to be gone again tonight? Until the attack is over. Fine, I interrupt, not wanting to hear him say what I hoped he wouldn't. Do what you have to do. I guess I'll see you whenever. Celeste. Elise, Maud, and I have plans, so you don't have to stay. I'm sure you're busy. He sighs, standing. All right. If I don't see you again today, I'll see you tomorrow morning before you meet your family. Okay. I force my face to be still, even though the backs of my eyes are burning. Theo gives me a long look before he leaves the kitchen. The second he's gone, my lips purse and I take a wavering breath. Elise and Maud slowly ease through the butler's pantry, and I hear the front door open and close. Why don't we all go to the seamstresses, and you can get the ladies to bring out the good stuff, huh? Elise suggests with a light tone. I shove my upset to the back of my mind, rising from my seat. Yeah, sure. Let's go. Chapter 17. I sit in the living room off the study as Theo and Corbin prepare for my meeting with my mom and Lily. It hasn't been long since I last saw them, but it feels much longer. My family hasn't always been ideal in the ways we function. I wish my parents could be more forgiving or open-minded, but we've never been at odds like we are now. We've never been at war with each other, but even if I could have predicted this intense a division, I wouldn't have thought I'd be on the opposing side alone. I slept in the guest bedroom again last night, and I'm not sure why, because it's easier to sleep in Theo's bed, but his scent must be fading from the sheets by now. All of this distance and coolness between us isn't putting me in the most fantastic mood to confront my family. I couldn't imagine saying no to this meeting, though. Lily's panicked by the prospect of war, and I'll try to console her despite knowing Theo's attack is looming on the horizon. I look up when Theo and Corbin come out of the study. We're ready to go, Theo says. The 2 other guards are meeting us at the border. I follow them to the foyer as Theo fills Corbin in on the particulars of my meeting, where he and the other guards will be taking me, and where they'll wait for me to finish. Theo adds, we agreed to let them talk in privacy, but don't go too far. If she shouts, you should be able to hear her. And Rowan's beta is adhering to that? Corbin questions, disbelieving. Unless he wants this to become our first battle, he will. Theo holds the door for me and eyes me as I walk out. If anything happens, Celeste, you shift and run back. Don't wait for Corbin or anyone. I say, okay, but if Lily were caught up in a dangerous situation, I couldn't turn my back on her and save myself. When we swam at the lake, I was in her raft. When she had a tear-jerking nightmare, I welcomed her into my bed. My protectiveness can't be thwarted by our mates, our mother, or any amount of unclaimed land between us. She needs me now more than ever, and I can't keep cowering behind Theo's border. Mom's nonsense and Ben's hatred for the Draven pack are poisoning her thoughts. I know she wouldn't be acting like she has without them in her ear. Theo shuts the door, and Corbin starts walking, so I wander after him, but my mate surprises me by taking my hand. I look down at the connection like a phantom touch, but it's real, and he doesn't match my confusion. Hand in hand, he walks us to Corbin and beyond. He talks effortlessly about avoiding an altercation, while the sensation of touching makes it hard for my feet to move one in front of the other. Days without contact, without him holding me in bed, must have made me touch-starved. I'm mad at him, I remind myself, but I can't let go. 2 wolves wait for us, accompanied by another unshifted guard, at the eastern border post, a small building with a slender wooden tower that sits just above the treetops. From below, the lookout makes me grateful for being on the ground. One strong gust of wind, and I wonder if the thing could be toppled. Probably not, but I still wouldn't climb up. Theo lets go, and my chin drops from the tower to my empty hand. Ready to shift? Corbin asks me. I guess so. Should I just? I gesture to the trees behind me. Theo surveys the shifted guards with crossed arms, seeming more judgmental than usual. Maybe I should come. Whoa, Corbin says, that wasn't part of the agreement. No alphas. That's what you told me. Their beta is her sister's mate. He's looking after her. Celeste is my mate, so I should be able to do the same. Corbin steps closer to Theo, speaking in a quieter voice. I've got it handled. We'll be careful. Would you let Kalila go? He sighs with no equipped rebuttal. I hope you aren't making a mistake. Theo tells me, go on and shift, Celeste. I'm coming with you. As I walk into the trees, repeatedly looking back, Theo continues to Corbin. Their beta won't make it an issue if he knows what's good for him. We aren't going to fight. This is for her family. This is what's fair. Theo takes off his shirt, so I face away and focus on shifting. I don't want Rowan's men to be angered by his presence, but the thought of Theo waiting for me just through the trees while I meet my mother makes me feel like I'm about to spar with a big, scary wolf ready to back me up. As I shift, I contemplate how things could be different if he had stayed the night of my Luna ceremony. He's right, I wasn't ready to bare my body and confront something as enigmatic as the bond, but we could have spent time together alone, a rare commodity amidst this war. I want to hug him again, lie with him, and kiss him like we did in the dark hallway. I'm supposed to wait until after the attack to be as we were, but an attack means a war, and a war means more attacks. I fear that, Theo, and I will never have the chance to be close again, and this only makes me more aloof. I return to the group to find both Theo and Corbin shifted, but only one of the guard wolves remains. I drop my clothes to the ground from my mouth, and the unshifted guard packs them with the other's clothes in a bag. As the bag is secured around the guard wolf, Theo's towering wolf walks around me. When we're all set, Theo leads the way. Similar to the last time I saw my family, I have a secret to keep. Do not mention anything about Draven's planned attack. I hardly know anything besides the fact that the attack is coming, but I'll keep my mouth shut. Like the truth about Theo and my matehood, telling them could only make matters worse, and I don't want to be held hostage again. Theo said he would protect my family, and even though our matehood is faltering, I trust him. Just because I'm choosing to give my bond with Theo a chance doesn't mean I want to cut off my family like Maud previously suggested, no matter how infuriating they can be. The thought of never seeing them again hurts, like a piece of my body is being dug out of me. I still hold on to the hope that my sister will come around to the idea of Theo and me being together, and if she does, maybe my parents will eventually, too. If they did, I think I could forgive them in time. But if they don't, and hatred ensues, I wonder if I can handle cutting them out of my life. I'd finally have to let go of my long-held fantasy where my mom is proud, where my dad talks to me about more than his expectations, where I'm enough for them, more than enough. My parents, I could survive losing, but not my baby sister. I could never cut her off. Our meeting place is almost exactly between the Rowan pack and Draven territory on unclaimed land deemed safe by the wolves protecting us. Theo and I are the only ones to shift, and once we're dressed, He takes me to find my mother and sister, a duty that was meant to be Corbin's. We locate them via their scents, and as we approach, I see Ben waiting unshifted with my mother to his left and Lily to his right. The moonstone pendant I handed over to Mom the night Lily was mated still lies on her chest. Ben's expression sours at the sight of Theo, and he immediately comes forward. This isn't what we agreed to. I made an alteration to the plan, Theo says. My mother grabs Lily's hand behind Ben, realizing who I'm with. Alpha Rowan isn't going to accept this. Theo crosses his arms. It's already happening. I'm here to watch over my mate just as you are. Let's get this over with, and if you want, you can go tell your Alpha afterward. Lily's eyes fixate on me, and I itch to go to her. I want to tell her she doesn't have to be afraid, that I'm not holding what happened the night of her mated celebration against her. Ben scoffs and peers back at my family. You know, Draven, I should end this right here, but my mate wants to see her sister. He faces us. All other rules remain. They talk, we go our separate ways, and I promise you Alpha Rowan will hear about the liberties you've decided to take. Theo grabs my shoulder. I turn to him, and he looks anything but threatened. Talk to your family, and when you're done, you come right back the way we came. We'll be waiting for you, all right? I nod. Theo glances at Ben, and then both men leave, returning to their respective sides, and I, my mother, and Lily are made more isolated by the second. My hands clench anxiously as I walk towards them. Lily tries to come to me, but Mom holds her arm out in front of her. Celeste, Mom says, I'm glad you decided to see us. There are some things we have to discuss. I ask, where's Dad? He's busy with the Alpha. She distastefully adds, I see you've brought Alpha Draven. He wanted to watch over me. He's breaking our agreement. He cares about me, I say, even though his behavior at the pack has recently shown otherwise. He isn't here to cause problems. Fine. I hope he keeps his word. He's quick to action, I'm sure. I hold my tongue. How are you? Have you been getting my letters? Lily asks. Yes, has Alpha Draven given you your sister's letters? Or do you not know she's even sent any? How much does he tell you? My mother's questions pour out one after the other. I got the letters, I assure, and don't withhold my attitude. He must read them first. No, he doesn't. He gives them to me sealed. Lily says, you haven't responded. I know. I'm sorry. My heart becomes heavy. It's been difficult to put my thoughts into words, and I didn't even know if you'd listen to what I have to say. Lily's mouth opens, and she comes forward, but Mom speaks first. Celeste, there's something important we need to tell you. Good news, I think. Mom, I don't. She cuts Lily off. Alpha Rowan has been working with your father, with the whole family, to try and resolve our issue and stop this nonsense, and I believe he's given us a perfect opportunity to rectify this. There's a mateless Alpha whose mate passed very young before they conceived any children, and Alpha Rowan told him of your situation with Alpha Draven. Since the goddess has considered you worthy of being mated to an Alpha, he's agreed to make you his Luna, so you can leave Alpha Draven and keep your position. His name is Alpha William Belrose, and he's... Stop, I demand as the pressure inside me threatens to burst my chest. My fingertips turn numb, both hands shaking. Why are you doing this? You haven't completed the bond with him, have you? She asks with concern. Has he tried to touch you? Mom. Celeste, you have to accept Alpha Belrose's offer. I look at Lily as she shrinks away. Did you know about this? I told her not to bring it up, Lily defends. I told her it would only upset you. My mother breaks away from Lily and comes right up to me, her breath steady and her eyes direct. You can't stay with that man. You accept this offer, or you are out of this family. Mom, don't. Lily protests. The desire to grab her neck and squeeze plays over and over in my head. I force myself to take a breath, but it doesn't help. For 21 years, I've done everything you've asked of me, and I didn't talk back. I didn't refuse. Why can't you let me have my soulmate? You don't know him. The goddess knows him, and she mated us. The goddess made a mistake, she insists, her voice growing loud. Lily grabs her arm. Wait with the guards, Mom, please. Let me talk to her. She's choosing a monster over this family. I don't care. I shout, losing control. You will when you see the results of his actions. He's getting it all over you. Spoiling you. Tears well in my eyes. This is why you wanted to see me? Not to ask how I am or meet my mate or actually try to make things right. I'm trying. I've gotten you a whole new Alpha, but nothing is good enough. I shake my head and smooth my hands over my hair, only to grip my neck. All I wanted was to be perfect for you, but you don't care how much this is hurting me. You don't care how much you hurt me as long as you get what you want. Her lips downturn even more. He's ruining you, Celeste. I can't stand by and let my daughter be corrupted. If you can't accept my matehood, then I can't see you anymore. Lily begs, please don't let her get to you. I can't. The thought of never seeing you again. Tears stream down her cheeks. Let's go, Mom says, bone dry. She turns and walks towards their men, who are waiting further in the trees. When Lily doesn't follow, she yells, now. Lily flinches and shuts her eyes as she leaves me behind. I stand alone as they disappear into the brush, wiping my own tears, feeling hollow and cold. Eventually, I, too, return to my protectors, to Theo, Corbin, and the guard who are waiting, shifted. Theo's head lifts at the sight of me. He definitely heard my mother shouting. I want to go, I say, my voice riddled with the same sadness as on my face. Theo's wolf lowers to the ground, offering me to ride on his back rather than shift and run myself, something only acceptable between loved ones or in emergencies. I climb onto his back and wrap my hands around his neck, burying my cheek in his dark coat. I shiver with depression the whole ride home, and Theo leads us all the way to the pack house. I wait in the foyer as he shifts and dresses outside. When he comes in, Corbin and the guard are gone. I step off the wall, no longer leaking tears, but not feeling any better. He closes the door. Neither Maud nor Elise is here. Did you hear anything? I ask, avoiding his face. I heard your mother yell that I'm spoiling you. Also a few other things along the same lines. She only wanted me to tell me about another Alpha who'll accept me if I leave you. His expression turns to stone. Who? His question sounds more like a swear. I say, it doesn't matter. I told her if she can't accept that we're mated, then I can't see her anymore. I'm not going to keep wearing myself out worrying about them and whether or not I'm pleasing them. It's over. What Alpha, Celeste? She said Belrose, Alpha Belrose. Theo's face turns darker than I've ever seen. He curses Rowan under his breath and storms off to the study. Chapter 18. I wake in the guest room to the worst kind of alarm I could ask for. Inner body sensations that were once a mystery but aren't anymore start their subtle drum, a beat that grows louder until I realize I'm feeling something more than an upset stomach. It's heat. I clutch the blankets under my chin and fist them hard. This is the last thing I need right now. After the disastrous meeting with Lily and my mom yesterday and another night of solitude, heat is another thorn in my side. Theo and I haven't spoken since I told him about my mother's proposition regarding Alpha Belrose, and if I don't smother my magnified, heat-infused scent, soon he'll know what's happening to me. Theo made it very clear the last time heat overtook me that he knows exactly what's going on and what will go on. My whole body flushes red, and I let my bed covers swallow me. One thing is obvious. I do not want Theo to know about this. The only solution I can think of is to get far enough away that he can't smell me at all. He'll be at the house, the field, and possibly anywhere else on his territory, so I have to hide beyond that. I have to go onto unclaimed land. I leave the bed and dress quickly, racing against my body as the heat slowly culminates. Discomfort already weighs in my lower body. I tie my hair back and choose clothes that are quick to take on and off when I need to shift. Hopefully, I'm able to find somewhere barren and quiet to wait it out. I race down the stairs, but pause before escaping through the front door. Maud is here. My conscience urges me her way. Someone should know where I am. I peek into the kitchen and Maud is in her usual spot at the table. She's reading from a book with gold detailing on the cover, but her eyes lift to me, so I step into the archway. Sorry to interrupt, I say. I just wanted to tell you that I'm going into the forest for a bit. Her brows pinch together. Why? For a walk, a long one. I'll probably be back in a few hours. You smell off. My cheeks redden. If I could wash the scent of heat away, I would jump in the river. Oh? Weird. Well, I thought I would go past the border a bit. Past the border? You know we have wolves guarding it, right? They won't just let you pass without a good reason. Why not? Because there are rogue wolves who take one look at a girl alone and they can be dangerous. She closes her book. Are you in heat? I scoff. No. Yes, you little liar. You think you can just go onto unclaimed land and wait it out? Anything wandering by will immediately be drawn to you. And that's not even considering what the Alpha would do if he found out. Irked by too many culminating things, I say, forget him, I don't care. I hate heat. It makes me so uncomfortable and crazy, and I just want it to be over. Goddess, Maud mutters. Fulfilling the bond solves all heat-related problems, you know. I'm not doing that with him. All he cares about is attacking Rowan. We don't even sleep in the same bed anymore. Besides, I don't even know what fulfilling the bond really means. Everyone keeps saying it like I'm supposed to know, but no one ever tells me anything more. My eyes start to well with tears. For Goddess' sake, now look, I'm crying. This is what happens when I go into heat. I throw my hands down. Whoa, okay? She comes around the table. You don't have to run away. I have something you can take. What is it? It's a drink. It stops heat or, well, represses it. All the symptoms go away and you feel normal again. Desperate, I grab her hand. Maud, please. You have to get me this drink. You don't get it. I have to make it, and I think we have everything for it except for wolfsbane. Wolfsbane? But that's poisonous. In a large amount it is, but in a very small dose, it doesn't do any harm. I drank this when I was first mated to John and went into heat too soon. The whole thought of being bonded to one person for the rest of my life freaked me out, but I read about this drink in an old medicine book, and it worked. But I don't have wolfsbane anymore, it's hard to come by, and the Alpha is strict with whose hands it falls into. So, what do? Maud says, if you really want to try the drink, there's wolfsbane in the study, more than enough, but if we use some and the Alpha notices, you can't mention me at all. I could lose my job. I won't. I'll take full responsibility, I promise. All right. The wolfsbane should be in a small wooden box on the shelves behind the desk. You go get it while I prepare everything else. Immensely grateful, I go to fetch the herb right away. We're the only ones in the house at the moment, and the study is dark with one of the doors cracked open. I slip inside and switch on the light. When Lily and I were little, we used to sneak downstairs in the middle of the night and eat treats we were restricted from: hard candies, pudding, cookies, and rarely, fruit crumbles. I remember being scared of waking up Mom. My palms were clammy, and my chest was heavy with anxiety. Similar feelings come to me now. I breathe shallow as I hurry to the other side of the desk. The shelves are lined with thick, hardcover books, but trinket boxes and small chests fill in the gaps. I look inside one and find a magnifying glass, so I open another, and it's holding a brass wax ceiling set. Directly behind the leather desk chair, in front of a row of matching leather-bound books, is a simple wooden box. I slide the top of it off and see dried blue flowers, roots, and other herb-like bits. This must be what Maud was talking about. I take the box and bring it to her. She has water heating on the stove, and she's dropping things into it like a wise woman brewing an elixir. Here, I say, and hold the box out. She takes it and pinches some of the roots into the mixture. Now put it back exactly how it was. After I place the box back in its spot on the shelf, I turn off the light and crack the door. When I return to Maud, the brew is starting to bubble. She stirs it with a wooden spoon, and after a few tense moments of silent observation, she turns off the heat and says, "We'll pour it over ice so you can drink it now." I fill a mug with ice cubes, and then Maud pours the drink over the top. She breathes deeply. Okay, it should be ready. I bring the mug to my lips and take a cautious sip. My face scrunches. It tastes like bad tea. Almost all tea tastes bad to you. Just finish it. I down the rest, trying to keep it on my tongue for as little time as possible. Once the mug is empty besides the leftover ice, I set it down and say, I think it's working. Is it supposed to work this fast? Yeah, it works pretty quickly. Now sit down. I'm going to tell you about the bond. You are. I look at her with wide eyes. Really? Clearly your mother couldn't handle it, and you don't have an older sister, so yes, I'm going to tell you all the necessary details, but pay attention because I'll only say this once. I do as directed and sit at the table. Thank you, Maud. I've wanted to know this for so long, but I can't ask Theo. I get too embarrassed. I know. She clears her throat. Now I'm going to skip to the part when you're already prepared and the official act is about to begin. I nod. You know, I never thought I would be talking to my Luna like this, but oh well. One sentence into Maud's explanation, and I have to cover 3/4 of my face. Though the heat is leaving my body at the hand of her drink, every word that leaves her mouth brings a different heat to my neck and face. All of it is a level of intimacy I haven't considered, and despite my blushing, all of it makes sense. I knew I was missing key components to connect the bond with childbearing, and Maud has definitely clarified that. Also, the sensations caused by heat make more sense now that I know what my body is reacting to. A complete picture is painted in my head, and I'm even more appreciative of the drink calming me down. Anyway, Maud asks, "How are you feeling?" I press my lips together. The heat is gone, but I think the truth about it has made me nauseous. You're sure it's the talk? She touches the back of her hand to my forehead. You feel a little warm. Maybe you should lie down. You could be having a bad reaction to the wolfsbane. I stand up. Did I drink too much? No. I used the same amount I did, but I don't know, people react differently to things. Just go lie on the couch and I'll bring you some water. I trudge into the living room past the dining room, and I crash onto the couch as my belly starts to cramp. Maud, I call, my stomach hurts. Is that normal? She comes with a glass of water and sets it on the coffee table as she kneels in front of me. Do you think you're going to vomit? My head starts to spin. Maybe. I think I should. Just let me grab something so you don't. I cough and her face drops. Her eyes fill with fear and I see blood on the pillow. I push upright and wipe my mouth, seeing blood on my sleeve. She gets up and looks as though her thoughts are moving a mile a minute. She starts to panic. Come on. We're going to the wise woman. She forces me to my feet even though I feel too unwell to do anything but lie here. I groan, holding my stomach. Why is this happening? I don't know. I could have sworn I used the same amount. She helps me stay upright and walks me to the foyer. We have to go before the Alpha comes back. The mention of Theo triggers whatever strength I have left in me. I step into my shoes and hobble with Maud out of the house. Is she far? I ask. No. She lives just down this path. Before the fields? Yeah. Thank the goddess, I mutter, but my muttering morphs into another bloody cough. Maybe I used a mixture of root and stem, she worriedly ponders. I really thought I only used root, and I drank all of it. I felt a little sick, but it wasn't anything like this. Celeste, I'm so sorry. It's okay, I rasp. Goddess, now the Alpha is going to get upset thinking I tried to kill his mate. I'm going to be exiled. Maud, Theo isn't going to know about this. What? We aren't telling him anything. I lift my head. Which house? He has to know. No, he really doesn't. It's not like he tells me anything, so why should I tell him? Are we close? My knee buckles, but Maud keeps me steady. It's the corner house right there. She points. Good. We have to get off the path before someone sees. Maud helps me to the wise woman's door, and she knocks frantically until the door opens. An older, long-haired woman is on the other side, wearing a shapeless, patterned dress and a disapproving expression. What in the world is causing you? It's the Luna, Maud interrupts. Please help her. She drank wolfsbane. Wolfsbane. The wise woman waves us inside, her crimped silver hair draped over her arm. Why did she do that? It's in the tea that Dieter's heat. This is what happens when you try to control nature. Put her on the couch. Maud holds onto me as I lower to the leather couch under 2 windows in a small living room. She shuts the curtains and the room dims. How much did she drink? The wise woman asks from another room. Just a pinch of root. I hold my stomach and cringe. And it's her first time ingesting it? Yes, Maud answers. But I took the same amount my first time, and this didn't happen. You likely have a higher tolerance. If the wrong person ingests a pinch, they could have only minutes left. I stare up at Maud, infinitely more afraid. She'll be okay though, right? The wise woman returns with a small cup. If left untreated, she might not survive. It's a good thing you brought her to me. Maud sits in the leather chair opposite me, looking pale and just as nauseous as I do. Here, drink. The wise woman lifts my head and brings the cup to my lips. I eagerly swallow whatever's in it, which happens to be much thicker than I expect. Drink all of it. What is that? Maud asks. It'll counteract the wolfsbane and make her throw up the rest. The woman gestures to Maud. Grab that bucket over there. I swallow all of the wise woman's cure and rest back. She places the bucket on the floor beside me. Does the Alpha know she's here? Her question is directed to Maud, but I hack, don't tell him. Please. The wise woman crosses her arms. Watch her. Maud comes closer to me, and the wise woman leaves the room. Chapter 19. Here, drink more. Maud hands me my cup of water, so I take it and drink the rest, even though the thought of consuming anything at all makes me queasy. However, I couldn't possibly vomit anymore. Everything has already come up, and then some. I'm sorry, Celeste. I shouldn't have given you the tea. I don't know what I was thinking feeding you something with wolfsbane in it. It's too risky. You're my Luna, and sometimes I forget that. I see like my little sister, but you're not. Maud runs a hand through her dark, bluntly cut hair. If something happened to you and Alpha Draven. It's okay, I persist, and I hand her the empty cup, my energy running low. How many times do I have to say it? I'm fine. I know you had good intentions. It just turns out my body can't handle wolfsbane. Of course it can't. Why would my body help me? Well, you know about the bond now. Maybe this is a sign to stop fighting heat. You and the Alpha were getting along so well, and you looked happy during your Luna ceremony, Elise, and I watched from the window. He told me he'd be busy until the attack is over. I can handle him being busy, being gone from sunrise till sundown, but I can't handle him being gone every night. When he is, I start to wonder why I'm even here trying to make our bond work. It feels like he doesn't want to be with me as much as I want to be with him. The wise woman enters the room, holding a small, opaque, brown bottle in her hand. Ready to get moving? She asks. We should get back, I tell Maud and push off the couch cushions. She grabs my arm and makes sure I'm steady. The wise woman comes to me and hands me the glass bottle. For the Alpha. What is it? Tell him it's from me and he'll know. I swish the liquid around, but see nothing particularly special. If it's from the wise woman, is it medicine? Maud monitors my every step from the corner of her eye as we walk to the pack house. You should lie down when we get back. I'll wake you up before dinner. I think I'll shower first. Still feel nauseous? Not so much, just tired, like my body is heavy. I'll tell Elise you aren't feeling well, and she'll make something that'll be easy on your stomach. I hold up the small bottle. What do you think this is? I wouldn't be surprised if the Alpha takes one of her concoctions. A lot of people do. It sort of looks like a tincture John takes in the morning. He injured his back while shifted a few years ago, and he says it helps the stiffness. Why wouldn't she tell me then? I don't know. She's an interesting woman. Or she knows to keep her mouth shut about it. I unscrew the cap and smell it, but it smells like nothing. We approach the house, and as the second Maud opens the door, Theo's scent hits me. He calls Celeste. I'll get you clean towels for your shower, Maud says abruptly, and then heads upstairs. Theo emerges from the living room to the right, surely coming from the study. Where did you go? Have you been here long? I ask. I was about to go looking for you. I got here a moment ago, smelled blood, and saw it on one of the couch pillows. He grabs my wrist and holds up my blood-stained sleeve. Talk. To counter him, I raise the wise woman's tincture. Where did you get that? He asks, faintly staggered. I was going into heat, so I tried to make this drink to stop it. The drink has wolfsbane in it, and I had a bad reaction, so Maud took me to the wise woman. You drank wolfsbane? He questions, face like stone but carved from disapproval. Not a lot. Celeste. In a way, it worked. The heat stopped. He releases me. Where did you get wolfsbane? I took a little from the study. I'm sorry. But the wise woman made me drink some mix of something and now I'm fine. Why would you do that to yourself? I told you there's no pressure to complete the bond. I know, I just can't stand heat. You don't know what it's like. It's awful. So, you drink wolfsbane? You could have harmed yourself. I wrap my arms around my waist. Don't do it again, he orders with his alpha tone seeping through. I won't. I stutter and then look at the tincture. What is that? All the wise woman said was to give it to you. He glances at the bottle and encircles it with his hand. It's for headaches. My eyes narrow, unconvinced. Before I saw the blood, I came home to tell you we're attacking tonight. My hold on myself loosens. When? We leave just before sunset, he says almost regretfully. Oh, I have to get back to the field, but I'll see you before we go. He turns, so I say, wait, and I touch his arm. My sister's mate, the beta, don't let him get hurt, okay? He breathes deeply. Please? We aren't blood, but he's family now. You said you would keep my family safe. If he's hurt, Lily will be in an insurmountable kind of anguish. I can't let that happen. Fine. He lives, Theo concedes. I stay put as he leaves curtly through the front door. Elise arrives at the pack house at sunset and tells Maud and me of the men gathering at the field, Theo's warriors, for the attack. I don't think I've ever seen that many all in one place, she says. Makes you think how the pack is larger than it seems. I could hardly walk on the path until I was past it. Do you think the attack will reach Rowan territory? I ask. We're not the best people to ask, Maud discloses, but usually the first attack doesn't lead to total border infiltration. Rowan has all his men to defend his territory. Only after repeated attacks cause a loss in numbers does a pack have a chance to infiltrate. Odds are Rowan's scouts or messengers see our wolves approaching. They warn Alpha Rowan, and Rowan's men collide with us before we reach their border. But Theo wants to infiltrate Rowan's border, doesn't he? That's his end goal, to end the Rowan pack. Well, I heard him talk about it with Corbin and Dan. Alpha Rowan doesn't have a male heir, so if he's gone, the pack dissolves. I wonder, where would my family go? What would happen to our home? Would it just sit there and rot? The house starts to darken as the sky descends into night. Theo, Corbin, and Dan went into the study half an hour ago, but I heard them come out. Without a word, I leave Maud and Elise, and I go into the hall where the three men are heading for the door. Theo turns from them, maybe to speak with me like he said he would, but he stops when he sees I'm already here. Corbin glances at us and then takes Dan through the foyer. I meet Theo halfway at the staircase with my arms unconsciously crossed. You're leaving then? He nods. It's time. Don't forget about my family. My father and the beta will be fighting back. I won't forget. I swallow, feeling unmistakable dread, and even though I try to wear a content face, Theo sees through it. He bends to my level, holding my shoulder and looking into my eyes. You don't have to worry. You can trust me, Celeste. It's not that. I'm scared. I don't want you to go and fight. His face softens. Nothing is going to happen to me. And Corbin and Dan? I'll look out for them, but they're more than capable of protecting themselves. I murmur, just please don't get hurt. Theo brings his arms around me and envelopes me fully. I nearly melt against him, making an exception to my grudge. None of them can hurt me, he whispers. His touch is like the wise woman's cure. The storm within me settles, and the crack forming in my heart from our distance halts in its breaking. I squeeze my eyes shut and fist his shirt. The two of us don't have to be at odds because you're at war with Rowan. He leans back to see my face. Is it the attack? Is that what's hurting us, or is it something else? He caresses my face with both hands. I don't want to hurt you. So don't. I cover his hands with mine, wanting them to stay. You don't have to be Alpha Draven with me. It isn't my title, it's what I am. The front door opens and Corbin calls, Theo. He releases me. I have to go. I clench my jaw and watch him leave. The door to the house shuts and Elise pokes her head out of the kitchen. How about we open a bottle or two of wine? Yeah, I subdue. Let's. I walk into the kitchen and find Maud placing 3 mugs on the table while Elise fetches the bottles from the butler's pantry. Why don't we drink in the living room? I suggest. The 3 of us gather in the living room past the dining room. I drop onto the couch and push myself into the cushions. Maud lounges on one of the living chairs, and Elise kicks her feet up on the love seat adjacent to me. I only drink wine when Theo and I eat dinner together, but I remember how it feels, and I'm eager to relax. Oh, I got the blood out of the pillow, Maud comments. Elise glances at her. Huh, Maud sips her wine. Long story. Do you guys have family in the attack? I ask. John doesn't fight anymore because of his bad back, but he's working at the border right now. He said the Alpha requested extra protection on the east side, so he'll be there until they're back. I nod, then prompt Elise. Oh, only friends, she says. The men in my family are either too young or too old. When was the last time Draven was in battle? Other than spats with Rowan, it's been years. Maud asks Elise, the last big attack like this was under the previous Alpha, wasn't it? The war with Belrose. Belrose? Is that why Theo seemed so angry when I told him the man my family wants me to be with is the current Alpha of that pack? Right, Maud agrees. That war ended when the previous Alpha was taken. Your mate became Alpha and he settled with Alpha Belrose to end the conflict. Elise perks up. During that war, I remember going with my mother to the bonfires. She looks at Maud. Remember? The mates and families of the warriors away in battle would gather and pray to the goddess to watch over them. You know, there's probably one tonight. We should go, Elise says. It would be good for Celeste to show up, show she's a good Luna and all. Maud looks at me. It should be in the center of the pack if you want to go and see. Of course. We should go. I'm sure Kalila will be there. What time do they do it? I ask. I think after sundown, so they should be building the fire now. We each finish our mugs of wine, and then we collectively prepare to leave the house. Maud makes sure all the doors and windows downstairs are locked, even though wolves are guarding the home as they have been. Once we're all in the foyer, we head outside. Theo and his men are long gone by now. The attack will be far to the east, too far to hear anything, but I imagine the sounds of the battle in my head. I picture Theo's wolf and my father's and all the men who are risking their lives tonight. Despite what Theo's told me, I know part of this is my fault, even if it isn't as significant a part as Alpha Rowan or my mate. I feel responsible for my bond, because ours exists. Tonight others will be broken. Chapter 20. The night sky is clear as we walk to the center of the pack. The moon is starting to wane, though its light remains lustrous, its surface bright white. Mom says a white moon wills us onward while a yellow moon beckons our reflection of the past. Blue moons are lucky and blood moons, well, she said death is amongst us under a red moon. Apparently, her mother died during a blood moon. When the moon is small, the goddess is far, she's testing our faith. When the moon is large, my favorite, the goddess bestows many blessings. Tonight the moon appears neither near nor far, it's simply there. I think the goddess is merely watching. There. Elise points ahead. There's the light. Through the trees, the bonfire's flame is lambent, and we follow the path around the trees and onto the smooth-cut stones of the pack center. In the middle is a mosaic of all the moon's phases, around in one large circle, and in the center of the circle is the sun. I've walked over the mosaic more than once, with Alexa and again with Maud and Elise on our way to the seamstresses, but as I cross it now, my gaze lingers. Alexa loves the mosaic and argued that it's special, but it isn't old. Alexa said it was made after Theo became Alpha. She said he has a secret liking for pretty things. Look at all the people already here, Maud comments. Oh, there's Kalila. With Maud's direction, I spot Kalila to the left of the fire, sitting with no one in front of her. She sees us as we make our way to her. Celeste, Maud, Elise, please come sit with me. There's plenty of room. She stands to make sure each of us sits on the large log before she fits herself next to me and takes my hands in hers. I'm glad you're here. I wish it were under different circumstances, I say. Her expression is content. I know. These things are never easy. It's been some time since the last attack. The last time I was here, I didn't have children to worry about, but thankfully my mother is watching them. I had to lie and tell them Dad's out late helping the Alpha catch bad wolves. So how do you cope knowing what's really going on? Goddess, I don't know. I come here, pray, talk to the other women in the same position, and I try to keep my cool. She rubs her pregnant belly. As long as he stays in here until Corbin is back, I think I'll make it. I ask, do you know anything about the history between Rowan and Draven? Theo said this has been a long time coming. Well, it all started when Theo's grandfather lost the pack's old blood title. Ever since, Rowan's considered Draven as less than old blood, and that forced respect everyone has for old blood packs was thrown out the window. We lost the title, but Draven's blood can't be changed like that. The truth is still the truth. Rowan doesn't think so. No title and your blood may as well be one generation deep. Draven is old blood. I haven't heard that term. The firelight dances on her face. Growing up at Rowan, I'm surprised you know other packs exist at all. But Rowan lost respect for Draven, and usually, such a thing wouldn't matter much. But when two packs are as close as we are, all little things, trespassing, accusations, lost correspondence, are blown up into bigger problems. So over time Draven and Rowan grew to despise each other, and then Draven's Alpha's mate is from Rowan U. A war could have been avoided if Alpha Rowan let you come home, but he held you captive, and now here we are. I look at the fire. Rowan can't stand the thought of Draven succeeding, she mutters. And succeeding is having a mate? She leans towards me and says in my ear, success is getting the title back. Our eyes connect for a brief moment. How does he? My question is interrupted when a woman approaches and stands in front of Kalila. You are a beam of light on this terrible evening, she says. How are you feeling? I hope the attack doesn't put too much stress on you. I'm trying to keep my spirits high. Thank you, Adelita, Kalila responds, bringing her arm around me. Have you met Celeste, the Alpha's mate? The woman's mouth opens. Oh, dear goddess, I was wondering when I would meet our mystery Luna. Celeste, is it? You are so young and beautiful, reflection of the goddess herself. Oh, thank you. My cheeks flush. Adelita is mated to the Alpha's lead warrior. He's fighting alongside our mates. He's always been very loyal to Alpha Draven, Adelita assures me. I am just so pleased to see our Alpha mated finally. The goddess truly blessed you. I don't know what I did to deserve it, I say, trying to sound pleased. Don't worry, the goddess knows. Her grin widens even more. Anyway, I'll leave you two to your prayers. I'm sure our loved ones will be returned in good health. Kalila says, have a good night. Adelita makes her way around the fire. I shouldn't leave my mother for too long. She gets nervous when these things are going on, but I'm glad I came out at least for a little while. We have to get together soon, okay? I force a grin. Yes, we will. Hopefully I'll be giving birth soon, and we can go around the pack together like we talked about. I nod and stretch my lips even more. Of course. Help me up. I'm quick to my feet, and I hold Kalila's arm as she pushes to stand from the smooth log. Maud helps on her other side, and Kalila releases a big breath once she's up. Okay, thanks. I'll talk to you soon. Good night. She hugs me, rubbing my back in a motherly way. Night. I sit back down, and Kalila turns to leave. Questions about old blood, my worries over the attack, and my fears for my family and my mate all swirl in my head, so I stare at the fire and try to pray. A young boy adds chopped wood to the stack, and I wonder if they'll keep it going until the warriors return home. After some moments of silence, Maud asks me, are you doing all right? I nod. Are you guys? She glances at Elise, whose eyes are closed. Let's stay a little longer, and then we'll head back and wait out the attack at the house. That sound good? Sounds good, I agree. Maud tells Elise our plan, so I take a deep, cleansing breath, straightening my aching spine. Theo's words come back to me. It isn't my title, it's what I am. I rest my chin on my palm, and I wonder what he means. Maud, Elise, and I return to the house and our spots in the living room. Elise falls asleep on the love seat, and Maud zones out in the pages of her book. I lie on the couch, neither asleep nor fully awake. My mind is too preoccupied to succumb to exhaustion. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, someone knocks on the door. I stir and turn, but Maud gets up to answer it. I listen to the sounds of her footsteps, the door, and her voice as she speaks to someone. Elise doesn't move. I push myself upright and swipe my hair out of my face. The door closes and Maud returns. She says, that was a border guard. He said they're making their way back and the injured are arriving first. The Alpha will probably be one of the last to return, but we'll stay until he does if you want. No, you two go home. See John. I'll wait for Theo. Are you sure? Yeah. I slowly get up. I'll be fine. Maud looks at Elise. She's still sleeping? Elise groans when Maud shakes her awake. Come on. Time to go. Is it over? She mumbles. It is. Everyone is on their way home, so come on. I'll walk with you. Elise rises from the love seat like a zombie. My bag is in the kitchen. Maud gets everything together and then grabs Elise last. I trail them to the foyer. I'll see you both tomorrow. Get home safe. I hold the door for them, wave goodbye, and then close it without locking the locks. Theo will have to get in. With the guards positioned outside, I feel safe going upstairs to change out of my clothes in exchange for something more comfortable. As I bring a clean shirt over my head, I avoid looking at the bed. What if Theo doesn't come home again? A shiver-inducing disappointment washes throughout my body. I close the shutters and turn on the lamps because I want to sleep here even if I'm alone. The guest room is too tear-jerking. Just as I finish turning down the bed, I hear the faintest sound of the front door. Could he be back so soon? I fist the blankets hard as my chest twinges with anticipation, and then I venture out of the bedroom. I go to the stairs and peer over the railing, down to the first level. Theo emerges from the foyer. He's in one piece, but it's clear he's spent all his energy on the battlefield. Come on down, he says, looking up at me. My nerves spark along my arms as I comply. Chapter 21. Theo heads to the study. I descend the staircase and follow after him, my heart beating harder with every step. When I find him, he's standing behind his desk, pouring himself a drink. He takes a swig. Your father and family are fine, the beta also. Thank you, I say softly and move to the other side of the desk. There's a cut on his face, swiped along his jaw, but it isn't bleeding. I immediately search for other injuries, though they must be under his clothes. And you're okay? He finishes his glass. Will you come to bed with me? My right hand hangs onto my left elbow. You've been gone every night for almost a week with hardly any explanation. I should say no. I should sleep in the guest room. You aren't sleeping in a guest room, he mutters. I've been sleeping there and I thought it was out of anger, but every night I just hoped you would show up and bring me back to your bed. Theo comes around the desk. I know. And I know you don't want to go upstairs and sleep alone. You want to be held, and I'll be there now. You can't pick and choose when to be close to me and when to be cold. I always want to be close to you, he asserts. Then why weren't you? We were doing okay, and then suddenly the war is happening and you stopped trying. I condemn, not wanting to shout even though my frustrations have been escalating for too long. His eyes don't leave mine, but I can't take the silence. Have you really been gone all of these nights because of the attack? I ask. He faces the desk, placing both palms on the tabletop. Why did Alexa say you wouldn't be at my ceremony? And what was the tincture the wise woman gave me for you? He exhales. I was gone last night because of the attack. And the others? His resistance is palpable, dense in the air. When I first shifted, I struggled to control my wolf, he says suddenly, and any doubts on the tip of my tongue fall back. My father found out, said we wouldn't say a thing to my mother. He told me to fix it, but I couldn't. The past few days the moon has been full or nearly full, and I can't control my shifting. That's why I stayed away, and that's what the tincture is for. The wise woman has tried to help me for a long time, even though she knows there's nothing to do about it. It isn't something that can be helped. But at my ceremony, I tried very hard to be there, but afterward. After I kissed you, I was starting to lose my grasp on it. I told you to go upstairs so you wouldn't see. My tough demeanor slips away as I comprehend his confession. Theo. No one knows except Alexa, Corbin, Dan, and the wise woman. I told Corbin and Dan after they took their positions, and Alexa found out accidentally when we were young. He struggles to look at me. If the pack or other alphas knew I have a sensitivity to the moon, they would think differently of me. A man who's vulnerable to the moon's phases is seen as weak. My lips downturn and my brow furrows. He glances and says, "Don't be upset. I wish you knew you could have told me." I hold myself. This doesn't make me think differently of you. I see he's working to maintain his stoic composure. I inch closer and touch his arm. Thank you for telling me. I know it wasn't easy. He watches my hand on him. I think you're the strongest alpha there is. I've always thought that. I wanted to be here. He turns to me. I saw how my distance was hurting you. It's okay. His walls start to wear, buckling and caving in. He says it isn't. I forgive you, I say, and his defenses continue to yield. I just want to understand what happens to you. I want to understand you. Come to bed with me and we'll talk. I hold for a moment and then nod. He shuts the study doors behind us and we go upstairs together. He stays one step behind me, but I continuously check on him to make sure he doesn't turn around and change his mind. He doesn't like being vulnerable in this way. I'm sure he used to bottle up every unacceptable feeling, a lesson he seemed to learn from his father at a young age. Alexa warned me. She told me that training to be the next alpha changed him. The second Theo is in the bedroom, he lifts off his shirt and rotates his right shoulder. An array of bruises, scrapes, and marks litter his back, chest, and arms, intertwined with his tattoos. My breath catches in my throat, but he doesn't care about any of it. He mutters, I'm going to rinse off. You're covered in marks. He looks at himself like he's seeing it all for the first time. They'll heal quick. I sit on the mattress as he goes into the washroom. He shuts the door, but it doesn't close all the way. The sliver of space shows his reflection in the mirror as he finishes undressing, and I see the entirety of his impressive body. Like time has stopped, I can't move, and I can't look away. He evades the gap, the shower turns on, and I'm still frozen. I've never seen a man without clothes, but after Maud's explanation, it isn't as confusing as it would have been without it. He prompts a commotion within me that immediately sends my thoughts to heat, but I already conquered that this morning I can't be in heat again. I struggle not to think about Theo for the remainder of his shower, and it doesn't help that when he's done, he comes out in a towel to grab clean clothes. I touch the backs of my hands to my cheeks to try to cool them as he dresses in the closet. He walks out in a pair of shorts and no shirt, and I swiftly drop my hands. Do you need anything? He asks. No. I don't think so. Theo returns his towel to the washroom and turns off the light, leaving only the lamps to illuminate the room. He rounds the bed, throws back the covers, and gets in on his side, making a subtle sound of relief. Were you okay during the fight? It's a lot of work, that's all, he says and settles. Come here. I shuffle under his open arm, seeing the wounds on his chest up close. Were you fighting close to Rowan's territory? We were, but he was ready. And Corbin and Dan are okay? They're fine. I feel Theo's chin touch the top of my head, and then his lips. So when the moon is full, you lose control? I ask. The need to shift starts like an itch and grows until I can't not shift even if I wanted to. My wolf takes over, and I can't shift back until it lets me. Do the other moon phases affect you? When the moon is new, its effects are more mental. I can't think clearly or rationally, he admits. It's a dark time. We were mated on a new moon. We were. Is that why you didn't come to me? I ask, peering up. He fixates on the ceiling, and his fingers loosely play with my hair. I wanted to run to you the second I caught your scent, but I was trapped in my head. I couldn't be sure about anything. I kept reverting to the fear that I would ruin my matehood. I never wanted you to feel unwanted. After a moment of peace, I say, I meant it when I said this doesn't make me think differently of you. He kisses the top of my head. The night of the Luna ceremony, when you came looking for me and saw me shifted, our bond gave me a sense of control. Usually, there's no sense at all, and I spend most of the night on unclaimed land, but my wolf followed your scent, knew to be careful with you. Do you think the bond helps on new moons too? Next time I'll have to spend it with you, but I think it will. When I saw you in the cell. What? My fingertips pet around his wounds as though I can heal them with willpower. Everything went away. There was only you, there, in that shirt, looking up at me, and my thoughts went quiet. All I wanted to do was grab you and promise you that if you stayed, I would be good to you. This past week, I've taken you for granted. I don't blame you for not telling me. I should have. I should have told you within those first few days, but I let my pride get the best of me because I hate admitting I have a weakness. I should have known my silence and avoidance when the full moon came would only push you away. It's not a weakness, not to me. Celeste. I peer up again, but this time Theo holds my chin. You're a good girl, he murmurs. I don't know why the goddess mated you to me. Don't say that. My eyes are trained on his, but his gaze falls to my mouth. I watch him lift off his pillow to bring his lips to mine, and the muscles of his stomach harden. I stay put for him, and his kiss is soft, slow. Just the slightest touch blooms our bond in my chest. He breathes in as I push up his body, and with more room, our kiss deepens. I follow his lead, unsure of what to do next, but he parts my lips. My belly churns. I mimic his motions, and a small moan escapes me when he grabs my waist. The noise surprises me, but it only makes Theo more eager with his touch. He urges me closer, becoming restless beneath me until he rises up and pushes me onto my back without breaking our kiss. The covers tangle between us. His right knee plants between my legs as his arm pillars, holding him up but closing me in. The pressure of his lips grows, and I keep up as best I can, but the feel of him on top of me, between my legs, and in my mouth sparks sensations I can only relate to heat. My back arches, my conscience becomes nervous, and his kiss strays from my lips to my neck. I squirm a little and gasp for air. Theo. Yes. He mumbles against my skin, still kissing. My eyes squeeze shut as I fear losing control of myself again. Wait. He withdraws. What is it? I'm worried it's gonna come back, the heat. But you stopped it earlier. I know, but I don't know. I think I feel it. He catches his breath, grinning slightly. I don't think every time you feel this way means you're going into heat. I relax a bit and Theo lifts off of me, returning to my side. Was heat really so bad you'd rather drink Wolfsbane than bear it? He asks. It's hot and uncomfortable, but mostly it's frustrating. I peer at him. When I met Kalila, she joked that Alpha's mates have it worse, but I don't think it's a joke anymore. I don't want to pressure you, but you know I'd help you, Celeste. If my face wasn't red enough from our kiss, it surely is now. I drop my chin. I know. I don't want you to suffer. I ask, does helping mean completing the bond? It doesn't have to, not in the traditional sense. I could even just hold you, skin-to-skin contact helps. Shy, I curl in toward him and slide my arm across his torso. Well, next time I feel it happening, I'll tell you. Okay. He rubs my back. Just don't hurt yourself again. When you want to, we will. I nod. I really am sorry I took the Wolfsbane. Maud said you're strict with it. It's all right. Theo reaches to turn off his lamp, but I don't want to let go of him to shut off mine. I stay nestled under his arm with my cheek pressed into his shoulder. I whisper, I missed you. I'm here now. I won't leave again. I hope his words hold true. Chapter 22. I wake up on my side, completely embraced from behind. Theo's arm is draped over my waist, holding me against him, so I try to twist to see his face. Theo? I lift his arm. The sun is up. I know, go back to bed, he mutters with a deep, sleep-roughened voice. What are you still doing here? Don't you have to leave? No. I turn, but Theo adapts, bringing me into his chest. His scent floods my nose. It beckons me to stay. Why not? Do you want me to leave? No, I'm just confused. I reason, you've never been here when I get up. I decided to sleep and wait until you wake up. With my forehead on his chest, I smile secretly to myself. Well, if there are things you have to do, maybe I could come with you. I could see what you're so busy with all day. You want to? Can I? Is that allowed? I ask with an airy tone. He looks down at me. Why wouldn't it be? You're my Luna. I just assumed. I have a meeting about our conflicts with Rowan after checking in at the fields. I don't know how interesting everything else will be. I need to stop in at every border post on the eastern side, take care of some things at the cells, and then Corbin and Dan are coming here for a separate meeting. And I can really accompany you? The others won't mind? I don't want to be to a distraction or a bother of theirs. This pack is as much mine as it is yours, he says, catching me by surprise. Your title proves it. But a Luna can't lead and take charge like an Alpha no woman can. A pack is nothing without a Luna. It can survive for a while, but eventually it's doomed. Without you, all of this, everything my family's built for generations, can be gone in an instant. I mumble, but we don't have a son. Not yet, but we will. The bond thrashes, a feeling beyond butterflies. I fight it and ask, then isn't going to war with Rowan just as big of a risk for us as it is for him? In a way, it is, but what it comes down to is the fact that Rowan isn't as young or physically capable as I am, which is why he hid during our attack. His hold on me starts to loosen. I scoot back, questioning. He hid? He didn't fight. It's shameful, but he'd be a fool to fight. He knows I'd go right for him. So then what? You keep attacking until you infiltrate Rowan's border and you find him where he's hiding. That's the plan currently, Theo says as he starts to get up. If you're coming along, we better get moving. I've missed almost all of the morning training sessions. I react quickly, throwing the covers off of me and sliding off the bed. You know, while we're there, you could get another session in, he suggests. I'll have Dan work with you. I hesitate, fidgeting with the covers as I draw them straight. Oh, he stands on the mattress. You don't like training, do you? Well, we talked about running, being quick could save you more than fighting. So maybe that's something you can consider. Running? What's there to consider about running? There are groups that train in that. They go every morning around the perimeter of the pack. Really? There are women's groups. I could put you with the beginners, and you can see how you like it, he offers. Though the thought that I'm not good with my wolf comes to mind, I remember how freeing it was to run past Rowan's border and escape into unclaimed territory. Okay, I'll try it. Theo and I get ready at the same time, sharing the bedroom, closet, and bathroom, which we haven't done since his sister left. While I dress in the closet, he's in the bathroom, and then we switch, finishing concurrently and heading downstairs. There are muffins on the counter, baked by Maud this morning, so I take one with me to eat on our way to the fields, and Theo takes 3. He eats each one in 2 bites. The weather is clear other than a strong breeze. It blows my hair off my shoulders, but it is infinitely more tolerable than the rain. Those training won't have to deal with a muddy field today, and I'll be spared from any splatters. It's crowded, I comment as we walk along the side. We have to keep everyone conditioned for the next attack. Theo leads us to the back corner, taking my hand when a rambunctious wolf jumps in our path. It swiftly skids and launches off again. Dan, Theo shouts. Dan steps out from behind a large brown wolf, making an annoyed face, but his expression changes when he notices me. He marches right up to us. Good morning, Celeste. I was only expecting Theo, like over 2 hours ago. Look, I'm going to shift and get on the field. Celeste is sticking around and coming with me to the meeting after, so watch the wolves, make sure she's all right. Sure, I'll try my best. Theo holds his stare. She'll be fine, Dan corrects. Theo turns to me and endearingly brushes my cheek as he passes by. I watch him walk towards the shifting building, and then I face Dan with a small smile. I won't be a bother, don't worry. I'll just stand back there and observe. Dan nods, seeming nervous. Is that all right? Should I go somewhere else? I ask. That's fine, that's fine. The farther from the danger, the better. Danger. One of these wolves knocks into you and you get hurt. Theo's going to blame me. I really don't want to be responsible for our Luna getting hurt. Oh no, Dan, I'll take the blame, don't worry. But I won't get hurt in the first place anyway. I'm paying attention, eyes on the wolves. I point to my eyes and then to the field, a light-hearted action to try to lessen his anxiety. He has a breathy laugh. You could also stand behind me. His laugh is playful, but his face is serious, so I quickly move behind him. Here, okay? How about a couple more paces back? I adjust, moving to the tree line. That should be good, he says. I know Theo gave you this responsibility, but he's just being overprotective. I'll really be fine. You don't have to babysit me, I assure you. He loosens a little more. Right. Good. But you'll stay there. I'll stay here. He grins. Perfect. I plant my feet in my spot with no plans of moving, and I survey the field for Theo's wolf. He's easy to spot amongst the crowd, now weaving from the left side to the field to the right. He studies sparring pairs and different groups, occasionally challenging one of the wolves. With my untrained eye, I can't discern why he picks one wolf to challenge and not the other, but he isn't afraid to push them. I wince when his current victim bends in a way that looks particularly painful. Dan shouts orders in front of me, directing a smaller group of wolves who take turns sparring with each other. Dan will interrupt and shout exactly what they're doing wrong. Respond like that again, and next attack, you'll be in trouble, he exclaims with ease. If you want to return to your mate, you'll think next time, won't you? When I met Dan, he was friendly and bubbly even. I suppose performing his duty changes him. Much like Theo has his reputation to maintain, so do Dan and Corbin, and they make me want to be taken seriously, too. Maybe I haven't used my new title in earnest. It's still hard to see myself as a leader, but the goddess must see potential in me, Theo, also. If he thought I wasn't capable of being his Luna, he wouldn't have taken me with him on his duties today. I raise my chin, trying to belong. Once Theo's traversed the field, he shifts back and meets me in the spot he left me, making sure to pat Dan's back. He then asks me, "Did you move at all?" "No, not really." Dan was too nervous. He thought if anything happened to me, you'd never forgive him or something. Theo looks amused. "Come on, let's head to the war meeting." "Where is it?" "Just south of here, between the first block of houses and the cells, there's a building we use." I peer over my shoulder as I follow Theo. "Isn't Dan coming?" "In a minute or two." We turn where the paths connect and walk in the direction of the cells. The houses come to an end, and we turn again to walk alongside them. "Do you think anyone will think it's weird that I'm suddenly there at the meeting?" "No, they shouldn't." We walk a bit further before he says, about our talk in the bedroom, "When I mentioned you having children, having a son. What about it?" He glances at me. "I thought it might have unnerved you." "Why?" "Because I'm innocent." "In a way, yes." "Having kids doesn't scare me," I say lightly. Since I could fall pregnant, my mother's instilled in my head that one day I'll have kids. "But are you fine with it only because she told you to be?" "I've always wanted my own family. I've wanted to do things my way for as long as I can remember, and the only way my mom made that seem possible was through matehood. Once I had my mate, my own family, I'd be free of her rules, and I could make my own. I couldn't wait to be mated. I add, besides, I know being mated to a man with a title means having a son. After growing up with only a sister, the idea of having a boy is exciting. Theo looks ahead. "Did you expect me to not want kids?" "I wasn't sure. I didn't want to burden you with too many expectations, but some can't be helped. I know it's out of your control. You need a son to be alpha after you, and I don't blame you for that. I'm okay with it." He exhales. "Thank you." "You were worried," I accuse with a smile. His expression contends otherwise, but I know it's a lie. "I just hope Lily's kids and my kids will be in each other's lives." "They will be if it's what you want." I nod, pleased by the thought, but well aware it's more complex than merely asking and having Theo make it so. If Theo wasn't an alpha, it might be premature to discuss these things when we haven't yet completed the bond, but I don't mind the conversation. I see my future in a pack house full of little shifters whom I'm thrilled to nurture and love in ways I wish my mother had to me. And even though Theo's reputation doesn't necessarily reflect this, I have an inkling he'll be different with his children, just as he is with me. Theo guides me into a one-story building that's simpler than the pack member houses, but is around the same size. Through the main door is one large room with a long table surrounded by chairs. People are already seated, and they watch as we enter. For those of you who don't yet know, this is my mate Celeste. Theo introduces me immediately. She'll be sitting in with us. I receive a plethora of respectful nods. Theo moves one of the chairs next to the seat at the head of the table, and he motions for me to sit. He then takes the one beside it. I lower, and the door opens, revealing Corbin. He halts at the sight of me. "Luna, welcome," he says, and walks around to the seat to Theo's right. "Tell me this is a surprise." This morning, she decided to join me as I go through my schedule, including attending today's meetings, Theo tells him. "I thought it was a great idea." "I agree. We're happy to have you." "Thank you," I say to Corbin, feeling better about my attendance. However, it's strange to hear him call me Luna. The door opens again, and Dan comes through with another man who is directing wolves on the field. Dan sits to my left, and the man fills an open place further down the table, leaving only 3 of 14 chairs free. Theo asks the room, "Are we expecting anyone else?" "No," Dan answers, "the others are still recovering." "As it stands now, what are our total losses?" Corbin says 11. 1 in critical condition. 5 unable to partake indefinitely. Theo sighs and rubs his forehead. From what I saw, Rowan suffered similar numbers or worse, Corbin adds upon seeing Theo's reaction. Theo puts his elbows on the table and clasps his hands. I think it's time we turn in our favor. I contacted Belrose the day before yesterday. To say what exactly, one of the two women at the table asks. Not everyone at this table is aware of this, but Alpha Rowan is continuing with personal attacks. Theo explains, the day before yesterday, my mate, your Luna, met members of her family in private. Rowan used her family members to try and further his own ploy, giving her the option to leave me for Belrose. The room falls silent, and I'm able to hear birds chirping outside. I readjust in my seat, growing warm under their shifting gazes. I reached out to Alpha Belrose immediately. He said he was unaware Celeste is my mate, that Rowan told him her mate is some faraway alpha who mistreats her. Rowan and Belrose aren't allies? I question and instantly wonder if I should have. Theo looks at me. They aren't. They don't have much of a relationship at all, but Rowan has been trying to change that, which is why he offered you to step in as Belrose's Luna. He says to the table, Belrose said he would have never considered Rowan's suggestion if he knew the truth. That must put a bad taste in Belrose's mouth, Dan mutters. He won't be supporting Rowan in any way, that's for certain. But I believe this has put us in the best position we can be in, and, when weighing in the past also, Belrose might lend us men. I want his men fighting with us against Rowan, and I want the next age group starting battle preparations. Is it necessary for the next age group to prepare for war if we procure Belrose's warriors? Asks the man who arrived with Dan. Theo's face is determined. It is. Start them tomorrow. Chapter 23. I sit through the rest of the meeting listening partially, but finding myself distracted by the strangeness of Theo's, Alpha Rowan's, and Alpha Belrose's dynamics. Belrose was at war with Draven in the past, yet Theo wants Alpha Belrose's help. Rowan is taking significant risks to earn Belrose's favor, but what's so promising about Belrose? He seems to be in the same airless position as both Theo and Alpha Rowan. His Luna died, he has no choice but to seek another, but what if Theo or Alpha Rowan can't produce a son either? Would they be forced to choose between their mates and another woman who can provide what their pack needs? I stare at Theo from the corner of my eye. I want children eventually, but what if I don't have a son? What if I can't have children at all? My mother's spoken about barren women like the most significant tragedy possible, and it's no secret that Rowan's Luna is struggling. At her age, and with our current pack's conflicts, Rowan's pack members must be questioning their alpha's next move. If I'm barren, what would Theo do? My attention snaps into place when chairs start sliding outwards and people head for the door. Theo talks privately with Corbin, and Dan gets up to join their separate conference. Luna, one man says, acknowledging me before he leaves, and those after him do the same. I nod, smile, and say goodbye. Bye. It's nice to meet you all, until the meeting room is empty except for the four of us. Theo stands. I have to get to the cells. Celeste, are you coming with me, or would you rather go home? I follow suit, pushing in my chair. I want to come. He steps around me to hold the door open. I tell Dan and Corbin, I'll see you guys later, and they give their brief goodbyes in exchange. Theo shuts the door behind us. That wasn't too boring, was it? I think I just got a little distracted towards the end. With what? Well, we know Belrose can find someone else to be his Luna, to produce his heir, but what about Alpha Rowan? He has his Luna, but they can't seem to have a son, so what is he supposed to do? Theo clenches his jaw, taking longer to respond. Finally, he says, it's a complex situation. What would you do if you were him? I don't know. I thank the goddess I'm not. But I gaze off into the trees. What if we couldn't? You're thinking too far ahead, don't worry yourself. Would you find someone else who could give you a son? Theo stops walking, so I turn. Where is this coming from? He asks. I shrug, regretting my question. The words sprang out before my conscience could catch them. Whatever Rowan or Belrose are going through, I don't want you to agonize about us being the same, we aren't. I nod. Theo inhales, and then he says, I wouldn't find someone else. I don't want anyone else, and I stand by the goddess. Okay. I gesture at the oncoming path, ashamed for doubting our bond. I don't want to make you late for. There's a rogue I have to deal with. Then I don't want to make you late for that. He reluctantly carries on. Let's go. We approach the cells from the front rather than their backside, but Theo takes us past it to a second building, similar to the cells in its dark brick and lack of windows, and we go inside. Inside, there are no cells, only what appears to be the markings of old ones that have been removed. There are 2 desks and a bare table with some chairs scattered around it. 2 guards are relaxing, one with his feet up on another seat, but they sit correctly at the side of their alpha. What's the situation? Theo asks. The men stare at me, reluctant to share, but Theo's stoic impatience pries the words from their throats. The rogue male, young adult, trespassed around 4 o'clock this morning, was violent, but no injuries were sustained. The other adds, from the looks of it, his wolf was in some kind of frenzy. Likely a mix of wolfsbane and valerian. I checked on him half an hour ago, and he's coming down. All right, I'll go in. Theo asks me, do you want to wait here? It'll only take a couple of minutes. What are you going to do? If he's mentally sound, I'll put him to work. If not, he's of no use. We'll release him on unclaimed land far from our border. If that's the case, he'll be more concerned with finding another dose of valerian than coming back here. What does valerian do? When mixed with wolfsbane, sometimes other things too. It can have euphoric effects on a shifter's wolf, but coming off of it causes the frenzy they're talking about. Wolves become desperate, aggressive, destructive. Rogues who've consumed these herbs will trespass onto Pack's territories while they're out of their minds. They think they might find valerian here, but we don't keep any. Any Pack member having valerian is a punishable offense. I rub my arms. Well, I'll just wait outside. Theo disappears into the building housing the block of cells while I wait with the guard standing at the door. The guard stares at the small field ahead, and the only movement he submits to is blinking, so I wander around the building until Theo comes out. He says something to the guard too low for me to hear, and then he makes his way to me while the guard slips through the door. What did you decide? I ask. He was too unpredictable. We're casting him out. I remember the rogue I was locked up with, how I never learned his punishment. Perhaps his fate wasn't as bad as he thought it would be. So what's next? I have to stop at every eastern border post, Theo reminds. Then let's go. Theo sighs, gazing out at the trees. His hands fall from his hips. Okay, let's go. Do you get tired of your job? I ask as we make our way to the border. Not of the work itself, but I get tired of controlling people. Leading my men into war is one thing, but telling guards the right answers and deciding where rogues should go. I could do without it. If it wasn't traditionally the Alpha's duty, I would let Corbin or Dan deal with it. Is it really necessary to stick to those traditions if they're a pain? I know I can be harsh in my leadership, but in a lot of ways I adhere to the core Alpha values, so if anyone were to question my leadership, I could prove them wrong. Who's questioning you other than Rowan? It's precautionary. A good Alpha is prepared for anything. In my head, I wonder if Theo's precautions are his attempt to make up for the things he can't control. He may not like telling everyone what's right and wrong, banning substances, or judging rogues, but he does it. Maybe he's worried what chaos or mediocrity would ensue if he didn't. We enter the trees, and I grab his hand. He looks at the connection and then at my face. I ask, will you be home for dinner? After we visit the eastern posts, we can head home, he says. You'll be done for the day? He nods. That's hard to believe. It's the day after an attack. I'll let them rest. You're letting yourself rest too, which is good. You deserve it. He doesn't respond, but knowing he's heard me is satisfying enough. The first border post resembles the one I saw before meeting with my mom and sister, a wooden tower to climb and oversee the forest, with a room for unshifted guards underneath it. We're greeted by a wolf who emerges from the brush. He must have caught our scent. The wolf alerts the guard inside the hut, and he dangles the top half of his body out of the door. Alpha, doing the rounds? Just the eastern side today. Who have you brought with you? You're Luna, Theo says plainly. The guard and the shifted wolf share a glance. The unshifted guard, seemingly unsure of what to say, decides on, wonderful. My name is Celeste, I tell him. You'll call her Luna, Theo orders. The guard mutters, of course. Theo mercifully asks the guard about his surveying of the border and the watchers before him, curious if anything noteworthy has happened since the attack last night. The guard reports only regular activity, so after Theo informs the guards on what to look out for, we move on to the next post, walking north. I shower before dinner and dress with the bedroom doors closed. Theo's in the study. As I pull up my pants and work a clean shirt over my head, I contemplate the day, concluding that Theo is as serious about his leadership as I expected. However, it was enlightening to see what he does firsthand. I hope there will be room for me to join again sometime soon, especially in meetings like the one he held to discuss the war. Once I'm finished in the bedroom, I leave it to go downstairs. Elise should be in the kitchen, so I'll offer a hand with dinner. From the top of the stairs, I hear the front door slam open. I skip down some steps, seeing Dan in the foyer, only in a pair of shorts. "Theo!" He shouts and hurries into the living room from the study. I speed down the rest of the steps, and just as quickly as Dan disappears to get Theo, he returns with my mate, moving at the same distressed pace. "What's going on?" I ask, stepping out to touch Theo's arm. He twists to me as Dan impatiently goes back out the front door, leaving it ajar. "Stay here," he almost orders, implementing his alpha tone. "What happened?" "Let's go," Dan shouts from outside, and I swear I hear him shift. "Stay," Theo reiterates and lock the doors. I reach out for him, but he slips away, shutting the front door behind him. I watch it for a moment, wanting him to come back and explain himself, but I quickly brush those hopes away and lock the door as he said to do. I then head right for the kitchen. "Elise?" When I enter the kitchen, she's already at attention. "Do you know what's going on?" "I heard all that, that's all," she says, referring to Dan and Theo just now. "Sounds like it's something bad. Are all the doors locked?" She moves past me. "I'll check the back door. You check the downstairs windows." I turn as she leaves. "The windows too?" "Better safe than sorry." I rush around both living rooms, correcting any window hatches that aren't locked. I then shout, "Where's Maud?" Elise shouts back, "She was done until tomorrow." "Is she safe?" I ask, making my way to Elise. "As safe as the other pack members." I find her as she's returning to the kitchen. "It's not an attack, is it?" Elise tries to open the kitchen windows, ensuring they're also secure. "The day after we attack?" "How?" "Rogue problems are handled by the border guards, and I don't know what else would make Dan react like that other than a Rowan issue. I suppose if it is an attack, this would be Rowan's strategy. Like he's retaliating so soon to catch us off guard?" I question. "Yeah, but he's down men. Doesn't he need time to recover?" Elise brings her palm to her forehead as though she's trying to remember things. "Do you think we should lock the upstairs windows too?" "What?" "I don't know. The last time we were attacked, I was a teenager. I wasn't alone in the pack house with our Luna." She shakes her hands out in a panic, and then she goes to the windows, pressing her cheeks to the glass as she looks both ways along the house. She relaxes a bit. "The wolves are guarding good. They won't get past our border," I say. Elise nods, agreeing while taking deeper breaths. "Theo won't let anything bad happen." She nods more, mumbling, "Right. We'll stay in the house and wait for someone to get back and tell us what's going on. Until then, we should do what we were doing." Elise looks at the ingredients she's begun setting on the counter for dinner, seeming overwhelmed, so I step in. "Come on, let's cook together," I encourage, scared on the inside, but unexpectedly having control over it. It will make time pass faster. Elise grabs her recipe notes. "I was going to do, tomato butter roast chicken. Potatoes. Maybe a salad." I peer at the page. "Sure, okay. Not a problem." I look over the ingredients, seeing too many things I don't know what to do with. Part of that's for tomorrow, and the chicken's in the fridge. Elise takes the chicken out of the fridge and starts putting away the vegetables they don't need, calming down a bit more. "Could you grab the seasonings I read off?" I place myself before the spice cabinet, and Elise grabs her notebook. "Rosemary, salt, pepper, garlic, cloves, that should be here on the counter, and I'll mince the onion." I continue assisting Elise as she gains her footing back, and my eyes occasionally stray to the windows, relieved every time the guard wolves pass by. Chapter 24. At 1 o'clock in the morning, I hear Theo enter the house. I leave our bed where I've been lying sleeplessly for hours and hurry downstairs in my nightgown. Elise is staying in one of the guest bedrooms. We decided it was too risky for her to walk home alone during a possible attack, so I lent her clothes and a bed, and from the black under the guest room door, I assume she's asleep. As I speed down the stairs, Theo's footsteps carry down the hall but pause. I fold over the railing and see him looking back at me. What was it? I question immediately. An attack? He motions for me to come to him, so I finish the steps. Just as I reach him, he confirms Rowan attacked. Didn't get very close to our border, but we didn't have much time to meet him. The first wolves that met his side were defeated, but they gave us enough time to catch up. How many? As of now, 16. There are probably a few more deaths that have yet to be accounted for. Goddess, I murmur. What ended it? Rowan retreated. I'm sure he was also losing too many men. Theo sighs. What a mess. What now? Now I contact Belrose and secure a loan of warriors to finish Rowan off, he says bitterly. You're sure Alpha Belrose will? He owes me, he knows it. I cross my arms. Well, there are leftovers in the fridge. Elise is staying in one of the guest rooms. I didn't want her to leave the house. Are you coming to bed? I should get to work. I need to retaliate as soon as possible. Just for a couple of hours? I coax. You should rest. Theo runs a hand down my bare upper arm. All right. For a couple of hours. I walk up the steps first and Theo follows. I glance back every time I speak. You aren't hungry? No. I lost my appetite. I'm worried about the families of the fallen men. How do they find out about the deaths? Those who know break the news, but all losses are compiled after the attack and official notices are given along with a recompense, as indifferent as that sounds. There isn't a guiltless way to go about it. Was my father there? Yes. He's alive. It's not fair, I admit, that I get to protect him while others have no control, no way to protect the ones they love. I go right into the bedroom. It feels wrong. You don't want me to stop protecting him and the beta, he says outright, though it sounds like it should be a question. The next attack is the last. This won't go on for much longer. I turn to him, and the bedroom door shuts. You're going to kill Rowan? He glances at me and stride to the closet, a silent yes. I sit on the end of the bed and drop my head into my hands. What happens to my family once he's dead, if their pack collapses? They can come here, he says from within the closet. I lift my head. They won't. My father won't let my mother, and Ben won't let my sister. I'll give them the opportunity to join our pack, but if they choose otherwise, I can't change that. I run my palms down my thighs. Are you showering? I shouldn't get in bed like this, not with you here now. He emerges half-dressed and crosses the room to the washroom. I stand when his back is to me, seeing a large scratch from his left shoulder to his lower spine. Theo? He peers over his shoulder, eyeing the start of the scratch for a mere second. It will be gone in a day or two. Go to sleep, I don't want to keep you up. The bathroom door closes. I meander to my side of the bed, where the covers are pulled loose, and lie down, listening to the sounds of him showering. I keep my eyes closed, but I can't fall asleep, not with him right there, all injured. The truth is, everyone I care about is hurting because of my matehood. There isn't a guiltless way to go about it. Theo can tell me the war isn't my fault all he wants, but I know I knocked the first domino when I said Lily, when I didn't listen to Theo, when I fled home. I roll onto my back. I didn't want to feel like a burden. Having an impressive mate was all I cared about. Now the goddess has shown me what it means to get what I want. I pretend to be half asleep when Theo comes out of the bathroom, and I sleepily slide to his side and cuddle him as he settles in bed. My nightgown bunches at my hips, and Theo's hand glides up my outer thigh. He grips my waist, and a heavy sensation swirls within me. You're so soft, he mutters quietly. My face reddens. Thank you, but you need to sleep. You only have a few hours. He holds my chin with his thumb and pointer finger. Give me a kiss goodnight. I push up lazily and kiss him quickly on the mouth, my hair draping over my shoulder. Now sleep, I say before lowering back down. Theo breathes in, continuing to caress me. When I'm out there, and it's difficult, I think about coming home to you. My eyes open, staring into the dark. You do. I love having you here, not only in my bed, but also in my pack, my life. I thank the goddess for you, and not just at your Luna ceremony. I bring my leg over his under the covers, finding ways to be nearer. I want to come home to you always. You will, I mumble, eyes shut again. You know that. I'll do anything for you, Celeste. I start to worry that the stress and difficulty of these attacks are affecting Theo more than I thought they could. However, I suppose taking pride in leading his men into battle doesn't spare him from the difficulty of the fight or the danger his people face. I rest my hand over his heart. I'll do anything for you too. I want you to trust me always. My fingertips mindlessly trace shapes on his chest. I want to ask him why say this now, but I tell myself it's just another sweet muttering of his. I make myself still so he can grow tired and nod off. I enter the kitchen in the morning to the sounds of pots and pans. Elise is at the stove in her borrowed pajamas, cooking breakfast. She glances at me. Morning. The Alpha's already eaten. He's in the study with Corbin and Dan, I think. I was just whipping something up, didn't know when you'd wake up, but there's plenty for the both of us. I figured I'd stop at home after and change before dropping by the gardens and coming back for lunch. Is Maud here? She was in for a few minutes and then left to get soap for the laundry. Hungry. I rub up and down my chilled arms. Yeah, I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to check in on Theo. I think the attacks are getting to him a bit. No rush. She smiles. I head back down the hall, past the stairs, and through the left living room towards the study. Theo's, Corbin's, and Dan's voices all intermingle as I approach the open study doors. The letter went out an hour ago. I didn't specify any number of men. I'll see what he offers, Theo says, half sitting and half leaning on the front of his desk. I wait patiently in the doorway, but they heed me almost immediately. Are you talking about retaliating after yesterday? I ask. I contacted Alpha Belrose this morning. Theo fills me in. I summarized what's unfolded between our pack and Rowan so far in a message and requested a loan of warriors to finish the war. He'll agree. Because he owes you? Theo nods. I keep pushing for answers, asking why. Corbin and Dan fixate on me, and Dan says, we don't talk about the previous Alpha. No, it's all right, Theo allows. I'm sure Alexa has told her plenty already, hasn't she? Some things here and there, nothing far from what you've mentioned about your father. Theo directs his gaze to the floor ahead of him. Belrose owes me because, years ago, when our packs were at war, his father killed my father. I was made Alpha, and instead of seeking revenge and continuing the bloodshed, I conceded. Instantly, I remember Maud telling me this during the first attack, and I mumble, right, of course. Theo's eyes thin. I don't remember telling you this before. Look, Dan asks Theo, saving me from fumbling through an explanation that excludes Maud. Did you at least specify when we'd need his men? Yes, tomorrow morning. We'll attack tomorrow just after sunset. That's too soon, Corbin disputes. Our men are still recovering from the last two attacks. Those two hurt won't be fighting for weeks anyway. The mildly injured can pull themselves together, have the wise woman go around to speed up their recoveries. I want all men in higher training, even those not established as warriors, to be ready to fight along with the most capable individuals from the next age group. I was already having them readied as of yesterday's meeting. Corbin questions, do we need so many non-established warriors to end Rowan if Belrose lends his men? It sounds like overkill. We need all of them, Theo insists. The non-established and as many men as Belrose will let us borrow. Why? What for? I'll clarify attack plans to everyone at the fields before we leave for battle tomorrow. Theo stands tall. Dan, let's go. This meeting's gone too long, and we're late to the fields to work with the lower age group. I step aside so Theo and Dan can pass through. Theo brushes his knuckles against my cheek lovingly, and then he's gone. I look at Corbin. Do you know what he's up to? He asks me. I can't imagine I know any more about this war than you do. Corbin huffs and stands from the chair facing Theo's desk. Did Kalila tell you about Belrose's father killing Theo's father? I shake my head no. Oh. Sounded like something she would do, he mutters. I'd better check on her. Any day now, she'll go into labor. Odd question, but do you know what you would have done if you couldn't have a son to replace you? I ask. Yeah, hand over my title to the next guy, Corbin says with ease. Right, of course. However, alphas can't hand over their titles like a beta or third can. Corbin hesitates to leave. You know, you shouldn't worry about those things. The goddess knows what your matehood needs, and she won't withhold it from you just to watch you suffer. Then why doesn't Alpha Rowan have a son? Corbin leans closer like he's telling a secret. Rowan's Luna isn't his mate. He rejected his mate. Besides, after the women he's been with on the side, the problem, why he doesn't have a son, is most definitely him, if you know what I mean. He pats my shoulder as I'm dumbstruck. Corbin leaves the house, and I return to Elise just as she's filling 2 plates with eggs, ham, and toast. What happened to you? I breathe in. My home pack is just one big lie. They act all proper and goddess-driven, but none of them are. Elise carries our plates to the table. We all find out these things eventually. Come on. Sit before it goes cold. I drift through the pack house the rest of the day, worried for Lily, wishing I could take her away from Rowan, our mother and father, and her mate, who, if he works so closely with Alpha Rowan, could have morals just as corrupt. Around 4 o'clock, there's a knock at the door. Maud is upstairs tidying the guest room after Elise stayed in it, so I see who's there. It's a young woman. She thrusts an envelope towards me. Message for Alpha Draven. I take it. Who are you? A messenger, she says, like it's obvious. Oh, my face heats. Excuse me. I didn't know women ran as messengers. Female wolves are fast too, you know, she says, and then she's off around the house, likely going into the forest to shift. I shut the door, somewhat ashamed, but I shoo the feeling away by examining the envelope. The back is sealed with wax, the stamp used imprinted a B. Belrose. I take the letter to Theo's study and place it in the center of his desk, right where he'll see it. An hour later, when Theo comes through the door, I rush out of the kitchen, saying a letter was delivered. It has a B on it. I left it on your desk. He turns for the study, so I follow after, curious to know what Alpha Belrose has written. I step into the study as Theo is opening the envelope. He unfolds the letter, reading with a straight face. Once it seems he's finished reading, I ask, what does it say? He'll send 40 men in the morning, and the debt is repaid. Is that good? It's more men than I'd assumed he'd lend. Theo lowers the letter, looking content. The war will soon be over then? It will be. He releases the letter to the desktop. Not expecting Theo to stay long now that Belrose's response has come, I ask, are you working more? No. Even with the attack tomorrow? I've done everything I have to do. All I want is to spend the rest of the day with you. Our bond knots in my chest. Really? He leaves the letter behind and comes to me. You sound too surprised. The last time you were preparing to attack, I rarely caught more than a glimpse of you here and there, and that's excusing non-war related reasons. He breathes out, running a soft touch down my forearms until he grasps my hands. After Rowan's done with, I'll be traveling back and forth during the days as we sort through what's left of his pack. There may be some nights when I'm gone also. Now this makes sense. I say lightheartedly, really, my heart is deflating with disappointment. You could come with me, but I don't want you to be saddened seeing the aftermath of Rowan's loss. Are you clearing the pack out? Leaving it in ruins? No, but people will be packing up and leaving people you'll recognize. They'll be angry, often violent. I don't want them to take out their frustrations on you. I tilt my head, my eyes shifting between different floorboards as I imagine it. Theo reinforces his hold on me. The process will take some weeks. Resources will be brought here, sold to other packs, people will be moved around, and surviving Rowan warriors will be dealt with. It's a lot to work through, but I'll do my best to see you in the evenings, spend the nights here. I lift my chin. If Lily comes here, I'll be all right. I'm worried Ben is going to take her away once Rowan is over. Then I'll offer him reprieve, give him something to do here. If your sister pleads with him to accept, he might consider it. I squeeze his hands. Theo, that would be. I know she'll want to see me. After the attack, I'll speak with her and convince her that she can have a normal life here with Ben. At this point, after seeing how my mother's ordering her around, I don't think she'll mind separating from our parents. The beta will be kept under a close eye, but I'll arrange something between you and your sister so you two can talk. She might need calming down after the attack. A sense of relief washes over me. I throw my arms around Theo, muttering against his shoulder, "Thank you, I know it's not easy letting Ben get away with things, but I'll make it work. Lily will be happy, and he'll see she's happy, and maybe it can all be fine." He holds me against him, but I push back just enough to reach up and kiss him, unafraid of heat, my innocence, or what lies at the peak of our bond. I stand on my tippy toes and caress his beautiful face, energized by the thought of Lily and me reuniting and returning to the way we were. My thumb runs over his stubble and Theo responds quickly, urging my mouth open with his kiss and eagerly clamping my waist. He backs me toward the desk. I lean against it, and his lips travel to my neck. My left leg bends. His mouth on my neck is an intense sensation. I grab at his shoulders and then lay my arms over them, wrapping them around his neck. As though he's recalling my previous hesitations, Theo grips the desk on either side of me and withdraws. He kisses me briefly on the mouth like he's ending our rendezvous, but all I can think about is how he's going to be busy at Rowan for weeks to come. I impulsively fist his shirt before he backs away, breathing weight. Chapter 25. Theo unclenches my fist gently, half amused and half stunned. "What is it?" he asks as his lips curve. "I want more." Theo's brows raise. He grabs the desk again on either side of me, making me close my knees. "Is that so?" His hazel eyes search mine, maybe for any hint of doubt. "What would you do if I was in heat?" I mumble. His growing smirk falters as it gives way to something more serious. He straightens. "Celeste. I mean it." I step off the desk. "You said there are." "What?" He eggs on. My cheeks warm with blush, and I turn my head to the wall. "You said there are things other than completing the bond. I know about that, but not what you were referring to. I want to know." "Alpha," a voice calls from the front of the house. My spirits plummet, but before my dismay consumes me, Theo glances towards the sound and then tells me, "Go upstairs." "I'll be there in a moment, all right?" A man from the war meeting shows up at the open study doors, sees us, and mutters, "Excuse me, Alpha." I wasn't aware. I do as Theo says, slipping past the man as Theo tells him, "It's fine. Make it quick." I bite my bottom lip as I dart for the stairs, bolting up them and deciding on any last-minute things I should do before Theo joins me. I jerk open my undergarment drawer and pick out something prettier than what I've got on. With a light pink pair in hand, I run to the bathroom and shut the door. I throw my hair up and then I jump in the shower, turning it on and spraying myself with ice-cold water. The hairs on my arms stand on end, but there isn't time to waste. I lather myself with sweet-smelling soap and spin in circles until every last bubble washes away. I shut off the shower and dried myself as fast as possible, my heart racing with both anticipation and exertion. Unsure of how many minutes have passed, I tug my hair free and bring my pink undergarments up my legs. I stare for a second or two at my clothes on the floor. I can't decide whether to put on new ones or not. Will Theo think something's funny if I'm suddenly wearing different clothes, pretending like I've been sitting on the bed waiting patiently this entire time? Forget it. I hold my towel around me and scamper to the dresser, drawing open my drawer of pajamas and nightgowns. Or would a nightgown be too much? I groan, becoming much too concerned, but the front door closes with a slam, the man leaving. I pause like a deer listening for a skulking wolf, and then I drop the towel, bring a random nightdress over my head, scoop up the towel, and run it back to the bathroom. The bedroom door opens just as I'm hanging it up. "Celeste." I step out in my dainty nightgown, pink-faced and damp-skinned from the shower. Theo halts some strides from the door, looking me over. I know it isn't time for bed, but I itch at the lace hem. "Is it too much?" "I can." I swallow my rambling as Theo takes significant steps towards me. He sweeps me into another kiss, one hand caressing my face and the other my lower back. "You're adorable, beautiful," he says, barely leaving my lips. A slight noise flees my throat and tangles in our kiss when his touch slides to my front and dips between my legs, drawing my nightgown with it. Though my clothes create a barrier between his fingers and my skin, the feeling of it weighs heavily inside me. My legs press together. Lie down, he mutters against my mouth and moves me towards the bed. My heart goes wild with suspense, but I lean down, pulling him with me. Lying sideways along the bed, Theo comes on top of me like the other night when I was worried I'd be driven into heat, and his hand resumes its exploration. Do you like when I touch you here? Yes, I gasp, my stomach nodding. Why don't I take these off, he says and draws my undergarments down my legs. I lift, propping myself up on my elbows. Okay, I say, brimming with anxious excitement. During Maud's explanation, she made being unclothed sound like no big deal, but no one's seen me like this since I was a baby. We aren't completing the bond, though, not really. We're doing something in between that and kissing, something my undergarments must be off for. Theo tosses my things to the floor and glides his hands up my legs. His eyes aim under my nightgown and then flicker to my face predator-like. Without thinking, my knees snap shut. What's wrong? I blurt. Wrong? Nothing, he says and rises next to me, not prying my legs open again. Do you want to stop? I try to slow my breathing. No, but Can I touch you like I was? I let myself fall back, my hair sprawling. Theo frames a strand of hair around my face. You aren't relaxed, he says and begins dragging his fingertips up and down my thigh. I'm not, I confess. What can I do to help? You just make me nervous sometimes. Nervous? In a bad way. I shake my head. I feel all jittery like I can't catch my breath. How does our bond feel? Fine, good, really good. His consistent stroking on my thigh slows with my heart. Was I moving too quickly? I reach up and touch his jaw. He envelopes my hand and kisses the back of it. He then palms my cheek, and his lips leisurely cover mine, pressing and moving in a way that's easy to focus on. My spine arches. His stroking fingers morph into a full hand rub up to my waist, lifting my nightgown. Our steady yet passionate kiss continues, and I find myself further delighted by his touch. His hand molds my waist, prompting a subtle moan from my throat. I squirm a little, urging his body nearer as my thighs move. After minutes of calming bliss, I yearn to have him touch me again. My hips move, and finally, aware I'm no longer covered, I break our kiss to ask, "Can you do it again?" He grins, pecking the corner of my mouth. Of course, he agrees, his voice sultry. My toes curl as his hand sinks across my navel. His face buries in my neck, kissing unhurriedly and lightly. I close my eyes and melt into the plush bedding. His hand between my legs matches the same steady pace as the rest of him, and I bite my lip to block any unforeseen sounds. I feel him smile against my neck. Is this better? I nod furiously. Yes, please. I won't stop, he assures and instead moves his fingers in an even more pleasurable way. My brow furrows. It isn't the full bond, but it's so undeniably good, like an out-of-reach itch finally being scratched, but even tenfold that. I can only imagine what it will feel like to complete the bond. The ecstasy continues as my whole body becomes tense, my muscles growing taut, especially my stomach. The sensations that build up are paradise. I reel Theo closer, bringing my arms around him, wanting him entirely on top of me again. He appeases me and murmurs in my ear, "I've been waiting to do this for you, Celeste. Watching you fight heat. I wanted to help you so badly." A whine slips through my clenched teeth. "Goddess," I grouse, his voice further provoking the pinnacle I feel coming. "Don't stop that. What you're doing." "I promise I won't." I grab at his back, riding up his shirt. "Oh, you're such a good girl." He breathes in my neck, and it's almost instant, the release that ripples through me, massaging my limbs and tensing them at the same time. My moan cuts off, finishing as a silent cry as my legs squeeze his sides. Theo inhales deeply, staying put as his touch dwindles. I go limp, overcome with tranquilizing satisfaction. He holds my jaw, kissing me shortly yet firmly on the mouth, and I whimper when he pulls away. His eyes rake down my body, but he tugs my nightgown over my skin as though the sight is too much to bear. He wipes his left hand down his face, and then wipes his right on his shirt. Reality floods in much too quickly. I rest the back of my hand on my forehead, craving another cold shower. Theo drops onto his back, scooping me against him in the same position we tend to sleep in. Was that okay? He asks. Do you feel alright? His use of such tame words seems almost humorous. Okay, alright. I peer up at him, and he glances back at me. Thank you, I sigh. He fixes my hair, somewhat entertained. I see what you mean now, about heat. You do, he asks, playing along. I'll never take wolfsbane again. He turns onto his side to better look at my face, still supporting my head on his arm. Are we joking about it now? I nod. He nearly rolls his eyes, and then he gazes along my body again, pinching the lace hem along my chest and following it to my loose shoulder strap. He says, there's so much more I have to show you. Like this. With my hands, my mouth, there's more, Celeste. And when we complete the bond, there's even more. I roll my lips together. Oh, wow. Too bad you'll be so busy. He grabs a hold of my jaw again, just hard enough to force my eye contact. That better be another joke. I jostle free and push to sit upright. You can shower first if you want. Elise should be back to start dinner soon. Why? So you can watch me undress again. My face burns, seeping to my neck. What? He gets off the bed. Feigning ignorance? No, I mumble. I swear. He shakes his head, grins, and heads into the washroom. The rest of the night, I'm embroiled in our mate bond. Every time Theo touches me, I have to withhold my blush and wipe the fresh memory of what we've done out of my mind. Over dinner, my attention is so shot that I hardly hear Elise say she'll be leaving tomorrow for 4 days to visit a friend's pack. Thankfully, neither Rowan's nor Belrosa's. She's definitely chosen such days on purpose, however. With the mayhem of constant attacks, she must be yearning for normalcy. Each time my distracted thoughts win, and merely making eye contact with Theo has me giddy and shy, he smiles, waits a moment, and then asks me something unrelated, so I might find some relief. Hours before the sun rises, Theo rubs my upper arm in short strokes, waking me up. I stir and slide my arm over his chest. Don't go, I mumble. The bed is the perfect temperature and perfect softness. It tries so hard to lull me back to sleep. I have to get ready to meet Belrosa's men at the north border. I press my cheek into his tough shoulder, awake just enough to ask, will you come to say goodbye before you leave for Rowan? I will, he says, and gradually pulls his arm out from under me. The mattress shifts as he gets up, and he replaces his body by moving his pillow into my embrace. He stoops over me, kisses me on the temple, and then his steps carry him to the bathroom, and I float back to sleep. I wake up after sunrise, release his pillow, and climb off the bed. My joints crack as I stretch and touch my feet to the wood floor, and I wonder what Theo is doing now. He'll already have Belrosa's men. I hope they listen well. Belrose is likely easier on his men than Theo. I go about my morning routine, dress myself, and then head downstairs. Maud is drinking a particularly strong-smelling tea at the kitchen table. Without peering up from her book, she asks, "Did you hear Elise has gone off on a trip?" "She told us at dinner last night," I say, grabbing a glass for water. What a time to leave. Maud shuts her book. I would too, but John's working extra hours at the border to keep it secure all day. At least this is the final attack. With Belrosa's help, Rowan doesn't stand a chance. I lower my gaze and my voice. He'll take action against Rowan, and it'll all be over. Right, Belrosa's awfully generous loan. Why do you say it like that, like he can't be trusted? Maud shrugs, rising from her chair and bringing her mug with her. She walks around the counter to the teapot. Can any alpha truly be trusted? All recounts of history say no, they can't. Theo knows what he's doing. Of course, I don't doubt that. She tops up her mug. Anyway, who do you think Elise is visiting? An old flame. I wish the goddess would just give her her mate. She's waited long enough. Well, if we become friendly with Belrose and our packs start intermingling, maybe she'll find her mate there. I fill my glass with water and then take a gulp. Selfishly, I hope her mate doesn't have a higher role at Belrose than she does here. I don't want Elise to leave us. A little after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Theo returns, and I'm swift to meet him at the stairs. All day, I've been contemplating the end of our brief yet tumultuous war, questioning if things can actually be how I want them to be once the dust settles. It's an unwinnable debate with myself, but the sight of my mate distracts me from my scrutiny. With my arms wrapped around my waist, I ask, "How are Belrose's men?" "They'll do fine," he says, snuffs, and runs a hand over his hair. From the looks of it, he's been busy. Is everyone at the fields getting ready to go? They are over 100 men shifting. The field's never been so crowded. Stopping here is the last thing I have to do before we take off. My arms slip from around me. Okay, I guess I'll see you when you're back then and in one piece, please. No more gashes. I can't even stomach the thought of something worse. Theo looks at me from under his brows, and he ropes me in with careful consideration. His embrace engulfs me. I'm drenched in his scent and soothed by his touch, which only reinforces the progress our bond has made, especially yesterday. Though I'm sure my face is clouded with worry, he reels back and shows an even expression. He isn't afraid, he never is. "I'll wait up for you," I tell him as he holds both my cheeks in the palms of his hands. "I'll wake you up when I get back." That's if I fall asleep, which I won't. I'll be too nervous. I know you said fighting Rowan would be easy, but once we infiltrate the border and I find where he's hiding, it'll be quick. There won't be anything to worry about. I promise. He thumbs my skin, brushing gently. I'm doubling the wolves guarding the house. Is Maud staying with you? I nod. Good. We're going to capture Rowan's beta as soon as possible once the fighting starts, and I'll have him brought here to the cells to keep him from being harmed in the attack or running once Rowan is done with. I'll inform your sister where he is afterward so she can come here, see him safe, and speak with you about staying. Okay. And your parents? Leave them to do what they want, I decide. All I care about is Lily. He kisses me and then lingers, resting his forehead against mine for a short moment. He then takes a breath and lets go. Stay inside. It will make me feel better. I will. I promise. I stand in the open doorway as Theo leaves, and I watch him hustle along the path until he's gone. Have you said your goodbyes? Are they heading for Rowan? Maud asks, coming downstairs with a puffy, bunched-up duvet from one of the guest rooms. Yeah, what's that for? In case you fall asleep on the couch later. I watch her carry the duvet into the living room and set it on the couch. With the loose ends of my inner debate still hanging in my mind, something Kalila said surfaces from my memory. Maud, I ask, do you know anything about Old Blood? She turns her head. Old Blood? Every Draven Pack member knows about Old Blood. Why? Did the Alpha mention it? No, but tell me about it. Chapter 26. Sitting on either side of the kitchen table, Maud sips her fresh, steaming tea and begins. There are 4 Old Blood packs on the continent, the 4 original Alpha bloodlines. Draven, Silva, Barsk, Lonel. Alexa is mated to Alpha Silva. Theo told me before she came to visit, I mention. Right, well, Theo's grandfather, Reuven Draven, hated the other Old Blood Alphas and thought the whole thing was beneath him. He thought Draven was above the other Old Blood packs because Draven was technically the oldest, and he thought the other younger packs were trying to equalize Draven with them. As Reuven aged, he only became more furious at the whole idea of the Old Blood packs, calling them phonies and whatnot, so he forfeited the title. Maud continues, and I'm hanging on the edge of my seat. So, when Draven gave up their title, Belrose, the 5th oldest, claimed it, and the Old Blood packs, offended by Reuven, gave it to Belrose. Reuven was fine letting the other younger alphas play pretend while he knew the truth, but Theo's father, Bruce Draven, couldn't stand by in silence. He was mad at his father, Reuven, for giving up the title because people started disrespecting Draven now that they didn't have the Old Blood title, people like Rowan. Long story short, Bruce went to war with Belrose, believing if he took action against Alpha Belrose, he'd be able to get the title back. But Bruce wasn't as good of a fighter as. For the sake of explanation, I'll use the Alpha's first name, but I mean no disrespect, as Theo is now. Bruce was often hurt and frustrated and too forceful with his warriors. Alpha Belrose ended up taking his life. Maud pauses for another sip of tea. Theo's dad would have wanted Theo to continue the war after his death, especially since Theo had the potential to become such a strong fighter. But Theo saw how they were low in men, and he was only 17, so he conceded and ended the war, a prideless choice, but the right one. Kalila suggested that Theo wants it back, I say. The old blood title, I mean. I believe it. Who wouldn't? It's rightfully ours, Maud preens. But he's working with Belrose, so I can only assume he's moved past the whole thing. Theo didn't like his father, anyway, everyone could see it, so why should he finish what Bruce started? So, you remember Theo's father as Alpha, his death, and Theo taking over? I ask. Of course. I was your age, 21. I wouldn't be working at the pack house for another 2 years, but all of this stuff was common knowledge among the Draven pack members. I thought I was going to quit being the pack house housekeeper. Alexa was exasperating, and her mother had me screaming into couch pillows. But during my 2nd year, Alexa was mated, and they both left, so I stayed, she explains, maintaining every smithereen of my attention. I fall back against my chair. So, when were Elise and Alexa involved? Maud's face wipes clean. Excuse me. I overheard them talking one night when Alexa was here. Alexa said she would have been happy if they had been mated instead of her and Alpha Silva. You never saw or heard anything? No. Maud slaps her hands on the table. Alexa and Elise? You're sure? I nod quickly. Goddess. That explains so much. Maud proceeds to tell me every questionable encounter she can remember from the time she worked in the house with Elise while Alexa lived here. The two of them came down the stairs together, going to the gardens together, whispering and giggling and shutting up the second anyone stepped in the room. I thought they were just good friends, Maud whines. Goddess, the heartbreak Elise must have felt after Alexa was mated to someone else. I grab a bottle of red wine from the butler's pantry, and we carry on gossiping. Halfway through a particularly juicy story about Elise and Alexa running off to the river, Maud loses her train of thought while watching the kitchen window. I also look. What is it? Where are the guards? A loud, shattering noise blasts in the other room, sending my heart into my throat. We spring up from our seats, and my chair clatters on the floor behind me. What the? A guttural growl reverberates down the hall. Maud snatches my wrist and runs out of the kitchen, dragging me with her. We pass through the hall towards the back doors, and I catch a glimpse of a fully grown male wolf prowling by the stairs. My failing breath chokes me. I run into Maud, who halts suddenly, and I follow her eyes to the back door windows where another wolf, not one of our guards, is sneering at us, clawing his paws into the porch. Maud yanks me through a door to our right, the laundry room. She finally releases me as she shuts the door behind us and locks it. None of my thoughts are processing, but I manage to choke out, "What's happening?" I jolt when a fist pounds against the laundry room door. Maud grabs me and urges me behind her. Celeste. A voice hollers as the pounding continues. Come on, darling. Come out. Maud whimpers, moving us backwards. I'm here to bring you home. The voice clicks in my head, it's Alpha Rowan. I squeeze Maud and whisper breathlessly, it's Rowan. The pounding stops, and he says to someone else, just break it down. Hurry. Maud swiftly moves us into the corner of the small room, and a giant force rams into the door, cracking it. Maud cries again, and with another ram, the door breaks apart, half swinging on its hinges and the other pieces falling to the floor. The wolf from the hall broke the door down, but Alpha Rowan stepped past it and into the room, kicking a larger shard of wood to the side. Okay, Celeste, that's enough now. Come on. Maud's grip becomes painful. No, Alpha Rowan peers back and says, just take them both. Another unshifted man comes into the laundry room. I move in front of Maud despite her iron grip. She scolds, no, Celeste. I'll go, just leave her alone. She has nothing to do with this, I reason, every limb shaking. No, Maud refutes. No, you aren't. I face her. It's okay. Stay here. Her eyes start to water. Please, Celeste. I pry her hands off of me, and she covers her mouth and nose as her tears leak free. Good girl, Celeste. Alpha Rowan holds out his hand for me. Come along. Your family is waiting for you. Maud slides to the ground, and that's the last I see of her before Alpha Rowan grabs my arm and jerks me away. His fingers dig into my flesh as he walks us hurriedly down the hallway towards the foyer. I see the living room window smashed as though a wolf leapt through it, Glass covers the floor and furniture, one couch knocked forward and the coffee table broken in half. The front door is wide open ahead. Alpha Rowan forces me through it, and I see our guards' bodies littered around the house in heaps of fur. As Alpha Rowan departs from the pack house with me in his hold, all of his men drain away from it, 8 or 9 shifted warriors, and they surround us like an impenetrable wall. Alpha Rowan and his wolves walk me briskly down the main path, but as we come upon the cells, Alpha Rowan slows. Ben is in there. He points at the cell block. Hurry up and get him and meet us past the south border. Each one of Rowan's wolves launches towards the cells, and, for a hopeful second, it's only Alpha Rowan and me, both unshifted. And then, like he can read my mind, Alpha Rowan lashes forward, growing and morphing into a big gray wolf. I stumble backwards as he turns his wolf's head and growls open-mouthed. He slinks around me, nudging me onwards. I swallow and walk in the direction of the southern border, moving as slowly as Alpha Rowan will allow alongside the pack members' houses. Can they see me through their windows? Are they watching, praying they aren't targeted next? Tears streak silently down my cheeks and drip off my chin, but I beg myself to be strong, and I remember what Corbin and Theo told me. I have to shift, but I need space to get away. If I try to run now, he'll catch me. I have to injure him, slow him down, but as I steal glances at his wolf, I can't help but feel it's impossible to bite him. Alpha Rowan may be an easy target for Theo, but Theo is one of the greatest fighters, and Rowan isn't going to go easy on me like Theo did when we practiced self-defense. Alpha Rowan makes another thunderous noise. I'm walking too slowly again. I pick up my pace, and the pack members' houses come to an end, leaving only the forest ahead. And then, like the night I first trespassed onto Draven territory, Theo's scent hits the air, and I'm transfixed. Alpha Rowan snarls, but it dies on his tongue. He smells Theo, too. I turn to face Alpha Rowan, cautiously backing away as his head tugs in Theo's direction. He then snaps back to me, and I freeze. His teeth flash threateningly as though demanding faster. Alpha Rowan's wolf urges me towards the trees, but in a matter of seconds, Theo breaks from the horizon, running from the left woods. I've never seen something move so quickly, like an arrow shot from a bow. He aims for Rowan's wolf. Alpha Rowan glares at me, and as though his desperation can be felt, I sense his next move. He snaps at my arm, but I duck, escaping his teeth just barely. Theo is closing in. With only a moment to act, I shift. Alpha Rowan snaps at me again, ready to harm, but my back paws tear into the dirt, and I push forward. Theo clashes with us, knocking Alpha Rowan onto his side. The two tumble and thrash, so, as fast as I can, I sprint for the pack members' houses. Blood pumps hard throughout my body, loud in my ears. I look back, still running forward, and I see Alpha Rowan slip out from under Theo, and he charges for me. All my energy pushes to my legs, and I fight to run even harder, moving fast enough for Theo to race after us. My lungs ignite, shriveling in my chest, but Theo catches up and pounces on Alpha Rowan from behind. Rowan's wolf slams into me, and I roll on the ground. I catch myself and look up. Blood sprays my face. I flinch as Theo attacks Rowan's wolf, making a terrible sound erupt from Rowan's throat. His gray wolf goes limp, and blood oozes from Theo's mouth. I scramble to all 4 legs and stare at Alpha Rowan's body. Theo's large brown wolf comes around me, immediately nuzzling me and checking for any injuries. Once he knows I'm all right, he impels me to the path, blocking me from the horrible sight. I go with him, not wanting to look at Alpha Rowan's lifeless body any longer. Instead, I scrutinize Theo's attack, his effortless move into Rowan's throat, and the blood still soaking his wolf. But there isn't just blood on his muzzle, and it doesn't only reek of Alpha Rowan. An uncountable amount of scents coat Theo's body. We join the stone path that leads to the house, but in the opposite direction, I see the cells, more bodies surrounding them, lying motionless in the grass. Theo notices the scene too, and veers as though he might detour, but then he looks at me. Theo nods for me to follow the path home. His words are obvious. Go. I obey and run for the house, but I know what the gruesome sight at the cells means. There are too many bodies there to be only our men. What if one is Ben's wolf? What if my sister's mate is dead? I dash for the pack house and shift at the front door, slipping inside and shutting it with a thud. Maud doesn't come running, the house is empty. I drop to the floor and wrap my arms around my knees, still shaking, still struggling to comprehend what's happened. A sob rips out of my chest, and my head drops, my blood-splattered hair falling forward. Chapter 27. Rowan's blood dries on my skin, the thinnest splatters cracking, and the strips of it clumping my hair. I hold myself against the front door as the house continues to cool. Trying to sort through my thoughts is like picking smoking hunks of wood out of a bonfire, so I let the chaos behind my eyes rage on. It has to die out sometime. My hairs stand on end, a reaction that consumes my arms, crawling up from my wrists. One realization claws its way out of my inner hurricane. The window is shattered, and I'm exposed. I heave myself upright and stagger to the couch where Maud left the duvet from upstairs. My arms and legs are jelly as I lift the blanket over myself. After running so hard, the blanket feels like it's stuffed with lead. Maud. Just as I part my lips to call her name in the house, which seems in every way empty, the loudening beat of wolf paws outside strikes me like a hot poker. I grasp the staircase railing and haul myself as fast as possible up every step until I'm running into the bedroom. I push my shoulder into the doors to shut them, but I know if it's one of Rowan's wolves still prowling, there's only a matter of time before I'm found. Just as I consider locking myself in the bathroom or somehow climbing out of a window, I hear Theo's voice. Celeste. His footsteps are already drumming up the stairs when I swing one of the doors back open. He ascends wearing only a pair of shorts while the rest of him is smeared with grime and dirt, dredged in purpling bruises and inflamed cuts. If I thought his state after the previous attacks was startling, I should be falling unconscious at the look of him now. He strides to me and cups my cheeks, and his face washes over with swift solace, as though he's relieved I'm not dead cold. He rams me into his chest and coils around me, fisting my blanket and grasping my skin. He says, Rowan's beta is gone. Something lodges in my throat. Lily. She must feel it, the bond wrenching out of her. The fire in my thoughts flares and burns hotter. Theo looks at me, concerned, and releases me to go into the bathroom. I don't move while he's rummaging in there, not even to scratch the dried blood now itching around my nose. One of the sinks runs, and then he emerges with a washcloth. With an arm around my back, he guides me to the bed. I sit, and he swipes the damp cloth gently at the blood on my face. I need her here, I say, my voice gravelly. Theo's eyes dance around my face as he focuses on cleaning me. As though he's been procrastinating the question, he asks, what did Rowan do? I study Theo's face. I think he's apprehensive of my answer. I say, he broke into the house. Maud and I tried to hide, but he found us and took me with him. He said we were going to the south border and that my family was waiting for me. And? Theo asks, squeezing the reddening cloth. And then you came. Alpha Rowan changed when he saw you, and he tried to bite me. He tried to harm me, you saw. Theo exhales. You did good shifting when you did, okay? I nod. When he saw me, he knew it was over. Harming you was the last thing he could do to hurt me. That, I helplessly pause, not expecting to die tonight, makes sense. Theo wipes at the blood from my neck, upper chest, and shoulders. When did you turn back? We broke past their border fairly quickly, but after running into the pack, I couldn't catch Rowan's scent. I figured he knew he was bound to lose and would do anything left in his power to get back at me, and the first thing that came to my mind was you, so I ran back as fast as I could. And my dad? I ask. He's alive, last I saw. Corbin? Dan? Corbin didn't come. Kalila went into labor this afternoon, and I told him to stay. Dan is a little battered, but he'll recover. He's still at Rowan. Everything was going perfectly until this. I need Lily here, Theo. She must be in so much pain. Theo drops his hand holding the cloth. If she hasn't fled with your parents already, I'll bring her with me. People are fleeing? It's one of the first responses to a border infiltration. I swallow. What if she blames me for Ben's passing? During an attack, anyone can die at any moment. You don't know if you'll survive until it's over. That's what killed him. Theo wipes the cloth down his filthy face. I tried to spare him, but in these situations, it's too difficult. From the looks of it, he died trying to escape the cells. Rowan ordered his wolves to free him, I recall. Theo balls up the cloth and stands from the bed. I'm going to send guards from the border to watch over the house. Suddenly, I'm on my feet. Maud was here, and now. Stay here, he says, easing me down again. I'll get the guards, and then I'll check her house. I'm sure she ran home after Rowan took you. I sit again, though I feel restless. She was scared. I'm worried about her. I know. I'm going to find her, okay? But I need to know you're going to stay here. Are Alpha Rowan's men? They're gone or dealt with, he says before I can finish the question. Their scents were fading even before I came in. I try to settle down. Okay, just find her. I'll be here. Theo smooths my hair and kisses my forehead, lingering as though he's employing the moon goddess to watch over me while he's gone personally. I watch him withdraw and head heavy-footed for the doors, and then I listen to him as he hurriedly leaves the house, cutting me off with a severing thump of the front door. I unravel, nearly sliding off the bed and pooling on the floor. What a mess, a horrendous nightmare. In between my fears for Lily and my worrying over Maud, I put myself in the shower to get the rest of Alpha Rowan's blood off of me. The stench is vile. I lather myself in soap, desperate to smother the reek. Over the sound of the shower spray, I hear someone inside. I shut off the water and hold still. Theo? Celeste? A voice calls from downstairs, Corbin. I catch myself from tripping out of the shower, and I tug a robe from its hook, pull it on, and walk out of the washroom. Corbin? I leave a trail of wet footprints behind me as I pad out of the bedroom and to the top of the stairs. Corbin appears at the last step, coming from the study. Where's Theo? He asks, looking up and sounding alarmed. He just went to get guards for the house and to find Maud, I say, and go down to see him. What's happened now? Are Rowan's wolves back? Dan came to see me. Kalila had the baby. Right, Theo told me, congratulations. Is she okay? Is the baby? Both are perfectly healthy. She's at home with the wise woman and her mother, he says, but seems distracted. How long has he been gone? Theo? Only, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes. Do you know Rowan trespassed with 10 or so wolves? They broke into the pack house, I inform, still shaken. Corbin's face rewires at my news. I saw the window just now, and I thought I caught a scent a little bit ago, but we were supposed to bring their beta here, and the birth, I was so preoccupied I need to find Theo. He turns to leave, so I reach out to stop him. What's wrong? Has something else happened? You should be with Kalila and your new baby. He seems spaced as though he's fighting to overcome his own shock. He says, Belrosa's men are gone. What? My brow furrows. They all perished in the attack? Corbin shakes his head. I don't understand. Dan came to find me and said Theo took action against all of them. I almost let a laugh slip at the absurdity of what Corbin's saying. He continues, Dan said he tried to stop him, but Theo. I have to find him. Corbin turns for the door and tries to pull the handle, but it opens before he can do so. Theo forces Corbin backwards as he walks in, still as messy as he was, and he glances between Corbin and me. My eyes trickle from his head, hair slicked back, to his dirt-crusted ankles, and all those scents on him start to dry my throat. Theo asks Corbin in a level tone, what did Dan tell you? All Corbin says is, I know what you did. My head starts to pound, as it should have been doing this entire time. Theo struts past Corbin, obviously beckoning him to follow as he heads for the study. Corbin listens, going after his alpha, and I attempt to follow too, but Theo hears me or sees me from the corner of his eye, and all too quickly, he orders, stay there. I halt, trembling, not passing into the living room. Theo resumes, the two men disappear, and I hear the study doors shutting at once, cutting me off like a loose string. Corbin's words replay in my crammed head. Theo took action against all of them. All 40 Belrose warriors, men loaned to him, men fighting for him. I go rigid. My fingertips turn numb. You will when you see the blood on his hands. He's getting it all over you and spoiling you. I place my hand on my chest where the mate bond surrounds my heart, swooning, believing, adoring, trusting. A A sharp breath fills my lungs, air always tainted by him, and I wonder if all along, my family has been right. Chapter 28. I'm paralyzed in the archway, hearing only snippets, sounds, and nothing comprehensible from the study beyond the living room. Nervous sparks travel throughout my fingers and palms and up my arms. What is Theo telling Corbin? That none of it is true, that Dan is mistaken? I could handle my parents' betrayal and my sister's when she told Ben my secret, but I don't know what to do about the betrayal of my own body, of the bond in my chest that, like my veins, travels, winds, and pumps something like blood throughout me. The goddess's gift. Again, I find myself questioning why she gave me this matehood. A gift. I clench my jaw, my heart aching. The front door sits just over my shoulder. I peer down at my robe, knowing I can't go out there and search for Maud dressed like this, so I deter. I slip upstairs into the bedroom and jerk a shirt and a pair of pants off their hangers in the closet. As quickly as possible, I shrug off the robe and put on clean undergarments, along with the clothes that are hung. My hair is still wet, but I can't be bothered to dry it. I've survived enough chaos tonight. A cold isn't particularly threatening amongst my other worries. I conquer the stairs and move across the foyer to the door, keen on nothing else. Theo didn't lock it, so I pulled the door open and closed it behind me, wasting not even a second before joining the path. The obvious hurdle is that I have no idea where Maud lives, and there are groups of houses scattered all over the territory. I'm most familiar with the houses near the pack house by the training fields and the cells, but there are more houses just south of the river that sweeps in and out of the territory's northern end. Alexa and I walked there. Neither Maud nor Elise has told me a thing about their homes, but I suppose I never asked. The pack house door opens behind me, though I don't dare look. I keep walking away from it. The moon floats above the treetops ahead. Tonight the moon isn't red, and is exactly half full. I couldn't possibly understand why. Celeste. My fingers spread and then ball up at the sound of Theo's voice. How can I see the truth with our mate bond constantly blinding me? His footsteps come after me, his scent too. My heart hammers. Celeste. I'm looking for Maud, I say without turning back. Theo already reaches me, moving much faster. She doesn't live this way. I yank my arm from him when he tries to grab it. Don't. Come back to the house. I'll go check on her. I refuse to look at him, so I keep walking. I said I got this. Stop walking away, he says, getting heated. I don't need you outside alone right now, not after. After you ended my home pack? Or after you betrayed Alpha Belrose? Celeste. He shouts, and I face him. Enough. Go back to the house. The cloth on his face didn't wipe off all the blood he shed tonight. It's still in the crevices of his eyes and in his brows, not to mention the red that besmears the rest of his body. His bare chest is red. He's brutally beautiful. I can hear our bond. You're his. My lip quivers. Is this why you wanted me to trust you? So once you took action against 40 innocent men, you'd know I wouldn't leave. I don't want you out of the house right now, he says very clearly, stepping closer. The borders aren't secure. I know he did what Corbin accused him of, and his avoidance speaks volumes. I don't want to go back, I murmur honestly. Theo says nothing. He crosses his arms. I feel like I don't know who you are. His face is firm, but his stare buckles. Don't say that. My eyes gloss over because I don't want to feel this way, but it's the truth. And there's nowhere to go. Rowan is crumbling with every passing second. My sister's maid is gone. She's trapped in my parents' hold, wherever they are, and Maud is still unaccounted for. Once one tear falls, the next comes easily. Celeste, look at me, Theo says softly, his arms unfolding. You're okay. You're safe. But no one else is, I whimper. Please just come inside, and I'll find Maud, okay? The bond is in my ear. It would be easy to give in to him, to let him wipe my tears and tuck me into his bed. I gaze back at the pack house, its illuminated windows and piercing turrets. Corbin stands in the doorway, watching. I want to talk to Corbin, I say. And you'll go inside? I nod, so Theo walks with me the short way to the house, maintaining an extra distance. Corbin backs into the foyer to accommodate us, and I ask him, can we talk alone? Corbin's eyes shift to Theo before returning to me. Yes, we can. I'll find Maud, Theo tells me, And then he's gone again, leaving Corbin and me alone in the foyer. My tight shoulders loosen. I need to know if he's okay, I say to Corbin. He really took action against all 40 of Belrose's men? He did. Why? Because Belrose is his next target, Corbin says. So this is about the Old Blood title? He nods. My headache spikes. Those men were innocent. Belrose was on our side. Now Belrose is down 40 warriors, and we're going to be up in numbers. How are we gaining men? All I've heard are death tolls. We're obtaining Rowan's warriors, offering them a position here, better pay and housing. I wondered why Theo kept having prisoners build so many houses, and all he'd tell me was our population's increasing. Corbin's peers left. He's been planning this for a while. I think Rowan holding you captive finally gave him an angle to work, not that he wanted that to happen. I lay my palm against my forehead. He's fine with the fact that all those men are gone? Corbin stews momentarily, and then he says, Theo isn't afraid to play dirty. Did he double-cross Alpha Belrose? Yes. Is that against the Alpha Code? No. That doesn't mean what he did was right, but to him, he's still playing fair. So it's Alpha Belrose's fault for trusting him? I ask, not liking the sound of this Alpha Code. Corbin sighs, seeming on the fence. We would never loan men to help another Alpha fight a war we aren't involved in. I suppose Belrose felt guilty about what transpired between him and Alpha Rowan about you, and there was also the sway of what happened in the past. Theo conceding in their war those years ago was clearly a temporary sacrifice. So is Alpha Belrose going to be attacking us next? Well, we have time, not a lot, but some. Belrose will have to recoup at least part of the numbers he lost tonight before he even considers a retaliation. Theo won't want to give him too much time, though. Why isn't Theo telling you all these plans? Because I would have tried to stop him like Dan. I don't want to be at war again. I'm tired of the risk I take every time there's an attack, and I have to kiss my mate and children goodbye. Corbin pauses and then says, he's sane if that's what you're worried about. He's all there, just. I should get back to Kalila. You're right. I step away. You should be with her and your kids. But thank you for being honest with me, for listening. He grabs my shoulder reassuringly. Don't hesitate to come to me if you're worried about him, okay? We can always talk. I nod and come as close to smiling as I have all day. I hold the door for Corbin as he leaves, noticing the wolf bodies strewn around the house are gone and replaced with more shifted guards. So much has happened tonight, never quite out of sight or mind, but I don't want to be blind to it. The bond has made me too forgiving of such things. With Theo's imminent return penetrating through my headache, I return to the bedroom, but I snag on the top of the stairs as I briefly consider sleeping in a spare room. Theo wouldn't like that, and I shouldn't provoke him when he's already quick to anger. I enter the master bedroom and exchange my clothes for my most modest pajamas. Theo returns before I know it, which must be a good sign. He comes upstairs and into the bedroom while I'm already lying under the bed covers. Maud is at home with her mate, he says, and some of the weight on my chest eases. She was very relieved to hear you're all right. Okay. Thank you, I say, and pull the blankets higher over my shoulder as I face away from Theo's side of the bed. He closes himself in the washroom without another word, and I soon hear the shower turn on. With him separated from me again, I try to organize my thoughts so when he comes out, I don't revert to his embrace. I can't overlook what he did tonight. When he does leave the bathroom, he's covered only by a towel around his hips. His impressive body is no longer blighted by dirt, and our bond reacts promptly. It's liquid as it pours down my chest, through my stomach, and pools below my belly button. I shut my eyes and fist the duvet as a flash of frustration consumes me. I steal another peek as he gets into bed. He looks like himself again, and then he turns off his lamp, and the room goes dark. I solidify in my position on the edge of the mattress, and I keep my back to him. He must get the message because he doesn't ask me if I want to be held, and he doesn't reach out to reel me in. My eyes are open, but I pretend to be asleep. 40 men, more than that, and I ignored Lily's letters telling me he was dangerous. She's right, Theo is dangerous. I'm going to leave early to get back to Rowan, he says suddenly, therefore, he must know I'm awake. I'll be back around sunset, and I'll try to have your sister with me. Lily. Theo might have to tie her to another wolf to get her here with him, and I don't want to scare her by having her brought here, but as I picture her in the pack house with Maud and me, I feel at peace. I need to get her away from our parents. Chapter 29. Theo's grip on my hips is like iron as he drags me to the edge of the mattress. He stands proudly between my legs. I reach out to him, not wanting all this space between us, and he obliges. He leans over me, almost close enough to kiss my lips, and then I feel him close against me. My stomach muscles flex. He's going to. My eyes open, my face pressed far into my pillow. I lift my head and then my shoulders, and I prop myself up on my elbow. Theo's side of the bed is empty. Daylight shines in thin strips through the closed shutters, and I remember he's gone off to Rowan for the day. I reflect on my dream as its details gradually slip away from me, and I feel frustrated. Why couldn't I stay asleep for a minute longer? In reality, Theo and I are again strained, and any prospects for completing our bond feel out of the question, but my dreams are my own, a secret. I would have happily stayed dreaming, but perhaps the dream had to end. I don't know what it feels like to complete the bond. My unconscious mind had no basis to build off of. I get out of bed and ready myself to go downstairs, not expecting anyone to be there. Though halfway down the staircase, I hear one of the chairs in the kitchen slide against the floor. Maud? I instantly call and hurry the rest of the way. Maud almost runs into me in the kitchen archway. Goddess, she gasps you. Without thinking, I hug her. She goes stiff at first, but eases piece by piece, freeing one arm from my squeezing embrace to hold me back. I'm sorry for what happened, I say over her shoulder. You were thrown into things when you didn't deserve to. It's okay, Celeste, really. If anything, you should apologize for handing yourself over to try and protect me. I draw back. What would I apologize for that? Because Aluna doesn't put herself at risk to save her staff. That's stupid. You aren't my staff, you're Maud, and I would do the same for Elise. Besides, Rowan wanted to take me somewhere. He said we were going to my family. I don't think he wanted to hurt me until Theo showed up out of the blue and got in his way. But whatever the case was, I stand by my decision to keep you out of it. Maud overcasts with judgment. Handing yourself over to the enemy is never a good decision. I was freaking out. He had you surrounded, and I didn't know where to go. The Alpha, Beta, and Dan were all off the territory. John was at the border. I stood in that doorway. She points through the walls to the foyer, for who knows how long until I knew you weren't coming back, so I went home. Maud, I clasp her shoulder. I love you too. She brushes my hand off. Oh, shut up, you little. Her lips shut, and her tense face softens somewhat. She lets out a much-needed breath, as though she's releasing her pent-up worries, and what's left is only her. Or, at least, the least armored version she's shown of herself. Maud nods subtly in acceptance. It's over, the war with Rowan. I know. The Alpha said Rowan was gone when he came to tell me you're all right, she says. I sent him to find you, to make sure you were all right, too. She fights whatever expression her brain can't help but make. Well, what about your family? If Rowan's gone, so is his pack. Theo told me last night he would try to find my sister Lily and bring her here with him. If your sister's coming, I should prepare one of the guest rooms. I think I want her to have her own place. She's going to be in pain, her mate was lost, and I don't want her to feel smothered or like she doesn't have any privacy. Maud nods, crossing her arms as the corners of her mouth pull downward. But I'll see her every day if she wants. I just don't know if she'll want that. I don't know how much she'll blame me for everything that's happened. She might hate me. She might already be gone. I'm sure my parents wouldn't want to stick around as Theo dismantles their pack. She could be off somewhere with them. We could go to the gardens to stalk one of the guest houses, Maud suggests, adding, just in case. I press my lips together, wanting Lily with me more than anything. Yeah, just in case. As we leave the house, I notice the broken window in the right living room has been covered with a sheet of canvas material. Instantly, the crashing sound of a wolf hurling through the glass replays in my mind. The broken coffee table is gone, and the overturned couch has been righted, though its cushions remain torn and stained. Knowing Maud's standards for the pack house's interior, I see the sofa will likely disappear too. Maud catches me looking at the patched-up window. It was like that when I got here this morning, she says. People will come by today to replace the glass. We leave the house and walk through the center of the pack, then head northwest on a path of closely spaced stepping stones that lead into the larger fields, where the gardens and greenhouses are located. Workers roam between long rows of leafy greens, trellising tomatoes, and bushels of herbs, as well as carts of already gathered harvestables. In the apexes of the garden beds, gravel paths are lined with fruit and nut trees. The peach trees must be sprouting their last fruits as the autumn season rears its head, though autumn always means a larger bounty. The apple, fig, pear, and persimmon trees' fruits will soon be in everyone's kitchens. This time of year at Rowan, we always had plenty of walnuts as well. Maud grabs a woven basket from the pile at the start of the gardens and carries it on her arm. I've gotten used to Elise picking the produce, she says. You don't come to the gardens for your own kitchen? I ask, glancing. John likes to pick our fruits and vegetables. He likes to stop on his way home from the border. Did Elise say when she would be back? Maud stops at a cart full of red and green bell peppers. Tomorrow or the next day, if I remember correctly, she says, and chooses a pepper of each color, tucking them into the basket. We weave in and out of the garden beds, stopping at each cart until the basket is full of plump fruits and vegetables. Like Rowan, all produce comes at no cost. Should we go to the butcher next and then the baker? Maud suggests, and I promptly agree. We should grab her some oil, salt, pepper, butter. Does she use milk? By the time Maud and I are finished, both our hands are full of baskets and paper bags of food. Let's drop this all at the pack house, and then you can ask Theo which house we can put Lily in. What do we do with all of this if she doesn't come? I ask. We could feast. You know Elise left the pack house bursting at its seams with food. I look over our goods. Could we give them to the families of the fallen warriors? I'm sure they're having a hard time running errands like this. You could do that anyway, Maud says. I look at her as we turn onto the path heading to the pack house. I could. You're the Luna, you could do whatever you want. People would be grateful. It would be very good of you to help them now that the war is over. We could make a list of things every household needs. Necessities like food, baby things if they have a baby, clothes for the winter, toiletries, and anything specific. I couldn't imagine losing a loved one and being forced to carry on like everything is fine. If something happened to Theo, My thoughts scramble at the thought of my mate, but Maud waits, listening patiently. A man passes us and turns onto the path towards the fields. Theo did something last night, something I can't understand, I say once the man's out of earshot. Corbin came to the house and said he took action against all of Belrose's men. What? The Alpha took action against them? All by himself? When? Maud questions rapid fire. I don't know how or when, but Corbin said Belrose is their next target. The Alpha wants the old blood title back, she realizes. I suppose he got a head start on Alpha Belrose. Goddess, the Alpha scares me sometimes, Maud mutters, gazing off. I drag my lip through my teeth. Not that I meant that as an insult, she suddenly backtracks. Alphas must love being all scary and threatening. I'm sure his reputation does the Alpha good keeps us safe. It's fine, I say. I'm not offended. It's just the truth, isn't it? Theo scares people. Well, he provides for the pack, looks after us, and takes care of you. And I'm sure he's different when you two are alone. The mate bond lashes uncomfortably in my chest. Honestly, I've been struggling since I found out about Belrose's men. I have a feeling he took action against them all on his own, and I know they didn't see it coming. Corbin said Dan tried to stop him. Theo said Dan was a little battered. You don't think? I don't know, I murmur as the house appears in the distance. It's not like it was a full moon last night. Theo was in control, not his wolf. Full moon? What does that have to do with the Alpha? My face wipes clean. Nothing, I blurt. I've just been overthinking, dreaming weird things, my head is a mess. It doesn't help that he's gone all day, does it? Maud asks, thankfully not snagging on my slip-up. Maybe I need the space. Our bond idealizes too much sometimes. Maud examines me curiously. You think you're feeling things your bond wouldn't like? I mean, how can I ignore the fact that he's caused so much pain? You think you're afraid of him? Theo said the bond wouldn't allow me to be afraid of him. But underneath your bond, she prompts. I avert my gaze to the path as clouds of guilt and shame drift overhead. You should tell him, Maud says. If you aren't honest about these feelings, they'll grow, they'll mass together, and before you know it, you'll have even more serious thoughts. More serious? Thoughts of rejection. All the air in my lungs seems to vanish. In my family's house, rejection wasn't spoken of. I only heard about rejection for the first time from another girl a month or two before my first shift. At Rowan, rejection was understood as a crime against the goddess, which is rich now that I know Alpha Rowan rejected his mate. Only certain circumstances forgave a rejection, being romantically betrayed by your mate, mistreated by your mate, or if your mate committed something horrible. I adjust my hold on Lily's salmon and chicken. Do you think taking lives in a war is the same as murder? I ask vacantly. The pack rules say it isn't. Maud sighs. Celeste, please tell him, she urges again. I nod even though the mere concept causes pain in my chest. The girl who told me about rejection said it was the most painful thing a shifter can endure without dying. Maud opens the front door for us, and we carry Lily's goods into the kitchen to temporarily store what needs to be refrigerated. However, not even the chance of Lily showing up can distract me from torturing myself as I imagine what rejecting Theo would be like a knife plunged through my heart. Maud's right. I'll have to muster the courage and be honest with Theo. Half an hour before sunset, people enter the pack house, and the unforgettable scent of my sister sends me hurtling to the foyer. Lily is there, stepping out of her shoes meekly next to my mate. The sense of gratitude and relief that overcomes me is so powerful I stop in my tracks, my eyes become wet, and my chest vibrates, and then I see my mother. All of my excitement snuffs. The two Rowan women maneuver awkwardly around Theo, but Lily catches sight of me in the hallway ahead, and she seems to forget he's there. Lily looks dehydrated, exhausted, and puffy-eyed, but her lips flinch a sort of smile as she comes to me. She brings her arms weakly around me and rests her head on my shoulder. My tear ducts become so full that just a single blink will do me in. I hug her back. Hey, Aiku. Lily's body shudders, pushing a quiet sob out of her throat. Mom watches Lily with a straight face, bothered by Theo's presence as she side-eyes him, her arms crossed. Let's sit down, okay? I offer Lily, and she withdraws, so I can guide her into the living room that isn't damaged from Rowan's break-in. I sit with her on the couch while Mom drops pointedly onto an upholstered armchair. Theo remains at a distance, observing momentarily from the hall and then crossing to the far side of the living room to reach the study. Mom's eyes trail him until he's out of sight. Lily sniffles and wipes her cheeks. Sorry. No, don't be. I'm sorry. After everything that's happened, you don't know how much I appreciate you coming here. She insisted on seeing you, Mom says unfavorably. When Alpha Draven found us, we were packing some things in the house. I was scared at first, but he said you wanted to see me, to have me stay here. I trusted him because I just felt in my soul that I had to see you. Mom rolls her eyes. I look at our mother, determined to keep my cool. And you came with her? Why? I question. Mom scoffs. You think I was going to let her come here alone so you can fill her head with nonsense? Not a chance, Celeste. We stay so Lily can have her visit with you, and then we're moving on. Lily grasps my hand, pulling it onto her lap. I missed you so much, and with Ben. With Ben gone. Lily covers her mouth and bends forward, unable to manage her upset. I rub her back. It's okay. You don't have to say anything. I missed you too. He's gone because of him. Mom points her finger at the hallway leading to the study. This is the last place we should be. It's an insult to his memory. Theo tried to save him, I defend. He brought Ben here to keep him safe, but Alpha Rowan ruined everything when he infiltrated Draven's border and tried to take me and free Ben. What? Lily questions, straightening. Don't listen to her, Lily. She'll say anything to get you on her side. The only reason Ben was still safe throughout the attacks was because I asked Theo to keep him safe, I argue, quickly regretting carrying on, and then turn to Lily. Goddess, we shouldn't fight about this. You need to grieve and heal in peace. I wanted you to come here to have a safe place to process what's happened. Safe? Mom almost laughs. Don't think you can fool her, Celeste. She knows she isn't safe here. I clench my teeth, wanting so badly to scream at our mom and drag her from the pack house, but Lily is fragile. Throwing Mom out might only stress her more. Theo emerges from the hall. Lily's grip on my hand tightens, and Mom peers cautiously over her shoulder at him. Celeste, he says. A word. I'll be right back, I tell Lily gently and walk around the furniture to Theo. He takes me into the study, and I close the doors to try to keep my mother and sister from overhearing us. Do you want them to stay in the pack house? I face him. No. I think Lily needs space. Well, with the influx of Rowan warriors moving here, the spare houses are all taken. I'll put them in a guest house for now and they can't stay together. You want them separated? He questions as we discuss in front of the study doors. Yes. My mom will only drive Lily mad. Okay. Your mom will stay in one guest house and Lily can have the other. As long as no alpha or beta shows up from another pack, they'll be fine staying there. I nod, feeling as though Lily's transferred some of her worries to me, or maybe what's rattling me in front of him is the fact that I have to discuss my own anxieties about his war decisions. That will have to wait until later, though. Thank you, I say, keeping cordial. Maud knows where the guest houses are. She can bring you and your family there. Getting out of the pack house might make them feel less tense. I nod and reach for the door handle. Celeste. I look back. We'll talk tonight, Theo says. A chill blows down my spine. I suppose I'm not the only one who has something to say. Chapter 5. I walk briskly along the training grounds path, spotting its connection to the larger one just ahead. I swallow, bracing for another rush of heat's foreign sensation, and it comes shortly, washing through my lower abdomen. My expression scrunches. The pack house isn't too far, and once I'm there, I can weather these worsening sensations in privacy. Celeste. I look behind me and see Theo approaching with little trouble. Did Corbin tell you it's only a headache? If I lie down, it will go away, I insist. He comes beside me, so I stop, even though the heat quickly shows me that it waits for nothing. What's wrong? He asks. Just a headache. Your scent has changed. Are you sure? Maybe you're not remembering it correctly. I was just going back to lie down. Please, don't let me take you from the training, I say, piecing together my sentences as they gradually come to mind. My attention is split between Theo and the increasing desires churning inside of me, and it becomes clear how linked the two are. You're in heat. My lips part. I'm not. I'm not in heat. Fine. You aren't. He peers off with his hands on his hips, and when he turns back, he says, if you were, I could help you as your mate. My thoughts bloom with ideas of closeness, and I immediately command, you can't. You're Alpha Draven, one of the alphas like Lily said, and it's wrong. All of this is going wrong. It's not wrong, Celeste. I'm the reason you're in heat. My lip quivers as the wave of heat builds again, but I clench my jaw and will it to wait. Please, don't. I need space to figure out what's happening to me. I know what's happening to you. But I can't hear it from you. It's too much, I declare as my hot flash consumes me. Even standing in front of you now is too much. You want to be alone? Yes. Reluctant, Theo thinks to himself. You'll stay in the pack house? Yes. You won't go anywhere? No, I ball my hands and force my face to be still despite the wave crashing. He sighs. All right. Go. I turn without another thought and rush away from him, down the main walkway as my legs ache. Of all the things I assumed about heat, its emphasis is not one of them. The house isn't empty, but I pay no mind to those inside and hurry upstairs. The second I'm alone in the spare room, I expect a sense of relief, but heat promptly teaches that there is no relief until it's over. Lily and I never spoke much about the inner processes of matehood. She never wanted to discuss them, seeing as the majority of the time, she dreaded her eventual mating. Mother's explanations painted a general picture, and I understood how it all came together, but I couldn't recreate the image myself. There were brushstrokes and techniques she skipped over, but now, after enduring heat, I see why. I don't want to be embarrassed over something I can't control, but I am. I wish Theo had let me be instead of coming after me along the path, so I wasn't subjected to struggling in front of him, yet he owned his involvement. I'm the reason you're in heat. I toss and turn on my bed, scrutinizing the whole ordeal once the heat in my body has cooled. The primal aspects of our mate bond root in my mind like weeds despite the peak of my struggle long having passed, but just picturing him. He threatens to whirl me up all over again. How can I face him? He said he knows how heat works. He knows what I've gone through. I groan and twist onto my front, pushing myself upright and off my pillows. This is what mates are meant to embrace together, but I told Theo that doing so would be wrong. I fell back into my assumptions when I made that statement. I wasn't focused on our progression as a fated couple, but how could I be? I used to think my mother's way of being mated was unnecessarily proper, but right now I'm desperate for structure. If this went my mother's way, Theo and I would have already discussed our plan for the next 10 years. We would spend time together every day, get to know each other, and, when the time comes, endure heat together. The bond wouldn't be a chore that Theo feels responsible for helping me with. A knock rumbles on my door. I touch the duvet beneath me and call yes. Elise is serving the Alpha dinner, Maud discloses. Should I set a place for you? With an empty stomach, I puff my chest. Yes, please. Thank you. Maud walks away before hearing my thank you. Wondering how much time I have until dinner is on the table, I change out of the clothes I've been lying in and brush my hair, which has become tangled against the pillows. For a moment, I practice my expressions in the bathroom mirror, not wanting to look guilty or ashamed when I sit down with Theo. As he said, it's his fault, not mine. I head downstairs and near the dining room, moving a tad slower as I listen to the sounds of plates and glasses being set and a cork popping. Theo is there. His scent gives him away. I finally reveal myself and try to wear a regular expression, but it starts to fade with just a glance of eye contact. As she pours the wine, Elise greets me. Good evening, Celeste. I hope you're hungry. Tonight is roast for dinner. Perfect. I take my seat. Hopefully, my scent has reverted to its usual state. Elise goes into the kitchen. I stare at the plate that goes under my dinner plate, and Theo stares at me. Finally, I say, can you not look at me like I've done something wrong? I'm not. And you haven't. He clears his throat. I've changed my mind about your visit to see your family. You have? Why? You still want to see them, don't you? Elise places our dinners in front of us. I watch her reach over me. Yeah, I do. They need to know everything that's happened, that I'm okay. Well, 2 of my men will take you to Rowan's pack, but you have to cross the border alone. You can tell your family you're mated to a man from my pack, but you can't say it's me. Elise leaves us. Her dinner looks lovely, but Theo's words confuse me. I can't tell my parents we're mated? That I'm mated to you, Alpha Draven. I question, hoping for a different answer. No. If you want to go, it has to be this way. You'll leave in the morning and be back tomorrow night. I fixate on my plate as assumptions crowd my head. Am I living here then? Indefinitely. Do you want to go home and stay there? No, but... Why can't I tell them? Do you not want people to know I'm your mate? This has nothing to do with what I want. It's for your benefit. My benefit? I'd benefit by telling my parents I'm mated to an alpha. Theo says that may not be true. I don't have a good relationship with your home pack. This is the easiest way to avoid conflict. Conflict? We're talking about my family, not Rowan's leadership. I highly doubt your family is able to keep the truth about your mating solely between them, and that's assuming they don't see an issue with it themselves. My chest deflates. I know they might be reluctant at first, but I'm their daughter. My mom's been waiting for me to be mated since the moment I turned 18. And you'll tell them you're mated, he reasons. I can't say I'm mated to just anyone. That's not good enough for them. I don't care what is or isn't good enough for them. If you want to go, it has to be this way. But I have to go. What if they think I'm dead? I could have a letter delivered on your behalf. I gasp for air to retaliate, but wrangle my rebuttal. Calmly, I say, I have to go. I have to see my sister. Then you'll do so my way. I pick up my fork and poke at my dinner, no longer having an appetite. I ran away without warning, left home for days without disclosing my whereabouts, and being mated to an alpha was my only hope of regaining my parents' favor, my only chance to right my wrongs. Now all of that is swept out from under me, and I'm left to fend for myself. 2 men arrive at the pack house in the morning to escort me to the Rowan pack. Theo walks with us to the edge of the territory and spends almost every minute talking to them. From the snippets I hear, he's giving them strict directions. I observe from behind, and Theo still indulges in his glances. It's been a quiet morning. Both Elise and Maud are at the pack house, but their chatter as I ate breakfast was strained and blindly pleasant. Elise heard my and Theo's argument at dinner. I wonder what they think about it, because Theo was not going to yield on his restrictions, not even slightly. When it's time to leave, one of the men shifts while I face away, and then the other straps a bag around his wolf to carry our clothes. Even though I'm not leaving for long, I expect Theo to say goodbye and wish me well with my family, but he only speaks to me when it's time for me to shift. "Do you remember everything I told you last night?" he asks. I stand with my arms crossed, avoiding his face. He watches me with his hands on his hips. "Celeste." I look at him. "Do not tell anyone. Tell me you understand." "I understand," I murmur. "I got it, okay?" He maintains his unwavering stare for a moment longer, and then tells my guards, "There shouldn't be any issues, so don't create one. Report to me when you're back." Theo leaves us, and I separate from the guards to shift, feeling both anxious to see my family and conflicted to part from Theo with our bond in such an uncertain state. Though I've told myself I can't have both my old life and my new one, I find myself fretting over losing either my family or my mate. Theo is making it clear that I can't have both, but maybe there's a slight chance my family will believe otherwise. Maybe an alpha is an alpha after all. I picture Lily's face and my nerves settle. It's only for the day. Everything will be fine. I shift and return to the guards, and they lead me onto unclaimed land. The route is a blur in my memory, though there's only one way from Draven to Rowan, and I've mistakenly run it before. What I do remember is how free I felt, how unstoppable I felt. I miss that feeling, and I know I shouldn't live my life to impress my parents rather than make myself happy, but it's a lifelong habit that's not easy to break. My father's silent judgment, my mother's conditional love, it's all I've known. When it's time, my guides slow and signal for me to shift. I return from the cover of the brush and see that one of the guards has shifted as well. He says, "You have to go on your own from here, but the border is about 10 minutes ahead on foot." The guard points. "We'll be back here at sunset to bring you home. Come to this general area and we'll find you." "Okay, thank you," I say, and we part ways. I trek to the Rowan border and past it, surfacing from the forest only another minute or two from my family home. Instinctively, I smooth my clothes and finger comb my hair, and then I approach the house and knock on the door. I heave a breath, realizing I haven't been doing so. The door opens not long after my polite knock, and my mother appears on the other side. She stares at me, speechless. Chapter 31. At precisely 10 o'clock, I leave Maud at the pack house and follow the route we took yesterday to my mom and sister's guest house. The weather, still on its downward trend, is cooler and darker as the summer is officially behind us. Blocks of somber clouds blow lazily overhead, but even in their breaks, sunlight doesn't shine through, and the horizon shows no promise of better conditions. Actually, it looks like it might rain by the end of the hour. The sky isn't the only overcast thing about this morning, however. I woke up annoyed in my empty bed after the same dream that had roused me out of sleep the previous morning. From the looks of it, Theo never came home as I expected he wouldn't. His scent is ebbing out of the room again. The abrupt ending to my recurring dream is no longer my biggest frustration. It's the distance between me and my mate, something I dreaded happening ever since our last quiet spell. I know my reaction to Theo's war decisions is playing a significant role in our detachment. Still, I can't force my views on fighting to change just because I'm mated to an alpha who's exceptionally gifted at them. My life was restricted and monitored at Rowan, but it was also free of war, border infiltrations, and the perception that violence is an acceptable response. But I've also learned how fabricated Rowan's pleasantries can be, so maybe I'm better off living the truth than lying, even if the truth can be brutal. I hurry to the covered porch of the guest house, but stop just shy of knocking. I lower my knuckles at the sound of Lily shouting. "I can't do that." Our mother's response is too muffled to hear. "Ben, my mate is gone, he's never coming back. Our bond was broken in my chest. Do you know how that feels?" "You don't." If you did, you wouldn't ask these things of me. Lily, compose yourself. Mom demands, probably worried neighbors or Draven members outside will overhear them. No, Celeste is right. She's right about you and Dad, and I should have listened to her. Lily's shouts wither into soft cries. I press my ear to the door. I know it hurts, Lily, believe me. But weeping and lying in bed isn't going to save you from the realities out there. You can't depend on your sister to protect you when she has yet to protect herself. Mom pauses and then says, do what I'm telling you to do. I'm the only person truly looking out for you. I can't. Lily's voice becomes so small that I can hardly hear her. He's not Ben. No one will ever be Ben, but Alpha Belrose understands your pain, he's felt it. What more could you hope for than a partner who understands you? Lily cries, and my hand wraps around the door handle, squeezing. Mom wants Lily to offer herself to Alpha Belrose as I was meant to do. Belrose's pack must be where Dad ran off to. I need time, Lily says. You know there isn't any, your father's waiting for us. I rap my knuckles on the door, and a second later, Lily is swinging it open with watery eyes and pink cheeks. Mom appears some steps behind her, but Lily comes out onto the porch and shuts the door behind her, seemingly without a second thought. She moves past me. Can we go somewhere else? I spin around and catch up to Lily as she storms along the walkway. Mom wants you to offer yourself to Belrose? To be his Luna. She wipes furiously under her eyes, hiccuping and laughing tragically. Is she insane? She wants me to be a Luna, Lily says jokingly. I was mated to a beta, and she was satisfied, but Ben, her feet halt, and her hands come to her face. I touch her shoulder and come around her. Hey, I breathe. She knows what she's doing. She wants to break you. I'm not good enough anymore because Ben is gone. My arms wrap around Lily as I embrace her, burying my cheek in her caramel hair. She should have never come. I didn't want her to. It was supposed to be just us. That would have been better, Lily says over my shoulder. Why can't she just leave me alone and go with Dad? I'm not going to do what she wants. I can't offer myself. I know you're not. She's being incredibly cruel thinking you should. Ben hasn't been gone for even 2 days, and she's already trying to convince me to. It's sick. Lily reels herself back. You know what she said? She said Ben and I weren't even mated for that long, that it should be easier to move on. My hands fall to my sides. Come on, let's walk, okay? Let's get away from here. Lily nods, holding back the downpour I'm sure is looming behind her eyes. I know Mom can be heartless, but this situation is almost beyond her. Darker clouds continue to drift in from the north as we stroll out of the neighborhood of large houses and onto the main path. In case it starts to rain, I don't want to wander too far, so I turn in the direction of the pack house where Lily can be in reasonable company. She was fine while I was with Ben, more than fine. Some days I felt completely accepted and wanted, and like I've finally done something to please Mom and Dad. When the mate bond ended, she was almost crying with me. Rowan was being torn apart, and the world felt like it was ending, but she held me. We barred the doors and stayed together in their bedroom. Sometimes I couldn't breathe. I would grab my throat. It felt like I was choking, and Mom got me to breathe again. I try to keep my composure as Lily continues to talk. At dawn, Dad came home, said Ben was taken. Mom told him I felt the bond. He looked really angry. He told us to pack what was important and to be ready to leave before sunset. We were trying to decide what to take when Alpha Draven came. What did he say? I ask. Lily takes a breath. That you wanted me to come to his pack, that you wanted to talk to me. Mom immediately said no, but I missed you so much and with the pain of losing Ben. It took a lot of convincing to get here. I knew it would be harder with Mom coming, but I didn't think it would be like this. She sprung the whole Belrose idea on me moments before we shifted to run with the Alpha. I don't know what to do. Lily smooths her hair back with both hands and holds either side of her neck. Don't listen to Mom and do what she wants just to make her stop, and don't think you can't stay here, you can. I want you to. You do? She questions. You're not just saying that because Ben is gone? Goddess, Lily, I've wanted you here with me since I left. Of course, I didn't want it to be by the hand of what's happening, but I want you to know you're more than welcome here. Theo was going to offer Ben a deal for the both of you to stay. He was. And yes, it would have been hard to convince Ben to move here after Alpha Rowan, but I don't know, I've been wanting to get you away from Mom and Dad ever since I saw you the day of your mated celebration. I just thought you might hate me now and would never want anything to do with me. Lily shakes her head. I don't hate you, Celeste. I could never hate you. So stay. We both know Mom won't last. Dad's at Belrose, right? She'll go with him eventually once she's given up trying to manipulate you, and you can start over here. I'll get you a cute house. There are good ones by the river, and we can see each other every day. But Alpha Draven. What about him? He'll be happy to accommodate you. You're my sister. Sure, but I've heard things about this pack, and honestly, I don't know what's true or not. Look, if Mom's been telling you what Draven is like, most of it is likely made up. People are happy here. Theo can be ambitious and strict, but that mostly affects training and warriors and war things, not us. You can do whatever you want within reason. Lily smiles nervously. Goddess, I'm a little afraid to get my hopes up. You're making it sound so nice. I stop walking and grab her hands, holding them together passionately. Lily, I'm the Luna. If you stay, you'll have everything you need and no pressure to do things you don't want to do. You can even train your wolf again if you want. Theo lets women train past 18. I was going to join a running group myself. Training? She questions half excitedly and half in disbelief. Wow, I haven't thought about that in months. Please, let me help you, I say, bobbing our collective hands. Lily starts to smile, really smile, and then her face switches, changing in a flash. My own excitement falters. What is it? I ask. Her breathing loudens, and she breaks our joined hands. Lily? Ben's gone. She murmurs and nurses her chest as though an arrow struck her from behind, and then I realize her hands over her heart, where her mate bond broke. Celeste, she gasps. I grab her, panicking. I look around for anyone to help in case Lily collapses. It's happening again, she grits, the bond. What's happening? The pain? She shakes her head. I'm being mated. My throat dries in one breath. What do you mean? I swear, Celeste, it feels exactly like it did the night you left. My mouth opens, but I don't know what to say. A second mate? A second chance? I can't, Lily says. I can't do it again, I can't. Okay, let's go to the pack house, all right? Come on. You're safe there, and I'll talk to whoever comes, okay? Lily lets me guide her onward. Thankfully, we're close to the house. She says nothing until we reach the door, and I'm letting us inside. You'll talk to them? She asks, sounding suddenly exhausted. Yes, I will. I then face the hall and call out Maud. No answer. She must have gone out for something. Want to go upstairs? I ask Lily. You can lie down and relax while I wait for him. She nods, so I take her upstairs as Theo did with me the first night I stayed here. I bring her into the same guest room I slept in, and I close the shutters while she sits on the bed. What will Mom say? Lily wonders, flustered. Don't worry about her. This is about you and you only. I tug the covers free and adjust the pillows, wanting her to lie down and lessen her trepidation. Stay here, and I'll handle the rest. What are you going to say to them? Well, I'll be honest. I'll tell him you very recently lost Ben, and that you aren't ready to handle this yet. Lily lies back, giving no opinion. Do you need anything? No, just wait for them. Don't come back until it's over. I swallow and pull her blanket a touch higher. Okay, sure. Call me if you need me. Talk outside. I don't want to hear them. Her voice turns high at the end, succumbing to her upset. Okay. I step away and go to the door. I'll be back. I leave the door cracked open before racing downstairs and to the newly repaired living room window. My eyes survey the path as my heart thumps over and over, faster and faster. The anticipation of her mate appearing is almost too much to bear, as though he's my mate and not hers. Why would the goddess mate with her again, and so soon after she lost Ben? The older I get, the less sense the goddess makes. Someone walks down the path and my nerves spike, but quickly lull. It's Elise, she's back. I walk out the front door just as she reaches the house. Celeste? She questions. Thank the goddess you're here. I repose. You won't believe what's happened. Rain sprinkles from above in tiny, sparse droplets. Elise doesn't move. She looks up at the house. Who's here? Lily. I grasp Elise's arm. She came with our mother yesterday. It's such a mess. Her maid is gone. Our mother wants her to give herself to Belrose, and now she just felt a new bond. Can you believe it? I can hardly catch my breath. Maud is out. I'm waiting for Lily's mate to show up. I don't really know what to say to him when he does. Elise watches me. And now you're back and I'm springing all of this on you. Where did you go? Maud thinks you were seeing someone. Elise's lips part as she struggles to speak. What? I question, constantly shifting my gaze to the path behind her. It's me, Celeste, she says finally. What is? I'm her mate. I focus on Elise, all at once forgetting how to speak. Chapter 32. You're her mate. Elise nods, void of her usual cheerful aura. I unconsciously step back and place my hands on my hips. I'm supposed to say things to you, but I didn't think it'd be you. I'm supposed to be talking to some random person. She's inside? What is she doing? Elise asks, understandably unconcerned with my dilemma. She looks past me and through the open front door. I'm trying to calm Lily down. I told her I would wait out here for her mate so I could tell them. I gather myself, forcing my enclosing thoughts away. Elise, she just lost her mate Ben 2 days ago. Being mated again so suddenly is really freaking her out. She doesn't know what to do. Her mate passed? Elise pulls back, this time having heard me. I forgot you said she's was mated, and I didn't. These circumstances. It's a delicate situation. 2 days ago. I nod. She needs time. Elise laughs somewhat nervously. What is the goddess thinking anymore? She can't be. Why would she do this? I'm sure if you give her some space to come to terms. Was she upset when she felt the bond? Angry. Not angry. Flustered, maybe. It was a big surprise. She doesn't want to see me? Elise asks, and my heart swells like it's filling with water, sloshing uncomfortably. I think she feels guilty because of Ben. She's mourning, I explain. Of course, Elise mutters, running her fingers over her hairline. How did her previous mate? Theo had him here in the cells, but Alpha Rowan messed everything up when he tried to free him. And it's not just Lily here. My mom is staying with her at one of the guest houses, which means Lily is only more miserable. Elise holds still. Goddess, I just want to see her, you know? I know. My heart is beating so hard. I'll talk to her, calm her down, and who knows, she might come around to meeting you tomorrow, but I don't think she can handle this right now. I sigh. I wish this could go differently. You deserve for this to go differently. Elise fastens a look to her angular face that's infinitely more content than she must be feeling. Her mask cracks at the edges of her mouth and in the blacks of her eyes. I scour for something better to say to help her cope, but everything I conjure up doesn't seem good enough. There isn't anything that could make this twisted situation all right. It is what it is, she says. I can handle it. I can wait. You're willing to do that? What else do I do? She's my mate. If seeing me hurts her, then I can only wait until she wants to see me. Her mask buckles. You're right. She's your mate, I confirm, even though I'm still processing the fact that my sister is mated to a woman. The bond can overcome this. Elise's slim frame caves as she releases a deep breath. I move closer. Don't worry about working tonight. Go home, try to relax, and I'll talk to her. You'll let me know if anything happens, right? I will, and tomorrow when you come back, I'll have an update for you for sure, okay? I say, and this seems to help soothe her. Okay. She breathes in, calming. I don't know how I'm going to sleep tonight. I couldn't after I felt the bond. I just sat in suspense for hours. Maud might have a tea or something to help, though. Do whatever you have to do to feel sane. Elise nods. Go to Lily, and I'll see you tomorrow. I smile warmly, hoping she takes it as a good sign. I will. And look after her. Make sure she's all right. I didn't mean to freak her out. I know, and I'm sure she knows too. Just hang on, Elise. We're supposed to trust the goddess, right? Now more than ever, I guess. I turn to the door. Just please, if anything happens, she says, and I turn back. You'll be the first to know, I assure you. Elise's chest rises and falls with another restoring breath. She then lifts the hand to say goodbye before turning and walking away, following the path. A subtle sickness disrupts my gut as I watch her. I don't want another matehood to disrupt Lily's healing, but I don't wish to see Elise hurt if Lily keeps her in limbo. I go inside and climb the stairs to see Lily. When I enter the spare room, she's standing at the window, staring out at the path. She must have seen Elise. Though Lily knows I'm standing in the doorframe, she doesn't face me. She fiddles with the windowsill and tries to see me from the corner of her eye as though she's too afraid to look honestly. Her name's Elise, I say gently. She's lovely, funny, and caring. You know her? Lily asks in a small voice. She works here as Theo's cook. She's immaculate at it. We're actually good friends. Lily falls silent, so I sit on the bed. I know what you're thinking, she mumbles. What's that? She turns, looking a tinge upset, possibly wanting me to say it first. I don't. I wait patiently and Lily gives in. You were expecting a boy, she says defensively. I shrug. I was wrong. And? My mate is a girl. I know. Lily leans against the windowsill. Mom will. Forget Mom. I don't care what she says about it, and I don't want you to either. She's gonna hate it. Well, I hate her, so whatever. You don't hate her, don't say that. I spring off the spare bed. If she's going to judge you for this, then I hate her. If she says one bad thing, I'm going to. She's not going to find out, Lily interrupts. I decided that a long time ago, that if my mate turned up as a woman, Mom and Dad would never. Her stamina falls out from under her, and she reverts to the window. Lily, I stride to her but halt. When I felt the bond, my first one, I was horrified. I always thought I could get to my mate first, and if my mate was a girl, I could keep Mom and Dad from finding out, but I was trapped. Dad waited outside and Mom had me in her grip, so I prayed and prayed in my head. Don't be a girl, don't be a girl. Her voice fractures. But I wanted to be mated to a girl, I always did. I go to her and touch her attentively. You don't know how many times I considered running away because of this, she says and faces me with watery, dripping eyes. I hug her immediately. I love you, Lily. No matter what, I love you. She holds me fiercely, her body shaking. You're safe here forever. I'll always protect you. I can't tell Mom. You don't have to. I have a feeling she won't be here for long. Lily pulls back. Why? She doesn't belong here, I say. She belongs with Dad at Belrose. When did she tell you? She didn't, but with her wanting you to offer yourself to Alpha Belrose, I assumed that's where he is. Lily lets go and drops onto the bed, bouncing slightly. So Elise works here? Yeah. She replaced her father, who was the cook before her, I say, and sit next to Lily. What did you tell her? That you lost your previous mate very recently and you need time. Lily rubs her knees. And what did she say? She said she understands and that she'll wait. Lily stares at the window as she seems to delve into thought. Was she upset? She asks a minute later. Nervous, but not upset. She asked if you were upset, I tell her, keen on her reaction. She knows I was mated to a man? She does. Did she say anything important? I sigh. Honestly, she just wants to meet you. Lily brings her knuckles to her lips. But I told her not to expect anything today. She went home. Right, Lily murmurs. Okay. I lean forward so she sees my face. Why don't we go downstairs and have some tea and cookies? There's always a cookie stash. Since when do you drink tea? Lily questions with a quirked brow. Well, usually Maud drinks the tea while Elise and I eat the cookies. You must know a lot about her. I see her pretty much every day. I get up and offer a hand. Come on. Lily and I head downstairs and into the kitchen, where I make tea, attempting Maud's tea-making routine, which I've watched her do plenty of times by now, and I fill a plate with an array of cookies Elise baked before she left. We sit at the kitchen table as Lily shares moments from our childhood that led her to conclude she likes both boys and girls. Maud returns during our conversation, totally unaware of everything that's happened. She joins us, shares a few anecdotes from her experimental times, and then, an hour later, Lily decides that she should see our mom. Are you going to tell her? I ask as I walk her to the guest house. Even if I want to, I think the second she's in front of me, I'll chicken out. If something happens, you let me know. You come right to the pack house. I wait on the guest house's walkway while Lily goes to the door and knocks, not having a key. Mom opens the door, which is obscured from my point of view. Lily waves before disappearing inside, and then the door shuts curtly. By the time I return to the pack house, Theo is already there. His scent hits me like a spray of moon water the moment I step into the foyer. He comes unexpectedly out of the kitchen. Usually, I'm the one to find him. I sent Maud home for the night. Elise should be here shortly, and I'll do the same, he says as he approaches. We need to talk, and I want the house to ourselves. I already gave Elise the night off, I say. How come? She's mated to my sister. Theo pauses. It happened today. Lily was panicking, so I told Elise to give Lily time considering Ben's passing. I thought Elise could use the night to think things over, I explain. It's been pretty hectic here. All right, Theo says, uncertain. And everyone's. They just need time, I reiterate, because I'm not actually sure how everyone is doing or what they need. We're both quiet, but I'm on tenterhooks knowing our discussion is overdue. Thankfully, Theo speaks first. I wanted to talk last night, but something came up at Rowan. You saw my note? I nod. I didn't have much of a choice, I'm sorry. It's okay, now is fine. Can we maybe go upstairs? I ask, glancing around as I stand in the junction of the foyer and the hallway. There are some things I wanted to talk about too. About the situation with Belle Rose and the attack, he questions. Not only about that, but yes. Theo digests this briefly before we go upstairs. I reach the top faster than usual, both eager to hear what he has to say and anxious to share my own thoughts. The unsettling idea of rejection creeps out of the back corner of my mind, where it's been lurking since Maud and my conversation yesterday. I know you aren't happy with me, Theo says as we enter the bedroom. I'm conflicted. I face him, wanting to stay confident with my tone, but I know what's to come will likely dampen it. But I'm your mate. You are. And we share this intense bond which you know makes it hard to think badly of you. Not that I want to, obviously. It's just the way it is. Theo crosses his arms, solidifying his stance. Okay, but I don't like what you did, taking action against all those men. And you kept it from me for a reason. You knew it would make me think differently. Theo processes, always responding carefully. If you are thinking differently because of what I did, will this new perception affect our matehood? I like being mated. I don't want anything to affect our progress, but I don't want the only reason I'm not afraid of you to be because of our bond. You know you don't get the version of me that's out there with my men, attacking. But that's who you are, the alpha out there. You said it yourself. Celeste, I knew you wouldn't like how I lead from the moment we met. That's why I don't bring that person home. I bring your mate home. But I still see it, hear about it. I'm not protected from everything you do as alpha no matter how badly you want me to be. Okay. Theo's arms unfold, and he passes me to sit on the end of the bed. What can I do? I bite my cheek. This is what I wanted to talk with you about. What can I do so you'll look at me in bed and not lie with your back to me? Because I won't sleep like that again. I roll my lips together. How far is this title issue going to go? How many more men have to be dealt with? Truthfully, Celeste, it's going to carry on until the title is restored to my pack, he says, and I'll employ whatever tactics are necessary to achieve that. And you're fine with the bloodshed? Fine? No. But that's what war is, and I accepted that a long time ago. My composure is slipping through my fingers like sand, though it's not anger overtaking me, or sadness, or frustration. It's a combination of emotions I don't have time to dissect. What he did bothers me, but it doesn't bother him. I can't encourage him to keep taking lives all for a title, and Theo doesn't seem willing to submit to peace, probably giving the title up. So now must be the time for compromise, I realize. I worry that Theo can't compromise with me in a way that satisfies both of us. Whether he goes to war or not, I don't think a peaceful way exists to obtain the old blood title. And I can't say I'm having thoughts of rejection because I don't want to reject Theo, even if he never compromises or changes in this regard. So, I quickly decided to be upfront with my recent thoughts to see if he has a solution. I don't want to sleep on the edge of the bed with my back to you either, I start. Yesterday, I felt so terrible worrying about our bond and rejection. Rejection? He interjects, surprised in the worst of ways. I just meant how horrible it would be to feel that. Theo goes quiet as though he can no longer hear me. He leans forward with his elbows on his knees and stares at the floor. I said it wrong. However, there doesn't seem to be a proper way to introduce such a topic. I go to him and touch his large shoulder. I don't want that. He suddenly straightens and my hand falls. Why are you thinking about it? I wasn't well, not like that. But if I am how I am, you might be forced in that direction. Is that what you're saying? Overwhelmed. I wonder if that's how I feel, but Theo is too restless to wait for my response, especially when my silence likely sounds equal to my confirmation. He rises from the bed, now looking down at me. However, my words are still tangled. I move in front of him when he steps away, worried he might storm out. I know what you're going to say, that you can't change, and I know that. If you know, then what do you want from me? His tone is a touch too harsh, and I think he's aware of that, too. Though with or without his rough tone, I still don't know how to answer. Is my issue still the same? Am I struggling to accept a mate like him, an aggressive alpha with ambitions he'll pursue to make happen? My spirits fall lower as I'm only more ambivalent. Is this why I'm so hesitant to commit, because a part of me is still questioning whether or not Theo will do something so unreasonable that I'll have no choice but to leave? Theo waits as I stand between him and the doors, but I can't hold him hostage, so I step out of the way. But Theo stays in place. Chapter 33. Though he has a clear path to the doors, Theo turns to me instead. I don't blame you for not liking how I do things, he says. I like that you care about people, that you want to save them. You're gentle, Celeste, that's good. Well, I don't want to reject you, I say, a touch quieter. That's the last thing I'd ever want. I wouldn't know what to do if we were no longer mated. I only want to be mated to you. Theo sighs, easing up. Okay, he murmurs and collects me, taking me to the bed where we sit together. I take risks. I'm not afraid to act against men who choose to become warriors, and I'll do anything within my power to make sure my pack flourishes. What I won't do is cross a line like Rowan did with you. I follow the Alpha code. Alphas like Rowan may paint me to be a monster, but they don't look at me and see a monster. They see an alpha who can take what's theirs. Now I can't make you think the way I do, nor do I want to, but maybe the best thing I can do for us is explain myself so you can at least hear where I'm coming from. Theo extends an arm behind me, and I long to lean into him. That was my mistake, keeping too much from you, he continues. I thought keeping you separate would protect our bond, but clearly it's done the opposite. I should have learned that being upfront is better for us after the full moon ordeal. Does this mean he's letting me in completely? The thought of it is thrilling. I've wanted him to share his whole self since we met, and shadowing him as he went about his alpha duties was a good start, but by the sound of it, he's going to be even more upfront with me. Not even Corbin knew about his plan, and now Theo wants to share such insights with me. But on the other hand, if Theo shares all his thoughts and plans with me, then I'm completely disposed to the realities of Theo's leadership, and merely hearing about Belrosa's 40 men was enough to have me wondering about rejection. I peer up at his face, and as he gazes back at me, I start to feel more candid. I want my mate to trust me and talk to me about everything. Having this discussion is already settling my fears about the 40 men, so as long as we're straightforward with each other. Or is that too naive? Would Theo and I only be pushed further apart? The only thing Theo could do that would make me consider rejection is cause harm to the ones I love, but Lily is safe in his guest house, and he has no reason to put Maud in danger. If that remains the case, and as long as our bond is intact, we should be able to overcome difficulties like the one we're currently hiking our way out of. And maybe if Theo is upfront with me, I can help him make less harmful decisions before it's too late. I think that would help, I decide. You do. I nod as a particular warmth unfurls over my body. I want you to tell me everything. I always have. And growing up at Rowan, things I thought were true. They aren't. I don't know how much of my knowledge of the world is affected by that. It's a little scary. Like, I was told most packs are allies and that Rowan has allies all around, but Rowan didn't have all those allies, did it? True allies are few and far between, Theo says. Rowan had acquaintances like Belrose, but nothing near what you were told, no. Why would Rowan perpetuate that? For a false sense of safety. And to boost his ego, I'm sure, Theo says as he moves my hair behind my ear as though he's been waiting to do so. My neck becomes hot. Did Belrose think you were true allies? I think he did, considering his choices. But gaining his trust took a lot of time and patience, though he is younger and more gullible than other alphas I've dealt with. You're a young alpha, too. Theo caresses my leg just above my knee. I learned very quickly from my father that you shouldn't trust anyone except for your family. Sometimes family can't be trusted either, I murmur. My mother now wants Lily to offer herself to Belrose. Oh, really? A spark of Alpha Draven flashes in his eyes. She won't, not after Ben, and especially not after being remated, but still. My mother can't stop torturing us. Your mother shouldn't stay here if you're suffering because of her. I wish she never came with Lily so I wouldn't have to contemplate it. I don't know why, but a piece of me is still hanging on to her, hoping she'll change. I get up and enter the washroom, going right to my sink to rinse my face with cool water, and it's an instant relief. I chalk my warmth down to the stress of the day and pat myself dry. Theo comes to the doorway. Do you have to go back to Rowan tonight? I ask and properly hang my hand towel. Celeste, you're going into heat. I stop dead. Huh. I look in the mirror as though entering heat is written on my forehead, but other than the warmth about me, it isn't apparent. After going into heat not even a week ago, the last thing I expected was for heat to rear its head so soon. My scent is changing? I ask. Yes, Theo says, remaining calm. I hold the counter and stare into the sink. A faint tingling sensation rolls around my lower abdomen, destined to grow. I've been delaying it too much, I say. I think that's why it's coming sooner and sooner. You know what I'm going to say. MMHM, I hum, still paying great attention to my body. The tingling morphs into a heavier feeling. Is it bothering you already? He asks. I draw my hips backwards, still holding onto the counter. It doesn't hurt, but if the last time I went into heat is any indication, my thought withers as the heaviness pinpoints into a cramp. I grit my teeth, irked. I want to play it off like heat doesn't affect me, but I'm worried about how bad it's going to get since I previously snuffed it with wolfsbane. I think I made a mistake taking wolfsbane, and not just because I was coughing, I admit. The cramp spreads as though my body is revolting against my choice. Theo hasn't been with me the first 2 times. How do I handle this now that he is? Theo leaves the doorway. I'm not going anywhere, okay? Why don't you lie down and I'll get you some water? Before Theo can get a hold of me, I inch downward, crouching against the cabinet as my heat starts to boil. Theo lowers next to me and supports me from behind. It's just kind of fast, I mutter. Usually it doesn't come on this fast. Here, Theo says and lifts me. He walks with me slowly out of the bathroom, his scent and touch encouraging our bond, which combats my discomfort. We make it to the bed and I sit, remembering again when he touched me. The memory nourishes my heart. He pulls away as though he's going to leave. Wait, I say, and catch his hand. Theo comes close. I was going to grab you a glass of water. I don't want you to leave. You want me to help? I continue to clutch his hand. I don't want to complete the bond for the first time because I'm hurting. We won't, he says mildly. I'll help you in other ways. My belly flips as a rush overcomes me like I've accidentally skipped a step walking downstairs. Like before. I question with a hopeful quality to my words. His hand rubs back and forth across my thigh. Whatever you want to feel better, he says. I wince as a wave of heat floods my lower body. Okay, I breathe. Theo braces his hand on my leg, squeezing. You can help me. Can I take your clothes off? He asks. I grab his hand still on me and I grip it, nodding my approval. Just please make it feel better. The trace of desperation in my voice brings his hands to the waist of my pants, and he lowers to his knees in front of me as he unbuttons them. Not feeling as shy as the first time, I lift and help slide my pants down my legs. He works them off my feet and discards them to the side. Goosebumps prick up my thighs. Do you want me to go slow again? No, it's getting worse just. Theo holds my hips as he inches me to the very edge of the mattress and then hooks his fingers around my undergarments. I watch him closely with a thick, pulsing heartbeat until he brings them down. I look up at the wall, then, turning red in the face as I lift again so he can pull them off my legs. My knees close together as his knuckles graze my ankles. My undergarments join my pants in a heap on the floor, and Theo sees my legs very much shut. Instead of prying them open, he holds my hips, massaging with his thumbs. Another wave of heat rushes through me, and my knees drive together, almost crossing over each other. My brow furrows as a cry threatens to flee my throat. "Celeste," he says gently, "it's only me." My cry dies in my mouth, but eddies out as ragged gasps. "Only you." I shake my head. "It's so hard for me to let you see me like this in heat." "Why?" "Because you're right. It's because of you. Everything I feel is for you, and what if it's too much?" Theo's face changes to something like anger. He rises and cups my pink cheeks with both hands, encouraging me to meet his eyes. "You take all of my control, you know that," he says under his breath. "I promise you, I want to touch you more than you want me to. Every night we lie in bed together, I want to. Every time you're in the shower, I can't think clearly. From the second I saw you in the cell until now, from my consciousness to my dreams, I have felt everything for you." Unable to hold back, I kiss him at once, wrapping my arms around his neck and forgetting my nudity. His fingertips sneak up the hem of my shirt, and he feels my sides with his whole palms. His hands feel so big his touch is most warranted. "I'm going to make it better now, Celeste," he says against my mouth. "I'm going to take care of you until you can't take it anymore, do you understand?" "Yes," I say, even though I'm not sure I fully understand. I recline as he lowers again to his knees. He parts my legs and claims the space between them, but his head comes so close to my body that nerves flutter outward from my gut. I push up to see what exactly he's going to do, because the last time he touched me, we were not in this peculiar position. He grabs my leg and kisses my inner thigh. My lips part, and a slight noise escapes me. The anticipation is enough to overpower my incessant heat. And then he kisses me again, but not on my leg. He kisses my most sensitive place. I immediately draw my hips back, though Theo is ready to hold me still. It's the strangest sensation yet, and it's wonderfully bizarre. Needing to move, I lean against the bed as my spine bends every which way but straight. My toes curl and my feet flex, my breath becomes shallow and uneven, but no matter what I do, I can't seem to express what's happening to me until my voice breaks free. Theo runs a hand up my stomach, scrunching my shirt into my chest. I clasp his hand and try to focus, not wanting to be so restless, but just as my squirming slows and my gasps and moans become even, his other hand makes itself known. A single finger enters me like nothing has before. Any remnant of heat disperses. "That feels better, doesn't it?" he rasps, peering up from between my legs. I groan, gritting my teeth. The sight of him there, the feel of his finger, it's almost too much, and then he uses too. I throw my head back, unable to think at all. Obviously, it feels better. It feels fantastic, but I'm too overcome to form even a single word. He resumes his attention just as the image of us truly completing the bond penetrates my thoughts. If this is how his fingers feel, then what must? I bite my bottom lip hard, unable to cope with his fingers inside of me and his mouth on me. After a couple more seconds, I succumb, tremoring and writhing in deep-rooted pleasure, and then pushing up the bed to escape. I look back at Theo and see him as the man the other alphas are threatened by. I swallow my breath, confused because suddenly, this seems the very opposite of a bad thing. It's practically heat-inducing. My muscles involuntarily relax while my mind races. Maud did not mention anything about this, but I suppose this was still one of those tactics that borders on completing the bond, but doesn't cross into it. I sit up, drawing my legs in. Theo sits back on the floor. "Is it gone?" he asks, referring to my heat. I nod, still flustered. He wipes a hand down his face. "Go on and shower," he mutters while getting up. "I'll be downstairs." Theo leaves the bedroom even though I stay frozen in the middle of our bed. Once the lingering effects of his help lessen, I crawl off the bed and do as he said, walking with light footsteps into the washroom and taking off what little clothes I still have on to shower. Afterwards, dressed comfortably in my night clothes, I venture downstairs to find him. Unsurprisingly, he's in the study where the dark liquor is. He's in the midst of what is likely not his first pour when I enter the room. "Are you upset?" I ask as he glances at me. He rotates his right shoulder. No, I just needed space to calm down. I creep closer. You're sure nothing's wrong? He turns to me. It's hard having you in heat, hearing you, feeling you, but not completing the bond. Maybe we should have. No, he says promptly, not while you're uncomfortable. He sips half his glass away and makes a sharp sound when the bottom of his glass hits the desk. Well, thank you for helping me, I say, almost too softly. He half smiles. Were you surprised by what I did? I blush and give a subtle nod. Did you like it? I have to look away. Please, Theo. He captures my hand and guides me to the spot in front of him, only to cage me against his desk. Is that the first time you've had something inside of you? I bite my cheek and manage a stiff yes. Theo lowers to my ear. Next time it won't just be my fingers, okay? He reels himself back, and I keep my eyes on him, even when he holds my jaw. You're mine, Celeste. My chest fills with air, with his scent. I know. Chapter 34. I wait on the living room couch in Corbin and Kalila's house, where toys and baby gear cover almost every surface. The couch cushion is lumpy behind me, and after repeatedly adjusting, I reach behind it and fish out a baby doll whose head is twisted backwards. The doll's eyes close as it lies flat, but one is stuck open. I unjam its eyelid, turn its head the proper way, and set it beside me. I wish the girls were here to meet you, Kalila says as she enters the living room from a hallway to the right. There's a bundle of blue fabric in her arms, and when she sits next to me, I see the little boy's face nestled in it. My mom took them to some luncheon with her friends so I can focus on this one, but she loves to show the girls off and spoil them. She's always been a big help. I lean over to get a better look at him. Baby Silas. He's so tiny, I murmur. You must be over the moon. He's perfect. Here, hold him. She readily hands Silas over, so I quickly sit straight and cradle him with the utmost care. What's it like, being pregnant? I ask as baby Silas sleeps undisturbed in my folded arms, his small, puffy eyes still shut. I assumed I'd bother him somehow, like he would know I'm not his mother and stir in agitation. Kalila tucks Silas's wrap under his tiny chin. Do you think you might be pregnant soon? I look up from the baby. I think so. Maybe. How exciting. She settles back in her spot on the couch. Well, it's different for everyone and can be different from pregnancy to pregnancy. During my first, I was a little sickly and most foods and smells put me off, but there are things I couldn't stand to eat during that first pregnancy that I couldn't stop eating with Silas. What were they? One big craving, especially towards the end, was raw onion. Pieces of onion? I question. She shakes her head. Eating it like an apple. There's no way you did that, I say, almost raising my voice high enough to wake Silas, though I quickly correct myself. Didn't it burn or make your eyes water? Kalila shrugs. Being with child does strange things to you, but it's always worth it. She gazes contentedly at her new baby, always. Even when they cause discomfort and the wise woman has to help. What? Speaking of pregnancy's challenges, I might not be the first to warn you about this, but carrying the alpha's child may be harder on you since you're not alpha blood. I haven't heard that, I say, forgetting about the discomfort. Everything should and will go fine, I'm sure, but it could mean bed rest or simply taking it easier, especially as your pregnancy develops. I've also heard one Luna say her nausea was horrendous, but who knows if that was because of the alpha blood or not. I guess that makes sense, but I mean, I won't have trouble becoming pregnant because of his alpha blood, right? Kalila laughs lightly. I can't imagine that. It'd be too easy, if anything. I smile, wanting to match her sense of ease. Corbin told me the truth about Alpha Rowan, actually, how he couldn't have children and kept trying with different women thinking they were the problem. That's something else entirely, not a cause of alpha blood. I'm betting you and the alpha will have no trouble at all, and then you get to sit back and let everyone shower you with gifts and well wishes because you're creating our future alpha. Her smile widens. And if you need anything at all, please, I'm here for you. You can practice with Silas, but I can already tell you're a natural. Thank you, really. I can't go to my mother about these things, so your advice means a lot, I say, glancing down at Silas while hoping Kalila truly does see something maternal in me. However, it's hard not to give in to her encouragement. Do you think your mother is going to stay here then? No, I don't. She wants my sister to go with her to Belrose, but Lily won't do that. Lily has a future here, though how long our mom will stay is a mystery. I'm praying she doesn't drag things out because Lily really needs space from her. And so do you, Kalila says. All this stress worrying about her can't be good for you. I know. Theo thinks so too, it's just hard. She's my mom. Kalila nods slowly, then reaches to touch my knee. You'll always have a family in us. I peer down at little Silas. He sweetens the deal, doesn't he? She kids. He does, I say softly, but thank you really. You and Corbin have always been so kind and helpful. Kalila scoots closer. Always. I leave Kalila's house by the river after Kalila realizes she's late to see Adelita with the baby, a woman in the pack I met at the bonfire whose mate was affected in the last battle against Rowan. It isn't a problem, however. I'm overdue to check in on Lily and my mom at their guest house, so I head south, joining the main pathway towards the pack house and then turning left into the larger properties. Theo should be at Rowan until dinner. He was already gone when I woke up from the same dream I'd had the past 3 mornings. I'd rather not explain why I'm jolting awake clammy and ill-tempered, so there's a slight sliver lining to his absence. Though, after what he told me last night, I wouldn't be surprised if Theo had similar experiences. He did admit that I occupy his dreams. I can't imagine the two of us prudish in his dreamscape. If only I could see into his mind, I'm curious to find out exactly what he's envisioning. I pause my cheeky thoughts as I approach the guest house's porch. My mother's and sister's voices aren't blaring through the walls, which hopefully means they simply aren't talking, not that they've knocked each other out. I knock on the door, wait for a minute, and then knock again, a touch louder. Finally, Lily opens up. Sorry, she says, looking dreadful. Tears aren't streaming down her cheeks, but faint lines are suggesting an upset not long ago. Her lips are full and red, and her eyes shift to avoid my examination. Where's Mom? She need not answer my question. Mom's voice sounds from within the house. I knew it. I knew coming here would only make matters worse. What happened? I ask, stepping inside. Lily shuts the door. I told her. You told her. My heart lurches. About Elise? She kept going on about Alpha Belrose, and I don't know, it just came over me, and I blurted it out. I touch her arm to try to comfort Lily, because she seems as though she might collapse to the floor at any moment and start wailing. I'm afraid to ask, to know, but I do anyway. What did she say? Lily gestures to the upstairs where Mom's voice drifts down from. Does your sister know? Oh, I'm sure she does, doesn't she? I'm sure she absolutely loves it. Mom rants on as her footsteps pad along the floor with other bumps and bangs. Lily, get up here right now. Mom doesn't know I'm here. I gesture for Lily to stay put and climb up the stairs alone. Halfway up, I call Mom. Just perfect, I hear her grumble. I reach the top of the stairs and catch her stout figure passing the open doorway of the master bedroom. I go to the doorway and take in the scene of her presumably packing. She snags on my presence, turning to me. What, Celeste? What could you possibly want now? Lily said she told you about. Oh yes, she told me. She told me all about her second mate and how she can't go to Belrose. She says shrilly and then lowers her voice to mutter. I can't even begin to comprehend to whom she's mated. What are you doing? I ask and stare at her things. You think I'm going to stay here and witness the downfall of my daughters? One mated to a creature right out of the underworld and another. Well, you know, don't you? I fist my hands, desperate for control. Fine. This is overdue anyway. You don't belong here. She almost laughs. And you do, Celeste? She shakes her head. You don't know anything. How could I when you, Dad, and Rowan fed me lies for 21 years? You think you raised Lily and me properly, but it's all nonsense. Be a good girl. Be a good mate. Don't question your elders. Don't go near the border. I know why we couldn't go near the border now. Because the truth was there, and you didn't want us to find out Rowan is nothing but a glass house. Mom turns her back and continues packing as though she's ignoring me. I know the truth about Alpha Rowan, that he rejected his mate and was with a string of women trying to produce an heir. How dare you speak ill of the departed, she spits, not looking at me. It's the truth. And you know it. You probably know plenty, but you play along, and for what? So everything is nice? Just the way to want it. She nearly faces me. That's enough, Celeste. You hate that Lily and I are here now, that you can't keep us sheltered and obedient. So what are you now then? All-knowing? Wise. She cracks a sneer. You don't think that mate of yours is keeping you how he wants you? In the dark, I'm sure, with just enough light to take what he needs from you. I can't help myself. He tells me everything, I say. Oh, is that right? I nod, feeling a dark sense of pride. I know exactly how many lives he's taken, and he's far from done. Mom closes her bag and carries it. The goddess will rectify what's happened, and he will pay dearly, you all will. She pushes past me and marches down the stairs. I hold in place for a moment, clenching my fists harder before ripping away and charging after her. Lily and I are going to be happy here without you. I shout, racing down the steps. We have family here, real family. We have mates who care for us and accept us more than you ever could. Mom shoots out the door, and I catch it as it swings shut. Lily calls after me, but I can't stop. I follow Mom down the porch and along the walkway. Goddess forgive me, she murmurs to herself. There are gaps in which I can't hear. Know your light, blackness on the horizon. No longer my children. You're right, we aren't, I seethe. We're done. Never come back here. Never come looking for us and never think of us. You don't have children anymore. Mom heads south towards the closest border. A man looks out of one of the houses along the path, and I gesture to him. Are you a guard? I ask. The man steps onto his own porch attached to a substantial house. I'm fourth rank under the Alpha, Luna. Good. Follow her and let her pass the border. I point after my mom. You have my permission. The young man nods once and proceeds off his property and towards my mother, who's struggling to carry her bag. I whip around and see Lily standing on the guest house porch, watching. My heavy breaths start to slow. I swallow and go to her. The moon goddess pendant around her neck hits the sunlight. I wave for her to come down the steps. Come on. There's something we have to do. Celeste. Are you okay? She asks as she joins me. I should have never let her stay here, I'm sorry. It's not your fault. It is, I disagree. I'm the Luna. I should have never allowed her to stay with you. She should have never made you feel. I'm sorry, Lily, but we're free now, okay? It's over. You won't be seeing her or Dad again. Lily seems to hold her breath, but she nods subtly. Now let's go. I take Lily to the river where we stand at its edge. The current isn't powerful, but it will do the job. Water flows fastest in the middle of the river, so I step behind Lily and unclasp her necklace. It falls down her chest, but she catches it. She looks at me. It's over, I repeat, my voice rough from yelling. Get rid of it. Lily moves the pendant in her palm, poking at it with her pointer finger. That necklace represents everything Mom wanted us to be, but we're past that now. There are no more good girls or favorites. There's only us together. We're the only good things to come out of that family, and we'll always have each other. You're right, she says, closing her hand. She lifts her arm, rewinds it, and launches the necklace into the center of the river, where it plunks into the water and disappears. She then feels her neck as though the absence of the moonstone is a great weight off of her. No more favorites, she repeats, only us. Where have you been? You left for the betas hours ago. I didn't think you'd be there so long, Maud says as I enter the kitchen. She is sitting leisurely at the kitchen table. Did the baby throw up on you or something? Maud asks. I can't deal with that, vomit, messes, she shudders. It's a good thing John isn't itching to be a father. The baby was fine, adorable. He slept the whole time. I went to see my mom and sister afterward, and things didn't go so well, I explain. Is everything okay? I sigh. Lily told our mom about her being remade, and that was the last straw, I guess. Our mom was packing when I got there. By now, she's well on her way to Belrose. Maud leans over the table. She left. Yeah, fairly quickly. Wow, Maud murmurs. That's good, right? It is, but Lily was upset. She definitely didn't expect our mom to embrace her new mating, but the things our mom said. Lily shouldn't have to hear that. Where is she? At the guest house lying down. I made sure she has something to eat, and she wasn't crying or anything, but she seemed tired. I'll check on her tomorrow morning. Honestly, I never expected her to tell her parents about being remade. She always worried how they would react if she were mated to a girl, so this was a pretty big step for her. Yeah, mod supplements. This is a good sign. Before you know it, she'll be ready to meet you. I just wish I could talk to her, comfort her. She's in that house all alone, and I know I could help her if she would let me. Even if she's heartbroken over her past mate, I would be there for her as long as it takes. Whatever. No, it isn't whatever, Maud says, stretching to touch her. That's sweet. You're a good mate. I'm as much a mate as my 10-year-old cousin Missy, she mutters. You're her mate, I assure. She knows it, trust me. She told me she always wanted to be mated to a girl, a part of her is excited, and now our mom isn't there hovering and controlling her. Just give her time. I know. I will. Maud pushes her chair out. Why don't we get started on dinner, HM? We'll all help. Yeah, just tell us what to do, I say. I was going to make this beef dish I've been working on, she says, and slides the notebook over to Maud and me, showing an extensive recipe that covers 2 pages with strange words and techniques I've never heard of. Not a problem, Maud says slowly and unsurely. Yeah, I match Maud's hesitations and stand. Let's get started. Chapter 35. Careful or you'll break it, Elise says over my shoulder, watching as I stir her sauce in a pot on the stove. Break it? What do you mean? It's liquid, I say, peering behind. Like this. Maud asks, and Elise turns to judge her knife skills. Somewhere between our offer to help with dinner and now, Elise has made dinner preparations into a cooking lesson. A little thinner. I'll cut my fingers, Maud argues. Not if you hold the knife like I told you to. Elise bumps Maud out of the way and takes over. Like this, see. I can't cut myself because of my knuckles. Maud huffs. Can I do something else instead? I hear the front door open and my chest swells. Here, I tell Maud, do this. I think Theo's home. She picks up my wooden spoon as I leave it resting in the pot of brown sauce. I wipe my hands quickly on a kitchen towel and then step out into the hallway, just catching Elise's frantic, careful. Not too fast. Theo is about to head upstairs when he sees me, but he turns from the staircase and comes around the railing post instead. Like every other day, he returns from Rowan, looking exhausted. It's not easy running there and back constantly, but he still manages to grin and entertain me. I just thought I would welcome you home, I say in a delicate tone. Theo lifts my chin higher for my mouth to receive his kiss, a greeting I wish would last longer as he moves back, and I unhurriedly open my eyes. I breathe in sharply and grab his hand, suddenly worried he might walk away when I'm not ready to release him. Is everything all right? He asks, letting me hold on to him. I watch my hands examine his much bigger one. Can I come with you to Rowan tomorrow? You are going back, right? I am. Is there a reason you want to come? I thought I would visit my family's home and take anything Lily or I might want. I look up. Our mom left today, and I doubt she went back there with you and all the Draven guards around, so I figured I would have one last look at the house before it's abandoned. And your mother left alone? Lily stayed, of course. Between me and Elise, I don't think there's anywhere else she'd rather be. So your mother is traveling alone? He questions. I withhold my wince. I'd rather not think about her all by herself on unclaimed land, but I gave my clearance for her to pass the border, if that's how it works, and she hasn't come back, so I'm assuming they let her through. Then she's definitely passed the border. Theo confirms my authorization. Okay. Well, she's off to Belrose. I squeeze his hand harder. Which is good because Lily needs to get away from her and Theo brings me against his chest and into his arms. I breathe deeply, grateful for his embrace. You're welcome to come with me, he says. Okay, I breathe, my fingers pressing into his muscled back. I heard you saw Kalila and the new baby. A faint smile tugs at my lips. Silas was sleeping the whole time. I held him. He's a very peaceful baby. Theo's chin touches the top of my head. He'll be sleeping a lot. He's only 3 days old. I lean back, still in his arms. Can we talk? And what are we doing right now? He teases. Mindful of Elise and Maud in the other room, I lead Theo into the left living room, and he follows without a hitch. You said when I want to complete the bond, we will, I say as we walk. That still stands. I stop and face him. Well, my heat has gotten painful, as you know, and I really don't want to deal with another round of it the way it is, so. So before you go into heat again, you want to complete the bond? I nod, feeling an itch of anxiety. Theo crosses his arms. Okay. The last time, my heat was 7 days apart, and before that, it was 13 or 14 days, so it's coming more frequently because I'm resisting, I explain. Expecting him to put 2 and 2 together to realize my next heat may happen in only a couple of days. Theo looks down. He seems to be thinking, is that too soon? I ask, nervous. Nothing is too soon for me, he clarifies, and my heart slows. That's good. He steps closer, meeting my gaze. But I want you to think about this and be completely sure it's what you want and are ready for. There's still time. I nod, and he holds my upper arms as he briefly kisses my pink cheek. I'm going to rinse off, he says, drawing back. I'll see you at the table. Okay, I murmur and watch him leave for the stairs. Prompted by his suggestion, I ask myself if I am ready to complete the bond sometime over the next few days, and not solely because I want to avoid another tumultuous heat. Theo and I have been extremely intimate in other ways, none of which has had any consequences. I can only conclude that fully bonding will be the same. Besides, I know what to expect since Maud disclosed the factual aspects and the thought of such an act with Theo. To put my thoughts simply, I want to. Everything we've done so far has focused on my body and my satisfaction. I'm keen to know what his pleasure looks like. Hearing a jostle of pots and pans from the kitchen, I push my contemplations aside and return to Maud and Elise. When I reach the kitchen archway, Maud has backed away from the stove. Elise juggles the now searing beef, the half-chopped vegetables, and the sauce, a streak of which has left a brown mark on Maud's mouth and nose. Just cut the carrots, Elise orders. But you said they weren't. It's fine, just do it. The dinner, despite Maud and my interference, turns out well enough for Elise to serve it with a smile. Looks great, Theo tells her while sitting in his usual spot at the head of the table. Celeste helped. Elise looks at me. I chuckle awkwardly. I think I did the opposite, actually. She waves me off. Don't worry, that was mostly Maud. You're better at taking orders than she is. Too many people in the kitchen at once stresses her out, I say to Theo. That and these carrots. Elise pours 2 glasses of red wine and then vanishes through the butler's pantry, gone before I realize it. I cut a piece of beef, spear it with the prongs of my fork, and lift it to my mouth, pausing for a second and then biting. If I focus, I can see him between my legs again, feel his. Do you think your sister wants to stay in the guest house? Theo asks. I look from his hands to his face. I'll ask her, but I think she likes the privacy. We've always lived with someone else, so. But I'll ask. His attention lingers on me. Did you like living alone? I add, when did your mother and sister leave? They left about 5 years ago, he says, but even with them gone, I was only alone at night after Elise would go home. Right. I prefer having you here. My lips make a small smile. I prefer being here. My knife scrapes along my plate as I cut another piece of beef. Theo sips wine, reminding me of my own glass, and I wonder if drinking it will either diminish my thoughts or encourage them. I eat my piece of beef and chew on it. But you weren't alone every night. I say my thoughts aloud. Theo's jaw clenches, though there's no food in his mouth. Sorry, I whisper, touch the back of my hand to my lips, and swallow. What are you implying? He asks, his voice even. I drop my hand. Nothing, just talking without thinking. Who else was here? I clear my throat. No one. That's right. He cuts a piece of meat with a heavy hand. I open my mouth, but just as quickly close it. Theo halts. You can ask, Celeste. Can I? I question whether that's true, unable to detect the answer. No one was here with me at night, he says, setting his silverware down. No woman has entered this pack house unless they're family or doing their job. But I stop myself as my chest aches with something like heartburn, like the bond is trying to warn me. This is your home, my family's home. I wouldn't do anything to defile it. An image of Theo with some faceless, random women crops up in my imagination, the woman who took his innocence. I don't often have hateful or vengeful thoughts, but not thinking this way suddenly becomes very difficult. Defile. What did they do that was defiling? Where then? I ask, my jealousy creeping up my spine and peering over my shoulder. Theo watches me. You want to know where? His tone is doubtful yet careful. No, I mutter and whisk my anger away. I reach for my wine glass and have a healthy sip. I don't. Truthfully, that's as close to the subject of Theo's romantic history as I would like to get. Otherwise, I might lose control of my mouth and spew things I'll later regret. But that woman or women, perhaps, knows Theo's pleasure while I don't. I breathe in and consider going to the restroom to rein in my feral side. Celeste, Theo says, you're all I care about. The past. There isn't a second in the day that I give to it. I stare for the better half of a minute at my dinner, not wanting to feel jealous or to give this woman or women even an ounce of my energy. Theo is mine. That's the way the goddess wants it, and that's the way it is. I breathe out. Elise, I call, and she appears from the butler's pantry. You can go on and head home. I'll deal with the dishes. Her expression yields to surprise. Are you sure? I did most of them. It's only what's left on the table. I'm sure. I'll see you tomorrow. She nods, says, good night, to both of us and ducks back into the kitchen. I'll do the dishes, he says. I just said I would do them. I know, and then I said I would. Theo bites a piece of beef, and I watch him chew, his jaw flexing. Elise leaves through the back door. I listen to it open and close. That isn't necessary. I'm sure you have things to do or drink in the study. Theo rests his elbows on the table, clasping his hands. Is there a problem, Celeste? I press my lips together. Are you going to tell me? Or do I have to guess? Because I'm guessing there is. Boiling over like a pot on the stove, I spring from my chair and stand as though I'm about to ditch our dinner as I have before, but I stall, really not wanting to storm off. With few options now, I confess, why don't you let me touch you? Theo jerks his head back. What? You've done things to me twice now, yet you don't let me near you. You don't even undress, I accuse. And I know you said it can be difficult to do certain things and not complete the bond. I just can't believe there isn't anything I can. All of this because you want to touch me? I cross my arms, thoroughly embarrassed, but pretending not to be. Come here, then. He motions for me, challenging. Come on. Theo slides his chair back, and my fingertips run cold. My eyes widen and my lips part to speak, but air pours down my throat, nearly choking me. Unlike Theo, who is in bed, I have no idea how to pleasure him. He lifts his shirt up and over his head, displaying his toned, muscular body adorned with tattoos and white scars. I didn't think he would respond this way to my issue. I thought we would discuss it and proceed slowly, as he always offers. I thought he would realize I have no idea what I'm doing, but he sure isn't treating me that way. Theo stands, asserting his dominance with his height. And then his hands meet at the button of his pants. I scramble to him, stopping him by grasping his hands and holding them still. Wait. I thought this is what you wanted, he says coolly, looking down at me. But Theo, my eyes plead with him. He loosens my grip and takes my right hand, guiding it downward and against his front. I gasp and watch as he uses my hand to touch him over his pants. My stomach plummets, but a shudder runs through me, filling the space with teeming butterflies as a heavy desire pulls in my core. He reacts to my guided touch almost instantly. He sucks in a breath and stiffens against my palm. With every passing second, I need less of his guidance, and his grip on my hand loosens. With every drop of bravery in me, I look up. His face is relaxed except for his brows, which are furrowed slightly. He caresses my jaw and leans as though he's about to kiss me. The front door clambers open off the hall. Theo. I shriek and tear my hand away, leaping backwards and landing in my seat as an opaque blush covers every inch of my exposed skin. Theo's face turns lethal. Get out. He bellows. A fight broke out between our warriors and the ones from Rowan. The distraught voice, belonging to Dan, travels down the hall towards us. He appears in the entry to the dining room. They're shifted. It's getting out of hand. I drop my chin to my chest, letting my hair curtain forward as I yearn to vanish into thin air. Go and handle it, Theo demands. I've tried Corbin's there now, but it's getting too big, and they won't listen to us. Theo curses under his breath and storms around the table. He almost knocks Dan over as he passes him, but Dan dodges Theo's shoulder and follows after. The front door slams shut so hard that the house rattles. And then I'm alone. I sit and think about what I had just done. If Dan hadn't barged in, there is no doubt in my mind that Theo and I would have ended up completing the bond. Unsure what to do, I decide to do what Theo does after he's touched me and needs to calm down. I make my way to the study, and I pour myself a drink of his dark liquor, guzzling the shallow pour at once and grimacing as it sears my throat. I sink into his leather desk chair with the empty glass held against my chest. However, it doesn't remain empty for long. Chapter 36. I gradually wake to Theo's hoarse voice and stroking hand. I twist up further into our bedsheets and wonder how I got here, but the answer comes to me punctually through a vague memory. Last night, I was waiting in Theo's study, sipping his potent liquor while lounging in his leather chair, and I must have fallen asleep because I recall him lifting me and carrying me upstairs. I was not entirely coherent, but I remember asking for the time. I don't remember what he said. The second he put me in our bed, I must have fallen back asleep almost instantly. Theo continues to reel me from the comfortable darkness behind my eyes. I have to leave for Rowan, he croons, but you can come another time. My eyes open at once. I'm coming. I push off the mattress and clear my hair from my face. Theo backs up, dressed and ready to leave, as I hurtle into the bathroom with the coordination and speed of someone who didn't just rouse from sleep, but I don't want him to leave without me, and I don't want to set him back either. I rinse my face, brush my teeth, tie my hair up, and rush into the closet all in a matter of minutes. We'll be shifting, so I exchange my pajamas for clothes that can be just as easily removed, and hop out of the closet on one foot, pulling on one sock and then switching to hop on my other foot, slipping on the second. Okay, I announce, let's go. Theo and I entertain ourselves with small talk as we walk across the pack to the east border, discussing things like the slowly adapting Rowan warriors, the fact that Theo is almost finished sorting through Rowan's remains, and that Alpha Rowan's Luna was never seen after her mate's passing. Where do you think she went? I ask as we traverse through the block of forest at the territory's edge. Probably to her family, parents, or siblings. She wasn't from Rowan, so her relatives must be at another pack, he says. Whatever we talk about, I make sure our chatter stays mellow and doesn't lead to last night's events, although Theo doesn't seem eager to discuss it. At some point, I don't doubt his temperament will change, but for now, I savor our deliberate ignorance. Shifted guards greet us at the border, and I separate myself to shift, doing so quickly in the cover of the undergrowth. I return and find Theo's monstrous, dark brown wolf, along with an unshifted man and another wolf. The wolf accompanying us is fastened with a leather bag to carry our clothing, and the unshifted man stuffs my clothes into it before our party of 3 sets off. Though Theo runs incredibly quickly, he matches my pace. This gesture, while expected, still gratifies our bond. I don't know what to expect when we arrive at Rowan, but until then, I try not to make assumptions about how it will be. Theo warned me that the remaining Rowan pack members, those who have yet to leave or the warriors who haven't accepted Theo's offer to join Draven, will be angry, and I don't think my presence will help. By now, everyone must know I'm involved in Rowan's downfall. To what extent, well, I'm not sure, but any involvement at all can't be good when people are losing their homes. I nurse my worries by telling myself the remaining Rowan pack members will soon find another pack to call home, but I know reality is rarely so cut and dry. A small, spindly voice in my head whispers, Theo did this. Belrose is next. I shake the thought from my wolf's head as I continue to run beside him. Theo's wolf glances at me. It's not only Theo who brought on such an outcome, though. Alpha Rowan threw the first blow by holding me captive, which any Alpha knows is against their unwritten code of conduct. Theo had to do whatever was necessary to retrieve me. Theo couldn't let Alpha Rowan's injustice slide. He had to go to war. It wasn't to start a conflict with Alpha Belrose. Although that is what Theo wanted, a way to take Belrose down a peg and to attack before he can replenish his men, Theo needs Belrose out of the way to snatch the Old Blood title. Perhaps he saw an opportunity to kill two birds with one stone once the war with Rowan had already begun. I peer at my mate again. He didn't know he would start with Alpha Belrose before declaring war against Rowan, did he? I nearly trip over my paws, remembering how long Theo waited to get back at Belrose. 9 years, apparently. From his father's passing till now. Theo's wolf looks at me again, this time holding his gaze until I tear mine away. Needing to focus on my path before I trip over a protruding tree root, fallen log, or large rock, I file my thoughts away and monitor the horizon. The land between Draven and Rowan is often uneven and has spots of particularly dense tree growth. It's better to enjoy the challenge than distract myself with the mental puzzle that is Theo's leadership strategy. We arrive at Rowan in due time, but the guard accompanying us doesn't shift when we do or turn to run back. Once Theo and I are human and dressed, Theo says, he'll stay with you, watch over your family's house and wherever else you go. Should I meet you at a certain time? I ask. I'll find you. I like to leave before sunset. That'll give me plenty of time to do whatever it is I feel I have to do here. My shifted guard comes to my side and waits for my command, so I say my temporary goodbye to my mate and head south towards my family's house. The guard stays a few paces behind me, a silent shadow, until we come upon the plain, two-story building I used to call home. The guard stays outside and monitors the perimeter like the wolves who guard the Draven pack house. Everything goes seamlessly until I turn the door handle, and it doesn't budge. I stare at it. Of course, it's locked, but I no longer have a key. I haven't had one since I fled the night of my sister's mating. I peer both ways and then peel left, wandering along the house until I reach the living room window a dozen or so paces from the front door. Palming the glass, I try to hoist it up. Nothing, not even a quiver. I step to the next window beside it and try again, but come to the same conclusion. My guard strolls around the corner, notices me still outside, watches for a second, and then carries on. I bite my lip and stall until the wolf rounds the corner leading to the other side of the house. I trail a reasonable distance behind him, trying every downstairs window until one finally gives way at the back of the house, the kitchen window. I push the insect screen out of the way and into the house before jumping up and through the square opening. Wriggling and grunting, I make my body through until my weight tilts forward and I fall hands first onto the floor. The kitchen floor isn't as clean as my mother usually keeps it. I thrust myself up onto a knee and then a foot, holding onto the countertop as I stand. Since my mother's been gone, no one has swept or dusted or scrubbed, jobs divided amongst the females of the house. Although the interior is far from devastated, it's only been 3 days since Theo brought them to Draven. It's silly to think the house would already be reclaimed by nature after 3 days, but I couldn't help picturing cobwebs, grime, sopping walls drooping off of the house's bones. Eventually, it will look as such. Perhaps that fact is what fueled my imagination, the foreseeable fate of an abandoned home belonging to a now-dead pack. I drift slowly from the kitchen into the living room. Things from all over the house have been collected on the coffee table, photographs, jewelry boxes, papers, both tucked in folders and strewn about. I open one of the jewelry boxes, and it's empty. These things must have been the scraps left over from my parents' picking. When I venture upstairs, I don't bother going into my parents' bedroom. I go into Lily's, which is entirely intact. I suppose she didn't bother gathering any sentimental objects before she left to come to Draven. She must have been too affected by Ben's passing to care or realize it. I take any photographs out of her frames, the jewelry and trinkets out of her treasure box, a small, painted wood box on top of her dresser, and then I grab her collection of unique and sparkling rocks she dove for in the lake every summer. I take her sentimental items into my room and place them in a pile on my bed, to which I can add my own keepsakes. I sit next to the pile and look around my childhood bedroom as though the light filtering through the windows has changed and therefore altered everything about the space. My closet is still open from the last time I was here, rummaging for clothes to bring back to Draven. Even my bedding is ruffled from when I lay on it, and I dreaded leaving for Ben and Lily's house. My brows knit. Lily didn't bring any of her treasures to Ben's house when she moved there. The only thing missing from her room was her copy of the photograph I tried to take with me, the one of us together as little girls. My copy seems to be long gone, but I hope somehow she has hers. I spend a lot of time in my old bedroom, flipping through the pages of my books, going through all my clothes, and reading entries from a diary I kept from ages 11 to 13. As I'm reading an entry about an old acquaintance of mine from school, she had shared some valuable yet vague information on matehood. I hear the sound of footsteps, and then I smell Theo's scent. He appears in the doorway as I'm sitting cross-legged on the floor in front of my bed with my diary open in my lap. His eyes drop to me. Looks like you've been busy. I glance around. The floor is covered with stuff I've dug out of drawers and pulled off of shelves, all surrounding me quite immaculately. Theo steps in the gaps of the wood floor between teenage drawings and twines of carved beads, all strung in a deliberate order, one spelling my name. He makes it to my bed, where he sits. What are you reading? Nothing really, I mutter and shut the diary crammed with hopelessly romantic nonsense. Who knew a 13-year-old girl could be so passionate about her future mate, a man she won't meet for 8 more years? I place the diary to the side and rise from my spot on the floor just as Theo picks up one of Lily's previously framed pictures off her pile. Which one are you looking at? I ask and lean next to him to take a look. Oh, great. I pluck the photo of 16-year-old me beaming before my first training session, before I discovered how much I disdained training. You just had to pick this one? I questioned jokingly, although I could have gone without him ever seeing my teenage awkwardness. I like it, he says. I place the picture back with Lily's things as Theo stoops to swipe something off the floor. The second I realize he's grabbed my old diary, inconveniently labeled diary, I pounce, latching the scuffed, purple book before he can open it. Trust me, you don't want to read this. No, I very much want to read it, Theo says, the corners of his mouth stretching and lifting. Theo, I dramatize. It's embarrassing. He jerks the diary out of my grasp and twists so I can't reach it. He opens the book, and I nearly start climbing over him. The date is years ago, he argues. It hardly matters anymore. In my frantic reaching, I catch sight of a bold pink doodle of a heart on the corner of the page, and I know instantly what entry he's open to. Not that the others are much better, but this particular entry is of the worst. I screech. Theo is already reading. Goddess, please. I fight him some more, but he's much too strong. Theo, I'm serious. Don't read it. It's, gah. Give it. Theo turns to me, and I freeze. You hoped I would look like Kenneth? Who's Kenneth? He asks, enthralled. I slap my hands to my face and drop backwards onto my bed, because I know it only gets more detailed from there. If my mate looks like Kenneth or Colin, that would be good. No baldness. Not a bully like James. A tall boy with blonde or brown hair, he recites. I moan in agony. Theo continues anyway. No long hair like the guy with braids down to his butt, and no tattoos like the scary guards who shouted at me and Lily for running in the gardens. I think you tried to spell the word unchaperoned. No more. Please, I beg, unable to meet his eye. He closes the diary and leans back, so I steadily remove my hands from my face, which is most definitely bright red. You had a lot of requirements for your mate. I was 13. He clears the stray hairs from my face. What do I do about the tattoos? I was wrong about that. I murmur and pet the ink poking from under his rolled-up sleeve. I look up at his face and find his eyes fixated on mine. His attention then sinks to my lips, and he lowers to kiss me. I breathe in through my nose as his hand comes over me and slides between the bed and the small of my back, lifting me towards him. I caress his jaw, welcoming his soft kiss and remembering again how we were last night in the dining room. The memory flips my stomach as I recall how he guided my hand, how he felt. Theo leaves my lips as his gaze pours down my body. How did you get in here? I ask just above a whisper. The door was locked. I opened it. How? With force. His gaze returns to mine. I adjust my hips, not minding if he broke the door. I feel as though this is the last time I'll be in this house. His hand, which was just beneath me, rubs across my belly, then pinches my chin. I thought about something on the way here. I say before deciding whether or not I genuinely want to. What? My bedroom goes dark, probably from a relatively thick cloud moving in front of the sun. Chapter 37. Did you know Rowan was going to try and keep me from leaving? Theo gives me a quizzical look. I know resurrecting such a long-dismissed issue must seem sudden and surprising, yet I carry on. You didn't want to let me go at first, but then you suddenly changed your mind. I thought you felt sorry for me and tried to make me feel better by letting me visit my family, but when I think back on it, he lifts from leaning on his forearm to his hand. What are you suggesting? That I sent you in to start conflict. I swallow, my stomach growing nauseous, and then I nod. Why are you worried about this? It's over, Celeste. Rowan is done, he says, seeming farther away. Yes, but your issue with Belrose is just beginning, though it isn't really just beginning, is it? Because you knew 9 years ago you would eventually retaliate. Theo pushes up to sit, neither leaving nor responding. I sit up as well. You said you would be honest with me about everything. He rears his head. Just tell me, was this all a part of your plan? Send me in. Give yourself a reason to go to war with Rowan, claim Belrose's debt, betray Belrose, take action against Rowan, take his men and resources, and finally use it all to get rid of Belrose. You've really thought about this. Have I thought about this? Not really. It all seems to be piecing together as my thoughts leave my tongue. I just want to know why you changed your mind. Was it for me or for the title? Celeste. It's a simple answer. It's far from simple, he contends, losing his equanimity. Suddenly, our conversation has morphed from sweet mutterings to something defensive and much more accusatory than I had meant it to be. But I can't brush off my feelings. I can't ignore the hurt wrapping around our bond, attempting to strangle it. I had hoped the unraveling events were coincidental, that he sent me to see my family for my benefit, but I suppose my need for answers proves my doubts. Theo stands from the bed. It doesn't change anything between us. I graze my fingertips along my bed sheets, having to look away from him, but Theo insists otherwise. He grabs my chin and forces me to look up at him, his grip ensuring I don't jerk away. It isn't painful, I only wish a comforting, reassuring truth followed it. My hopes fade rapidly when Theo fails to offer any truth at all. My temper threatens to break loose, leaking some. You used me one way, so what's next for me? Get me pregnant and have your heir? I'm sure an old blood pack needs one of those. Theo's expression hardens. You know what we have is greater than the trivialities of war and titles, he says, letting go and regaining his composure so irritatingly well. I don't want to argue, but I can't seem to stop myself either. Right now, I don't. We're mated by the goddess. Our souls are fated to one another, he says factually. And yet you've taken something so pure and used it to your advantage for a title. I shoot up. I want so badly for our bond to be greater than war and titles. It is, Celeste. I promise you it is. I shake my head, not wanting to cry. I glance at the ceiling to will my tears away. I never. You told me not to tell anyone we were mated, so how did you know I wouldn't listen? I question suddenly, but Theo doesn't answer fast enough. How did you know? Because if I did as I was told, nothing would have happened. Alpha Rowan wouldn't have intervened. You're giving me too much credit, Theo says, and I sense a tone of regret. I don't think so, I mumble. Theo contended my stare for some seconds before walking casually out of my childhood bedroom, avoiding the mess on the floor. It's time to head back. The sun is setting soon, he says flatly and then disappears into the hall. My eyes narrow on the open doorway. Sometimes I feel I finally have a grasp on him, and then something comes along and proves me wrong. It's a naughty problem now because our bond is so hardy inside of me. Even a row such as this seems to have barely made a dent. My devotion persists. He's kissing me and touching me and holding me as I sleep. Half of me feels betrayed, and the other half is too bond-drunk to care. I want him to come back and apologize and promise me he'll never treat me like a pawn again. I want him to caress me and kiss me, tell me against my lips that our bond is more important to him than the old blood title, but he doesn't retrace his steps. It's only a matter of days until another painful heat ignites inside of me. So be it. If we carry on this way, I'll manage it alone. The vengeful piece of me hopes our bond is established enough for him to feel my heat scorching. My chest aches the entire run home. The resentful beast teeming under my skin lost its energy to continue writhing about my matehood by the time I caught up to Theo at the border. What I know is that Theo wanted Alpha Rowan to wedge himself between us. He wanted me to go back and prompt Alpha Rowan to do so by divulging who I'm mated to, and that he fought with me afterwards. Glared at me for doing exactly what he secretly sent me there for. It's all very twisted and confusing, yet Theo won't clear my confusion. He'd rather dance around the details. The run home only objects to further contemplation, and I remember more about Theo's reactions as we trudged through that first real fight. One particular detail that caught my interest was how quickly Theo conceded and told me it was all right. The entire disagreement, excluding the issue of my wanting to be mated to Rowan's beta, seemed difficult for him, and not in the usual way. Now knowing he likely forced himself to play along, his demeanor throughout it makes much more sense. But that was before he promised to include me in his scheming. Did he think I wouldn't agree to the plan if he disclosed it all? And if he revealed it afterwards, would I have given him reprieve? Knowing how terrible that night turned out to be, I don't think I would have reacted well to the truth that triggering Alpha Rowan was deliberate. I understand why he hasn't told me, but that doesn't justify his failure to say to me. Theo runs just ahead as our guard covers me from behind. Too consumed by thought, my left front paw accidentally jams into a snaking tree root. I tumble over it, roll sideways, and skid to a stop before colliding with the nearest tree trunk. I push off the ground as the guard wolf checks on me. I hold my front leg up at first, hesitant to step on it, but I ease my weight onto it and limp once, twice, 3 times. Theo watches from his place ahead. Something is definitely wrong with my ankle, yet I puff my chest and try to walk it off. We continue on our way, though my decrease in speed is noticeable. By the time we reach the Draven border, my front left ankle is swollen. Obtaining a bone injury while shifted only means that shifting back will be just as painful, or even more painful, than the injury itself. The guard shifts first and distributes our clothing. I take mine into the trees and drop them on the forest floor, not particularly fervent to shift. The fear of the shift itself builds and builds, but I don't want Theo to come looking for me because I'm taking too long, so I squeeze my eyes shut and do it. A strained, silent scream screws up my face as my front ankle molds wrongfully into my wrist, well, my very swollen, bruised wrist. I kneel naked on the ground and examine it quickly, but it doesn't take a wise woman to know I need treatment. I wipe the beads of sweat from my forehead and stand to don my clothes, but this proves to be a challenging task when one can't use or move their hand without throbbing pain. I manage to pull up my underwear and pants, but I can't button my pants. The buttonhole is slightly too small, and when I try to clasp my bra, I quickly establish that nothing is more infuriating than struggling to put on my bra. Celeste? Theo's voice calls through the trees. What? I answer, my tone dredged in aggravation. A rustling noise causes me to turn my head, and I see Theo walking over. I hold my bra against my chest. I'm trying, I'll do it, just. My lips press together as Theo comes behind me and does the clasp, his knuckles tantalizingly brushing the skin between my shoulder blades. He then picks up my shirt and brings it over my head, paying great attention to my purpling wrist. My pants, I say quietly. Theo does the button. We'll go to Rosa. My lack of knowing prompts him to add, the wise woman. I nod. You weren't paying attention, he says, referring to my distracted running. How could I? Theo's shoulders drop and his chest deflates. He peers to the side, to the ground, and then at me. I didn't know if you would go against my word and tell your family we were mated. I thought you might, considering you ran away from home. You must have been upset or angry with them. You could have told them vengefully, for approval, because you just couldn't keep the secret, whatever it could have been. I didn't know for sure. But I would have bet you'd follow my orders since I made them very clear. I nurse my wrist against my chest, studying my blooming bruises. This is him being honest, that's evident, but I struggle over what to say. When I look up, Theo's scrutinizing my injury. Let's get to the wise woman, he says, and touches the small of my back to urge me onward. Wait. I face him. You told me the secret was for my safety, my benefit, which is technically true. Why did you assume I'd risk it? I had to say it was for your benefit. Why? I couldn't tell you to speak the truth and have them react badly. You would never come back if you thought I'd put you in danger. If you thought I might go against your orders, I shouldn't have stepped on Rowan territory at all. I didn't know how bad things really were between Draven and Rowan. He pauses, but it doesn't seem to be from a lack of opinion. I'm not sure why he's holding back until he says, "What I did was wrong, but if they didn't let you leave, I thought your family would at least try to comfort you until I got there. I never wanted you to feel afraid." A dreadful rush strikes my gut. Oh, truthfully, Celeste, I thought you were going to keep the secret even though your annoyance with it was obvious. But if you slipped up, well, as you know, I used it to my advantage. I was prepared for either outcome, but I should have been honest about the situation and found another way to get it done. I would never even think of doing such a thing now. Although I believed I had disappointed Theo, what hurt most that night was how my family reacted to my mate bond. They swiped all of my control and treated me like a child, especially my parents. My mom and dad handed my free will over to Alpha Rowan as though they had the right to do so. My frustration encumbered me, paralyzed me. "I'm sorry, Celeste. Please forgive me," he says in my ear. His fingers tuck my hair back. I lean into him. "Promise I won't be in the dark again." "Never again," he murmurs. "No more secrets?" I prompt. "No more." I take a deep breath. "Okay." He coaxes me back towards the guard. "Let's get your wrist taken care of, all right?" When we get to the guard, he hands me my bag of personal items from my family's house. I take the bag with my right hand, and we start walking towards the center pack. I watch the forest floor closely for anything jutting out, trying to trip me. "Here," Theo says and takes the bag, carrying it for me. "Thanks." I stay close to his side and pine for his hand-holding. I've always appreciated how it makes me feel protected. Without catching my needy glances or reading my mind, Theo takes my hand. I gasp quietly. His head turns. "What is it?" "Nothing," I fib. "Does it hurt?" He asks and nods to my wrist. I hold up my aching joint as though I've forgotten about it. "Yeah." I watch as concern pools in his eyes. "But I think our bond helps." He solidifies his grip on my hand. "I hope it isn't broken. I should have been running with you. Even if you were, I doubt you could have saved me. It happened pretty quick." "Yeah, well, I should have been beside you even if I couldn't have." "It's fine, really." "It isn't." I acted like a child, and look what happened, he says sternly, scolding himself. "You're my mate. It's my job to protect you always, no matter the circumstances. I went against that principle when I sent you to Rowan, and I continued to do so today by treating you how I did. You're my responsibility. There's no excuse." Having the most feared alpha and the deadliest fighter share doubts about his ability to protect me sounds ironic, but understandable considering his past. I know his father was strict with him when it came to power and duty, and while he did make a mistake, I don't want him to be too hard on himself. Besides, his explanation was more than satisfactory, and it proved the outcome of that night was as much my fault as it was his. Really, I don't blame him at all. I got ahead of myself, thinking he had devised some master plan, when he was actually just prepared for either outcome, whether I kept the secret or not. We arrive at the wise woman's house, and thankfully, she isn't busy with another pack member. She examines my wrist, which I insist Theo sits beside me for, and then she sits back, exhaling. I need to set it. Theo adjusts nervously, so I look at him. "Is that bad?" The wise woman, Rosa, pats my knee. "It's not the most pleasant thing." My lungs strain. "How much will it hurt?" "It's best to not speculate." "I say we get it over with as quickly as possible," Rosa says and reaches to grab my wrist. I instinctively pull away. "She has to do it," Theo says gently, "or it won't heal properly." I whimper apprehensively, feeling like a child again. "Well, but just tell me how much it hurts." "I want to know." Theo moves flush with me and scoops me into his lap. "Don't look," he says, so I turn away, blinding myself in the crook of his neck. He holds my head there in case I change my mind. Rosa takes my wrist. Theo's embrace fortifies as my heart spasms in anticipation. I want to know when. My voice breaks off when Rosa flicks and a pain stabs through my bones. I shriek and grasp Theo. He squeezes me as though my hurt can be absorbed into him. There we go, done, Rosa announces. Hold still, I'll be right back. Theo holds my arm in place. I look at it, but keep my head resting on his shoulder. Ow, I mumble too late. Did the bond help? He asks. I'm assuming, which only makes me wonder how bad that would have hurt without you here. Theo passively strokes my hair. Are you okay? Yeah, I snuggle against him. I'll be fine. He kisses the top of my head. My tension ebbs. I'm glad you're here. Chapter 38. Rosa returns to me and Theo while stirring a salve I worry will smell rather funky, but when she shows it to me, I sneak a sniff and, surprisingly, it smells like chamomile with hints of jasmine. I remain in Theo's lap as she spreads the mixture carefully on my battered wrist. Apply the ointment 3 times a day, morning, midday, and before bed. Wrap it with this. Rosa hands over another roll of the soft, stretchy bandage material, like I showed you, and wear this on top. She provides a sleek yet sturdy leather brace. I gather the extras in my lap while she secures the brace on me. If you stick to this routine and keep it immobilized, that means no shifting, you should be good as new in about a week, Rosa explains. Come see me if you're still experiencing pain or discomfort after 7 days, all right? Theo helps me up even though my legs are perfectly fine. She will, he says. The sky has gone dark by the time we leave. Theo holds the door for me, steadies me as I walk down the wise woman's front steps, and juggles my medical supplies and bag. I should bring Lily her stuff, I say, considering her guest house is on the way home. I'll come with you. I glance at him as we join the main path, his face dimly lit by the many house lights. It's okay. I'm sure you have a lot to do before dinner. It can wait, he says, even though I know that's likely not true. Our impending war with Belrose is at its tipping point, and Theo's been busier than ever. Taking me to the wise woman already set him back, I'm sure. It's fine, really. I know you have places to be. I stop, take my bag from him, and then open it to put my salve and bandages inside. I can handle it. I hang the bag on my right shoulder and smile. Theo exhales, seeming uneasy. It can't be that serious if I'll be healed in a few days, I reason. Theo tentatively glances in the direction of the fields where I'm certain he has to go. She said 7 days. I've got it from here. I'll see you at the pack house in a bit. I start walking away, so he's forced to leave me, and I don't look back because, if he catches me, he might conjure some excuse, feeling too guilty to stop treating me like I'm blown from glass. I'll have to show him this injury isn't a big deal, which means learning to clasp my bra with one hand, although the idea of his continued help with that is quite tempting. I spend the remainder of my walk to Lily's recalling the feel of his knuckles and penetrating gaze on my bare skin. As I follow the flagstones laid before her guest house, I will my fantasies away, so by the time I'm across the porch and knocking on her door, my mind is clear and ready. Lily opens up after a minute or two. By her pajamas and tousled hair, I can only assume she's been in bed. Hi. I smile, but make sure neither my voice nor grin is too overwhelming. Is this a bad time? I have some things for you. You do? Lily questions, sounding sleepy but not opposed to my visit. She opens the door wider and lets me in. What happened to your wrist? The interior of the guest house looks the same as it did yesterday, not a pillow out of place. Oh, I heard it while running. I went with Theo to Rowan. Have you eaten? Oh, here and there. But what do you mean you heard it? Are you okay? Lily animates once she realizes I'm heading for the kitchen. It'll be fine in a few days. I'm not worried about it. Why haven't you been eating? Well, I've been thinking a lot and resting, so there hasn't really been. Her explanation dwindles as I circle the kitchen, seeing no dishes in the sink. I check the fridge and find the dinner and snacks I prepped for her still stored inside. She leans against the counter, watching the tiles. Lily. I know, she cuts me off. I'll eat it, you know I'll eat it. I want to believe her, but I can't. I can't trust her to take care of herself in this miserable state. Why don't I heat you up a plate? I offer. Aren't you hungry? You haven't eaten since. I'll do it later. I want to see what you have for me. I force myself to release the fridge handles. Okay, sure. I set my bag on the counter and take out her jar of lake rocks first. She snatches it right up. I forgot about these, she beams, and I start to feel better about her lack of appetite. It took me almost 10 years to collect this many. You'd have more if you weren't so picky. I only wanted the interesting ones. She turns the jar over in her hand and then holds it up to examine the rocks. She taps the glass. That one was always my favorite. Next, I take out the few photographs she had framed in her bedroom. Lily sets the jar of lake rocks aside and takes the photos to shuffle through them. Wow, Celeste. I completely forgot about all of this. She even giggles at the teenage picture of me and holds it up to show me. Theo saw that, so thanks. The corners of her lips stretch out more. I loved that picture. Your room was almost untouched. How come you didn't bring more stuff with you when you moved into Ben's house? She fixates on the pictures, going through them a second time. I don't know. I was distracted. Lastly, I pick out the treasures from the wooden box on her dresser. Each one causes an excited reaction from her. I found this in the forest, she says, holding up a tarnished ring between her pointer finger and thumb. I thought you had that one picture of us, you know, where we're little and sitting in the wildflowers, I say, extracting some loose beads from the bottom of the bag. She picks up each bead. I have the one you left at Ben's. You have it here? Yeah, it's upstairs. Then what happened to yours? I ask, uncovering a single flower earring. I was with her when she found it between the bricks at Rowan's pack center. She admires the earring nestled in the lines of her palm. I don't know, it would have been in my room. Whatever, as long as we have one. It's my favorite picture of us. She looks up. Me too. Have you thought any more about joining a training group? I ask, having dug out every last bit of her treasures from my bag. All that's left inside are my favorite pearl hairpins, my old diary, and a small purse our grandmother knitted me. Honestly, all I've thought about is Ben and Elise, she admits, avoiding my eyes. What about Elise? That you might want to talk. She goes quiet and begins organizing her things on the countertop, creating neat rows. Finally, she murmurs, I don't know. Okay, well, that's fine. I want you to go at your own pace. I want you to feel comfortable. I just don't know yet. I don't know what's right. I toy with the fabric of my bag. Right for you? Or for what? Lily places both hands on the counter. It feels wrong to be with someone else, to get to know someone else to replace. It feels wrong to do that when Ben was just here days ago. Days, Celeste. He was just in my arms. We were just talking the other morning. I know, and I don't want. Why is the moon goddess doing this to me? She tears her gaze from the counter, and it bores into me. Why no? Maybe she isn't. What? I touch the top of Lily's closed hand, changing the subject. I know Ben's passing was very recent. Just don't reject the idea of a second mate. Not yet. No one expects anything from you, Lily, not even Elise. She knows what's happened to you, and all she wants is a chance to be there for you. She's worried, we all are. I want to give you privacy, but I don't want you to feel alone. You won't understand unless you feel it, she says, swiping her hand away. But you can tell me how you're feeling. We can talk about it. It's hard, Celeste. Lily turns her head the opposite way, and I know she's beginning to cry. I would like to be alone. I bring my bag straps over my shoulder and hold them there. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow then. I walk myself to the door and pause before opening it, hoping Lily will come out of the kitchen and stop me. But she doesn't. I only hear her sniffle. Refusing to leave will only upset her more, so I let myself out even though the big sister inside of me is thrashing in protest. The wind has picked up. It blows my hair into my face. I pick strands out of my mouth as I descend the porch steps. Though the sky is black, I can see it's overcast. No star is in sight. By the drop in temperature, I also predict a rainstorm is due to drench us overnight. I walk briskly to the pack house, and it already starts sprinkling raindrops by the time I get inside. Theo isn't here yet. His scent hasn't renewed since we left for Rowan this morning, but I hear the sounds of someone in the kitchen. I'm not surprised when I make my way over and see Elise cleaning vegetables in the sink. Hey. Elise glances. Hi. Everything okay? I slog to the round table and drop onto a chair, swinging my bag onto the table lazily. I just saw Lily. And? She questions, focused on the Brussels sprouts. It was. She's hurting a lot, and I don't know how to be there for her. Elise's scrubbing comes to a standstill. Sorry, I don't have better news. She shuts off the sink and dries her hands, each movement strained. She fists the dish towel. I wish I could tell you. She's all I think about, and I don't even know what she looks like, what her voice sounds like, Elise mutters. I keep from blinking to discourage tears. I need a moment. Elise breathes and then leaves the kitchen. I hear the back door open and close shortly after. I inhale deeply, slumping over the table and using my bag like a knobby pillow. A minute later, the front door opens. It's already been too long, and it will only be longer if we hold off on making a decision. The warriors have to be informed, and their strategies with the Rowan men need to be polished off. I hear Theo say from the foyer. So what's the decision? Corbin asks, all of them remaining out of sight by the door. We strike first. Belrose will only strike once he knows he can handle it. Him not attacking is our only indication that he's not yet replenished his men. We know we're striking first. Dan's voice comes through. Yes, we're striking first, and we're doing so when I said we would. Goddess, Theo, Corbin says so lowly I almost miss it. And how do we do that when you're planning on leaving? Celeste and I have to go before it's too late. I've already pushed it off for too long because of Rowan. Their voices start to travel farther, seemingly towards the study. I lift my head. You know what happened the last time Corbin and I were left to handle the Rowan warriors alone. They aren't getting on with our men. I catch Theo's voice. They don't need to be friends. They just have to fight together. And then they're too muffled to decipher, but the rain is louder, no longer a drizzle. I turn to the window as the downpour continues to beat harder. Dinner is served an hour later than we tend to eat, but Theo doesn't seem to notice. He's busy with Corbin and Dan in the study, and then he goes upstairs after they leave. He joins me at the table just as Elise carries out our dinners. She sets a round steak in front of me, and I grab my knife only to pause and stare at my fork. My stomach rumbles, but I can't use my left hand. Goddess, Elise realizes, I'm sorry, Celeste. How stupid of me, let me cut that for you. Theo holds out his hand. I got it. Elise bashfully leaves the dining room as Theo picks up my plate and sets it in front of him, pushing aside his dinner to slice my steak into bite-sized pieces. We're going somewhere tomorrow, he tells me, even though I caught a snippet of the news while he was with Corbin and Dan. Where? I ask, feeling better. We'll be visiting Silva for 2 nights. If we don't go now, we won't be able to until matters with Belrose are finished. I already sent notice to Brian. My eyes narrow on my useless wrist as my forearm rests against the edge of the table. But I can't shift to run. You'll ride with me, Theo says. Can I bring Lily? I don't want her to be alone right now, and if we leave, I'll have a message sent to her after dinner. He looks up at me from my plate as he cuts the last bit of my steak. My depressed mood lifts a little more. Thanks. Theo hands me my plate. My steak is now in squares sized a bit smaller than necessary, but I admire the gesture and spear a piece. Once I chew and swallow, I ask, how soon after our return will the attack be? Did I mention an attack? I overheard some of your conversation with Corbin and Dan when you came in. Theo relaxes. Well, I'm planning to attack the day after we return. We'll need to stay on our land once the war with Belrose commences. I just hope Corbin and Dan can handle preparations while we're gone. I'm sure they won't let you down, I say with a brighter tone and then ask, how long have you known them? Theo swallows. Corbin and I have been close since childhood. His father was my father's beta, so it was only natural. We trained together every week, fought together in Draven's first war against Belrose. What about Dan? Dan was too young to fight. Technically at 17, Corbin and I were too. My fork idles on my plate. I forgot how young you were. I picture myself at 17, poor at training, trying desperately to appease my mother, daydreaming about my approaching matehood, and I know instantly that I couldn't have handled something as treacherous as war. I was only a child. Theo was only a child. My fork lies flat. A future alpha needs to grow up quickly, but I was fine. I held my own on the battlefield. My father wouldn't have put me out there if he thought I might die, he reasons. So even at 17, you were a good fighter? I have a large wolf, which helps, but yes. It came naturally to me, so I fought in attacks and made sure Corbin didn't get himself killed. My father didn't have a third, and I didn't appoint one right away. Dan has always been around. His father was our lead guard. He was always like our younger brother, so when he turned 18, I gave him a chance. He's been with us ever since. I smile a little and Theo smiles back. He endearingly rubs my thigh under the table. How's your wrist feeling? He asks. Fine. At the end of dinner, Theo gets up and tells me he's going to send Lily the message about traveling with us tomorrow. He leaves, but I stay put. I rest my braced wrist in my lap and stare at my empty plate while my mind strays elsewhere. He's being very kind and loving. As my next bout of heat looms over me, I can't help but wonder if tonight will be our only opportunity to complete the bond before my heat comes for me. And with the way Theo's been, I don't object to the possibility. I press back against my chair. Surely a hurt wrist won't get in the way. Chapter 30. Okay, I sigh as I return to my mother and sister, who are sitting in the living room off the study. They are as silent and as still as I left them. Would you like to see where you'll be staying? I just have to grab Maud and we can. We're leaving. Mom questions, hardly turning her head to look at me. Well, you'll be staying where our guests. Not here. Lily stares at the small square pillow next to her, seemingly in deep thought. I restrain myself from pouncing on our mom for her sake. No, not here, I confirm, rigid. Thank the goddess, Mom mutters and springs from her living chair. Come, Lily. Let's follow your sister. I'll be right back, I tell them and head for the kitchen, where Maud is likely eavesdropping. I find her standing at the counter with her arms crossed, not a book or mug of tea in sight. It got really quiet for a moment there, she says, and then asks, is everything all right? Theo's putting them in the guest houses, so I need you to come and show us which houses they are. Her brow lifts. Come? With your mother there. She won't do anything to you. She only targets people who don't do what she says, I explain, trying to make my mother appear less irrational than I know she can be. We'll just show them the houses, bring the food with us, and as soon as they step foot in the guest houses, you can go, okay? Maud runs her tongue across her teeth, thinking with crossed arms. Did the Alpha tell me to show you where they are? I nod. All right, let's grab the food and go. Maud opens the fridge and begins repacking the goods we recently stored away. Hey, what happened to me being your Luna? I have authority too. How about helping? I'm afraid to keep that woman waiting. Yeah, you're right, I mumble and grab the milk jug from the fridge door. It's probably best if we tread lightly and avoid any conflict. I don't want her shouting at me in front of pack members. Is the all-important Luna scared of getting scolded by her mom? Maud jeers. I could be Luna of the entire world and she still wouldn't listen to me. We scoop our gatherings from the gardens, butcher, and other places into our arms and meet Lily and Mom in the foyer. Lily tries to smile. This is Maud. She'll be walking with us, I tell them. What's all this? Mom asks and gestures at our full arms. Fresh produce, meat, and other things for the kitchens. She eyes the baskets and bags closer. We'll see if it's enough. I yearn to say that only Lily was wanted here and all of this was supposed to be for her, but I press my lips together and will my outburst back down my throat. If anything runs out, we can always get more, I say hospitably. Mom gives no sign of approval. She beckons Lily to open the door, and Lily promptly obliges, holding it for her as she steps out. Maud and I pass through next with our arms full, and once everyone has cleared, Lily shuts the door. Her mouth opens, but she's suddenly distracted by a wolf rounding the corner from behind the house. They're just guarding, I attest. She gives a look that she's relaxed, but her body remains stiff. Oh, okay. We start along the path with Maud and me in the lead. Lily walks beside Mom, but she speeds up and joins me at my side. I can carry some of that, she offers. I hand her the basket of produce from the gardens. Thanks. Maud? Lily extends her offer. Maud peers over, not expecting to be spoken to. Oh? Sure. Here. Maud hands Lily one of the paper bags, and Lily's smile, which was previously faltering, solidifies. I never thought I would be on Draven territory, she says. It's intimidating. It's really a lot like Rowan in a lot of ways, I say. Lily steps a bit closer. Mom's definitely intimidated, she whispers. You should have seen her when we had to travel with Alpha Draven. Her tail was between her legs the whole time. We peer quickly at our mother and settle as she doesn't seem to have overheard us. She's much too busy looking every which way with a permanent skull. I stifle my chuckle. The houses are this way, Maud says, and guides us onto one of the offshoot paths that winds into the pack member houses. By the general size of these particular houses, I've deduced that this is where high-ranking pack members live. Rowan had nicer houses for its high-ranking shifters, but they were scattered and not as close to the pack house as they are here. Mom always wanted a larger house. Dad's position should have secured one for us, but Mom always said there wasn't one currently available. Since I was 10, we've been waiting for a larger house to free up. There were plenty of excuses about Alpha Rowan being too busy and how constructing new houses wasn't a high priority. Still, I've realized that rewarding his men wasn't Alpha Rowan's initiative. If my father had the same position here as he did at Rowan, our family would be in a good financial position. Mom's distaste intensifies as we pass each high-standing house. Here's one. Maud points to a two-story, white house with a covered porch and patterned stone walkway. And there's the other. She points again, this time at a house very similar to the one diagonally across the path. Well, I face my sister and Mom. You can decide who stays in which one. I don't think so, Mom starts. Lily and I will stay in the same house. I don't want us separated on foreign territory, let alone Draven territory. Maud directs her gaze to the space in front of her feet in a meditative kind of detachment. Fine, I say, though I wanted Lily away from our mom. Let's just put you in this one then. I motion to the closer house and climb the porch. With no key, I try the door, unlocked. It won't be unlocked to the pack while we're staying here, will it? Mom questions from over my shoulder. We'll provide keys for you to lock it, though you shouldn't have any issues otherwise. Draven pack members are quite respectful. We don't experience much inter-pack crime, Maud assures from the back of our group. Mom stiffs her upper lip, so I head inside the guest house and hold the door for everyone. As Maud passes me last, she murmurs, "For goddess' sake, what a woman." The inside of the guest house isn't so far off from the layout of the pack house. There's a small foyer, a hallway ahead with a staircase, though it doesn't wrap around, a living room to the right, a dining room to the left, and a hint of a kitchen at the hallway's end. The style of the rooms is simply yet comfortable with soothing earth tones and hints of dull colors. The house is perfectly agreeable, dare I say better than our home at Rowan? Lily hikes up the paper bag clutched against her side. It's nice. Mom takes slow strides down the short hallway and peers into the kitchen. Is there no back door? She questions. It's off of the living room, Maud answers. There's a back porch and seating outside. Mom looks up the stairs. How many bedrooms? 3. Bathrooms. For one in each bedroom and one downstairs. Mom narrows her eyes. I suppose I'll have a look upstairs then. The three of us watch Mom ascend the staircase. Let's bring this all into the kitchen, I suggest, and we move onward. We heap everything collectively on the kitchen countertop. Maud opens the fridge and begins organizing. When I place something inside, she only moves it to its proper place, so I give her room to work. Lily peers out of one of the side windows, nervously rubbing up and down her arms. I step beside her. You think you'll be okay here? I ask. Yeah, it's a lovely house. Sorry Mom is crashing with you. I wanted the two of you apart so you could relax without her constantly being herself, but she's making it really hard. Lily softens. She only came here because I insisted on coming. She was going to go with Dad, but she didn't trust Alpha Draven and you and thought. In her eyes, we may as well be in the middle of a battlefield. You know, if you ever need to get away from her, just say so, and I'll make it happen. I know, she half smiles. I never really understood how overbearing she was until you left. Her and Dad always expected the most from me, but they never focused on me like they did to you, and once you were gone, she cornered me. I thought Ben would stop her from bossing me around. I already had a good enough mate, but it didn't take long to find out that being mated wasn't the end of it. Suddenly, I was training to be the perfect beta's mate, and I don't think that training had an endpoint. And then Ben. How has she been since Ben? Lily shrugs. She was empathetic at first, but I can tell she's moved on. There's only the issue of what to do with me now. I frown. Where's Dad? Lily shrugs again. Mom's footsteps descend the stairs, and she soon shows up at the front of the kitchen. Maud has just finished organizing. She sets a bowl of fresh fruit on the counter. I expect those keys by the end of the day, Mom says. Maud nods politely. Anyhow, Lily and I should rest after our journey. Celeste, you can visit again tomorrow, but not before 10 o'clock. Okay, I say, still burning energy to control myself. And do not bring your mate, she tacks on. A small laugh jumps out of my chest. I won't. Off you go, then. Maud speeds as considerately as possible to my side and hurries me out of the kitchen and to the front door at the end of the hall. She pushes me out, closes the door behind us, and breathes. What a nightmare. She's worse than Alexa, worse than the previous Luna. I told you my family is difficult, I say, and step down the porch. Difficult? Try diabolical. Was she always that way? For as long as I remember, though she cracked down after my first shift. The day wanes as Maud and I make our way back to the pack house. Men cascade down the main path from the fields, likely having trained all day as Rowan's defeat only means Belrose is next, and once we're past the commotion, I remember Theo wanted to talk. I better grab the guest house keys, Maud says as we come upon the pack house. I was supposed to bring the keys with us, but forgot to grab them with all the food and whatnot. So the guest houses are really left open all the time? As long as we don't have visitors staying in them. We enter the house, and it's quiet again. And no one tries to go in them or steal anything? Maud almost cackles. No. Why would they? How stupid would someone be to try to steal from the Alpha? The guest houses belong to him. It's like someone walking in here and taking something. Everyone knows it isn't worth the risk. Oh, right. I guess I should have known they're his. Well, I just grab the keys and head out for the day. Looks like Elise isn't coming back until tomorrow, huh? Yeah, looks like it, I mutter. I wonder what she's up to. Maud passes me as she makes her way to the kitchen. You'll have to ask her and hope she tells the truth. I linger at the start of the hall, thinking about Lily being stuck in a house with our mom again. If Mom is behaving as insensitively as Lily says, then mourning and healing will be much too tricky for Lily to do with her around, so maybe I can trick Mom into staying in the other guest house. There must be some way to convince her. No for you, Maud says while brandishing a slip of paper. She delivers it to me with a bag slung over her shoulder and a ring of keys in her other hand. I take the note and read it. Theo was called back to Rowan. What is it? Maud asks. I didn't read it. Theo's gone back to Rowan. I'm sure something came up. She pouts slightly. Oh, well, I can give your family the keys and come back until he returns. No, it's okay. Go home. See John. Are you sure? John won't be home for another hour and a half. I make my expression more pleasant. I'm sure. I'll shower, eat, wait until Theo's back, panic about my mother being here. Sounds fun. I guess I'll be off. Don't want your mother throwing a fit over these. Maud jingles the keys. I'm scared to find out what would happen if she got them after dark. She must think sunset is the beginning of Draven's nightly murder spree. I can't help but smile at Maud's devilish grin. Just throw them inside when she opens the door and run. I'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully, Elise is back before I'm off duty so we can both interrogate her. I walk Maud to the door. I'm looking forward to it. I shut and lock the front door after Maud has gone and glance one more time at Theo's note before crumpling it to throw away. My attention snags on the living room as the torn couch is now gone. I take a better look and realize the canvas over the shattered window is stripped away and replaced with new glass. The new glass must have been installed before my mother and Lily arrived because my mother would have definitely made a snide comment about a patched-up window. I wander into the kitchen, feeling as though the past days have passed as one giant blur. I shower, eat one of Elisa's prepped dinners, brewed once my plate is empty, and conclude that Theo is stuck at Rowan for the night, which he said might happen. It comes as an even greater disappointment because not only did I want to confess my recent feelings, but apparently, he had something to say as well. I slump in my chair at the kitchen table in no hurry to go upstairs. I needed to get my worries out so I could try to move on from it all. Nothing can undo what Theo's done, but our bond is growing restless at our distance, much like it did during the last full moon. I drop my head back and stare at the kitchen ceiling. It's strange to think how 2 nights ago, Theo and I were intimate. My memory floods as it recalls every minuscule detail of that night, how comfortable I was, how it felt to have Theo so close. He's right, those things happen only between us. I can't fathom intimacy any other way. Chapter 40. With seconds to rid myself of the anger sprung on me by the notion of replacing Theo, I plaster on a pleasant face, something surprised yet joyfully so. John? Really? I question, breathless. John, brown-skinned with buzzed hair and a few visible tattoos, smiles toothily. Finally, I can put a face to the name. Maud talks about you a lot, Luna. Oh, please, it's Celeste. I can't imagine Maud's mate calling me anything else. She's the best. I don't know what I would do without her. She's brilliant. Is she? Even after the Wolfsbane incident. John gives a nervous laugh. I was pretty horrified when she told me what happened, and I think she scared herself straight. No more brewing strange potions from old books. Well, we'll see, I tease. I'm always willing to entertain her. I'm just happy the two of you get along so well. She says you're like a younger sister to her. Speaking of sisters, I reach back and present my own. This is my younger sister, Lily. Lily smiles, her head tucked into her shoulders. Hello, nice to meet you. Lily's recently joined us from Rowan, Celeste's home pack, Theo tells John. The corners of John's eyes crinkle. Of course, we're happy to have you. His overall demeanor seems much more friendly upon meeting him than Maud's was when I met her, but I know Maud is really a caring and loyal companion with a hard outer shell. I'm sure John sees the sweetest side of her, although it's bizarre to picture Maud being remotely romantic. Lily's coming with us to Silva for 2 days, Theo says. Right, I have your guards ready. They're shifting now. I turn to Lily. Come on, I'll show you where you can shift. We separate from Theo and John, taking tall steps over the tangle of brambles, ferns, and ivy covering the forest floor. I bring her to a clearer spot, far enough away from the men to give her privacy. I lean against a lichen-coated tree trunk and gaze away from Lily as she starts to undress. Once she's shifted, I step off the tree and collect her clothes, adding them to her rucksack. It's been so long since I've seen your wolf, I say while swinging her bag over my shoulder. Lily's caramel-colored wolf watches me, a similar size to my own. Once I'm healed, we should run together like we used to, maybe splash around in the river. Lily walks alongside me and brushes her coat against my arm, so I run my hand along her backbone, petting her plush fur and taking that as a yes. When we return to John and Theo, Theo is shifted and accompanied by 2 more wolves, who are strapped to carry our bags. I hand Lily's rucksack over to John, who secures it for travel. Theo lowers to the ground, and I know it's time to mount him and get on our way. The only other time I rode Theo's monstrous wolf was when he rescued me from Ben's house. It was such a rush of adrenaline that I forgot what the ride was like, so I hike myself up now and nearly slide headfirst down Theo's other side. Luckily, John is there to help. He holds onto me as I face the right way and shows me how to hold on so I don't hurt Theo's fur or hurt my wrist even more. My thighs squeeze around Theo as he lifts up, but I feel stable. Looks like you're all set, John calls out. Should take about 3 hours. I'll mark it in the books. With that, Theo leads the way. Lily positions herself between Theo and one of the guards while the second guard runs on Theo's left. We create a V formation, and I monitor Lily from my higher perch. Silva's territory is to the northeast, nestled against gray, white-capped mountains with long, straight ridges and faces that illuminate in the afternoon sun. The trees divide and spread outward, encompassing the sides of the territory not against the mountains and creating a perfect view of the range. We're supposed to be on the coast, but I don't see the ocean, at least not over the mountains and forests. We shift at the edge of the trees where the border is, and once we're clothed and our voices are restored, I ask Theo, is the water close by? He points east where the mountains and forest meet. The ocean is about a half-hour run that way. Lily also looks. Will we go? She asks. Tomorrow. I face her and smile. That'll be fun. We've never seen the ocean. She nods, still gazing at the horizon. Welcome. I turn and see a muscled man with a short, shaped beard, short black hair, and near black eyes. His deep voice and carefree walk add up in my head, and I surmise he's Alpha Silva. His brotherly grin in Theo's direction only solidifies my theory. Theo doesn't smile, but he casually faces the man as though they've met many times before. Good to see you, Brian. I appreciate your last-minute accommodation. We're family, aren't we? Besides, Alexa was jumping off the walls when she read your letter. The only reason she's not with me now is because she's getting her hair done for dinner tonight. Theo holds out his hand for me, so I take it and let him bring me a few steps closer. This is my mate, Celeste, and her sister, Lily. Alpha Silva's expression becomes more friendly as he shakes my hand, enclosing it with both of his, and then he does the same to Lily. My memory of Alexa and Elise talking secretly in the kitchen pops to the front of my mind. This is that Brian, after all. I'm curious to see how he and Alexa are when they're together. 2 unshifted guards pick up our bags. Our own wolves are now on their way home. I won't leave you waiting. Let's head to the guest houses, Alpha Silva says, and leads the way. I have a 2-bedroom house and a 1-bedroom next to each other if you'd like your privacy away from the couple, Lily. I look at my sister as she walks beside me. Yes, I think I should give them their space. Thank you, she says. You'll be all right? I ask her in a lower voice. I'll be right next door. It's a bit of a walk from the border to the center pack and then to the guest houses just north of the shops. Silva Pack members' heads turn one after the other as Theo and their Alpha stroll directly through the territory's busiest area. I eavesdrop on their conversation about our forthcoming war with Belrose. Alpha Silva has many questions, all of which Theo answers with irritating vagueness. But I didn't expect Theo to be upfront with Draven's strategies. The guest houses, like the pack member houses, are constructed partially from cut stone, with large stone chimneys attached to the sides. Theo takes one of the bags from the guard, who is carrying Lily's rucksack, and follows the other guard, who is holding our second bag, towards the larger of the 2 single-story houses. Lily trails behind her guard, so I swiftly head after her, going with her inside her house, while Alpha Silva goes with Theo into ours. I look around, seeing plenty of warm-toned wood and gray granite with veins of opaque white quartz. It's cozy, I say while surveying the front room. Are you sure you'll be fine staying here alone? I know this is a foreign pack and you. I'll be fine, Celeste. Like I said, you're right next door. She picks up her rucksack and wears it on one shoulder. Go and get settled. I'm just going to shower and relax before dinner. With Lily's reassurance, I leave her and make my way across the patch of wispy grass and wildflowers between the 2 guest houses. The guard is just exiting our home as I approach, and he holds the door for me. Here she is, Alpha Silva says. He and Theo stand in the open foyer. I'll see you both tonight, then. You remember the way to the pack house? Theo nods. I thought so. But if there's anything you need. We won't hesitate, Theo says. Alpha Silva grabs a hold of the door, which is left cracked open. Head over around 7 o'clock. Theo takes control of the door as Alpha Silva steps out. All right, see you then, he says, and then closes the door, leaving us alone and sighing immediately. Do you get along with him? I ask. As much as you can expect me to. Theo picks up our bags, and I follow him to the back of the house, where the bedrooms are. My mother Corinne will be at the pack house tonight for dinner. Well, I should clean up. We only have a few hours before dinner, and it's going to take me longer with one hand. I'm more than willing to help, Theo says, setting our bags on the floor of the master bedroom. You know how to style women's hair? I ask teasingly. I think I'll be a greater help with the showering and dressing. I stifle my laugh and go to my bag. I think you'd be more of an obstruction. He comes to me and slides a hand around my back. I think you're right. I'll lie down then. Lie down? I never thought I would see you nap. It only happens on rare occasions. His hand slithers away from me as he sits on the large bed. I don't have much to distract myself with here. I crouch down and search for my toiletries. That's good. You could use a break. I could use a messenger. Already? What do you have to write home about? We just got here. Theo lies back. To check in on Corbin and Dan. I'm sure they're fine. I feel his eyes trail me into the ensuite until I sever the connection by closing the door. I shower, washing my body and hair, and then I apply a smear of the floral salve to my wrist and a fresh bandage to cover the area under my leather brace. Once my wrist is taken care of, I sit on the edge of the tub and mentally prepare myself while my hair dries, going through things Theo's mother might say and how I should answer. She'll ask about my family, that's for sure, and despite having spoken about them many times prior, I still don't know how to approach the topic of my parents' best. No matter how many times I recount their disdain for my mate bond, it doesn't get any less embarrassing. The last thing I want to discuss is how my parents are now living at Belrose, eager to be of service to Theo's next enemy. I step out of the washroom in a robe to grab my outfit for dinner, and Theo lifts his head off his pillow. He sees me riffling through my packed clothes I should fold and hang things properly. And then his head drops back down only to be followed by a short breath in and a long sigh. "Did you sleep?" I ask, finding my black silk skirt. "Not a wink," he groans. "Is that what you're wearing?" I glance and find him eyeing the shiny skirt lying over my arm. Should I not? No, please do. My lips press and pull, trying to ward off my smile. Theo takes his turn in the shower, so I get dressed in the bedroom and manage to don all my clothes with one good hand. I brush my hair in front of the mirror over the empty dresser and decide I want to wear it similar to how Maud had styled it the night of my Luna ceremony. However, this proves to be an impossible task. I comb the top of my hair into place and hold it crudely with my braced hand, but the newly washed strands slip free the second I reach for my hair tie. Theo comes out of the washroom with a towel around his hips. I would typically blush and look away, his impressive body too much to bear, but this time my frustration topples his allure. "Will you do this for me, please?" I ask and hold out the hair tie. He walks over and takes the small elastic, studying it. Around all of it? I neatly collect the top part of my hair. Only this section. It's somewhat humorous watching Theo with his muscles and tattoos focus so vehemently on tying my hair. He even smooths out the minuscule bumps and steps aside, looking pleased with himself. I flip my hair through itself to hide the elastic and then pull pieces free to frame my face. "It looks good, thank you." He leans to cut my shoulders and kiss my cheek. My chest fills with sunshine even though the sun hangs low, hardly peeking over the treetops. We're ready in perfect time to get Lily, so I march up to her door and knock while Theo stares at the house with his arms crossed. He then turns and appraises the other houses, the quality of the path beneath his feet, and just about every other thing in his line of vision. His gaze travels up a nearby tree. "I'm guessing the trees are nicer at home?" I ask. He shrugs. "Well, one strong wind and it's toppling onto the house." I look at the tree again and notice how it's tilted towards my sister's guest house. Looks like it's diseased. You can see the bark is peeling away. Lily opens the door, so I pause my attention on Theo's apparent green thumb and watch as she emerges wearing a long-sleeved, button-down dress. "It's the only dress I have right now," she says anxiously. "It's perfect, don't worry." "You look nice," I tell her and usher her towards Theo. "I'm kinda nervous," she admits. "I've never had dinner with so many people of leadership, really. I never imagined so many in the same room. Don't think of them as pack leadership, think of them as family. We're all family by bond." "Okay," she exhales, "I'll try." Theo guides us to the pack house, which is closer than I thought it would be. The two-story home, with a stone foundation and white wooden siding, is located minutes down a path that winds through the pack member houses. The house, while not as ornate as Draven's pack house, has large windows to suit the breathtaking view of the mountains. Lanterns are lit on either side of the front doors and match the golden glow of the sunset behind us. Theo opens the right door and calls in, "Hello." Alexa appears first, followed quickly by her mate. "Good, you're here. Come on in. There's plenty." "Oh." A high-pitched, female voice pierces through Alexa's. "Oh, dear goddess, dear goddess." An older woman about a head shorter than Alexa wiggles through her and Alpha Silva. She latches onto Theo's arm and straightens herself, brushing a polished hand down her front and tossing a dark, silver-streaked hair out of her face. "Mother," Theo starts slowly as though he's encouraging her to calm down. This is Celeste and her sister Lily. Of course it is. Of course. Corinne forgets her son and takes both my hands in hers. Oh, Celeste, my dear, you're just divine. And this is your sister. Yes, my younger sister Lily, I say as butterflies threaten to soar out of my throat. I can see the likeness, both so beautiful. Your mother must be beside herself creating such poised, stunning creatures. Lily's lips curl upwards as her cheeks turn pink. Oh, thank you. But what is this thing on your wrist? She lifts my brace. You not hurt, are you? Well. She turns to Theo. What happened to her arm? Why don't we sit down, I suggest. All right. Come, sit with me. Theo's mother pulls me and Lily with her into a very decorated sitting room and fits the three of us snugly on a love seat, Lily on her left and me on her right. She keeps our hands and holds them captive in her soft lap. Theo follows after, graciously accepting Alpha Silva's offer of a drink. Alexa. Corinne calls for her daughter, who's seemingly disappeared. Celeste and Lily need something to drink, dear. Alexa appears not at the entrance from the front doors, but in an archway on the adjacent wall. Corinne asks us, what would you like? Wine. Water, I think, Lily says and looks to Alexa. Please. And you, Celeste? You know, I brought a special bottle with me that I've been saving. Try it, I think you'll like it. Sure, I will, thank you. Alexa slips away again while her mother stirs merrily. Before we discuss the wrist, tell me how you discovered your bond. I've been waiting to hear the story properly from you. Not that my son wouldn't tell me if I asked, but I had an inkling his mate would give a much more satisfying description. I look at Theo. He clears his throat, not having sat down yet. Actually, Mother, I was hoping to have a quick word with you first. Now, he confirms. His mother pats my knee. Let's hope it's quick. She stands. I want to get back to my girls. Theo escorts her out of the room, and although I pretty much requested his diversion, I'm itching to know what they're talking about all alone. She's really nice, Lily whispers to me. Yeah, she is, I murmur, watching the archway through which Theo and his mother left. Alpha Silva returns with Theo's drink and sets it on the side table between two living chairs that face us. Right as he sits, I spring up. I should help Alexa with our drinks, I say, and weave around the furniture, venturing through the second exit. I step into a narrow hallway and see a shut door at one end and an opening at the other. I walk lightly towards the opening and come across an entrance into the kitchen where someone, presumably Alexa, sounds to be fumbling with glasses. Stupid bottle. I got it, Lydia. I got it, she says from out of view. Theo's voice suddenly carries from further down the hall. My feet go after it before my brain can decide which route is best to take. Chapter 41. Did okay, I know what I'm talking about. You won't get anywhere if you're not respectful. I'm respectful. Are you? And she feels respected? I know how you can be, Theo. You can't go silent on her. She's going to need constant communication and reassurance. All this war business must be taking a toll on her, you know. You may be the one fighting out there, but it's not easy being home, worrying, believe me. She needs to feel safe. I make my body so still against the hallway wall that I can feel my every minuscule movement, from a twinge of a finger to an ache in my back to my hovering heels half an inch off the ground. She is safe. No, I know she may be safe, but does she feel safe? I swallow. The sensible voice in my head is telling me to return to the others and give Theo and his mother their privacy, but I can't seem to tear myself away. I have everything under control. Nothing is going to happen to her. She's perfectly fine. She has her sister now, and she's staying. Draven is her home. You sound very sure of yourself. I am. You love her. I turn my head towards Corinne's voice in disbelief. There's a gap of silence, and all I hear is my heart thumping like a fist on a table. My whole body vibrates. Of course I love her. My hand shoots up, my fingers curl against my lips. Our bond erupts with the heat and enchantment of a firework, but I keep my silence and sneak backwards before I comprehend entirely what I've heard and risk exposing myself. I peer into the kitchen, desperate for a distraction, yet Alexa is no longer there. There's only a man working with his back to me and someone else, presumably Lydia, preparing something off to the side. I turn and peer through the archway into the sitting room. Alexa is seated in her mate's chair while Alpha Silva stands over her shoulder. Lily is talking about how she's finding life in the Draven pack, appeasing them nervously with subtle compliments to the Draven bloodline. Alexa sounds thoroughly flattered while Alpha Silva sips his drink and grins tightly. Everything in my being is riding the high of Theo's words, but I can't stall in the shadows forever, so I straighten my face and step in. "Oh, Celeste, your wine," Alexa says, pointing at the oval coffee table between the living chairs and the sofa. "Thank you." I sit in the same spot as before, leaving the middle of the love seat open for Theo's mother. My hand shakes as I reach and grab my wine glass, so I swiftly employ both hands. "Where did you go?" Lily asks, holding her glass of water over her lap. "Bathroom," I lie then sip. "Did he mean it? Does he love me?" "Goddess, I hope he does." Theo and his mother return amid Alexa's story about an appointment she had recently with the Silva wise woman, how she misscheduled and walked in on a near-naked man getting a smoke bath. I watch Theo lower into the other living chair as Corinne settles between Lily and me. Then I watch as she sighs, sees the glass of wine Alexa fetched for her without instruction, leans over and takes it. I catch a twitch of a smile on Alexa's sharp face, and then my attention reverts to Theo. But he's looking at me too. I smile, and he gives me a small, genuine one back. My head tilts a little to the side because he looks so handsome and content, at peace with his family, and I can't look away, not for long anyway. So I sip my wine very modestly and run a hand down my silky thigh. I try to listen to Alexa's story, yet Theo and I continue our game, exchanging glances like it's a sport. He doesn't know I was eavesdropping, and I'm not very keen on admitting it, but I can't go on acting like I never heard his proclamation. "Why don't we sit down at the table?" Alexa suggests, rising from her chair. I'm sure dinner's just about ready. Everyone made their way to the dining room down the hall, where Theo and his mother had been talking previously. Alpha Silva sits at the head of the table with Alexa to his right. Corinne sits to his left, and I, with much guidance, sit next to her. Lily secures the farthest seat from everyone beside me, and Theo settles beside his sister directly across the table. Dinner plates are carried out shortly after, and Corinne clears her throat before twisting to me, her curled hair bobbing against her forehead. "Now tell me what happened to that arm of yours," she insists with a playful seriousness. I fixate on my dinner lying in front of me. "Oh, I accidentally hurt my wrist when Theo and I were running from Rowan to Draven, but our wise woman said it would be fine in a few days." This time, Theo doesn't correct me. "Goddess, I've heard that's quite the run," she says, picking up her fork and knife. I poke at my brown fish fillet with my own silverware, fighting the urge to stare at my mate. Yes, the ground is very uneven. Speaking of Rowan, Alpha Silva interjects from the head of the table. "How was it visiting your home pack after it fell?" "Difficult, I imagine." Alexa sends her mate a pointed look, a warning. "I didn't actually see much of it. I mainly went to my family's house to go through things." "How are your parents finding Draven?" Theo's mother asks. Lily chokes on her water and quickly covers her mouth. "They aren't at Draven," I say, taking everyone's eyes off her. "Where are they?" "Surely not at Rowan still?" I imagine most everyone would have moved on by now. "I don't know where they are. They didn't tell me," I fib. "You aren't close then?" Theo's mother asks. "No." "I can't imagine the destruction of one's home pack helps the matter," Alpha Silva comments. "Perhaps you should stop imagining altogether," Theo counters, elbows on the table. His voice is friendly, his meaning venomous. "Stop it," Alexa says between her teeth, looking from her mate to her brother. I adjust in my chair. Maybe Theo doesn't get along with his family as well as I thought. I know he and Alexa have a sibling banter that borders on insults, but his relationship with Alpha Silva seems less than cordial by the minute. His mother shakes her head. "So we're going to ignore the fact that Draven is seeking out wars like their child's play?" Alpha Silva questions. "Because I hear Belrose is next. Us old bloods talk, you know." Theo's stare freezes on his brother-in-law. The situation is complicated, and I never take the lives lost for granted. If you are inclined to discuss things further, Brian, we can do so another time, not at the dinner table. His mother exhales, pleased with Theo's response. Now, Celeste, I wanted to ask. Actually, if I could have the floor for a moment, Alexa intervenes, sitting taller. Her mother rests her wrists on the edge of the table. All right, go ahead, dear. I just thought, considering our little family is seldom together like this, that I should save my announcement for tonight. She pauses for effect, then gushes, I'm pregnant. Alpha Silva grins, likely already aware of his mate's condition, but Corinne jumps in surprise. You're pregnant? She questions, the shock lingering on her face. For how long? The wise woman believes I'm about 3 weeks along, so I was pregnant when I visited Theo and Celeste and didn't know it. She said my scent isn't as changed as it should be, but there are no other signs for concern. I notice Alexa's lack of a wine glass beside her plate and recall the many she drank while visiting us. I then focus on my own drink. Maybe when Theo and I begin, I should abstain from alcohol altogether. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. I thought you refused to taste my special bottle out of spite, but no, my dear little Alexandra is due to be a mother. Corinne's voice pitches higher with every word. Brian and I are very excited, his mother, too, Alexa says, gazing at her mate and clutching his hand on the table. The previous Silva Luna knows? Corinne questions. Alexa's glee falters. Well, we told her yesterday. Corinne sits back against her chair. I see. Congratulations, I say, leaning forward. I can't wait to have a baby in the family. Alexa's smile rekindles. Thank you. Every Luna knows childbearing is one of her duties, and every smart Luna knows it's better to do it sooner rather than later, Corinne says and turns to me. Don't you know, Celeste? My cheeks become hot. I can feel Theo watching me, but if I look now, he'll tip me over the edge. So I breathe in and grip my silverware a touch harder, bracing myself. I know, I tell Corinne. She pats my leg under the table. You're young, that's good. I, myself, would have had more children if my body allowed it. A bloodline can never be too secure. Theo clears his throat. A toast to Alexa, Brian, and their baby. He lifts his glass. Everyone happily does the same. We cheers, I catch Theo's tumbling gaze, and I drink. As the potent red wine washes over my tongue, I plead with my body not to be engulfed in heat this very second. After dinner, another drink and dessert. Theo, Lily, and I retraced our steps back to our neighboring guest houses. I hug Lily goodnight on her doorstep and tell her I'll see her tomorrow morning before returning to Theo's side and walking a couple more steps into our own accommodation. I can still hear Theo's voice in my head saying he loves me. It creates a jittery anticipation within me that sparks down my arms and weakens my knees. My mother loves you, Theo says as he holds the door for me, but I expected as much. She was very welcoming and accepting. It felt good. And I think she made Lily a little less nervous too. I make my way to the back of the house, where the master bedroom is. I sit on the end of the bed and turn out my ankles to fiddle with the small buckles that strap my heels to my feet. Theo comes in and lowers to one knee in front of me, taking over the task even though I can do the job myself. I wet and chew my lip as I watch him, every brush of his knuckles on my skin a reward. Theo looks up at me, and my hands touch the duvet to balance myself. I expect him to say something, he doesn't. He removes one heel and then the other, and once he's run out of buckles, his hand glides up my right leg until it disappears beneath my skirt and grabs my inner thigh. Instinctively, I close my legs, but soon remember his 3 astounding words, our isolation and my inner turmoil, which rolls inside of me, growing bigger and heavier as his touch remains. I slacken and decide he can touch me wherever he likes. His thumb rubs tantalizingly close to my undergarments. You handle dinner very well, better than me. Theo's hand draws away only for his other to join in pushing my black silk skirt up until my upper thighs are exposed. It wasn't very hard, I murmur. I like your family. His hand delves between my legs again, this time running a single finger along the front of my undergarments, and my decorum cracks. I release a shaky breath. Such a gentle touch can only mean tonight is the night, and I badly need it to be. We're far from any distractions or interruptions, he says. Thank the goddess. I know, I say softly as his toying continues. My undergarments dampen. My breath wavers when he stops and rises from his knee. I watch him closely as he bars me in on either side with his arms, bending so his face is near mine. My chin tucks under shyly. And then his right hand slips away, wandering under my skirt again. My back arches, and I push against his touch. I think I'm going into heat, I lie tenderly. His mouth finds my ear, his breath tickling. Your scent hasn't changed. Is it painful? His hand moves into my undergarments, and a pleased sound escapes me. Though I can't imagine even an inkling of pain while he's rubbing me, I mumble, it hurts. Does it now? Theo mutters, doubtful. He finds the small zipper on the side of my skirt, loosens the fabric around my waist, and then draws it off of me. I lift, and it slips off my legs, pooling on the floor. He kisses my jaw, closes again. Do you need me to make it better? Please. And you know what's going to happen? Theo stands tall as he lifts off his shirt and casts it away. You know how this works? He's talking about completing the bond, of course. I give my answer by removing my own shirt. He eyes my thin, black bra, so I reach behind my back to unclasp it. I'm not supposed to use my damaged hand, but I won't be able to manage without cheating my healing wrist. Theo sees my bad hand reach back, and he immediately steps in. His arms reach under mine and free me from the band, yet he takes his time drawing the lacy cups off my chest. I swallow when my bra hits the floor. Chapter 42. Theo grabs my waist as though he can't decide what to touch first. He scrutinizes my chest, and his fingers press into my skin. He's so enamored that he doesn't realize I'm inches from him until I feel him. I suck in a breath. He's close, closer than before, and I steal my hand back, surprised. It's okay, he says. You can touch me. I'm yours, Celeste. I hold my hand to my chest, anxious that I'll make a mistake. Theo unbuttons his pants and pushes them down. My heartbeat quickens as my thoughts become desperate. I lie on my back against the bed and raise my hips again to get rid of my undergarments, a task which Theo takes over, running the dainty things over my knees, down my shins, and off my feet. You're very enthusiastic, he says and drags me to the edge of the mattress, moving my legs apart and pressing himself against me as he leans forward. Only his undershorts are left between us. Knowing this is it, I feel a sudden mellowness consume me. I've been having this dream, a reoccurring one, where we're like this, but you're about to. I pause my anecdote. Maud used the word penetrate, but it sounds much too formal. You're about to enter me, I decide on. He hovers, both hands on either side of me. And then what? And then I wake up, I mumble, loosely grasping his forearms. His lips twitch in a smile. That's not very nice, is it? While gazing up at him, I shake my head. One of my arms falls as his lifts. He lightly touches my chest before his whole hand massages my breast. I squirm. We've been interrupted, distracted. I don't want to wait anymore. You don't have to, believe me. I'm done waiting also. He leans over more, and I lift to kiss him. Our mouths interlock briefly as he removes his undershorts. His body rests against me, and I break our kiss by collapsing back down, eager to feel the actual bond. Do you want me close? He asks. I nod, so he directs, move up the bed. I scoot until my head reaches the pillows. Theo climbs over me, looking even bigger, stronger. I close my legs on his hips. He touches me intimately. You're ready for me, aren't you? I know I'm ready. I can feel it as I gaze down my body. He leisurely slides 2 fingers inside of me. I've been aching for you, Celeste, he breathes, his fingers circling and making me even more needy. I moan through closed lips, looking away to the side of the room, but Theo holds my jaw and redirects me. This is overdue, he says, removes his fingers and presses himself against me. Don't you see how much I yearn for you? Yes, I murmur, flushed and hot. A thought breaks the silence in my head. How's he going to fit inside of me? Goddess, he rasps, tell me if you want me to stop, if I do anything you don't want. It's hard. To imagine you doing. Another strained, uncontrollable moan escapes me, something I don't want. It might hurt, he says, only at first. Maud never mentioned that. How much? I ask even though he'll never feel such a thing. But Theo says, only a little, and he pushes slowly into me. I stretch around him. He feels large, all-consuming. It's somewhat uncomfortable, but also incredibly gratifying, and our bond brings me a sense of peace. The little relaxation does me good, and I realize the more I relax, the better I adapt to him. Come closer, I say, and reach my arms around his neck. He lowers, burying his head in my neck as he gradually moves out and back in, deeper this time. I clench my teeth and make a slight, tense sound. You're okay, he murmurs near my ear, then kisses my throat gently. You're okay. Theo moves again, and my noises don't stop. He draws back enough to smooth my hair and watch my expressions, which I wish I could control a bit more, but whatever scrunched, open-mouth face I'm making, Theo must enjoy. He gives me a dazed smile in return. Closer, I squeak and pull him with my arms around his neck. Theo lowers not only his head but the rest of his body, giving me some of his weight, and I instantly discern this is what I need. I grasp at his muscled back and broad shoulders, enthralled as his grunts and breaths pair with the motion of his hips. Suddenly, I realize there isn't any discomfort at all, only a near-overwhelming sense of pleasure that is so intense I think I might faint or cry or explode. Theo grabs my jaw again, his face inches from mine. The rings around his pupils have never looked more golden. This has to be gratifying him. Does it feel good for you? I ask between breaths. Theo grins wider, resting his forehead against mine. Nothing has ever felt better. His body lifts slightly and his arm reaches between us. He starts to touch me as he moves. I squeeze my eyes shut, my whole body tensing. I fit my hand between us to stop him. I can't. Tell me. It's too much when you do both. Theo seems to understand, even though I hardly do. Every step in our intimacy is new ground for me to tread on. He comes close again, heavy against me, how I like, and all points of tension are forgotten. My body wants to move, to react beyond the limitations of my voice, but Theo keeps me flat underneath him. He starts to move faster. My nails press into his skin. Theo, I gasp, oh. Wait, goddess, my teeth grind. Don't stop, please, keep going, what you're doing. His lips peck me on my ear. Tell me you're mine, he says, sounding gruff. I have to bite down again. If I don't, I might scream. Tell me you're mine, Celeste. Something reacts inside of me, like fire to Theo, driving himself over and over into me. A sweat breaks at my hairline as the end draws near. I'm yours, please, We're an orchestra of fast breaths, groans, moans, and noises that can only be considered that of intense feeling. I claw desperately for him, his body. Anything he can give me to be even more entangled than we are, and our bond blossoms like a field of flowers because I feel the same from him, a severe desire to devour each other. Theo, I can't. My voice splinters, unable to endure anymore. It's okay, he breathes. Let it happen. As though he's commanding my body, with one more push, I shudder and hold on to him with everything I have as I peak and slowly float down. Theo jolts and then slackens, weighing against me some more. I wind around him like a snake. I love you. He kisses my neck lazily, crooning I love you, between each one. He tries to move back, but I refuse to let him. Don't. Stay. We can't stay like this forever, he says apologetically. No, we can, I whisper, so let's. His breath staggers with a gentle laugh, and then he inhales deeply. If I lie on you, you won't be able to breathe. That's okay. Theo adjusts, moving from inside me and turning onto his back. Luckily, he brings me with him. I lie on top of him and resume hugging him with all I am. How do you feel? He asks and starts passively stroking my back. I lie with my ear to his chest, my head just under his, and his heartbeat thumps again and again, a sound I feel immensely grateful for. We completed the bond, I murmur, experiencing a partial disbelief. His chest rises and falls. We did. How often do mates do this? There's a difference between us and others, he says, unworried. What? Why? I lift my head to look at him. Because I've waited for you, and now that I've had you, I don't know how I'm going to stop. I settle. That doesn't seem like a bad thing. You don't have to, I tell him. Theo tucks my hair behind my ear. You love me. Yes, I mumble and snuggle him. I'll love you forever, he murmurs. You know that, don't you? I close my eyes and focus on his heartbeat. That's all I want. The next day, a message comes addressed to me from Alexa regarding the day's plans. Theo tells me he'll be with Alpha Silva until it's time to go to the beach, so Lily and I head to the pack house to have an early lunch with Alexa, Corinne, and the previous Silva Luna on a stone patio in the garden. Shade trees surround the patio and carefully crafted flower beds, and when we arrive, the pack house workers are already setting out platters of finger sandwiches, cookies, and sliced fruit for us to eat. Alpha Silva's mother exudes the same primness as Corinne, but is more reserved and introverted. She greets us politely and introduces herself as Diane Silva. When Alexa sits at the table after overseeing the food preparation, Diane asks her quickly how she's feeling about her early pregnancy. Corinne looks at Lily. Are you mated, dear? I watch Lily, unsure of what she's going to say. I was twice. Twice. Corinne questions, astounded. But you can't be much younger than your sister. How old are you? 18, Lily says sheepishly. 18? And mated twice. My first mate passed during Draven's war with Rowan. He was Alpha Rowan's beta, and now my second mate belongs to Draven. We were just mated recently. Corinne's eyes stray dramatically to me before fixating back on Lily. I am most sorry for your loss. I'm afraid I know that horrible pain all too well. Losing a mate is losing a part of yourself. Lily nods, her focus faltering. But to be remade so soon. How soon? It was a few days after he passed. Corinne shakes her head. May the goddess bless you, dear. I've never heard of such a circumstance, but you're keeping strong, right? You must. I'm trying to, Lily says. Celeste is helping me. I smile and bring an arm around her, tilting her into a brief embrace. Lunch continues, and I try to contribute as best I can with split attention. Half of my thoughts are with the ladies' chatter, and half are with Theo under our bedsheets, where we lie together, where he held me all night. Going our separate ways this morning proved to be rather tricky. I want to spend time with Alexa and Corinne while I can, but I can't deny that I'd be happier locked in the bedroom with my mate. I never thought I could be so comfortable, yet, since we completed the bond, my body truly feels bonded to Theo. I've given every part of myself that I can provide. Now there's only openness and acceptance. Theo and Alpha Silva approach our picnic table after all the sandwiches have been eaten and the glasses have been emptied. My spirit lifts as Theo comes around to stand behind me. His hand rests on my shoulder. Should we head off to the beach? He asks. Alexa's eyes brighten. You're going to the water? Celeste and Lily have never seen the ocean. I want to come, she declares, and Alpha Silva holds her by the elbow as she stands. Alexa. The previous Silva Luna turns in her spot. The water is a ways away and I know I can't shift, but Brian can take me on Wolfback. Wolfback, Corinne joins, is too risky for any pregnant woman, let alone a pregnant Luna. Dear, I'm afraid you'll have to sit this one out. Alexa maintains her half smile, but I can see the resistance, the annoyance, in her brown eyes. We'll stay here and wait for them, Alpha Silva says as she rubs her back. Why don't we go to the garden with Lydia and get some things for dinner tonight? Everyone is coming over again, even my mother. Alexa pretends to be cheered up by her mate, but her look of longing persists under the facade. Okay, I understand. Whatever's best for the baby. Her two mothers animate at her submission. Alexa, Alpha Silva, and the previous Silva Luna stay behind at the pack house while Lily, Theo, Corinne, and I walk to the pack border. Theo and Corinne lead the way. They're talking just ahead. I can't quite make sense of the blips of phrases and singular words, but their conversation doesn't seem as severe as the one they had in secrecy last night. Are you having a good time? I ask Lily. Yeah, she says while taking in the scenery of the foreign pack. Are you glad you came? It's nice to get away, to be somewhere separate from all the... She glances at me. You know, have you thought any more about meeting Elise? Yeah, some. Lily sighs. I want to meet her, but there's still this mental block. The guilt? I question. The guilt, she confirms. What does it say about my bond with Ben if I move on so fast? I'd be like agreeing with Mom. We weren't mates long enough for me to feel how Corinne must have felt when she lost her mate. Losing Ben hurt a lot, but part of me isn't missing. My soul isn't lost without him. You feel how you feel, Lily. There's no right or wrong, only what's true. You can't help it. She shrugs. Then maybe I'm just a bad person. No, I contend. It's not so cut and dry, and meeting Elise doesn't mean you've suddenly moved on and forgotten Ben. Lily stays quiet for the better half of a minute. She surveys the growing tree line just south of the mountains. Maybe when we get back, I can maybe plan something with your help. To meet Elise? She nods. My heart leaps in my chest. I'll help, of course I will, anything you need. Our group rejoins at the border. A few Silva guards linger around both the shifted and the unshifted, though Theo pays them little mind. I assume my son will be running you, Corinne says. You must be careful and hold on tight. We can't have another injury on top of your poor wrist. She knows what she's doing, Theo assures his mother. Let's get shifting. We want to leave enough daylight for the run back. Corinne loops her arm with Lily's and guides her off in search of cover from the monitoring gazes of the surrounding men. I was going to go with Lily and wait for her, but I suppose Corinne accompanying her makes more sense as they're both shifting. Come on, Theo says. I stay put, confused. What? Walk with me as I shift, I want to talk. Oh. I realize how watching Theo shift has lost its taboo. Perhaps it will take time to adapt to the reality of being fully mated. I step in stride with him, and my heartbeat hastens. How are you feeling? He asks as we traverse the forest floor. Well, still a bit sore, I admit, unable to restrain my blush. He grins, somewhat gazing away, and then looks at my brace. We should have redressed your wrist before coming to the border. We won't get back till sundown. I'll be fine. We slept in anyway, so I dealt with it later than usual. The timing balances it out, I rationalize, knowing Theo is unlikely to be convinced. I hope so because there's no other choice. He halts. Here should be fine. I take our spot while Theo starts removing his clothes. My attention snags on his chest and then trickles down his front. He slides his undershorts down a mere millimeter, and I face away. I'm not afraid of catapulting myself into heat now that we've completed the bond, and my heat should revert to its regular schedule and intensity, but I am aware of how greatly I can ache for him without heat. I should avoid the temptation. I don't chance seeing even a sliver of Theo until he's shifted into his great dark wolf. Chapter 43. All the drawings and paintings I've seen of the ocean depict yellow sand and blue water, a blazing sun, and a vast, flat horizon for the sun to turn orange, pink, and red as it sinks. The ocean to the northeast of Silva's territory does not rest against a golden beach and does not gleam turquoise under spotless skies. Like most of my teachings from Rowan, I'm not surprised to discover their representations of a beach were less than accurate. Maybe some beach somewhere looks like the colorful artwork we saw in school, but this beach on this great mass of land under our feet is like the rest of it. A bit cold, gray-toned, and cloudy, especially as our brightest, most colorful season has passed. Though the ocean looks drabber than I thought it might, I still dismount Theo's wolf excitedly and hurry to the water's edge. Large slabs of buried boulders jut out of the rocky shore and create pools of water on and between their creviced, uneven surfaces. I peer into the small pools as I traverse the stony ground in search of a section of beach uninterrupted by rock, driftwood, or slimy seaweed washed ashore and clumped together. When a clear patch presents itself, I leave my shoes a few paces from the wave's reach and submerge my feet in the cool water. It rises and falls against my ankles, dull-colored yet translucent. Theo's wolf glints more brown than ever in the pockets of sunlight shining in and out of the white, thick cloud cover. I watch him gallop into the water, soaking his fur. Lily's wolf's head perks up in interest, and she makes her way over, weaving through the seaweed wads and shaking her leg when a piece of rope wraps around her paw. I gaze back out at the endless body of water. Theo stands against the rushing bubbly white waves, half his wolf submerged. For a moment, he's my mate. Not a monster. Not an alpha. When we return home tomorrow, his attack on Belrose will already be upon us, planned for the following day, while the recovery from our Rowan War has not felt nearly long enough. In a perfect world, we would be rogue, wild, and blissfully alone. There would be no wars or titles or fathers, dead or alive, to tear Theo apart, soul from heart, heart from body. I could nurture him away from the pressures of pack life, I know it. Theo's wolf dashes out of the water, and Lily's collides awkwardly with the waves. A small laugh rumbles out of my chest. Once my feet are thoroughly soaked, I step out of the shallow, lapping edge and climb back up the pebbled beach, leaving my unrealistic fantasies in the water to be swept out to sea. The only thing that will excuse us from our titles is death. If this is the only way I can have Theo, then I accept our life as it is. I sit with Corinne's silver-streaked wolf, who has no interest in drenching herself with salt water, and not long after, Theo's wolf lies next to me to rest and dry off. There's a small yearning inside of me to shift and splash in the ocean with Lily, but I'm happy watching her from the beach. And, for once in a long time, Lily looks happy too. When it's time to leave, Theo's wolf is still damp, his dark coat like a sponge. I climb on his back anyway, and my clothes are promptly made wet, but the wind created by his run helps. We reach the border, and Theo, Corinne, and Lily shift and adjust their attire. Corinne requests her son's assistance with lifting some heavy boxes out of storage in her house, which is not far from our guest houses and the pack house. So, we all walk through the pack together until Theo and his mother go one way, and Lily and I go another. I walk Lily to her doorstep, but before she steps inside, I point to the tilting tree. That tree's dying, look. Maybe we should tell Alpha Silva before we leave, because if it falls, it's going to hit the house. Oh yeah, okay, Lily peers at it, but not for long. Should I be ready for dinner around the same time? I turn to her. Yeah, same time. She smiles briefly and heads inside her house, so I walk across the grass between the guest properties and eye the limp tree as I do so. I'm sure Theo wants it to fall. I can hear his voice in my head. It's what they deserve for not noticing the thing's sick. Everything seems to be a competition between alphas, even those made brothers by bond. I enter our house and start washing up for dinner. Theo joins me, eager for his shower as I take out my clothes for tonight. For a moment, he looks torn between my towel-clad body and the washroom before I direct him and point at the ensuite. A grin defies me and tugs at my lips. Thankfully, Theo obeys my gesture because there isn't enough time for me to shower again and have my hair dry in time to leave. Theo's hair is still slightly damp when we stop to get Lily, weighing down his waves. I tweak some of his falling forward strands as we wait for Lily to open her door, but she comes out and we start walking again, and the strands slip out of place. Really, it doesn't matter. He looks gorgeous no matter what his hair does. Maybe our bond is sneaking into my subconscious and subtly prompting ideas, more ways for me to touch him. Shortly after entering the pack house, Alexa offers us drinks. This time, I politely decline, but Lily accepts a glass of wine. Theo has whatever Alpha Silva brings him, a similar-looking alcohol to what he drinks at home, and the two alphas talk around the fireplace, which is burning, unlike last night. The fire is the only heat between them, however. They don't appear to be cross at all. I suppose their morning alone, handling and discussing mutual alpha business, served them well. Lily takes her glass of wine and is drawn into conversation by Corinne. They settle into the two living chairs across from the sofa and converse in low voices. I think they're talking about losing one's mate again. Alexa pulls me down to sit on the sofa on her right side, while the previous Silva Luna occupies her left. Alexa divulges on what must be her mother by bond's favorite subject, her pregnancy. My cramping has gotten better, but I'm still bloated all of the time. I couldn't even wear the dress I wanted to wear tonight because I couldn't sit down in it without threatening to burst a seam. She sips her water. Goddess, and I'm constantly thirsty, so I'm constantly using the restroom, and we had to switch proteins for tonight's dinner. We were going to have chicken, but I couldn't stand the smell, so we're having salmon, because half of our kitchen, I can't stop eating, and the other half makes me gag. I'm exhausted and queasy in she lowers her voice, chest is sore to the touch. Her mother by bond rubs Alexa's upper back. And I wanted the fireplace on last night to make the house more cozy, but I was so hot, I couldn't stand looking at it. I'm managing now, but I can't lie, I'm getting a bit warm. Alexa fans herself and eyes the fire as though it's going to jump out at her any second. Her rambling may seem like mere complaints, but I catch an air of enjoyment from her that isn't so surprising. While at Draven, she repeatedly blamed her two mothers for stressing her out about having a baby, but I think, for some reason, she's afraid to admit she wants it for herself, too. You have your moon water baths to look forward to. I bend forward to get a better view of Alpha Silva's mother. Moon water baths? Moon water baths are a ritualistic thing for pregnant women to do to cleanse their bodies and souls as the baby grows. Once a week, Alexa will soak in a tub filled with blessed moon water. Personally, I like to add additional oils and such. It's all a part of a beautiful journey, the previous Silva Luna says while grasping Alexa's knee. Yes, well, I better top up everyone's drinks. Alexa prepares to get up, but her mother by bond stops her. You sit, rest. I'll do it. The previous Silva Luna rises and glides gracefully away, through the archway and into the hall between the sitting room and the kitchen. Alexa exhales. Do you think they heat the moon water before I bathe in it? That will probably alter its sacrality, I say cheekily. Right. Then I can't wait to sit in freezing water every week this winter, she says sarcastically, then pats her flat stomach. It's going to be a long 6 months. But it's worth it, right? Oh, of course, Alexa says confidently, and then her stamina halves. And if it's a girl, I'll just do it all over again, won't I? And that will have to be worth it too. When will you know the gender? I ask. Our wise woman will sense it at her leisure. She says she won't know until the baby makes it clear enough for her to ready its energy or whatever. I just have to be patient. But at least alpha blood is supposed to hurry those things up. I squirm a little. Well, the family will love your baby, boy or girl. It isn't a matter of love, Alexa grounds out, watching her mother by bond as she fills Corinne's wine glass. It's about duty. Sure, but everyone knows you can't control it. That doesn't change the fact that a whole pack needs me to have a boy. Alexa's attention shifts to me, and she looks sorry. Sorry because we both know I'm in the same situation. Theo and I talked about this. There's no pressure. Yet I still have to make a future Alpha Draven, don't I? Between you and me, she says, hushed, I wish I could have one and be done. Does anyone really need more than one? One child for all my love and attention. I know how it feels to be first and unnecessary, a hindrance on the way to what's really wanted. I open my mouth to protest her self-perception as a hindrance to her parents, but I can't. My own parents wanted a boy. Instead, they got 2 girls and pleaded with the goddess to match them off well. Everyone gathers at the table much like last night, but Alpha Silva's mother sits to his left, so I place myself beside Theo and across from Lily, who looks pleased to sit next to Corinne. After a plate of salmon, a slice of cake, many neutral, uncontroversial conversations, and another round of drinks, the second and final dinner of our visit comes to an end. You must visit again the moment Draven's issue with Belrose is resolved. Corinne urges me and Theo at the door. And maybe I can find the courage to visit you as well. Draven is my home, after all. I would love it if you came to see us, I endorse. Maybe I'll have a reason to. Her eyes bounce back and forth between Theo and me. Something to encourage me. I nervously laugh, reverberating in my mouth. I hope so. Theo places a hand on my back, states that we have an early morning departure and need to get some rest before the run. Lily, Theo, and I take leave shortly after. You know how I said I'm open to planning a meeting with Elise? Lily asks as we walk. I do. Well, I want to still. I want to figure it out right when we get back. Oh, I mutter, surprised. All right, we will, don't worry. Good. She seems to stabilize in herself, her decision. I hold my gaze on her for 2 or 3 steps before glancing at Theo. He takes my hand. We drop Lily off at her guest house, and I realize I forgot to tell Alpha Silva or Alexa about the dying tree, but surely we'll see Alpha Silva in the morning before we cross the border. Theo and I go inside, and I head right for the bathroom. Wearing the wrist brace constantly makes me antsy to get it off. I free myself of it and the bandages and wash any remaining salve off under cool water in the sink. Theo peers in and strays from the doorway only to stoop and pop my shoes off my feet, another relief. I shut off the sink, standing a few inches shorter, and dry off my hands. I'm tired of being injured, I grumble, and Theo kisses the top of my head, simultaneously scrunching my hair with his hand and coaxing my smile. Stop it, you're making it hard to be annoyed. Theo starts unbuttoning his fitted shirt with one hand while holding my shoes with his other. He dawdles out of the bathroom, so I hurry up and redress my wrist to join him. I step into the bedroom and see him standing shirtless as he unbuckles his thin, black belt. I lean against the doorframe as I relish the sight of him, and he looks at me. Caught, I straighten like a guilty perpetrator. I need you to unzip me. Theo abandons his task and comes to me, so I turn my back and present my dress zipper. He drags it all the way down and then slides my sleeves off my arms, not stopping until my dress is at my feet. Even then, he doesn't let go. Theo brings his arms around me from behind, one wrapping under my chest while his right hand glides at a downward angle. Are you still sore? He murmurs. I can be extra gentle. I press against him. I feel better, I just want to savor it. With the war starting when we get back, you'll be busy and gone a lot, and... His hold tightens and his right hand pauses just above my undergarment line. This is the last thing I want war to get in the way of, believe me. I will make time for you. Every day? I ask, taking advantage of being faced away. You want this every day? His voice is light, amused. I just want to be close to you. My hands run over Theo's thick arms as his nose brushes my neck, followed by feathery kisses. I almost forget about my Luna duty when his hand slides over my undergarments, stealing a breath from my lips and spreading a ripple through my core. Chapter 44. It's sprinkling rain as we arrive at the Draven border. Theo shifts, dresses, and comes to Lily and me as we walk out of the trees from where she turned. He says distractedly that he has to find Dan or Corbin, kisses me quickly on the side of my head, and then walks off with a shifted guard. Does this mean you can come with me and talk about Elise? Lily asks. I turn to her, not expecting Theo to part ways with me so abruptly. He hasn't said a thing about moving his attack to a later date. It's still tomorrow. He must have plenty to juggle after being gone for 2 nights. Yeah, come on, I say and set off with her toward the center pack. Let's figure things out. Our guard, still shifted and strapped with our bags, follows behind us as we walk along the winding stone pathways. When we arrive at Lily's guest house, I remove her bag and the guard carries on to drop off the other bags at the pack house. Lily unlocks her door and sighs upon entering, like someone would after a taxing trip. She sets her rucksack on the floor against the wall and flops on the couch in the living room just beyond. I trail after her. So, you're still feeling ready to meet her? I ask and sit on the adjacent love seat. You haven't talked yourself out of it? She unearths her face from the throw pillows. No, I still feel ready that this is the right time. That's good. Did Corinne happen to say anything that may have nudged you in this direction? You two were talking before dinner last night, so I thought maybe she changed your mind a little. Lily pushes against the cushions to sit upright. Yeah, it was nice to talk to someone who's managed this kind of loss. Corinne said she's too old and too dedicated to her mate to ever think about moving on, but she told me I shouldn't give up my second chance, that I have a whole life ahead of me that should be shared with people who care about me and Elise. Even though she's not my first mate, she's still my soulmate. I want to start acting like we're mated because I know I haven't been. It's not fair to her or myself. You know what I mean? Of course, and I think that's great. I think you and Elise will be good for each other. She's been waiting for her mate for a couple of years now, and I can tell she wants to help you and get to know. How many years? How old is she? Lily asks, leaning over her lap in interest. Oh, she's 25, I'm pretty sure. Lily shrinks away with a blush dusting her cheeks. What? I prompt, smiling. Is that bad? You're 7 years apart, Theo and I are 5. No, it's fine, she says, suddenly shy. She's just older than I thought she was. Well, it's not like many 18-year-olds are working as a pack house's full-time cook. No, I know. And it's not a big deal. I really don't mind the age difference, she insists. Okay then, if I'm going to help coordinate a meeting between you two, how about you tell me what you're open to, and I can relay the message to Elise and see what she thinks. I'm sure she's going to be accommodating. I release a quick breath. So, do you have any thoughts? Maybe a place to meet or any expectations you might have. Any boundaries? Lily slowly nods. I don't think I've overwhelmed her, but then her head snaps to me. What if I'm too nervous when I meet her? What if I can't speak properly or say the right things or communicate how I actually feel? What if she's upset because I've been pushing this off? I mean, this is serious. This is matehood. I don't think. Goddess, she's definitely upset. She should be. I should have done something, like write her a letter or... Lily, it's okay. Elise wants to meet you. She's been waiting for you to feel ready, so don't worry too much about the past. You two can talk it out. You're sure she still wants to see me? Yes, I'm very sure. Then maybe I should just go and see her today, she says, muddying my thoughts. What? Is that crazy? I jerk my head back and blink a few times. Well, no, but are you sure She's going to the pack house today, right? I scoot to the edge of my seat. Lily, relax for a second. Are you getting ahead of yourself, or is that what you really want? You want to just go and see her without warning her? Lily's face overcasts. You said she wants to see me. I'm pretty sure she does, yes. Then would a surprise be a bad thing? It could be overwhelming, not just for her. I want you to feel sure in yourself and not like you're being impulsive. She slumps against the couch and looks at nothing in particular as she thinks. Her eyes drift from the wall to the coffee table to me. I want to see her today. I take a breath. Okay. Is she there now? Maybe. She might be there early since Theo and I are back today. Lily's knees bob as she watches me, waiting as though my permission is the only thing she needs before running the short way to the pack house right this second. I breathe through my nose until my lungs are totally inflated. It would be easy for me to run alongside her and hoist her at Elise. I want both of them to be happy, but I'm worried Lily might change her mind once the reality of such a fast decision sets in. Well, I stall, still not sure. If this is what you want, then we can go and see. Lily dislodges herself from between the couch cushions and jumps to her feet. Okay, it's happening then. I'm going to meet her. We're going, I confirm, and stand up from the squishy living chair. Lily shakes her hands as though all her nerves will fly out of her fingertips. Should I change? If you want to. I can wait. Ugh, it's not like I have some elaborate wardrobe to pick from anyway, so I'll just go in this, she says and looks over her long-sleeved shirt and jeans. This looks fine, right? Yeah, you look great. Although? What? You could wear your hair down, I suggest. Lily tugs her ponytail free, and her wavy caramel hair falls over her shoulders. She messes with it. There's a bump from my hair tie. I'll be right back, she says and hurries to the downstairs bathroom. She leaves the door open, and I hear the sink turn on. Whatever butterflies she must be having seem to infect me as well, as my stomach rattles and my arms cover with goosebumps. I want her and Elise to meet finally, but I want it to go well. I pace in the hallway between the bathroom and the front door until Lily reemerges, with half of her hair slightly wet. Do you think it will dry as we walk? She asks as she pats the damp section. Even though it's raining, I say, yeah. If anything, the rain will blend in any wet parts with the rest of her hair. Lily smooths her shirt. Okay, I guess I'm ready unless there's anything else you think I should do. I think you look perfect. And mentally, internally, you're ready too. She nods energetically. I suppose we should head over then. I open the door and hold it for Lily, who comes out and locks it behind us with jittery fingers. The key pokes around the jagged slot before she jams it in. She smiles quickly at me, and I give a weak grin back. Maybe she's experiencing typical mate meeting nerves. I know I was buzzing with a million thoughts and feelings while speaking with Theo for the first time. Lily's feet move impatiently towards the pack house, so I hustle alongside her. Do you know what you want to say? I ask. That I'm sorry for keeping her in the dark. Okay, and I want to explain everything that's happened. I want to tell her about Mom and Dad and Ben and the war and losing Ben and coming here and everything and anything that could possibly explain why I didn't go to her when our bond manifested. I just want her to know it wasn't her fault. The pack house looks exactly how I left it, and as we approach the lovely home, I realize how much I missed it while we were at Silva. Our guest house was more than agreeable, but I wanted my bed, my closet, my shower, and, Obviously, I missed having Maud and Elise so close by. Maud will definitely be working now. The corners of my mouth stretch upward, knowing I'll see her in just a moment. The front door is unlocked, so I push it open and step inside, but Lily hangs back. I don't smell her scent, she says, disappointed. She's right. Elise's scent isn't presenting itself. Celeste? Maud's voice calls from the other end of the house. That you? Yeah, I call back, and Maud appears from the right side of the hall where the laundry room is. Her attention switches to Lily. Elise isn't here yet, is she? I ask, seeking confirmation. No, not yet. Maud's brows lift curiously. Do you need her? She should be here soon. We'll wait for her. I look at Lily. That okay? I'll wait, she says, sounding less sure of herself, but she enters the house with no hesitation. Well, come on back, Maud says. I'll make some more tea and we can talk about your trip. The three of us gather around the kitchen table, and Maud puts out a plate of cookies and muffins that Elise must have baked while we were gone. So, any particular reason you two are looking for Elise? Maud asks and takes a seat. The water for our tea is heating on the stove. I look at Lily, encouraging her to answer. I think it's time we meet, Lily says. Maud's expression gleams in her own, subdued way. That's exciting. Are you excited? Very. Lily takes a cookie and holds it with both hands. Elise is going to be surprised, Maud says. I don't think she has any clue you're ready to meet her, but she was hoping your trip to Silva would have a positive effect. We know how difficult losing your mate has been. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. Lily peers up from her cookie. It was good for me. The previous Draven Luna gave me a new perspective. The previous Luna? Funny, she's given me many new perspectives also. Maud had made her dislike for Theo's mother and sister quite clear in the past. The trip as a whole went well, I add. Alexa is pregnant. Oh, her mother must be having a field day with that. More so the previous Silva Luna rather than her mother. Alexa's feeling the pressure to have a boy. Understandable, Maud says. It's the twisted fate of a Luna, no offense. I wave her off, unoffended. Theo and I have discussed it, so I'm trying not to worry about it. I forget sometimes that you're a Luna now, Lily says. I still see you as my sister, not as pack leadership. You don't have to see me as anything but your sister, I tell her with a hand over hers. She grins and bites her jam-filled cookie. Speaking of leadership, since the first attack against Belrose is tomorrow, we can get moving with your basket idea, Maud reminds me. Our idea. You're helping me. You deserve your credit. The kettle whistles, and Maud gets up to tend to it. Anyway, we'll have to finalize a list of our basic basket, the first ones we give out, and let the gardeners know we'll have to borrow some of their baskets until we get enough of our own, she says, pouring the boiling water into 3 mugs. And most importantly, after the attack you have to get a report of the fallen warriors from the Alpha as soon as possible. I'll let him know beforehand. Have you told him anything about this idea of ours? Not yet, but I can't see him having an issue with it. Maud brings our steaming mugs to the table. You're probably right. How can he say no to that adorable little face? Lily giggles under her breath and takes one of the mugs of tea. He can't, can he? I entertain. The back door jostles open from the hall behind us and Lily's face blanches. I twist in my chair and watch as Elise steps into the kitchen archway. She freezes, grasping the straps of her bag so tightly that I can see her hands straining white. Lily's chair scrapes against the floor as she suddenly stands. Maud and I look between them for a moment, we're as struck as they are. And then my voice breaks from my throat. Elise, hi. Elise only eyes me briefly before fixating again on Lily. I wanted to. Lily's voice wavers. Their bond must be lashing and reveling in their long-awaited contact. Lily swallows. We got back this morning, and I wanted to see you. I thought maybe we could talk, only if you want to. Elise blinks and adjusts the straps of her bag a bit higher on her shoulder. Yeah, okay. Maud sneaks off her chair and takes Elise's bag from her, setting it on the table. Should we? Lily gestures past Elise, suggesting they go somewhere private. Yeah, we can talk in the living room. Lily nods and goes to Elise. The two of them struggle for a moment, reluctant to step too close or look at each other's faces, and then they usher themselves out of sight. Maud and I listen to their footsteps, and once they're alone at the front end of the house, we stare at one another wide-eyed. "Oh my goddess," I whisper, "it's happening." "I know," she mouths. "Do you think Elise is happy about it?" She seems too shocked to comprehend anything. "I hope this was a good idea," I murmur. Maud gives a reassuring face. "Oh, they'll be fine, trust me." I try to take her word for it and mellow against my chair. Elise and Lily are speaking too low to overhear even a mumble of their voices. "Why don't we work on our list for the baskets?" Maud suggests getting up and taking the pen and pad of paper off the counter that we usually use to leave notes. We know food is the main thing, produce from the gardens, necessities from places like the butcher, pantry shop, and dairy shop. But what about cleaning? That's the last thing people in mourning want to worry about. How do we put that in a basket? I question. That's more of a service. We can't clean every household of a fallen warrior. There isn't enough time in the day, and you already have this place to worry about. We'd need a group of people to volunteer their time to help us. I'd say that's doable. Maud starts scribbling stuff down on the pad of paper. If the Luna of the pack goes around asking her high-standing friends to volunteer their time to help fellow pack members in need, how can they refuse? But I don't have high-standing friends, only Kalila, and she just had a baby. You can meet everyone in no time. Have a party for all the high-standing ladies and introduce our plan. Invite Kalila and she'll make sure everyone volunteers. Maud and I continue to flesh out the concept of volunteer cleaning and other uses for their help until the sound of returning footsteps reminds me of what we're waiting for. Lily pokes her head into the archway. "Where's Elise?" I ask. "Your talk went okay, didn't it?" "She's waiting for me." "We were going for a walk actually, I just wanted to let you know." "Oh. Yes, go. Don't worry about me." Lily smiles. "I'll see you later then." I nod, and Lily's already gone. I face Maud, and she looks pleased. "So it went okay?" "It went okay," Maud echoes. I release a breath that I may as well have been holding since Elise got here, and my chest feels lighter. Lily's going to be okay. Chapter 39. Celeste. I look over the back of my chair and see Elise leaning out of the butler's pantry. "Finished?" she questions. "Oh yeah, sorry." I zoned out. I get up and begin stacking plates. She joins me but takes the bulk of the work as I can't carry so much into the kitchen with one hand. "So, we're leaving tomorrow, I don't know if you heard," I say as I place the dirty plates next to the sink. "I didn't," she says, and disappears back through the pantry only to return with the wine glasses, "but I'm assuming you're going to see Alexa and the previous Luna." "Yeah, for 2 nights. I stall momentarily, suddenly nervous to continue. "I want to bring Lily. Theo's sending her a message right now." "Oh." Elise starts the water and grabs the first wine glass to scrub clean. "Worried she's against the idea," I add. "I think maybe it will be good for her. She's held up in that house all alone, so." I agree. "Maybe it will be good for her," Elise says and gives a taut smile. She rinses the wine glass and sets it aside. I hand her the next glass. "Is there anything I can do to help?" "With the dishes or your sister? Because you shouldn't get your brace wet." "Then with Lily." "Is there anything I can do to make things easier on you?" Elise sighs, her scrubbing slowing down until she isn't moving at all. "Just keep trying to help her. At least until she lets me." I told her that your intentions are pure, that you want to help with no ulterior motives. She resumes cleaning. And? She didn't refuse or doubt it. "That's a start," Elise says. Her smile flickers, but the longing in her eyes remains. I can't help but wonder if Lily's struggle is at least partially due to the distance between her and Elise, not solely because of Ben's passing. I know how the bond can be when mates avoid one another. It would make sense if Lily's having a harder time healing when she's suffering from 2 wounds and only attempting to treat one. When Elise finishes for the night, I walk her to the front door, give her a hurried yet tight hug, and shut the door behind her. Corbin arrives sometime during our cleanup. I can hear his and Theo's voices like humming through the walls. I yawn against the back of my hand and trek upstairs to change clothes. I think Theo's plan to visit the Silva Pack is a great idea, especially since a war with Belrose means sticking to Draven land, but I wonder if he's forgotten about my heat issue. If my tracking is accurate, it's due to happen as soon as tomorrow, and the thought of going into heat in front of his family is extremely mortifying. But I can't understand how Theo would forget about my heat now that he's physically involved in it. After bringing a soft, satiny nightgown over my head, I face the bed and survey it as though I haven't been sleeping there for weeks. Does he think tonight is the night? It's the only explanation. My fingers fuss with the hem of my nightgown, rumpling and thumbing its thin lace trim. Rain patters against the roof above and grows rather rapidly to a light drum. My heart seems to match the beating of the weather as my head floods with a mishmash of Maud's explanation and what Theo's already done to me. If I didn't know better, I'd be convinced he's in the room with me, standing behind me, his grasp inches from my shoulders or my hands or my waist. I turn and look anyway, and once I see he isn't there, I stride to the bathroom and tug a robe off its hook. I cover my nightgown and wrap the robe extra tight so the fabric meets just below my collarbones. Then I leave the bedroom to check the status of Theo's meeting downstairs and to see if Lily's response to our message has arrived. I take light footsteps through the left living room and hang back by the start of the short hallway that leads to the study. One of the doors is ajar. I lean against the corner of the conjoining walls and listen. Besides the point. Of course, an unfamiliar man's voice responds to the fragment of Corbin's statement. As you know, Rich recently became our lead over all warriors, and I was going to have you specializing with the Rowan group, but the lead guard position is more important, despite what Dan thinks. So I'm moving you to lead guard and putting Teller with the Rowans, Theo says. Lead instructor was my father's position at Rowan before he was promoted to lead guard, and I believe Rich was Adelita's mate. You think Teller will speak some sense into them? Teller is the most patient. Besides, he recently told me his sister is mated to one of the Rowan warriors. I'm hoping that gains him some respect. I wonder what my father is doing for Alpha Belrose. He must have some job. For most of my and Lily's lives, he's been absent because of work, so I can't imagine him with his feet up doing nothing. I part from the corner, yawn into my elbow, and head back upstairs. From the sound of it, Theo's meeting isn't coming to a close for at least a little while. After I carefully clean my wrist and reapply Rosa's salve, bandages, and brace in the bathroom, I lie on the bed to wait for Theo. My attention wanders around the room and lands on his tincture sitting on his bedside table. I move to his side of the bed and rest against his pillows as I pick up the small glass bottle and study it. I know he takes the tincture for full moons, but a new moon is coming up, and I question if he takes the scentless, mysterious concoction for those also. I set the bottle down and turn onto my back. Could it be possible that Theo's condition is hereditary? He didn't mention that his mother or father shared his vulnerability to the moon phases, only that his mother didn't know he was vulnerable and that his father had urged him to get it under control. If it is hereditary, what are the chances it will be passed on to our children? I'm pretty sure Alexa doesn't have it, so that it wouldn't be passed on to everyone. And of course, there will be more than one. At least 2 boys and a girl, I muse. 2 boys to secure the Draven bloodline and a girl because I want one. At least one. A lengthy breath blows passively out of my nose as the pillows and mattress become snugger underneath me. If an injured wrist has Theo so attentive and protective, I can only imagine how he'll be when I'm pregnant. Indulging in such a thought is practically effortless, so I mellow and fantasize about carrying his child even though Kalila gave me more than one reason to be wary about pregnancy and childbirth. During our spat, I shouldn't have sullied the idea of me having Theo's child when I suggested he was going to use me to produce an heir. I let my hurt and fears get the better of me when, truthfully, I feel a deep-seated, primal need to have his children, like it's my duty, mine and no one else's. Theo's mine. He can be way too guarded, cold, and resistant, but he's let me in, even if it isn't indefinitely. I've seen and heard who he is underneath his alpha armor. When he kisses me, I feel special, like the exception. I'll never get over him. I suck in a mouthful of air as Theo's hand rubs against my back. I push my face and chest off of the bed, his side of the bed, and groggily try to determine what's happened. I thought I should wake you now so you have time to pack, he says on my other side, so I turn. My puffy eyes shoot to the shutters where sunlight seeps through the cracks. I fell asleep. But But I twist and sit upright. I was waiting for you. Last night? Well, I came to tell you Lily sent our messenger back and that she's agreed to come to Silva, but you were asleep. I didn't want to wake you, he explains, unbothered. But we were supposed to. What? He lifts the fallen strap of my nightgown back over my shoulder. Did you need help with your brace? No, we were going to complete the bond. Were we? He stands from the bed. I don't see how, you were clearly exhausted. But why aren't you taking this seriously? I question before uncontrollably yawning into my hand. He crosses his arms and looks down at me. Seriously? Celeste, you were asleep. Well, wake me up. To complete the bond? He questions, entertaining me. I nod. His lips curve into a smile. He shakes his head, unfolds his arms, and heads into the closet. It's not funny. Theo. My heat. What about my heat? I'll take care of it, he says from within the closet. I throw the covers that somehow came over me off of me. I don't want to go into heat in front of your family. Goddess above, I mutter. If it happens, it happens. It's only natural. Every mated woman goes into heat, and they know you can't control it. I cover my face with my hands and collapse onto my side. His footsteps carry out of the closet. Celeste. It's embarrassing, I murmur into my palms, not even caring about the pain at this point. You don't understand. The bed moves as he sits. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to wake you from a dead sleep to complete the bond for the first time. I shouldn't have fallen asleep, I say, uncovering my face. It's my fault. It's no one's fault, and if you go into heat while we're there, I'll do whatever I can to make sure no one notices, although I don't think you'll go into heat at all. My face is shrouded in confusion. But the days line up. Theo shrugs all-knowingly and stands. Come on. We leave in half an hour. Wherever his confidence is coming from, I hope it's right. I slide off the bed to ready myself and prepare a bag of clothes and necessities. Assuming we'll have dinner with his family, I pack some of my more Luna-esque clothes, respectable, formal pieces. From what Alexa and Maud have told me about the previous Luna, I know she values the traditional ways of leadership and behavior. I grab a fistful of my frilly undergarments and stuff them into my bag, not aware that Theo is watching until his arms snake around me from behind. I jump against him and instinctively bury the items deeper. Have you taken care of your wrist? He asks over my shoulder. Not yet, I murmur, feeling more susceptible to his caress than usual. Theo takes my hand and leads me into the bathroom, where he sits me on the countertop between the two sinks. He proceeds to unwrap, clean, and rewrap my still bruised wrist as though it's his job. The swelling's gone down, he comments. I watch him work. Does this trip have any ulterior motives I should be prepared for? He glances up at my face. I'm taking you to meet my mother, that's all. Do you think she'll like me? I'm worried she won't want you to leave once she's met you. I smile helplessly. How come? Because you're perfect. She'll want to keep you and dress you up and take you everywhere like her own little doll, like Alexa never let her do with her, he says as he secures my brace. She'll take one look at you and instantly worry I'll do something to scare you away. I grasp his hand when he pulls it away, done with my brace. She's been gone for a while, but she knows me. I know you too, I say quietly. Theo lets me reel him in. I bring my arms around his neck and hug him while still seated on the counter. He holds me back, his large arms wrapping around my ribs for a blissful moment before he uses our embrace to set me on my feet. The sky is gloomy when we leave the pack house to retrieve Lily, and I hope it doesn't follow us to Silva or rain on us as we travel. Theo peers up at the fast-moving, gray clouds a couple of times until we reach Lily's guest house. I walk up the porch steps as Theo waits on the walkway. Seconds after I knock, Lily swings the door open, wearing a rucksack, one she must have arrived here with. Ready to go? I ask, making myself sound chipper. We'll head directly to the border from here. Lily steps out onto the porch and locks the door. She takes one look at Theo waiting ahead with our bags and gives me a slight, anxious grin. We join Theo on the path, and he says good morning to Lily, to which Lily answers back like a little girl would when faced with an alpha. I loop my arm with hers, determined to make her comfortable. Have you thought any more about training? I ask. Yeah, I think I want to try it. Good. I'm glad. I smile, still looped with her as we walk. Unfortunately, I'll have to wait until my wrist is better to shift, but it should only take a couple of days. 7, Theo corrects, walking ahead of us, carrying both bags, and then we'll see. Anyway, I continue. I'm happy you agreed to come with us. I thought you could use a change of scenery. I'm a little nervous, actually. I mean, being surrounded by alphas and Lunas and all that, it's pretty nerve-wracking, she says, meekly. You were mated to a beta. It's not far off. We didn't do anything like this. Well, I'll be right there with you. Lily nods and tries to look reassured. We walk in silence for a few minutes. Theo seems to get farther away, and I know he's doing it on purpose. When we reach the border, he and Lily will be shifting, and I don't remember when Lily and I will have the opportunity to talk again without others around. I swallow. I wanted to be there for you and Ben, but when I left, I felt so, rejected. Lily hears me, but she does not indicate until another half-minute passes. I was angry at you for leaving, she says finally. I mean, you left right after you told me not to. I know, but I should have kept your secret. Don't worry about that. Theo made it work. But you shouldn't have been bombarded by Mom and Alpha Rowan, and I did nothing to help, she says as though she's pieced together this explanation prior. I was just scared. I trusted Ben, and he was telling me all these things about Draven, and then Alpha Rowan got involved, and I didn't. T know what to do, but nod and obey. It's okay, I say with the utmost sincerity. All I really wanted was to be close to you again, and now we are. Lily looks to her left at the trees. Thank you for trying to protect Ben, but maybe I should have run away with you that night. My words evade me, so Lily turns her head. Ben was everything Mom and Dad wanted for me. He was happy to be mated, and it made me want to be happy as well, but she struggles briefly and then says, I just wish getting the mate I always wanted didn't mean losing the one others wanted for me. He didn't deserve to pass, he was just too consumed in Alpha Rowan's vendetta. It's all he cared about most days once the war started. I rarely saw him. Twice he left to fight, and I didn't even know about it. Do you think you'll be able to move on? I ask, forgetting where we are and where we're going. I think I could if I figured out how to stop the guilt. It isn't fair that he's gone while I get another mate and a fresh start. We join the trees lining the border. What would you do if you were in my shoes? Lily asks, catching me by surprise. All at once, I'm imagining losing Theo and gaining another mate, and I hate it. The first thing I feel is intense anger. I don't know, I tell her. We rejoin Theo, who's speaking with an unshifted border guard. Celeste, he says, waving me to his side. This is John, Maud's mate. Chapter 46. Rain is still pattering against the roof when a dusting of Theo's kisses travels along the side of my face from my temple to my jaw. I twist further into his body and sneak an arm over his ribs. I don't need to be wide awake to know what his early morning kisses mean. He's leaving for battle. And I dread letting him go. I'll be back before sundown, he murmurs. My only response is to hold him tighter. I know you don't want me to go. He eases my arm off of him but holds my hand. I'm sorry, but someone has to protect Corbin and Dan and all our other men, right? They need me. I know, I say quietly, finally opening my eyes. The sun has yet to rise over the forest and shine against our shuttered windows. It'll get easier. It won't. I'll never want you to go fight. It's what I'm best at, what I was made for, he says as he fingers a strand of my hair. I look up at him. It's not. His thumb and forefinger pinch my chin briefly before he pulls away from me. You're a good alpha without fighting, without the title. You must know that. I push to sit upright, but he turns his back and walks into the washroom. I already said I understand his drive for the title, which I do, but it doesn't make these temporary goodbyes any easier. In a perfect world, Theo would be content with the pack the way it is, but deep down, I know there's no point in trying to convince him. He's attacking no matter what I say. I slump against my pillows and refrain from falling back asleep. Theo emerges from the bathroom to change. He glances at me, then sighs as he enters the closet. Sleep a few more hours, he says from out of sight. I draw my knees to my chest. I can't. You can, Celeste. Just lie down. I'll be back before you know it. Alpha Belrose isn't older like Alpha Rowan was. Does he fight with his warriors? There's a pause. Not even a rustle or bump sounds from the closet. He'll fight, Theo says, but I'm stronger. He'll avoid me. I wish his words had made me feel better. Theo comes out of the closet, clothed for the outside, and a knot forms in my gut, cramping and heavy as rock. The only aid for my anxiety is to repeat to myself how no one can beat him, nothing can harm him, and Theo is a master of the battlefield. If anyone surfaces from the smoke and rubble alive, it's him. And yet my lip quivers. My stomach lurches, and my hands pine to hold him. It's all starting again, hours aching to hear he's come home, spotting new slashes and bruises, seeing him slowly slip into the elusive grasp of war, fighting to sip from the poisoned chalice of victory. He returns to his side of the bed and sits down. I know this is hard, but it isn't forever. When will it be over? Before winter. That's what I'm planning for. I take a breath and reach out to touch the top of his hand. Theo takes my hand and rubs his thumb back and forth over my knuckles. I love you, I mumble. He moves closer, so I scoot over to properly embrace. I rest my chin on his shoulder and close my eyes. I love you, Celeste, more than anything. The second we're back, I'll come find you, okay? Okay. Theo kisses the top of my head and then gets up. I watch him from my nest of sheets and covers until he leaves through the bedroom doors. When the final shut of the front door reverberates through the house, I deflate and disappear under the duvet. I hide in bed sleeplessly for another hour before getting up with the sun. Every morning, I execute my morning routine, which includes changing out of my pajamas. Mom liked Lily and me to be presentable at all hours of the day, but as I stand in front of the bathroom mirror now, I find no motivation to get dressed. Instead, I deal with my wrist, then take my bathrobe and wrap it over my pajamas before trudging downstairs. The house is silent as the sun gleams golden through the windows, ending the rainfall and casting warped rectangles along the walls and floors. Maud isn't here yet, though she should turn up in about half an hour. I pour myself a glass of water and stand at the counter as I drink, watching the guard wolves rotate past the kitchen window. Someone's been circling the house for so long that I can hardly remember what it was like not to have a guard outside. I shift my gaze to the tree line just beyond the house. A thin fog creeps around the tree trunks, the last legs of the previous night's storm. I wonder whether it's raining where Theo is, whether it's foggy or cold or shadowed by cloud cover. I wonder if there's any sign of his wolf's coat yet. Maud shows up precisely on time. She comes through the front door and walks into the kitchen wearing a long coat with no means to shield her head from the rain. "What are you doing up?" she asks as she shrugs off said coat. I bend over the counter with my forearms against the granite. I couldn't fall back asleep after Theo left. John woke me when he left for the border. He's gone earlier because of the attack. She dips into the laundry room to hang her coat and resurfaces with her long sleeves bunched at her elbows. Did the Alpha say when they'd be back? Sometime before sunset. Maud walks behind me to grab the kettle. Hungry. I step aside so she can use the sink. I don't have much of an appetite. Everything all right besides the attack business? Yeah. If it weren't for the attack, everything would be fine. Maud fills the kettle, then turns off the faucet. You know he'll be all right. Death isn't the only consequence of war, I mumble while staring into my half-empty glass. No, of course not, so what's the matter? Theo was fighting in battles even before he was of age. I just think it affected him, and I'm worried all these wars might worsen the situation. I find it very hard to believe that he can take so many lives and not be affected. I'm sure it's affecting him just like every other man out there fighting right now. I turn to her. Then what do I do to help him? She lights the burner under the kettle, clicking the ignition. A quiet spell falls upon us, and I think Maud might not have an answer for me this time. John was working as a warrior full-time when he hurt his back. There was no active war for him to participate in, but he was part of a group that monitored past the border to make sure rogue settlements weren't cropping up too close to Draven territory. Long story short, his group got into an altercation with a few rogues, and to this day his back still isn't the same, Maud continues. He takes some medicinal concoction from the wise woman, but nothing can fully repair the damage. It happened early into our matehood, and he was devastated to lose his scouting position. I didn't know what to do. Whenever I brought it up, He'd find any way to end the conversation, so I stopped pushing. Eventually, he started talking about it without my incentives. I look back at my glass of water. What I'm trying to say is if you push him to talk about it and he doesn't respond well, don't feel discouraged. He'll know you're worried, and he may just need time before opening up. War is a nasty business, no place for an underage boy, so I'm sure he's carrying plenty of invisible scars, but these men are taught to bury their hurt. I know it's hard for Theo to open up about things he thinks make him look weak, I say, recalling how he needed time to admit his vulnerability to the moon. I just hate that he was raised to be some ultimate killer, a means for his father to get the old blood title back. He told me this morning that war and fighting are what he was made to do. And what did you say? She asks. That he wasn't, that he's a good alpha regardless, but he said nothing. I think asking questions might get you farther. Prompt him in ways that get him to explain himself. Maybe I'll try again later when they're back. It's not like he had time to sit and talk this morning anyway. Once the kettle is squealing and Maud has her steaming mug of tea, she offers me a cup, which I decline, and we sit together at the kitchen table. Maud encircles her mug with her hands. Have you thought any more about throwing a soiree for the high-standing ladies? I don't know. I want to help the warriors' families as much as possible, but who even are the high-standing women of Draven? Well, you have Kalila, of course. Dan is unmated, so there's no thirds mate to invite. Tomlinson was recently made lead guard. His mate is Anika, but you can invite Adelita too. Her mate was the previous lead guard. Taylor is head of all women's training. Lavinia is one of our top border guards, and the other top border guard, Fredericks, is mated to a woman I believe is named Zola. And the man who oversees all pack food production is mated to Jared. He's not a lady, but he used to be Corbin's housekeeper before he was mated. Now he has plenty of time to help out. My mouth hangs slightly open, but I close it and swallow once I realize she's done. That's a lot to remember. Maud waves her hand dismissively. I'll make a list. I should tell Theo about our plans, especially if there's a party at the house. Please do. You can mention it when you ask for the names of the fallen men from today's attack, and maybe it's best you leave out my part in things. Why wouldn't you want Theo to know you're helping me? He can know I'm helping, but, well, it isn't really my place to work with my Luna the way I am. I'm the pack housekeeper, not a high-standing lady. It makes sense for me to help with party planning, but not to build a program to help families of fallen warriors. That requires your authority. But you're brilliant. Who cares if you're not technically holding a title or given one through matehood? Pack society cares, she says. My brow furrows. Well, then with every ounce of Luna authority I have, I declare that nonsense. I'm telling Theo it's our idea, and he's going to think it's great, that you're great. Remember this adorable face he can't refuse. I point at myself. That's all nice in theory, but no buts. If it's a title you need, I'll make one for you. You can be my head correspondent, the Luna's second. We can iron out the details later. Celeste, Maud, I interrupt. Just say yes, Luna. Thank you, Luna. She cracks a grin. I'm not saying that. My lips part, but the sound of the front door usurps my response. I swivel in my seat. Who's that? Did I not lock the door behind me? Maud mutters and slides her chair out. She goes protectively to the kitchen archway, but quickly relaxes. Lily, we weren't expecting you. Lily? I question and watch as my sister appears. Maud returns to her seat and gestures for Lily to take a seat. Is something wrong? I ask, my eyes following my sister as she sits. I was going to get dressed and visit you in a bit. I just thought I would come by. I want to see Elise, but I don't know where she lives, so I thought I would wait for her to get here later and hang out with me in the meantime. The pack seems pretty quiet, not many people are out. Because we're currently attacking Belrose, don't you know? Lily's expression jumps in surprise. Oh, goddess, I forgot. Maud chuckles. Your priorities are clearly elsewhere, which is fine. I'm happy you and Elise are getting on. Lily smiles bashfully. Thanks. Elise won't be here for a while, I say. I know, but I woke up really early and was feeling restless in the guest house all alone. I thought there would be stuff going on here to distract me, but I forgot about the attack. The Alpha is away fighting then. I nod, my mate bond suddenly drawing taut. We were just discussing our idea to try and take care of families who lose loved ones in the war, Maud tells Lily, regaining her attention. We're going to deliver baskets of food and possibly help with any household chores. Won't that be too much work for just the two of you? Yes, which is why your sister is thinking about inviting her soon-to-be friends over to ask for their help. I clear my throat. I'll want you to come. Yeah, sure, but who are these soon-to-be friends? Lily asks, amused. High-ranking Draven women, I say. I should introduce myself, I've already been here a month. Funny, it feels like it's been longer. Tea? Maud offers. Lily nods, so Maud leaves the table to get her a mug. When are you having them over? I shift in my seat. We're not sure yet, but hopefully before the next attack. Too bad I didn't take any of my nicer clothes from home. Maybe I can run there with a guard to grab some things beforehand, Lily ponders. I had the one dress, you know, with the flower pattern that Mom liked. You could run back to Rowan, or we could get you something to wear from the seamstress here, I suggest. I'll probably need more than something to wear to the party, though. If I'm staying, I'll need my clothes from home. We can get you enough clothes, I assure you. Right, Maud? Maud walks over with a steaming mug of tea for Lily and sets it in front of her. I don't see why not. Thank you, she tells Maud, then looks back to me. But how do you pay for it? Oh, I don't know. When we went last time you just told them who I was and that was it, I say, turning to Maud. Yes, so they can bill the Alpha. My face reddens. Right, obviously. I guess I should have known. Do you think Theo thinks I'm spending too much money? Maud's expression lights with mirth. I don't think that's something you should worry about. A bloodline as old as Draven is sitting on a fortune. It's common knowledge that the alphas of packs collect from their people to provide resources and services. Still, a fortune, as Maud describes Draven's wealth, seems beyond the transactions I'm familiar with. Do you know how Draven became so wealthy? Oh, there's money from all the way back when the pack was nomadic, bartering with others and taking from those they defeated. When Draven first settled, not long before the old blood packs were established, we mined gold, silver, and moonstone, all of which this land was abundant in, particularly moonstone, which is why we have so much precious jewelry. We actually sold jewelry to the leaderships of other packs, so most of the other alphas' moonstone heirlooms originate from Draven. Whoa, Lily breathes. That's pretty interesting. We brought in the real bulk of our wealth when half of the packs and alpha bloodlines were lost. War was much more prevalent, she explains. Lily glances at me. I didn't know history was so bloody. Rowan didn't prioritize the truth during our lessons, I mutter. My sister's face spoils. Huh. All those years I sat in school. Goddess, it feels like a waste. How do you know so much? She asks Maud. Draven schools must be so much better. Draven has wonderful schools, but I also read a lot. I can bring you a book or two about Draven's history and history in general if you like. Yeah, please. I need more things to do. I clasp my hands together. Why don't we all go to the seamstress while you wait for Elise to get here? It'll use up a lot of time, and then you'll have plenty to wear. If you think the Alpha won't mind, Lily says humbly. I'm sure he won't. Besides, I could use the distraction too. Lily agrees, so the three of us leave the guarded pack house and make our way towards Center Pack. The sun still beams healthily, though a few dark clouds linger overhead. I peer up at the sky and imagine Theo's wolf gazing up from wherever he is as he thinks about me in return. Chapter 47. Maud, Lily, and I take our time at the seamstresses. Lily picks out some clothes from the week's general stock, but also chooses a few pieces from the secret stock, what Maud and Elise call the clothes the seamstresses happen to find lying around in the workroom upon my entry. The cost of Lily's clothes is billed to the pack house, a supposed sliver off of Draven's ample fortune. We walk back to eat lunch, and after we've cleaned up, Elise conveniently arrives for the day. Lily falls into a stupor of girlish smiles, and Meek blushes the moment Elise turns the corner into the kitchen. The sight of my sister's fawning gives me a minute of relief from my own worrying, but my fears about the ongoing attack won't be repressed for long. Elise voices her need to visit the garden for dinner supplies, and Lily promptly offers to go with her. The newly mated pair leave together, and when they return just over an hour later, Lily announces that the Draven warriors have reached the border. Maud leaves the house to await the end of John's shift now that the attack is over. Lily disappears into the kitchen as Elise starts dinner, while I wait at the living room window because Theo said this morning that he would come to me right when he got back. I monitor the path for his tall figure, but minutes waste away with no sign of him. Soon, an hour passes by. Celeste, my sister calls from down the hallway. Want a cookie? Elise made some, and they're really good. I knew Elise was baking about 10 minutes ago when the whole house began smelling like sugary dough and vanilla. No, I'm okay. I call back without taking my eyes off the path. Why don't you wait in here with us? Elise shouts next. It'll go by faster, and the Alpha will be here before you know it. I surrender, knowing Elise is right. When I enter the kitchen, she's moving cookies off a baking sheet and onto a plate, which Lily stands in front of. My sister has half a cookie in one hand and takes another. Here, she says and holds it out to me. They're all gooey and warm. I take the cookie, but it sits in my hand unbitten. Theo said he would come here right when he got back. I mumble while staring at the confectionery. I don't know what's keeping him. He's probably caught up in one thing or another. You know how it is, Elise says. Yeah, I know. He's probably still at the border, dealing with something, I say, keeping my glum thoughts to myself. Lily encourages me to try the cookie, so I have a taste. It's good. I chew and sit at the kitchen table. I thought you guys were making dinner. Oh, there's still plenty of time, Elise says. Lily turns to me, looking guilty. I said I was craving chocolate chip cookies while we were washing the vegetables. The detour is my fault. I force a weak smile and pick at the remainder of my cookie. I was going to make braised chicken with roasted potatoes and yams tonight if that sounds good. I thought it would be nice and seasonal. That sounds amazing, Lily praises before I can respond. I love yams. You can stay and I'll make extra. Usually, I hang out in here alone until the Alpha's done anyway, Elise tells her. Lily bites her grin and nods. I immediately think to invite them to eat with Theo and me whenever he gets home, but as I watch their bubbly gushing and stifled giggles, I conclude that they'd rather be by themselves. I eat the rest of my cookie and try to enjoy the fact that Lily and Elise are meshing so well despite my bond's longing. Lily assists Elise as she switches back to dinner preparations. My head turns to the windows, and I count how many times the guarding wolves pass by. The front door jostles open on number 6. A second later, my chair legs are scratching against the kitchen tiles, and I'm springing towards the hallway. Dan comes through the door first, followed by Theo. Something far within me settles at once because, for a split second, I feared Dan was coming alone to give me horrible news, something bad enough to keep Theo from walking here on his own 2 feet. But my relief is short-lived. Dan steps out of the way and reveals Theo's purpled shoulder. I halt and Theo sees me. Go on to the study, he tells Dan, who swiftly follows orders. My throat becomes tight, no question can fit through, so I watch my mate with parted lips as he comes the rest of the way to me. I'm sorry if I worried you, he says under his breath. I had to see Rosa. I just put my chin on his right shoulder. What happened? I got a little banged up, that's all. It'll be fine. That's all. I step closer. You're all black and blue. Goddess, I knew it would be like this again. Celeste. What did the wise woman say? What did she do? Theo exhales. She did what she usually does, made some bundle of herbs and used its smoke on my shoulder, then told me not to use my arm until morning. My blood will take care of the rest. I run my bottom lip through my teeth as the ends of my mouth pull downward. It's fine, okay? By morning, most of the bruising will be gone. I don't want you constantly getting hurt. I can take it. With my arms crossed, I look to the side. Hey, he coos and runs a hand along my arm, provoking our bond. It looks worse than it is. I don't want you to worry about it. Well, I am. I unfold my arms, and his touch slips away. Lily is in the kitchen with Elise. Dinner will be ready soon. We can talk later. Theo's gaze bores into me, and then he clenches his jaw. Dan and I will be in the study for a bit, so I'll see you at the table. We part ways. Theo goes to Dan, and I return to Lily and Elise in the kitchen. When it's time to sit down at the table, Theo and I eat in silence, even though the attack should give us heaps to talk about. The only noise comes from Elise and Lily in the kitchen, who, by the sound of it, discuss a plethora of subjects endlessly in hushed, gleeful voices. My utensils eventually stop moving, although there's still food on my plate. What happened with the attack? I ask. Theo sits back. Belrose was ready but ill-prepared. He still doesn't have the numbers. And the Rowan warriors performed better than expected. There were some losses, but we had our fewest deaths compared to every battle against Rowan. Belrose is going to have to make some decisions. That's good, about the losses. I watch my plate, but fail to continue eating. Did you take care of your wrist today? He asks. I nod. Theo's shoulder is covered now by a shirt, but I stare at it as though I can see his gut-wrenching bruising through the fabric. The injury must have been painful. I can't imagine he can shift in such a condition, and a measly 12 hours doesn't seem long enough for his alpha blood to heal him either. Celeste, Theo says, and I look from his shoulder to his face. I'll be fine. I roll my lips together. Does it hurt? Not much anymore. How did it happen? Belrose sent some of his stronger warriors after me. My wolf was rammed into a tree, and my shoulder took the brunt of the blow, but that was the worst of it, he explains. So you didn't see Alpha Belrose? Theo shakes his head, no. He doesn't have the men to justify putting himself at risk. We finish dinner, so I carry our plates into the kitchen while Theo goes upstairs to shower. Lily and Elise are sitting at the kitchen table, their plates scraped clean, with 2 empty wine glasses between them. Elise sits with her back to me, but she turns around. You're done? I hope we weren't too loud. No, you guys were fine, I say, and place the dishes in the sink. Leave those there, I'll handle it. Elise stacks hers and Lily's plates and comes around to the back of the counter. How was dinner? It was all really good. I agree, Lily compliments. I'm lucky to be mated to someone who cooks so well. Elise smiles at her. If you hang around until I'm done, I'll walk you home. Lily nods eagerly. Well, I sigh, I'll leave you two to it. Oh, Celeste. Lily grabs my attention as I head for the hallway. Did Theo say anything more about training? Elise and I were just talking about me joining a group here. I'll ask him, I assure you. When I enter the bedroom, Theo is already in the shower, and of course, the bathroom door is ajar. I dally awkwardly around the outside, knowing there will be no intimate moments in there since Theo can't use his shoulder. Theo? I call into the gap of the door. Yeah, he says, his voice a tad echoey. Have you heard anything about me and Lily starting training? I forgot to tell you yesterday, Lily can start as early as tomorrow, and you just have to wait until your wrist is healed and Rosa clears you for shifting. Your sessions are at 8 in the morning and Lily's are at 5. In the morning? I question, fiddling with my leather brace. Evening. Okay, I'll let her know before she leaves. Before I part ways with the door, Theo speaks again. Come back up here afterward, okay? My breath hitches. Okay. I hurry back downstairs to tell Lily about her training session as she helps Elise with the dishes. Elise encourages her to go tomorrow, so Lily says she will. Meanwhile, the reality of attending the running group session gives me butterflies, and I start to doubt how badly I want to try it. Surely everyone else will be faster than me, someone who only runs when she has to travel between packs. I ascend the staircase with slow, heavy steps. On the other hand, it's not like I have something better to do at 8 in the morning other than sleep in. Besides, Theo seems to want me to go. I will go. I have to because I won't know if I like the running group unless I try it. I walk light-footed into the bedroom and change into my pajamas while Theo finishes up in the shower. He comes out with a towel around his waist as I'm sitting on the end of the bed waiting for him, and something clenches within me. His bruise looks even darker. Should I bother changing yet? He asks just as I open my mouth to speak. I fist the hem of my nightgown against my thigh. Wah, but your shoulder. You know I have a way around it. I watch as he walks around the bed. You also think your injury's no big deal, so? Theo stops. What am I supposed to do when my mate is sitting on our bed wearing a little nightgown, looking very pretty? I wear these almost every night. And I love that you do. I pull the end of my nightgown farther down my legs. There's something I've been thinking about. Okay. Theo sits down, and his towel parts over his knee. What is it? It's about war, not just this one, but previous ones, like when you were younger. Theo runs his tongue over his teeth and peers at his lap. I know it must have affected you, and I know you chalk it down to hardening yourself and learning to be a good fighter and a strong alpha, but fighting like that, you weren't born to do that. This is about what I said earlier, he mutters, referring to our talk in bed this morning. Partially, yes. I just don't want you to feel like you have to rationalize or lessen what you went through, especially not with me. Theo places a hand on my thigh, yet I continue. You're alpha now, and what you do is your choice. But growing up you didn't have a choice. You were forced into brutal situations, and I worry. My words die out as his hand slides upward. I place my hand on top of his. Theo. He ducks his head into my neck. You make me feel better, he murmurs deeply. But His fingers graze my undergarments, and a helpless squeak breaks my train of thought. He kisses the most sensitive part of my neck, sending a shiver down my spine. I grab his wrist. Why can't we talk about it? I manage to ask. He uproots his kisses. There's nothing to discuss. It's in the past. You don't think it still affects you now? What's done is done, he says as his fingers press against me. My knees snap shut. Stop using your arm, I demand, aware I can't wring the truth out of him. Rosa said not to. His touch withdraws. Help me then. I clench my teeth as I battle with myself. I wanted to discuss this with him, but he's pushing back, as Maud said he might. It's been a hard day, Celeste. All I wanted was to come home to you and forget about the attack, to feel how soft you are, to smell your scent. He cups my cheek. Tomorrow is a new moon. I know, I mumble, leaning into his touch. For once I have nothing to dread. I know I have you now. You're my safe haven. Theo caresses my waist with his good arm and urges me against him. I didn't get what I wanted out of him, but to deny him his relief from the callousness of his job feels beyond me. He knows attacking and battling are harsh, savage things, yet I'm his amnesty. I really don't want to make your shoulder worse, I say as we're inches from kissing. I don't have to use it, he mutters and kisses me gently. I'll show you. We move closer, and he lies back, his shoulder decommissioned, and puts me on top of him, straddling his hips with my knees and thighs. I palm his chest as I adjust myself, and soon we're close again, moving together. He clamps my hips, trying not to intervene too much, so I don't pause and will his right arm to be still again. He tells me perilously to finish. As though he sent the message through our bond, my body obeys. We both find our relief. A dazed grin reaches his face, so I collapse on top of him and rest my head on his left shoulder, looking tiredly at his bruised one. He strokes my hair. If we keep this up, you're going to get pregnant. Is that what you want? I ask, still catching my breath. Selfishly, Celeste, yes, it's what I want. I close my eyes, picturing our baby in his strong, protective arms. Okay. Chapter 48. The first thing I realize as I'm waking up is Theo embracing me from behind, holding me close. When I stir awake, he seems to as well. There's daylight sneaking through the closed shutters, but I don't remember shutting them. I don't remember falling asleep. Theo inhales deeply by my ear, his breath a whooshing sound as his arm constricts around my ribs. What happened? I ask, my voice lethargic. I remember we were together, and then we were talking as I lay lazily on his chest, not wanting to move. You fell asleep, he mutters. I thought you were going to wake up when I rolled you off of me, but you must have been tired. Theo closed the shutters then, and he must have put some clothes on because there's fabric against my behind. Groggily, I push myself up with one arm until I'm lifted enough to use my other. Theo shifts onto his back, his arm sliding away. I look over my shoulder at him, and then spot his tincture on the nightstand. It's a new moon today. It is, he says, eyes closed. The bed sheets are wrapped messily around his waist, while his bruised shoulder is visible and looking considerably less bruised. How do you feel? Theo's eyes open, but he remains lax. As of now, fine. I watch him, expecting him to say something more tragic. He noted that new moons have a primarily mental effect on him, one that irrationally scrambles his thoughts. Theo must notice my confusion. He pushes himself upright. As the day carries on, that's going to change, he elaborates. It'll be worst at night. I want you to tell me when you start to feel it so I can be there for you, I say as I turn to face him. I will, but you might notice before I do, that's how it tends to be when I'm with Corbin or Dan. I think I'm fine, that I have it under control, but apparently I still have some denial. I tug the covers higher as I snuggle closer to him. Well, wherever, whenever, I'm here for you. Does your schedule change on these kinds of days? Considering it's the day after an attack, I didn't plan on much happening anyway, not with the warriors recovering. I reinforce the border in case Belrose retaliates, so I have to run it and make sure everything is up to par, but that's about it. I'll be home early. How early? His mouth curves into a smile. Very early. I can't think of a better cure for my condition than spending the day with you. A memory surfaces in my mind, his words from last night. He said if we continue as we are, it's likely I'll become pregnant. And that's what he wants. I shouldn't be surprised. It's what every heirless alpha wants. His hand moves under the blankets, causing me to jolt. Theo. I better get up and get running. The sooner I'm back here, the better. I should shower then and try to relax. All this closeness is starting to take its toll. Theo's face changes. You aren't hurt, are you? Not hurt, but last night left me a bit, you know. I'm sorry, Celeste. I should have been more gentle. I start to shimmy over to the edge of the bed. It's fine. Maybe I'm still getting used to things. It'll be different tonight. I'll take very good care of you. I spot my nightdress on the floor, so I stretch to grab it. I'm supposed to be looking after you. Simply being in your presence is enough to ward off the new moon. Don't worry. I'll be perfectly happy focusing on you. Theo, I scold, my face red, please. He throws the covers off himself. What are you being shy for? I quickly slip my nightdress on. I'm not being shy, I wrongfully object while bringing the straps over my shoulders and standing. Sometimes you are. Last night you weren't. He walks around the bed towards me. It's all right, I like both. I try to turn away, but he's already got a hold of me. He cups my shoulders. Go on and shower. I'll be gone for a few hours at most, and then we'll spend the day together. I peer back at the nightstand. What about the tincture? Don't you have to take it? I will. What does it do? I don't think it does anything. He kisses the top of my head, but I entertain Rosa by taking it. She likes to make adjustments. Theo dips in and out of the bathroom while I shower. He brushes his teeth and feels the length of his facial stubble growing. By the time I'm dried off and my wrist is dressed, Theo is out of the bedroom. I change into whatever the closet presents first, and then I head downstairs, assuming he's left to run the border, but as I leap off the final step, I catch his voice coming from the kitchen. I wander down the hall, listening. Time being, we're looking okay, but Belrose won't sit around forever. He knows what I'm after. If the border is infiltrated at any point, I want you to take Celeste under. His back is to me when I appear in the kitchen archway, but Maud sees me. Theo turns. What are you talking about? I ask. Precautions, he says casually, but I'd better get going. Precautions? I question, following him into the hallway. As Rowan got past the border, so might Belrose. I'm just making sure history doesn't repeat itself, that you aren't going to be taken and used against me. Oh. I stumble into myself a little, remembering how horrible Rowan's capturing me was. It's the closest I've been to death. It won't happen again, he says quite firmly. I hang back at the edge of the foyer while he opens the front door. Oh, Theo? He pauses. Is there any chance I can get a list of the fallen warriors from yesterday's battle? Maud and I are working on something together to help their families. Sure, I'll make a copy for you when I get back, and we can talk about it. I nod. Okay, thank you. Theo holds out his large hand. Give me a kiss. I take his hand, and he pulls me in, kissing me briefly yet thoroughly on the mouth. He leaves me with scattered thoughts, but I collect myself as I make my way back to Maud, who's leaning against the counter with a mug of tea set next to her. He said he'll give me a list of the dead after he runs the border, I tell her. She sucks in a breath. Good. That's good. So you were talking about precautions? What kind? The kind I hope never needs to be used. She faces the right way and cups her mug with both hands. So the Alpha likes our idea to help the warriors' families? I mosey to the kitchen table. We're talking about it later, but I don't see why he won't. If it's the Luna thing to do, I'm sure he'll be all for it, right? Maud nods with a tight grin. I want to ask her more about the precautions Theo instructed her to take, but she doesn't seem too keen on discussing them. I know I wasn't the only one affected by Alpha Rowan's infiltration. It left a bad taste in her mouth, too, yet my curiosity can't be helped. If Alpha Belrose gets past our border, Theo wants Maud to take me under. Under what? If there was a place under the pack house, like a basement, I think I would know of it by now, but perhaps other buildings have secret rooms. Wherever this supposed hiding place is, I hope I never have to see it. The hours leading up to the moonless night are a haze of closeness, soft murmuring, and comfortable silence. Maud is sent home, and a note is delivered to Elise telling her not to bother coming by. Theo and I waste the day away in our bedroom after he provides the list recounting yesterday's losses. I explain Maud's and my idea during the gap of time between Theo arriving home and taking me upstairs. He doesn't voice any qualms about our plans. He only grins while luring me in and mutters how good of a Luna I'm going to be, how good of a girl I am. Theo's words only make his following actions easier to give into. As the sky turns from blue to gold to black, I worry in the back of my mind about the moment Theo succumbs to the moon's phase. I find myself monitoring him, stroking his chest, and caressing his face in the lulls of the moments that distract him most, but he appears fine, at least to my untrained eye. At one point deep into the evening, I couldn't keep quiet about it any longer. "How are you feeling?" I ask while lying against him. He peers down at me. "Good. Even with the new moon?" Truthfully, he starts, adjusting. "This is the calmest I've ever felt during a new moon." A sense of pride sparks within me. It's our bond. He presses his palm against my heart, and the warmth from him is incredibly reassuring. I know it. I knew you would make all the difference. And although I feel fulfilled in my ability to help him now, there's still a blip, a hang-up, prodding at my conscience. Why can't I settle all his inner turmoils? The new moon is one thing, but his relationship with bloodshed, alphahood, and war is a whole other feat. Why can't our bond help him realize that his life and the lives of our men are more important than the old blood title? He's been through enough at the hands of his father. I want him to heal now, not continue to hurt himself. The next day, Theo makes time to take me to the wise woman. Rosa unwraps my wrist, tests it with a series of bending, clenching, and rotating, and then finally clears me for shifting. The following morning, I'm set to attend my first running session. I leave Maud at the pack house a couple of minutes before 8 o'clock and follow the usual path towards the fields. I walk down the slope separating the path from the plain of patchy grass. There must be a break in training sessions for the warriors because more wolves and unshifted men occupy the edges of the field rather than the center. Theo told me the running group meets near the shifting stalls, so I head over to the only building in the small valley and wander near the tree lean as I try to discern a runner from a typical warrior. Thankfully, a suntanned, middle-aged man steps forward. "Luna?" he asks, without a shirt and just about ready to launch into his wolf. His body isn't as bulky with muscle as the other men. He's lean but well-defined. "Yes," I say with an airy tone. "Are you part of the running group?" "I'd be the lead." He gestures for me to follow him. "Come on over. You can shift while we wait on a few others." I quickly catch up. Theo or the Alpha? Spoke to you about me trying this out. We're happy to have you." The lead smiles. "Not many pack members know who I am, so can I ask that we keep my role in the pack between us? I just don't want anyone feeling any particular way by training with their Luna." He makes a bit of a nervous face. "I'm afraid it's too late. The Alpha mentioned you're joining us with others nearby and the news spread as gossip does. I had runners asking me when you'd be joining us days ago, but there's no need to worry. Everyone is excited to have you." A drowning feeling unsettles my stomach. "Oh, okay." Immediately, I fear the other runners won't want me here. Of course, they'll have to be nice to me on the surface, but I'll always be an authority figure, a high-standing lady in their eyes. What if they think they can't be themselves anymore? I know how I used to feel about my old Alpha and Luna, and I was too timid even to risk crossing their paths. The group's lead brings me to the other side of the shifting stalls, and then I am promptly distracted by other runners or friends. Knowing Theo doesn't like me shifting in the stalls, I go into the trees and hurriedly find somewhere to change before the whole group arrives and they're ready to go. My first shift after hurting my wrist leaves my left ankle slightly shaky, but I try to walk it off as I return to the meeting point. Perhaps I should have mentioned my recently healed injury to the lead before making the shift. By the time my blonde wolf emerges from the trees, the group's lead is transformed into a mid-sized brown wolf. He's surrounded by a motley of wolves varying in size and color, both male and female. I insert myself on the outskirts of the group, but it's almost instantly made clear I won't go unnoticed. The wolves ahead of me part, creating an aisle between me and our lead, and glance back at me as though I'm going to guide the group instead. Thankfully, our lead takes over, and everyone follows him into the trees behind the shifting stalls near where I shifted. I continue to linger at the back of our party, around 15 to 20 wolves, but no matter how hard I try to distance myself, someone always stays behind me. In contrast, others cling to my sides in a mock battle formation, protecting me with no order to do so. To make matters worse, my lack of running experience is made evident the second we set off, but the group doesn't speed ahead and leave me behind. They slow down to avoid abandoning me, and my heart can't plummet any farther. For the entirety of the hour run, I'm miserable, dragging the group at my snail's pace, all because they want to look after their Luna. Our lead does nothing about it. He tries to keep everyone at their usual pace, but this only results in an elongated line of wolves that only continues to stretch apart as our lead powers on and as I grow tired. At the run's end, I'm too embarrassed to show my face. I shift in the trees and sneak through the forest all the way around the field until I can slip out onto the path. Maud is in the laundry room when I get back. She pops her head out into the hall as I'm shutting the front door and trudging out of the foyer. How was it? She calls me. I huff. Not good. What? Why not? I drag my feet down the hall. They all knew their Luna was joining the group, so I stuck out like a sore thumb. I held everyone back because they were too polite to leave me. Maud ushers me into the kitchen. Are you sure they weren't just running at the same speed because that's how fast they run? I'm sure. Even I wasn't going as fast as I could because my ankle was still a bit off. Goddess, it was so embarrassing. Now everyone knows the Luna is slow. And I can't continue. I'll only hold them back. They'll start to hate me if they don't already. Whoa. Sit down. Breathe. I'll make some tea. I got a fruity one I think you might like. I slump into a chair and bury my face in my folded arms on the tabletop. This is supposed to be the beginner group. How am I too slow for the beginner group? Like you said, your ankle still isn't back to normal, Maud reasons, lighting a fire on the stove. I peek out of my arms and rest my chin on them. Even fully healed, I'll still be the slowest, I can tell. I thought this would be the thing I'm good at. Maud exhales slowly. Well, not everyone is better off shifted. I know. I never have been good with my wolf, but I can't help but feel Theo wants me to be. He tried training me, and I was helpless. He wanted me to try the running group, and now I have to tell him. I don't even know what I'm going to say, but he'll be disappointed. Maud comes back around the counter and clutches my shoulder. You're a good Luna, Celeste, and that has nothing to do with your wolf. Pack members don't care how strong you are or how fast you can run. They'll see you helping with our baskets, and they'll see you getting the other ladies to volunteer, and that's what will matter, okay? I breathe out and peer up. A small smile fights against my frown because I know Maud's right. Thank you, I whisper. Now, why don't we work some more on our baskets? If we focus, maybe we can start delivering tomorrow or the day after. I nod. Yeah, let's. Chapter 49. A pinkish sunset is glaring against the pack house when Theo arrives home for the evening. Although the weather has been colder and rainier by the day, the rosy and golden hues of the sunset warm the house, making any white thing yellow and homey. Maud and I haven't moved from the kitchen table in hours. We've been working on our delivery idea nonstop, having found useful tools in the study after a shallow snooping. Masses of papers are broken up by mugs gone cold and plates of crumbs, Elise's cookies and muffins quickly devoured. She's been baking incessantly since Lily came around, Maud mutters as Theo's footsteps travel down the hall. Not that I'm complaining, she's better at it than I am. I've turned to face the archway before Theo appears in it. I hold the back of my chair and greet him with a worn-out smile. Have you two been busy? Theo asks and comes to the table where Maud and I have mapped our basket deliveries on a pad of paper I found on his desk. He schemes over our work and then looks at me. Yeah, well, since we have the list of the warriors who died in the battle against Belrose, we can locate the warriors' families with this. I touch the binder containing all current pack households and their addresses. So we'll decide what we're going to include in our first deliveries. It'll mostly be food, but there are also things like soaps, books, toys if they have children, and information about the support group for pack members who've lost a loved one to the Rowan War, which will now include Belrose losses. My voice is dwindling, so I try to reinvigorate it. Elise told Maud that she would bake fresh bread for the baskets, and I was also thinking some flowers would be nice, I added. I hope you don't mind me taking things from the study. He rubs his hand across my back and holds my opposite shoulder. Of course not. How is the running group? The washing machine chimes conveniently across the hall, so Maud excuses herself to see to the laundry. Fine. His hand squeezes me. That's all. Well, I breathe. I hoped it would be different. Theo lets go and sits in the chair next to mine, angling it so that it faces me. What do you mean? I thought I would like running with the group. When I ran from Rowan to Draven the night we met, I felt so strong and free, but I think that feeling of freedom was less concerned with the run itself and more about the reason why I was running. I don't know. It was hard to enjoy it. I didn't feel like I belonged there. You don't have to run with the group, Celeste. I sigh. It just feels like a shame to give up on it entirely. It's good to shift more, I rarely do, but the group knows I'm their Luna N. My title ruined it for me and everyone else. Theo touches my knee. You can still run. I'll go with you. What? Yeah, we can go before dinner whenever you feel like it. Really? Even though you move at the speed of light, you won't drive yourself crazy slowing down. Theo rolls his eyes as his hand slips away. All right, I'll take that as a yes. He stands. Besides, who knows how long you'll be able to shift for. You should enjoy it while you can. His words catch me by surprise. My lips part. Oh yeah, right. It won't be for forever. No, I know. Honestly, I've probably gone longer without shifting before. It'll be easy. I joke to try and break down the brick in my stomach. A she-wolf is pregnant for 6 months. The longest I've gone without shifting was 30 days after I finished Rowan's mandatory training, and even then, my wolf was antsy. However, my wolf will be the least of my worries when I'm growing a child inside of me. Suddenly, the thought of being pregnant as Kalila sends a chill down my arms. I enjoy the bond, I love Theo, and I've always wanted my own family, but it's much easier to discuss pregnancy and heirs when they aren't looming so closely over my shoulder. I can practically feel Draven's extensive bloodline breathing down the back of my neck. The oldest pack, all depending on my ability to make an alpha. Theo bends to my eye level, holding onto the table. Celeste? I pop to life. Everything okay? Is there maybe something else we should talk about? I shake my head no. I'm fine, just been focused on this for too long. I pat my delivery work. I think I'll clean it up for now. Elise will be here any minute for dinner, and I don't want anything in her way. Theo's stripping gaze holds on me, but mercifully eases. I'll be in the study then. Okay, I say just above a whisper, then watch him leave the kitchen. By the following afternoon, Maud and I can piece together 2 tester baskets. One is for the Amber family, and the other is for the Costellos. Their fallen warriors are the first 2 names on our list. Both baskets contain the same items: milk, eggs, cheese, beef, apples, grapes, mixed nuts, parsley, lavender soap, incense, a white candle, and a vial of moon water. The Costello house is closer to the pack house, so we walk there first. Maud carries one basket while I manage the other. She waits back at the base of their creaky porch steps as I go to the front door. I swallow, knock, and suck in a breath, praying whoever answers doesn't see my visit as any intrusion on their morning. Half a minute later, an older man opens the door. He looks at me through thick, silver-streaked eyebrows and wears a natural-looking frown. My spine snaps straight, and I lift the basket bulging with goods. Good afternoon. We haven't met, but I'm your Luna, Celeste. I say the words I've practiced in my head. I have a basket here for the Costello family, an offering from the pack house. Is this about Samuel? The man questions. Yes. I'm sorry for your loss. Please, I hold out the basket. I hope you can accept my condolences, and if there is anything more you or your family needs during this difficult time, I am more than willing to help. The man takes the basket. Well, thank you. Samuel was happy serving the Alpha. I'll hand this over to my mate. She'll be pleased to hear our Luna thought of our boy, of our family. I nod swiftly. Of course, and if there's anything else you need. This is plenty, thank you. Thank the Alpha as well. I hold my smile until the door closes, and then I return to Maud. That went well, she says. Yeah, I just wish I could have done more, but he said the basket was plenty. That was only the first of many. Let's go on to the next house and see what happens, At the Amber House by the river, I knock and give my same greeting when a woman around Maud's age answers the door. She seems much more surprised than the first gentleman when I introduce myself as her Luna, and when I hold out the basket for her, she hesitates to accept it. Are you sure? She asks, finally taking it off my hands. She turns back when a young child cries out, but stays where she is. Sorry about that. You have a child? I ask. The binder didn't include any children under their family name, so it must be a bit out of date. 2. The one you heard is Luca, my 2-year-old. I also have a 3-month-old baby girl who's asleep at the moment. Your fallen warrior was my mate. Their father. His sister has been helping me out since. The woman looks at her basket. But this is lovely, thank you, Luna. It's been a pleasure to meet you. I lean forward. If there's anything else the pack house can do for you during this time, please write us. Oh, but you've already done so much. Not at all. This is actually the first thing I've officially done as Luna, and I want to do a lot more for the pack. Wars create hard times, but I want our pack members to feel heard and supported, so please reach out if there's anything I can do or even to suggest things that might help you or others in the future. The woman peers at Maud and then back at me. All right, thank you, Luna, truly. I'm looking forward to having you in the pack house. This time, when the door closes and I return to Maud, I speak first. We should start planning the ladies' party or dinner, or whatever it'll be. People shouldn't just be paid off when their family members sacrifice themselves for the pack. They shouldn't be surprised to receive a gift of remorse for their loss. Okay, Maud breathes. We definitely can. We start walking back the way we came, but no amount of movement seems to settle me. She's all alone with 2 children who've lost their father, caring for them while dealing with the heartbreak of losing a mate. How is she supposed to? We'll help her, Celeste. Besides, she has her mate's sister. She isn't the only one. What about all the women left mateless after the Rowan battles? We can help them too, but we have to take one step at a time. We can't solve everyone's problems immediately. Theo wants me pregnant, I blurt. Maud halts. How am I supposed to do that when he's off fighting every other day? What if something happens to him and then I'm all alone? I can't do it without him. I don't want to. You're fine. She loops our arms. Just keep walking, okay? I'm scared. I didn't think I would be, but I am. I looked at Alexa always freaking out about getting pregnant and pleasing everyone, and I secretly judged her. I thought she couldn't handle the duties of being Luna, and then Theo's mother looked me in the face and asked me if I understood what I needed to do for the pack, and I said yes, but I was only saying what she wanted to hear. You don't want to have kids? Maud asks as she leads me down the path. I do. I want a family, but I didn't feel the pressure Alexa talked about. Not really. Not until Theo said he wanted me to get pregnant. It just made everything so real. And we've been intimate. He said it's going to happen. What if I already am? Whoa. Slow down, you're not. Your scent changes when you become pregnant, so I would know. How fast? Gradually. The Alpha will probably know you're pregnant before you do. He'll know before me, I murmur to myself, unsure of whether or not that's a good thing. Don't worry about all that right now. You're okay. Let's just go back and talk about the next deliveries. Maud pats my arm. I nod and try to quiet my thoughts before they spill over again. Corbin stopped by, Theo says as he enters the bedroom, explaining why it took him so long to finish in the study. We were discussing Belrose. He's taking his time with his retaliation, and now there's word he's seeking an ally, so I sent a message to Brian. We spoke about the possibility of allying when we were at Silva. I'm confident he knows where his loyalties lie. Standing in front of the bathroom mirror, I can hardly pay attention to Theo, but I hear him move about the room as he continues divulging on the war. He goes from the bedroom doors to the closet, stays in there for a moment, and then comes into the bathroom. I flinch slightly when he walks in. Thankfully, he doesn't notice. He examines his bruiseless shoulder before turning to me. "Everything all right?" he asks. "Yeah." I tuck my hair behind my ears, having finished with my nightly routine 10 minutes ago. I try to slip past him, but he stops me by raising his arm. "Hey," he says softly. "Something's been off since yesterday. Why don't you want to talk about it?" A bout of panic washes over me. Oh, there's just a lot going on. It's overwhelming. "Are you worried about the war?" I avert my gaze. "Yes, always, but..." "What?" he encourages. "You said the other night that..." I bite my lip a little, stalling, "that you want me to get pregnant." I know I did. I also said before that there's no rush. I look up. "So why?" "It's a natural consequence of what we're doing." "Would I be happy if you became pregnant?" "Yes. But I don't need that right this second. I don't want to pressure you into anything, especially something you can't control. If it happens, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. Either is fine." "For now," I quip. Theo exhales. "Celeste, I'm not worried about it, and I don't want you to be either unless the chance of getting pregnant is something you don't want. We haven't been taking any precautions." A spell of silence descends upon us, thick as mud. Theo's brows knit. "Do you not want it?" "I want a family, but being pregnant during a war. It's already such a stressful situation." "I know. I agree with you on that point, but I'm also confident that Belrose won't be infiltrating our border, allied or not. Draven is a safe place. You're safe here. I learned from my mistake with Rowan. What about you?" "You know I'll be fine." I shake my head. "Alive? Sure. I know you can fight. But that's not the only consequence of war." Theo steps closer. His eyes beam with determination. "Everything I do is for you, our children, and the bloodline. I promise you, you can depend on me always, no matter what happens, okay?" He cups my cheek, and I have no choice but to lean into his touch. He always manages to soothe my anxieties. It's nearly impossible not to trust him. The way he carries himself, his confidence, his protectiveness, our bond, all of it urges me to rely on him. There isn't a more capable man I could have asked to be my mate, and at the very bedrock of my being, I know he's the only one I would want to be pregnant by. But he buries his pain, hides it so deep that maybe he doesn't even believe it exists anymore. There isn't a chance someone can go through what he has and emerge on the other side unscathed. I let him draw me in, and when he holds me, I hold him back. The answer becomes clear. I can't expect constant perfection from him. If he needs to depend on me sometimes, if I need to carry both ends of our bond, I have to find the strength. If something happens, I need to be strong enough for both of us, pregnant or not. Theo has his duties, and I have mine. As his mother said, it's better to do it sooner rather than later. In the morning, I'm met with a note from Theo stating that Alpha Silva is coming to Draven tomorrow to discuss our Belrose conflict and potentially form an alliance. Theo says he'll be at the fields working with Dan and the Rowan warriors, so I plan out the next baskets and discuss the ladies' party with Maud. Once we've exhausted the subject, I go to the fields to watch Lily during her training session. I find a patch of dense grass on the hill between the field and the path and spot Lily off to the right side. Theo is no longer here. He's probably off at a meeting, a border post, or the cells. But Lily spots me just as they're about to shift, and she sends me an excitable wave. I wave back. Shifted in training, Lily looks equally skilled as the other wolves in her group. Her timing with the instructor's commands is exact, and during the sparring session at the end, Lily gives her partner something to work for despite being slightly smaller. Pride fills my chest. She's changed so much since she arrived at Draven with Mom. It brings me an incomparable sense of relief knowing she's flourishing without our parents, that I was right to keep her here. At the end of her session, She shifts and hurries over to me. You didn't tell me you were coming. I push up from the grass. You looked great out there. You're just as good as they are at this rate. You'll be in the next group up by the end of the month. She waves me off. Do you want to come to the pack house for dinner? Yeah, definitely. I grin. Good. You and Elise will sit with us this time. Lily and I walk back together, and I expect to be greeted by a gleeful Elise when she sees who I've got with me, but the second I open the front door, sounds of glee are the last thing I hear. Theo's, Corbin's, and Dan's voices intermingle heatedly, radiating from the study. Lily gives me a surprised look. Go on to the kitchen. I'll be there in a second, I tell her. Involving another pack is going to blow this up into something we don't want. It's going to be more trouble than it's worth, I hear Corbin say as I head through the living room towards them. Nothing is set in stone. I'll talk with Brian, see what he thinks, and be back before sundown. I push into the study doorway. You're leaving. Theo looks at me, and Corbin and Dan fall silent. I thought Brian was coming here. Plans changed. Alexa isn't feeling well, so he can't travel. I have to go there in the morning, Theo says. You can't leave. What about Belrose? If he knows you're gone, he won't. The only people who know I'm leaving are in this room. My throat starts to swell. Corbin and Dan say nothing. It's obvious Theo is going to do what he thinks he needs to do, so I nod, step back, and go to Lily. Chapter 50. When Theo wakes up, I'm staring at the ceiling, trapped, tossing and turning with only short moments of shut-eye in between. It's dark outside, so early in the morning, some people don't consider it morning at all, but Theo must want to get to Silva and back as soon as possible. He stirs beside me, looks over me, and realizes I'm awake. Did I wake you? He asks. No, I can't sleep. He sighs and reaches to turn on his lamp. Dim light warms the room, leaving the closet and bathroom black. The bedroom doors are closed even though no one will be here for hours. I adjust my body to face him. What does an allied war mean? Corbin sounded worried last night. Everything scales up. Theo lies back down and frames my hair around my face. But we'll be fine. I grab his hand and bring it to my lips, holding it there to have him close. The sooner I leave, the sooner I'll be back. What if Alpha Silva doesn't want to be a part of this? What if you have to negotiate and argue and suddenly you're there all day? The longer you're gone, the more time Alpha Belrose has to. Theo slides over. Belrose won't have a clue. He has scouts like us. Goddess bless any scout that spots me, he mutters. And Brian knows what's best. He gives a lot of talk, but he's a coward. You thought that about Alpha Rowan too, I mumble and fix my portion of the covers so they're nice and straight, even though it's unlikely I'll get any more sleep once he leaves the bed. Brian should take what happened to Rowan as an example. Either you're with Draven, or you're against us, and considering my sister is in the process of giving him an heir, I don't think he'll risk going against her. Theo starts to get up, but I instinctively latch him and insist otherwise. He smiles lazily and collapses into me, snaking his arms under the duvet and wrapping them around me. He sprinkles my neck with kisses. My legs scrunch along his sides. Quickly, before you go. His kissing ends only so he can give me a curious look. Can't we? I ask, lying against my pillow as he hovers above. I need not say more. Theo resumes his kisses in a flurry, tugging me down the bed and urging my hips up with his. In a few more moments, he's moving my undergarments to one side and pushing into me. We're close with all the energy we just gained from sleep, more on his part, but I revel in his lead, and when it's over, and he moves away from me entirely, I lie on his side of the bed as he prepares to leave for Silva. He's ready quickly, and he kisses my temple before his footsteps carry him out of the bedroom. Our time together must have exhausted me to some degree because I fell into sleep, and when I opened my eyes again, the sun was beginning to rise. There's a weight on my chest caused by his absence, but I force myself up and into the shower anyway, moving slowly as though my bones have been turned to lead. Our bond flourishes more every day, yet parting like this is always tricky, especially with Belrose's retaliation looming around every corner. As I'm just finishing getting dressed, I hear the front door open and shut downstairs. I pause because Maud tends to use the back door, and she's the only person coming around at this time. I draw my shirt down my stomach and go to the bedroom doors, which Theo left cracked open. I widen the gap and listen. Someone is walking around the front of the house. Maud? I call out. I creep to the staircase banister, looking all the way to the hallway below where it joins with the foyer. A second later, Dan steps out of the living room leading to the study, and my apprehension subsides. Sorry, he calls up. I didn't mean to scare you. Thought you'd still be sleeping. I come around the banister and make my way down the stairs. It's fine. I needed a way up anyway. He holds up the wooden box of wolfsbane. Just needed to grab this. What for? The cells ran out. Between the Rowan War and whatever we're starting now, the cells are going through our stores faster, not to mention the Valerian issue. Valerian issue? I question, reaching the bottom of the stairs where he stands. With the rogues. Oh, right. Theo told me about it. Yeah, when they're all worked up, we use this to calm them down. How? Dan looks at the simple box. Well, we make an oil out of it. It intensifies the wolfsbane smell and effects, so we put some hot oil around the cells, some on the bars, to stop them from lashing out as they come down. It weakens them. Otherwise, they're too wild to handle. Have to be careful, though. The oil can burn our skin. Burns? Really? Does it burn if you ingest it like that? I ask, gesturing to the box where the plant lies in its natural state. Dan grins cheekily. Theo mentioned how you took some. But probably a bit. It's probably why you got all sick. I cringe at the thought of my stomach burning. Some people have a lower tolerance. You must be one of the unlucky ones. Yeah, I sigh, crossing my arms. I better get back, Dan says and turns to the foyer, but he freezes for a moment. Forgot something? He peers back. No, just congrats. My brows furrow as he heads for the front door and lets himself out. Congrats? What's so great about a low tolerance? I muse to myself. He must have been sarcastic. And then I stop. Everything goes very quiet, and I lift my wrist to my nose, smelling my own scent. It's hard to sense a difference when I smell myself every day, but what else would Dan be referring to? What else would be worthy of congratulations? All at once, I'm torn. I should be happy at the possibility, shouldn't I? Corinne said it was better to start sooner rather than later, yet the war with Belrose is in its genesis, likely to be worse than the last. And the thought of something grander than our conflict with Rowan is hard to swallow. Theo wants me to trust in his protection, in his ability to fight and scheme, but knowing he'll be at risk constantly. I grab the railing post, needing to stabilize myself. Does Theo know? Did he notice the change in my scent this morning? My head starts to ache. Nothing will be specific until Maud comes and tells me whether or not she senses a difference. For now, I return to the bedroom. I lie in bed wearing my daytime clothes, and I squeeze my pillow against my chest, wondering how likely it is that Dan's comment was about my wolfsbane tolerance and not the chance that I'm pregnant. Celeste. I'm rattled out of sleep. My head turns, my vision somewhat impaired by strands of my hair, and I see Maud. She's bent over the side of the bed, shaking me. Wha? What? Get up, she demands and yanks my covers away. Good, you're dressed. I grab at the bedding, forced into wakefulness. What are you doing? There's notice of an attack. Get up, come on. But Theo said. The Alpha told me what to do. Let's go, she says, unwavering. My head starts to spin, but I stumble to my feet and follow her out of the bedroom. She repeatedly glances back at me as we rush up and down the staircase. Theo knows? Of the attack? She questions, disbelieving. No. Alpha Belrose obviously found out he's gone. I'm just doing what I was told, keeping you safe. But Alpha Belrose can't know. The only other people who knew he was leaving are Corbin and Dan, I insist, hoping this is all some heart-wrenching nightmare I'll burst out of any second. Well, he found out. Maud stops, and I run into her. Get your shoes on. I stoop and snatch the pair I keep by the door, losing my balance as I stand on one foot and then the other to pull them on. Where are we going? To the safe place. It's not far. Is Belrose going to infiltrate? Why are we leaving the house? The Alpha is hours away. I'm doing what I think is necessary. I'm not screwing up again. Before I can protest that the Rowan break-in issue was not her fault, Maud takes my hand and leads me out the door. The sky is gloomy, so dense with clouds that it doesn't look like daytime. Small raindrops fall from above and dot my clothes, sure to pick up as the day goes on. Lily, I say suddenly, and Maud glances again. I want to bring her with us. She's all alone in the guest house. Maud thinks for a moment. I realize how hard my heart is beating in the silence. Fine, she decides. It's on the way. Where's the safe space? Just past the tree line towards the southern border. But there are no buildings in the trees besides border posts. Maud ignores me and fixates on getting to Lily's, walking faster and making me match her pace. We hurry along the main path until the neighborhood of large houses comes upon our right side. She yanks me in between them, and I nearly slip on a puddle of mud. Already, the rain has grown from a sprinkle to a steady downpour. We climb Lily's porch steps together and find cover under the porch roof. Raindrops beat rhythmically above, and I join the noise with my knock on her door. Lily doesn't answer, at least not as promptly as she usually does. Come on, I mumble to myself. What's taking so long? I knock again, harder. Maybe she's not here, Maud says. Where else would? Before I can finish my sentence, the door swings open. Lily is standing there in a bathrobe. Hey, what's going on? Was I supposed to meet you or something? You have to come with us, I urge. Now? Why? Where to? Belrose is attacking. Theo isn't here, so we're going to the safe space. She looks down at her scant attire. I have to change. There isn't time, Maud pipes up behind me. Lily, there's rumors Alpha Belrose has an ally. I'm worried, so can you just come? I don't want you here alone. Lily struggles to speak. And then Elise approaches from behind her, clothed but with uncombed hair. Maud says something I can't discern as my eyes widen. Lily's face flushes. Elise, Let's just go with them, Elise says. You're safer with Celeste. Okay, fine. Everyone come on, but let's do so quickly, Maud roars. She waves her hands, sweeping us onward. Come on. Now. I'm trying to follow the Alpha's orders. Elise and Lily leave the house, shutting the door behind them. All four of us filter down the porch steps and onto the path, but rather than returning the way we came, we carry on through the neighborhood, moving south. Which direction are they attacking from? Elise calls from the back of our group. Not sure, Maud answers. Could be any side, so let's hurry, all right? The rest of the way to the trees, no one says a word. Lily stays close to her mate, and I watch Maud as she surveys the forest. At one normal-looking spot, she points and says, over there. We approach the tree line and join it, taking high steps over forest brambles and brush as Maud continues to decipher the invisible route. With no warning, she halts, and I bump into her again. She kicks at the leaves and weeds on the ground until a metal ring shows through the debris, and then she clears the rest away with her hands, revealing a wood-paneled hatch. Theo's incomplete directions instantly make sense, underground. I step forward when Maud tries to open the square door. I help her lift it as its rusted hinges groan. Past the hatch are steep stone stairs leading into the earth. Everyone in, Maud directs. Seeing Lily and Elise's hesitation, I go first. My palms run down the rough walls enclosing the staircase, keeping me steady. The interior is dark with stale air, but there's a door ahead, one with a thick padlock and another lock on the door itself. I move to the side of the cramped space so the others can come down. Maud descends last, shutting the hatch and submerging us in pitch blackness. Lily squeaks and steps on my foot. Sorry. Okay, Maud says, groping around. Where's the door? I have the keys. I grab her arm and guide her forward. The sound of metal poking and scraping fills the quiet as she feels for the locks. She holds the padlock and fiddles it open without any trouble, but getting the second key in place without any light takes more feeling around. Finally, she inserts the other key into its slot, and the second lock slides open. She thrusts the door open, and shortly after, there's a click, a light switches on past the door. We're doused in a yellowed, dim light, but our surroundings are made clear. In here, Maud says. This is the safe room. I venture into the concrete room first. It's 10 times the size of its stairway, with metal cabinets lining 3 of the 4 gray walls and a chairless table in the middle. What is all this? I ask, eyeing the cabinets, which I notice have individual locks. A good chunk of that Draven fortune, Maud says as Lily and Elise enter. I spin back to Maud, realizing she's more than the Alpha's housekeeper. A mere housekeeper doesn't have keys to a place like this. Theo's promoted her before I can. So, what's stored in here? Gold? Elise asks. No. This is our heirlooms, moonstones, moonstone jewelry, artifacts, historical documents. It's organized by generations, starting with the first Draven Alpha all the way to the current one, Maud explains. So the jewelry I wore during my Luna ceremony. It's all here. This one opens, Lily announces. I face her and see she's opened a cabinet of books. Maud shuts the door, locks all 4 inner locks, and goes to her. Must have been a mistake, she says and looks over the old leather bindings. Wow, these are. Whoa. I go to her. What? Maud slides out one of the books near the top. I've heard of this one. It's a book of legends. She takes the big, dusty book to the center table and sets it down before opening it. As she delicately turns through the rough pages, she reads, The Tale of the First Shifter, Moon Goddess Parables, The Story of the Night Sky, The True Alpha. This is amazing, she murmurs in awe. Don't tell anyone I'm touching this, but I have to read this. I wonder if any others are open, Lily says, and starts jiggling all the cabinet handles. Elise trails her. Found one. I step beside my sister to see what she's uncovered. Looks like a bunch of papers. Boring. I was hoping for some moonstones or something pretty. I reach past her and page through some of the files, most of which are kept safe in plastic sleeves. Lily's face crinkles. You smell weird. My heart drops, and so does my snooping hand. Elise's head tilts. It's your scent. It's different. I look to Maud. Is it? A bit, she admits. I take a shaky breath. Well, that's that. What do you mean? What's wrong? Lily asks. She's pregnant, Maud answers when I fail to. There's a clog in my throat. Pregnant? Really? Lily's face uplifts. Celeste, oh my goddess, that's great. My sister smothers me in a tight hug, and for the first time today, I feel okay. I'm so happy for you, she squeals over my shoulder. I'm going to be an aunt. There's going to be a cute little baby crawling all over the place. Oh, I can't wait. She twists to Elise. I love babies. A stubborn smile fights its way to my face. I thought I might be. Dan said something this morning that made me wonder. So the Alpha doesn't know? I don't think so, no. Oh, how exciting. I bet you can't wait to tell him. We're all happy for Celeste, Maud says, looking away from her book, but let's be happy and quiet. We can't expose this location. Lily complies, taking both my hands and making me cheer before she swings my arms back and forth and tries to dance. Elise chuckles. Lily and Elise continue to distract themselves from the happenings above by counting the number of unlocked cabinet doors. Maud hardly takes her nose out of the book of ancient stories and legends, and I find a spot against the wall to sit down and think. Hours waste away, and I can't make it out of the circles in my head. I lie on my back and close my eyes. The cement ground permits no sleep, so I find myself in a meditative sort of trance. At first, I see shapes and stars and patterns, but after a while, I see nothing at all, and I think I might be sleeping, but I'm yanked back to reality by a heavy knocking sound that vibrates the room. The dingy light bulb above blinds me momentarily. There's a shuffling sound, and then the locks are being undone. I push myself off the unforgiving ground just as Maud is pulling the safe room door open. Corbin is in there, half-dressed and muddy. His long hair is thrown into a bumpy bun, and his usually warm eyes are blatantly cold. Is it over? Maud asks. Suddenly, I don't want to hear his answer. I don't want to know anything about the attack at all. It's over, he says, but his voice is more defeated than his sodden, slouched appearance. Did they infiltrate? Maud continues. No. Did the Alpha make it back in time? Hardly. What's the damage? Maud asks finally. Corbin's head drops. I tell myself again that I don't want to know. We lost Dan. Chapter 45. After Maud goes home, the day's sparse rainfall culminates in a torrential downpour. Elise slips through the back door and calls my name while I'm watching the storm through the large living room window. I peer into the hall and see her shedding her rain-dotted coat. My sister isn't with her, though it's been quite a while since they left together. Is Lily at her guest house? I ask as I make my way over. Yeah, I walked her there just as the rain was picking up. Wow, you guys were out for a while. And everything went well. Elise smiles at the floor, bright and toothy in a compulsive fashion, and then she wipes it away. Lily's okay? Yeah, she's good, I think. I mean, she came here and talked to me and things are good. A grin creeps on my lips. Really? Goddess, Elise, I'm so relieved everything is working out. I follow her into the kitchen, where she proceeds to wash her hands. Lily even laughed a few times, she says, sinking into her shoulders. My eyes crinkle. Did she? I was worried she'd be closed off and too hurt to try with me, to try again, but she was really sweet and even apologized for not meeting me before. I know she had a lot to come to terms with, and she still needs our support, but it went so much better than I thought it would. She's so beautiful, and look at me gushing to you. You're her sister. I'm sure you don't want to hear all my sappy blabbering. Tell me everything, I say, and cling to the opposite side of the counter. I cook dinner with Elise as we chat about her time with Lily. We end up eating together in the kitchen after waiting unsuccessfully for Theo. But knowing the attack is tomorrow, I confidently tell Elise he'll be home late and to leave his dinner in the fridge. We polish our plates off at the kitchen table, and I assist with the dishes so Elise can head home. I shut off most of the downstairs lights once she's gone. The rain sounds louder in the dark. I climb the stairs and listen to it beating against the steep roofs, drowning out all sounds from outside. Usually, there's the whooshing of wind through the trees, crickets and katydids chirping, distant howls of rogues, and the occasional owl hoot. However, cooler temperatures blowing and mean the forest is getting quieter. Before I know it, frost will spread over the territory, and then the occasional snowfall. I hear Theo arrive home while I'm in our bedroom. He comes right upstairs and through our open doors, drenched as though he's been outside since the rain started. His hair is limp, his clothes are molded to his chest and shoulders, and he wears a look of frustration, of defeat. What have you been doing? I question, forgetting how I was picking out pajamas to change into. Were you at the fields all day? He slicks his wet hair back. I was working with the Rowan wolves. They don't. They aren't adapting as quickly as I thought they would. Are you pushing the attack back? No, he says plainly and begins peeling off his wet clothes. But I can't give Belrose more time. The attack has to happen tomorrow. I nod, loosely crossing my arms. Shirtless, Theo slows. He glances at the bathroom door. I'm going to shower, come in with me. In? Into the shower. Yeah, come shower with me. He heads across the room, stretching his right shoulder. It can be short, long, whatever you want. I go after him. It's strange to be in the shower with someone I've never heard of it. I've heard of people taking baths together, but you want to take a bath instead? He asks, turning to me as I linger in the doorway. The first rumble of thunder sounds overhead. Well, are we actually bathing? He veers closer. What else are we doing? It's our first night here at home, since I look meekly at the shower instead. We can't just stand in there. I know. Don't tease me, I insist before gesturing at the shower's glass door, but wouldn't it be difficult to complete the bond in there? It's all stone tile and slippery and you can't lie down. I listen to Theo's exhale as he sizes up the shower. I'm sure I can figure something out, he says without an ounce of doubt. He lures me in by taking my left hand and carefully removing my brace. He places it on the counter, then unwraps my white bandage that covers the wise woman's salve. The salve has soaked into my skin by now, and all that remains are my healing bruises. I shed my clothes while Theo turns on the shower, but he reaches behind me and unclasps my bra before I can attempt to. I let him take off my undergarments next, and I step out of them as I hold his shoulder. He takes his time rising, his hand brushing my hip and back. I jolt and scurry forward, grabbing the shower door, which I draw open just enough to snake past into the tiled shower. The glass is sprinkled with water droplets and fogs up around the bottom. Theo watches me as he finishes undressing, so I back into the water spray. He opens the glass door, but does not come in. He looks at me as I wet my hair and body. I instinctively cover myself. You can't just watch me. I can't. He comes in and closes the shower door. Even though you're my mate? I shake my head and water beads stream across my face from my hairline. The wall stops me from backing up further and Theo steps under the shower head. Hot water pours over his sculpted body like molten glass, and for a moment, he's the focal point of some art piece. You like when I come after you, don't you? His arms cage me in, tethered to the wall behind me as water beats on his upper back and mists outward. You toy with me, act innocent or stubborn, and wait for me to take control. Tell me, do you like when I dominate you? But I am innocent. He shakes his head. Not anymore. I look into his eyes despite the fire catching within me and reach my hands up to the sides of his neck. He doesn't concede, so I lift to my tippy toes and kiss him softly. This does the trick. Theo holds me back and slips his tongue into my mouth. We kiss under the shower spray until Theo gradually withdraws to grab the soap instead. He squeezes some soap into his hand, and at first, I think he's going to use it on himself, but he takes my hand, lifts my arm, and starts there. I smile foolishly as he lathers me. His large, rough hands slide from my arms to my sides to my back and then my chest. My skin is covered with soapy white bubbles, and although I'm bare and he's rubbing me all over, I feel secure. I watch as he washes me, knowing I'm entirely in the palm of his hand, and I feel a calm sense of compliance, that it's okay to submit myself to him. I smile to myself as the bubbles rinse away, and then I take the bottle of soap, because now Theo has to turn himself over to me. I smear his chest with soap first and wash my hands down his firm, toned abdomen. Can I ask you something? I look up, and his eyes are already on me. His waves are now sodden and dripping. What does getting the Old Blood title actually change? Because the Silva pack, in a general sense, didn't seem different from Rowan or Draven, it's still just a pack. Its power comes from its symbolism, he says loud enough for only my ears. I want it not only because it rightfully belongs to me, but because it radiates power. I'll be the only alpha to go to war with an Old Blood pack since my father, because of how much everyone admires and respects the Old Blood title. It's a mark of perseverance, of strength and generational success. The old bloodlines have survived so long for a reason, and Draven deserves to have that honor restored to it. He continues. The difference in age between Draven and Belrose is almost 300 years. Between Draven and the current oldest Old Blood titled pack, there are still over 100 years, Draven the Elder. Belrose having that title is frankly a disgrace, and I won't let my children be stinted. My family deserves respect. They shouldn't have to fight for it. But you have respect, I say modestly. Here, I do, but out there. I'm tired of these alphas who hardly deserve their positions. My father was tough and often unforgiving in the ways he raised me, but he knew I had to be a certain way to lead, that I not only needed the necessary skills to be a capable alpha, but that I had to master them. He knew I needed to be better than he was. My hands rest just under his chest. Okay, you need the title, I understand that, but it's scary when you leave to fight. And I know you're probably the most capable of staying alive, but that doesn't stop me from worrying. Anything can happen, mistakes, flukes, and it's not just your life on the line. It's Corbin's and Dan's and Draven pack members. If there was a peaceful way to take the title back, I would do it that way. But no Old Blood pack is willing to forfeit their title. It has to be taken by force. I think about how Theo's grandfather forfeited their title, but I keep the thought to myself and resume lathering. Theo picks up my chin. We're attacking early in the day, but I'll wake you before I go. My fingertips drag downward. When will you be back? Before sunset. Okay, I murmur, dreading the return to a wartime schedule. And you definitely have to attack tomorrow? I do. I would have liked to train the Rowan men for another day, but the new moon will get in the way. The new moon is the day after tomorrow? I question. Goddess, I forgot. The trip to Silva must have thrown me off. But you'll be okay to fight tomorrow? The day before the full moon you said you were, well, struggling. They're different. I'll be fine to fight. And the day of the new moon? I'll need you, our bond. I nod eagerly. I'll be there for you, anything you need. Theo gives a sly grin and cups my cheeks. He kisses me on the mouth as the soap on it melts and rinses. My hands can slide no further without crossing into intimate territory, and I'm instantly reminded of how I've avoided touching him out of fear I'll embarrass myself. Though the fear is starting to seem ridiculous, Theo knows I haven't done these things with anyone else. Surely he'd understand if I need some guidance again. I move my right hand against him, recalling what he showed me before in the dining room, even though he was clothed then. He leans towards me and deepens our kiss, so I take this as a sign to continue. I take him in my hand fully, and his body immediately reacts. My mind is filled with memories as my heart beats faster. Theo's right hand drops from my jaw and adjusts my hold on him, tightening my grip in a way I would have been too nervous to, but I continue touching him this way, and soon the shower wall is against my back again. He breaks our kiss and picks me up. I suck in a breath and throw my arms around his neck as my thighs clamp his hips. His chest presses against mine, his face buries in my neck, and he's suddenly pushing inside of me. I bite my lip hard. The sound of the running water, Theo's ragged breaths, and my own desperate panting fuse with his vigorous movements. I grab frantically at his back, which morphs into a helpless clawing as I struggle to express my pleasure with only my voice. My teeth clench, and more abruptly than before, I lose myself. My last thread of self-control snaps. I tense around Theo, and he traps me between him and the wall, pressing me into the tiles. Our bodies ease up unhurriedly. Theo withdraws himself, and my feet find the wet shower floor. I stumble, and he latches my arm. Goddess, I gasp, all at once wanting to be out of the shower and in bed. I'm doomed to re-injure my wrist if I stay in here much longer. Theo rinses himself off one more time, and then I have my last turn under the shower head before Theo turns the valve and the water stops. We step out of the shower and take every towel from its hooks to wrap ourselves up and dry off.